Chapter 1: The Forsaken Eldest Son. In the Reach at the end of February, the sun was scorching like fire, and even the air was distorted by the scorching heat. This long summer has lasted for 7 years, so long that all memories and vigilance about the cold winter have gradually disappeared from people's hearts. High Court. In the castle made of white marble, exquisite sculptures, unique fountains and blooming flowers can be seen everywhere. Of course, golden roses are definitely among them. They are the owner of this castle, the symbol of House Tyrell. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the melodious bell, 3 figures walked through the winding corridor and entered the Night Hall. The coat of arms on the chests of the 3 people is not a golden rose, but a walking hunter with a bow. This is the coat of arms of House Tully. The man at the head looked to be in his 40s, with a serious face, a serious expression, a short beard, and a dark green silk dress trimmed with white fur, with a heavy 2-handed giant sword on his waist. This man is the Lord of Hornhill, Lord Randall Tarley. Followed by his 2 sons. Eldest son Samwell Tarley, second son Dickon Tarley. Both of them inherited their father's dark hair, grey pupils, tall stature and other appearance characteristics, but Samwell was too fat, and the straight and tough facial features of the Tully family did not have the slightest majesty on his fat face. Due to the hot weather, the aristocratic dress on Samwell was almost out of breath. But he didn't dare to unbutton his collar, so he could only suffer. The 3 of them stood still in the center of the Night Hall, waiting quietly. Time passed little by little, and Dickon seemed a little impatient. He looked at his dazed brother beside him, and couldn't help asking in a low voice, "What are you looking at?" Samwell replied casually, "Stone pillar." "What's so interesting about the stone pillars?" "This is not an ordinary stone pillar." The corners of Samwell's mouth turned up slightly, and memories flashed in his eyes. "This is the stone pillar in the Bard's poem." Bard. "Well, bro, did you sneak out for a drink last night?" Quiet. Earl Randall turned his head and glared at the 2 brothers. Dickon shut his mouth. Samwell also lowered his head, but a trace of loneliness and regret flashed in his eyes. After being in this world for 3 months, his sense of loneliness grew day by day. But after learning that this is the continent of Westeros, and he became the eldest son of the Tarley family, he was in no mood to look at himself. Because although Samwell Tarley is the eldest son of the Earl, he is hated by his own father. As one of the best generals in Westeros, Earl Randall has countless glorious achievements, the most famous of which is that he defeated the founder of the Baratheon dynasty at Ashford during the War of the Reavers. The first, Robert I, let this brave and skilled king taste the taste of the only defeat in his war career. Such a proud and martial lord naturally couldn't tolerate his heir being a cowardly fat man. Although Samwell is not useless, he is actually very smart, knowledgeable, and compassionate. However, in Earl Randall's opinion, the heir of the family must be a brave warrior, not a wise bachelor. Samwell is also very clear that according to the original plot, he will be forced by Earl Randall to go to the Great Wall of Desperation in the near future to become a night watchman who does not marry, have children, or enshrine land, thereby giving up the family inheritance rights. Give it to the younger brother who is more favored by his father. Of course he didn't want to go to that place. When the time passed, Samwell tried to change all this. He began to eat in moderation, exercise hard, and study fencing and horsemanship seriously, hoping to restore his image in his father's heart. Of course, just as his body fat cannot be lost in a short period of time, it is not easy to reverse the deep-rooted image of Earl Landau. And before Samwell could make any progress, his efforts were interrupted by a fall from a horse. Fortunately, Samwell was not riding fast at the time, and he had fat as a buffer. The accident did not kill him, but only made him lie in bed for more than a month. The family's equestrian teacher said it was an accident. Samwell thought that someone might have tampered with his saddle. Obviously, someone doesn't want to see the Tully family's useless eldest son get back on his feet. Samwell didn't know who hit him this time, but he also had a rough guess. Earl Randall disdained to play such insidious tricks. Even if he wants to force his son to give up the right of inheritance, he will directly say so. The younger brother Dickon is just a 13-year-old brat. If he can have such scheming, ruthless methods and superb acting skills at this age, I am afraid that he will have the opportunity to compete for the Iron Throne in the future, instead of being like the one in the play. As obscurity. However, although it is unlikely that the younger brother did it, it should be someone close to the younger brother. Samwell has been a waste for too long. Not only Earl Randall has already given up on him, but many people in the family have long regarded Dickon as the future lord. So, unlike Samwell, who is lonely and helpless, Dickon has too many interests involved, and has already gathered a group of loyal subordinates around him. If Samwell continues to be a waste, he can still live until the day he is forced by his father to become a night watchman, but if he wants to regain his strength and fight for the inheritance of Horn Hill, he will immediately face continuous blows and even assassinations. After experiencing this incident, Samwell finally realized that he had completely lost his chance in this battle for succession rights, and now it was too late to reverse the situation, and he would face great risks. Under such circumstances, giving up is the wisest choice. What's more, with his familiarity with the plot, he already has the biggest bargaining chip in the upcoming Game of Thrones, so why bother to trap himself in Horn Hill, a battlefield that has been completely at a disadvantage, fighting a battle that has no chance? A battle of odds. Of course, even if he gave up, he still had to take the initiative and seize the opportunity to grab reasonable benefits, instead of continuing to put on his original cowardly appearance and foolishly waiting for the day when his father forced him to go to the Great Wall of Desperation. So after recovering from his injury, Samwell took the initiative to find his father and asked him to ask the governor of the Bend, the Duke of Metz, for a development order for himself. When Earl Randall heard the eldest son's request for the first time, he thought he had heard it wrong. He never thought that his cowardly son would have such courage. However, Earl Randall agreed after thinking for a moment. Of course, he doesn't think that his useless eldest son is really capable of opening up a new territory. But it doesn't matter. Even if this son died during the pioneering process, he would not feel heartbroken, but would be relieved by it. This is the proper destination for a man of the Tully family. Thus, there was this trip to Gouting by the father and son. Blah blah blah. Crisp footsteps sounded. Samwell turned his head, and saw a fiery red figure stepping into the night hall. It was a cute girl with brown eyes like a forest fawn. A red silk tunic dress highlighted her well-proportioned and tall figure. Her soft brown curly hair was scattered on her smooth shoulders, which made her already fair skin more crystal clear. The facial features have a unique charm that makes people unforgettable at first sight. She is the daughter of the Duke of Mace, the Rose of Highgarden, Marjorie Tyrell. Chapter 2 Canonization. Sorry, Lord Tully, Sam, Dickon, for keeping you waiting. Margaret raised the hem of her skirt and gave a slight salute. The bright smile on her face made the entire night hall seem to be a little brighter. Samwell only took a look, then lowered his head again. The beauty in front of him is not something he can covet. At least he can't right now. The younger brother Dickon stared blankly at the delicate rose in front of him, completely unaware of how rude his behavior was. Earl Randall coughed lightly to wake up his distraught second son, and then asked Marjorie. I don't know when the Duke will come. Marjorie looked ashamed. Father is unwell today, so I can't come, I'm really sorry. Earl Randall frowned slightly. In that case, let's reschedule. Margaret shook her head, took out a scroll from behind her, and said with a smile. There is no need to reschedule. Father has already signed the development order and entrusted me to hand it over. But what about canonization? I will also be canonized instead of my father. As soon as this remark was made, the night hall fell silent instantly. Dickon was stupid enough not to react, but Earl Randall and Samwell both understood that the Duke of Mace was deliberately making excuses. Actually, this is not too surprising. After so many years of development and management in the Reach, there are not many unclaimed lands left. If you really want to open up, you can only go to the barren land near the frontier, such as the Crimson Mountains. But there are really poor mountains and rivers, and bandits are rampant. Let alone whether it is worth exploring, the difficulty of establishing a territory there is not something ordinary people dare to challenge. The reputation of the cowardly eldest son of the Tarly family is no secret in the aristocratic circle of the River Bend. No one would think that Samwell is qualified and capable to open up new territories. The Duke of Metz is obviously unwilling to grant a pioneering order to such a person. If Earl Randall, one of the most important vassals of the Tyrell family, hadn't come to beg this time, the Duke of Mace would never have let go. But granting the pioneering order also means that Samwell will become a vassal of the Duke of Metz, so it stands to reason that the Duke of Metz should personally confer Samwell Tarly as a pioneering knight. However, the Duke was obviously very reluctant to accept Samwell as his knight. That's why he deliberately pretended to be sick and didn't show up in person. Instead, he sent his own daughter to confer on Samwell and grant a pioneering order. In fact, Earl Landau could also understand the embarrassment of Duke Mace. If Duke Mace sent his eldest son, the heir of Highgarden, Varys Tyrell, to do this instead of him, Earl Landau would also. He pinches his nose and admits it. but Marjorie. What qualifications does she have to be a knight? Such humiliation, even Earl Landau hated his eldest son, found it difficult to accept. He stared at Marjorie coldly, not hiding his anger. Margaret still had a soft and innocent smile on her delicate face, as if she didn't understand where Earl Randall's anger came from. Just as the atmosphere gradually became stagnant, Samwell, the person involved, suddenly broke the deadlock. In this case, there is Miss Margaret Lau. Facing the humiliation, Samwell was of course angry, but he also understood that the anger of the weak is not worth mentioning. Moreover, he did not forget the biggest purpose of his trip, to get the development order. He didn't want to lose what was really important for the sake of ridiculous dignity. The ups and downs he has experienced in his previous life have taught him to endure when necessary. Margaret heard that, a look of surprise flashed in Samwell's eyes, and then she smiled and said, "Okay, let's get started." Earl Randall glared at his son with a look of hatred, as if to say, "You are willing to accept the canonization of a woman." But Samwell himself agreed, so he couldn't say anything more. Marjorie walked up the steps in the front row of the hall, while Samwell knelt down on one knee in front of the steps. A beam of light shot down from the glazed skylight, just covering the two of them, adding a little sacred atmosphere to the upcoming ceremony. Samwell pulled out the long sword at his waist and raised his hands above his head. Margaret was about to go get it, but Earl Randall suddenly said, "To enshrine the blood of the Tully family, you should use this broken heart." Clang! Earl Randall pulled out the two-handed giant sword from his waist and handed it to Marjorie. This giant sword, Broken Heart, made of Valyrian steel, has been passed down by the Tully family for more than 500 years. It weighs more than 30 pounds. It is difficult for normal people to hold it, let alone swing it to fight. As for the pampered noble lady, she may not be able to lift this giant sword. Obviously, Earl Randall wanted to make a fool of the Rose of Highgarden and vent his dissatisfaction. Facing Earl Landau's deliberate embarrassment, Marjorie did not back down, but smiled slightly, and stretched out her white and slender hands. Ding-dash! The tip of the sword hit the marble floor, but fortunately, the hilt was firmly held in Marjorie's hand. She took a deep breath and used all her strength to raise the giant sword and place it on Samwell's shoulder. The giant sword inherited from the Tully family is really extraordinary. No wonder the Earl can use it to cross the battlefield and be invincible. After these words, Earl Landau was embarrassed to say anything more, but just snorted softly, stepped back and stood still. Margaret looked down at the half-kneeling knight in front of her, and was about to read the oath when she suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Sam, are you going to keep using the original family name, or change to a new one?" After becoming the Pioneer Lord, Samwell can indeed change to a new family name to show his separation from the Tully family in Hornhill. Samwell heard the words, but did not answer immediately. He still lowered his head, and his body began to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Marjorie thought that the other party was uncomfortable being pressed by the giant sword, so she used a little force to help share some of the weight. In fact, Samwell was not trembling from being pressed by the sword at all, but trembling from excitement. Because, he actually saw the square characters after 3 months. These words that do not belong to this different world appeared in the lower right corner of his field of vision after the canonization ceremony began, and he had to work hard to read them clearly. Samwell Tarly. Title, Pioneering Knight. Territory, none. Vassals, none. Strength, 1.08. Agility, 0.52. Spirit, 1.12. What's this? Is it the property panel? Samwell was ecstatic in his heart. This joy crashed down like a boulder, shattering the forbearance he had tried so hard to maintain since he crossed. At this moment, the anger, fear, humiliation, and worry that had been suppressed for a long time, rolled and surged in his chest, brewing into an inexplicable emotion, as if it was about to burst out. If before, he just wanted to rely on his familiarity with the plot to navigate among the major forces with ease, or sit around with his thick thighs, then now, a wild hope suddenly rose in his heart. Ambition for the twisted and ugly Iron Throne, full of sharp horns and forged from thousands of swords. I've figured out a new family name. Samwell raised his head again, followed the icy giant sword to look directly at Marjorie's brown eyes like a deer, and said loudly, "Caesar. From now on, I am Samwell Caesar." Marjorie was stunned. At a certain moment just now, she seemed to see jumping flames from the eyes of the men in front of her. But soon, she regained her composure, confirmed that there was no precedent for this new family name, and smiled at Samuel, her tone becoming extremely solemn. I, Marjorie Tyrell, daughter of Mace Tyrell, in the name of Governor of the Reach, Guardian of the South, and Duke of Highgarden, canonize Samuel Caesar as a pioneer knight. All unclaimed lands in the river bend can be developed by you, and all unclaimed people can be sheltered by you. May the father give you integrity, may the mother give you mercy, may the warrior give you courage, may the crone give you wisdom, and may the stranger give you strength to overcome all enemies. I, Samuel Caesar, under the witness of the 7 gods, swear by the heroic spirit of the holy ancestor, Green Hand, Garth, to dedicate my loyalty to the great Duke of Mace. From now on, your will is mine. Uphold the belief that your sword points is the direction of my progress. I will protect this honor with my life. Chapter 3 Properties Panel. After the canonization ceremony was over, Marjorie left in a hurry. Dickon was also driven away by his father. In the empty night hall, only Earl Landau and Samuel Caesar were left. The father and son faced each other in silence, and the atmosphere was a little stagnant. Samuel was eager to go back and study his attribute panel, so he took the lead in saying, "Father, you left me here, but what else do you have to explain? You hate me." Earl Landau looked at his eldest son and said suddenly. Without waiting for Samuel to answer, he continued, "You don't have to argue because I don't care." The corner of Samuel's mouth twitched, and he simply stopped talking. Earl Randall looked at the suddenly unfamiliar son in front of him, with inexplicable emotions in his heart, but his tone was still as cold as before. If a hunter returns empty-handed, his family will starve. If a lord is defeated, his castle will be burned. For thousands of years, how many families in Westeros have disappeared in the long river of time, only because of a cowardly and incompetent heir? The Tully family in the frontier needs a lord who can wield, broken heart, to kill enemies, and you are not even qualified to touch it. So, no matter how much you hate me, I will never hand over the fate of the family to you." Samuel listened silently, but he really didn't have much resentment in his heart. Because the original owner did not meet Earl Landau's requirements for an heir, although he tried to change after traveling, it was too late. However, these are in the past. After the canonization ceremony, he has changed his surname to Caesar, and everything in the Tully family has nothing to do with him from now on. At this moment, Earl Landau suddenly threw something at his son. Samuel caught it quickly, and when he looked down, he realized that it was actually a big bag full of golden dragon coins. "Since you voluntarily renounced the right of inheritance, this is what you deserve," Earl Randall explained calmly. "Thank you, father." Of course Samuel would not refuse, he was in need of funds to develop at this time. "In addition, before this departure, your equestrian teacher James has been slaughtered by me." Samuel was shocked when he heard this, but immediately, he realized. This James should be the man behind his last horse crash. He was discovered by his father and killed. No matter how useless you are still the eldest son of the Tully family. Even if you want to judge you, I should do it myself," Earl Landau said domineeringly. Samuel bowed his head in silence with mixed feelings in his heart. No matter what, his father avenged him. After a moment of silence, Earl Landau spoke again. "Sam, do you still remember our language?" Samuel nodded. "First in battle." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he realized why Earl Landau was so determined to change his heir. It was obviously impossible for the original owner to practice the Tully family's language. Earl Randall's face softened slightly. "Although you are no longer named Tully, I still hope you can remember this sentence. Conspiracies and lies may win political victories, but when it comes to how to rule the roost on the battlefield, we, the Tully family, have more say. Since you have the courage to accept the development order this time, it means that the blood of our Tully family is still flowing in your body after all. Remember this motto, it is far more useful than money in the difficult territory development." Samuel nodded solemnly, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. But immediately, Earl Landau's next words were like ice water. "But if you fail to open up, don't go back to Hornhill. Otherwise, I will cut off your head with my own hands." After saying this, Earl Randall turned and left. Leaving Samuel with a complex expression, he watched his father's tall back gradually go away, and finally shook his head and laughed, and rolled his eyes by the way. In the garden full of flowers, Samuel was holding a long silver sword, practicing stabbing hard at a target made of iron oak. It's a pity that his bloated figure is not beautiful at all, and it also seriously affects the speed of movement. It didn't take long for his steps to become chaotic. But Samuel still didn't give up, and clumsily persisted. It wasn't until the sun was setting that his clothes were completely soaked, and he finally stopped. Moving his tired body with difficulty, Samuel came to the steps and sat down, picked up the water glass and took a few sips. When he regained his breath, he looked intently at his attribute panel. It can be seen that the above data has not changed much, only the agility has changed from 0.52 to 0.53. It seems that I guessed right, training can change the value of attributes. But this change is not so significant. After practicing stabbing all afternoon, only the agility increased by 0.01, but the strength and spirit remained unchanged. Maybe not without change, but the change is too small to be reflected numerically. After all, the values on the property panel are only accurate to 2 decimal places. The reason why agility changes the most should be because the original value is too low, so it is easier to improve. Samuel guessed that the 3 values of an ordinary adult should be 1. Because he is too obese, his agility value is indeed the biggest difference from normal people. The attribute of strength is slightly higher than that of normal people. After all, if the strength is low, they can't move such a large weight. And his highest data is spirit, which is 1.12. Samuel felt that this might have something to do with the fact that the original owner was born smart and liked to read. The 3 values on the attribute panel, strength and agility, are easy to understand, but Samuel is a little uncertain about the last, spirit. He has some doubts that the data of spirit may be related to the legendary magic that has disappeared. After all, this is a magical world, with dragons, white walkers, children of the forest, wizards, and gods old and new. Although these magical creatures are now either extinct or have become legends, and even miracles may not appear in Westeros for a long time, as the long summer is coming to an end and winter is approaching, the game of power begins again. Things on the mysterious side will gradually recover. Perhaps when one's spiritual value increases to a certain level, one can open the door to the mysterious side and find out. But the problem is also here, Samuel has not found a way to add points. Only relying on the night training method, he can indeed increase the strength and agility values, but the speed is too slow. Moreover, as the 2 values increase, the speed will further decrease, but the difficulty will increase. As for the method of improving the spirit, you don't want to read a book, do you? However, Samuel did not feel frustrated. Even if this attribute panel cannot directly add points, just digitizing his 3 attributes is already extremely useful. Because he can observe the changes in attribute values by trying various methods, so as to research a set of improvement methods that suit him best. Just like the swordsmanship he is practicing now inherited from the Tully family, Samuel can streamline and even perfect it through the feedback of attribute values. Moreover, although it is impossible to directly add points now, it may not be possible in the future. Samuel guessed that when he opened up a territory and canonized some vassals, this attribute panel is likely to undergo new changes. At that time, it may be able to add some points. Just as he was thinking about it and was complacent, footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Samuel turned his head and saw a maid approaching, respectfully said, "Sir Caesar, the butler sent me to remind you that the dinner will start at 6 o'clock sharp, and the place will be in the banquet hall of the main castle." "Okay." Samuel got up and ordered, "Prepare hot water for me, I want to take a bath." "Yes." Chapter 4 Dinner Party. When Samuel walked into the banquet hall, the afterglow of the setting sun had gradually dimmed. Thousands of scented candles illuminate the hall as if it were daytime, and the floor is covered with thick wool carpets, which are soft and comfortable to step on, as if walking on clouds. Long wooden tables are placed in the center of the spacious hall. The tables are uniformly covered with navy blue velvet and decorated with fresh roses of various colors. The faint fragrance permeates the air, making you feel refreshed. The well-dressed waiter brought Samuel to the table and sat down, and poured him a glass of golden wine from Arbor Island. At this time, there was still some time before the banquet started, but quite a few guests had already arrived, talking in 2s and 3s in low voices. Earl Randall and his brother Dickon have also arrived, but their positions are not arranged next to Samuel. Earl Landau seemed not to have noticed the eldest son's arrival, and lowered his head to sip his wine, while Dickon next to him waved his hand at his elder brother, as if he wanted to come over to talk, but he glanced at his father with a serious face beside him, and didn't dare to get up run around. After a while, the owner of the castle finally appeared. The Duke of Highgarden looks to be in his 50s, and his curly brown hair, which is the signature of the Tyrell family, is already spotted with gray. However, Master Inflatable Fish, has a ruddy complexion, a loud voice, and firm and powerful steps, and there is no physical discomfort at all. Is this guy too lazy to pretend? Samwell muttered to himself, but still got up and followed everyone to salute the Duke. With the Duke of Metz sitting on the throne, the banquet officially began. Young and beautiful maids walked among the long tables like butterflies wearing flowers, serving delicious dishes one after another. Salmon salad, charcoal grilled venison leg, pan-fried lamprey, creamy chestnut soup, honey pine nut cake, freshly picked strawberries, and a golden tail shrimp that is quite rare even on the noble dining table. The index finger moved. This dinner was actually to celebrate Samwell becoming a pioneer knight, but Duke Mace made no secret of his dislike for the useless eldest son of the Tarly family. After a brief introduction to Sam, he immediately changed the topic to other aspects. And everyone naturally knows that Samwell can become a pioneer knight. In fact, it is just that Earl Landau wants to change his heir. No one thinks that this famous waste in the river bend can really open up a new territory. Some people are even whispering, laughing, and spreading words like, a knight conferred by a woman. Regarding these gossips, Samwell decisively chose to ignore them and eat them in silence. And when he opened the shell of the golden tail shrimp and stuffed the tender and juicy shrimp meat into his stomach, Samwell was suddenly stunned. Because he found that his strength attribute actually increased by 0.01. Eating can add attributes. Is there such a good thing? Excited, Samwell quickly swept away the rest of the food. However, the attribute did not continue to grow. After taking a sip of wine and pondering for a moment, Samwell had a guess. He called the maid behind him and said, "Can I have another golden tail shrimp, please?" The maid looked at the fat knight in front of her, and nodded with a suppressed smile. "Okay, please wait a moment." When the second golden tail shrimp was presented in front of him, Samwell couldn't wait to put it in his mouth. Sure enough, strength increased by 0.01 again. It seems that this is really the golden tail shrimp. It can actually increase the strength attribute. In ecstasy, Samwell turned his head and called the maid again, and asked for another portion despite the disdainful gazes from the surrounding people. Because he knows that this kind of golden tail shrimp is an extremely precious ingredient. If he wants to eat it outside the Duke's mansion, he will have to spend a lot of money to buy it, and he may not be able to buy it. So, at this time, there is no need to worry about banquet etiquette or aristocratic face. What's more, he has long lost face in the aristocratic circle of the Reach. However, when Samwell killed the third golden tail shrimp and seemed to want to eat it again, even the Duke of Mace couldn't stand it anymore, and couldn't help but say, "Sam, are golden tail shrimps so delicious?" Samwell wiped his mouth with a napkin without changing his face, stood up and saluted, "Yes, Your Excellency. This is the most delicious food I have ever eaten in my life. Please forgive me for losing my composure." Facing Samwell's thick skin and words of praise, the Duke of Mace couldn't say much for a while, otherwise it would appear that his master was too stingy. "Then you can eat, but don't eat too much, or I'm worried that you won't be able to climb the horseback tomorrow." Ha ha ha. Seemingly proud of his ridicule, Duke of Mace smiled like a pumpkin at a harvest banquet. Everyone also laughed, and the banquet hall was filled with a happy atmosphere. Samwell seemed unaware of these ridicules, thanked the Duke loudly for his generosity, and then turned to the maid, saying, "Another golden tail shrimp, thank you. You have already laughed at me anyway, wouldn't it be a loss if I don't eat it?" But at this time, the butler came over, and said with an embarrassed expression, "I'm so sorry, sir, the ingredients for golden tail shrimp have been used up." Samwell suspected that this guy just said this because he was reluctant to feed himself, but he had no choice but to shrug his shoulders helplessly and let it go. Duke of Metz suddenly laughed again. "Sam, there should be a lot of venison in the kitchen, do you want some?" "Who rare venison?" Samwell was about to decline, but he heard the mother of the Duke of Mace, Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine suddenly said, "I have never liked this kind of shellfish, Sam, if you don't mind, you can eat this from me." Samwell glanced at the silver-haired, short old lady in surprise, wondering why the Queen of Thorns, who had always been sour in rumors, would be so kind to him today. He asked himself that he was not a young hero, and he had nothing worthy of the other party's scheme. Of course, on the surface, Samwell still put on a look of honor, saluted with a smile. "How could I despise Mrs. Olenna's gift?" Okay. Olenna smiled all over her face. "A good knight must first have a good appetite, take it." The maid was about to step forward, but Olenna winked at her granddaughter Marjorie beside her. Marjorie understood immediately, and actually picked up the golden tail shrimp in front of Olenna herself, and walked towards Samwell. She actually wondered why her grandmother treated Samwell so courteously, but this smart girl kept her doubts in her heart, and cooperated with her grandmother tacitly to complete this courtship. Samwell was flattered and quickly got up to thank him. "You are a knight handbooked by me, so you don't need to be so polite." Marjorie put the silver dinner plate in front of Samwell, smiled softly, and showed great demeanor. The daughter of the Duke changed into a pure white satin dress tonight. Her body proportions are excellent, and the close-fitting dress highlights every ups and downs of her body, weaving into fascinating curves. The complicated engraved gold headdress, the sapphire necklace on the chest, and the elegant skirt made of layers of silk chiffon all reveal the unique luxury of the top aristocrats. Just by looking at it, one can feel a sense of distant class, which makes people feel ashamed. But now, the most beautiful rose in Highgarden actually personally delivers meals to clowns like Samwell. This scene made everyone in the hall dumbfounded. Especially those young male guests, the invisible flames in their eyes almost roasted Samwell. However, facing the approach of such a beautiful girl, Samwell was extremely vigilant. Of course, on the surface, Samwell still showed the nervousness and panic that a cowardly boy should have when facing the Duke's daughter, and tried his best to conceal the surprise. Olenna looked at Samwell at a loss under the charm of her granddaughter, the corners of her mouth slightly turned up, and said, "Sam, where are you going to develop? Do you have a goal?" "Dear Mrs. Olenna, I haven't figured it out yet." "Since you haven't set a goal yet, I have a suggestion." Samwell immediately became alert when he heard the words. It is said that the gifts of fate have already secretly marked the price. Obviously, the gift of this Queen of Thorns will naturally not be free. However, the golden tail shrimp has already accepted it, and it is still in his territory. Of course, Samwell dare not refuse, and said, "Please tell me." Olenna shook her head and whetted her appetite. "We won't talk about business at the banquet, so how about it, come to me tomorrow, and we'll talk in detail." "Yes, ma'am." Chapter 5 Funding. "Okay, let's send it here." Early the next morning, at the gate of Highgarden, Earl Landau stopped the eldest son. Samwell stopped and said with a smile, "Father, brother, take care all the way." Dickon stepped forward and gave Samwell a bear hug, saying, "Brother, remember to come to Hornhill to see me often." Samwell remembered his father's warning not to go back, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he nodded perfunctorily to his brother. Earl Randall let Dickon and the guards go first, but he stayed behind. Seeing this, Samwell knew that his father still had something to say. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Earl Randall said, "Beware the women of House Tyrell." Samwell was taken aback when he heard this. Before he could speak, Earl Landau continued, "They are very smart, but they often cannot see their place." After saying this, Earl Landau didn't explain any more, turned around and left. Samwell looked thoughtfully at the figure of his father and his party going away. When he first watched the TV series, he actually didn't pay much attention to the Earl Randall, he just remembered that the other party was very powerful in war. But after this contact, Samwell discovered that the Lord of Hornhill was quite secretive. This person doesn't like to play tricks, and has never participated in the competition for the Iron Throne. He seems to be just a loyal and powerful thug under the command of the Tyrell family. However, thinking back carefully now, Samwell discovered that the low-key Earl Landau in the play actually entered the cabinet quietly and became the Minister of Justice of the Kingdom. Such a person is definitely not simply good at fighting. And the reminder he reminded himself just now must be because of what Queen of Thorns, Olenna said at the banquet last night. Although Earl Randall has given up on the eldest son, he still does not want him to be used by the women of the Tyrell family. In fact, without Earl Landau's reminder, Samwell would be vigilant. After all, he knows very well that the men of the Tyrell family are relatively mediocre in politics, but those women, especially the grandmother and daughter Olenna, Queen of Thorns, and Rose of Highgarden, Marjorie, are quite mediocre in politics. A high-ranking player in this game of power. They found themselves this time, they must have a plan. However, Samwell was not too worried. After all, he is familiar with the direction of the plot, and he is also clear about the temperament and ambition of the woman of the Tyrell family. On the contrary, the other party thinks that Samwell is just a cowardly waste who is rejected by his biological father. Such a lack of information is his opportunity. Thinking of this, Samwell packed up his mood and returned to the castle. Led by the maid, he came to a courtyard, where, Queen of Thorns, Olenna was waiting for him. As soon as he entered the door, Samwell found that Marjorie was there. This high garden rose was standing among the rose bushes, holding a freshly cut golden rose in her slender white hands, and inserting it into the half-finished flower basket. Hearing the sound of Samwell's footsteps, Marjorie turned her head and smiled sweetly, then raised a flower basket to greet her. "Sam, what do you think of this flower basket I made?" Samwell touched his chest and saluted, "As beautiful as you." "Then I will give it to you, my knight." Samwell quickly took it and bowed his head in thanks, as if he didn't dare to look into the girl's eyes. Following Marjorie, Samwell walked into the gazebo in the courtyard. Olenna was drinking honey-flower tea in the pavilion, looking at Samwell with a smile at this moment, stretched out her hand and said, "Sit down, young knight." Samwell stepped forward to salute, and then sat down opposite Olenna. "Dear Mrs. Olenna, I wonder what you want from me." "Of course it's about the direction of development. If you don't have a goal yet, you can listen to my suggestions. Please tell me." Olenna spread out a prepared map, spread it on the table, and then drew a circle on it, saying, "I suggest you try to develop here." Samwell looked intently, and saw that the place Olenna pointed to was impressively located in the south of the Reach, at the western foot of the Crimson Mountains, on the north shore of the Summer Sea, near the mouth of the turbulent river. "Here." Samwell rubbed his chin and asked humbly, "Madam, why do you suggest me to develop here?" Olenna took a sip of herbal tea and said with a smile, "The undeveloped places in the Reach are mainly in the Crimson Mountains, and the place I pointed out to you is near the mouth of the turbulent river, which is also convenient for you to carry out maritime trade in the future." Samwell nodded, but seemed to hesitate a bit. "But ma'am, there are many high mountains in the Scarlet Mountains. I'm afraid it's not convenient to build a castle." Olenna smiled slightly. "Have you forgotten where Casterly Rock City and Eagle's Nest City were built? Although it is difficult to build a mountain city, it is easy to defend once it is built. Moreover, there are a large number of free people living in the Crimson Mountains." "People. But if you can get their support, you don't have to worry about the population of the territory." Samwell knew that the free folk that Mrs. Olenna spoke of was actually a name for the wildlings living in the Crimson Mountains. They were descendants of the Undulls and the Ancestors, with dark skin and short stature. Accepting the control of the Lord, they hid in the vast Red Mountains and formed primitive tribes. They lived by gathering and hunting, and often went down the mountain to plunder nearby villages and towns. The lords of the Reach near the Crimson Mountains tried many times to wipe out these wildlings, but all failed. After all, the Crimson Mountain range is too big, and the savages hide in it, but there is no one to be found. As soon as the Lord's army left, they came out to loot wantonly, which was very annoying. These savages who are hostile to the Riverbend people are also one of the biggest obstacles for Samwell's development this time. Of course, according to Mrs. Olenna, if Samwell can subdue these savages, they will also become the largest source of population in the new territory. Samwell touched the back of his head awkwardly, putting on a timid look. "But ma'am, I am worried that if I go there, I will be torn alive by those ferocious savages in the Red Mountains before I can gain a foothold. The Tully family has always been rich and excellent fighters, and I believe you will not let me down." Before Samwell could speak, Olenna immediately said, "Don't worry, the Tyrell family has always wanted to control Forget the Wildlings, so if you take my advice, I'll pick 100 soldiers from the family guard to go out with you." Samwell's eyes lit up immediately, and he swallowed the words he was going to refuse. In fact, after seeing the place Olenna pointed him to, Samwell had a preliminary guess about the Queen of Thorns plan. She wanted to use and control herself, but Samwell didn't want to use the power of the Tyrell family to open up territories. These 100 soldiers are too important to him at this time. Of course, it would be better if there were more. So, Samwell continued to shrink his head, hesitating. "Madam, 100 soldiers, isn't it a bit small? Is this too little?" Olenna became a little impatient. In the distant heroic era, when Greenhand Gars came to Highguard to open up, there were not 100 people around him. Seeing this, Margaret smiled and said, "Sam, I believe that with your ability, you can definitely open up a territory here. How about it? I still have some personal savings, and I can use them to support you." As she spoke, Marjorie took out a dark green money bag and stuffed it into Samwell's arms. Samwell touched the heavy purse, immediately put on a look of great encouragement, patted his chest and said that he would definitely live up to the expectations of Mrs. Olenna and Miss Marjorie. Olenna smiled with satisfaction, and was overjoyed, and ordered the housekeeper to prepare 5 golden-tailed prawns for Samuel to pack and take away. Samuel naturally accepted all comers without hesitation. After Samuel left, Marjorie sat down beside her grandmother, hugged her arm affectionately, and asked, "Grandma, why did you ask Sam to develop there? Since you don't even know what I'm up to, why are you using your own savings?" Margaret shook her grandmother's arm, and said coquettishly, "Cooperating with Grandma to complete the layout, isn't this what I should do? As for the reason for this layout, it doesn't matter, anyway, I'm sure you're right after listening to you. Little cunning." Olenna smiled and nodded her granddaughter's nose, then tried to guess my intentions. Marjorie glanced across the map. "It should be for Dorne, right?" "Smart." Olenna nodded in satisfaction. "Then why don't you send a brave knight to pioneer? Instead, let someone like Samuel. It's an important location, but it's also a barren land. It's difficult to produce. In addition, there are savages harassing it, and it's close to Dorne. It's difficult to establish a territory with the conventional method of development. Therefore, I need to borrow this Tully family in the name of abandoning a son, to take some less honorable means." Olenna explained a little vaguely. Marjorie frowned, "But Grandma, wouldn't it be not good for you to use people from the Tully family like this?" "What's wrong? Such a waste who was abandoned by the family, without our support, do you really think he can complete the development by himself? Of course, our support is not free, but this is the price he should pay." Olenna looked towards the lush courtyard outside the pavilion, and sighed after a while. "The more beautiful the rose, the more the sharp thorns are needed. If I don't do some things, do I still expect your stupid father to do them?" Chapter 6 Recruitment. "Dear Lord Caesar, Todd Fourroy is at your service under the order of Lady Olenna." Samuel looked at the knight bowing to him in front of him and the 100 soldiers of the Tyrell family behind him, with an unconcealable surprise on his face. He had assumed that the 100 soldiers Olenna was talking about would be levies, a group of farmers who had just put down their hoes and picked up their swords. But looking at the uniform movements and bloodthirsty temperament of these people in front of them, they are clearly the regular army of the Tyrell family. And leather armor, long swords, shields, spears, bows and arrows, everything is available. With such a well-armed elite infantry, it is not a problem to go to the barrens to wipe out a small lord. Olenna just left it to herself. Samuel suddenly felt that he might have underestimated the determination and skill of the Queen of Thorns. Of course, the other party obviously underestimated him. He is not such an easy-to-control puppet. Looking at the elite soldiers of the Tyrell family in front of him, the eagerness in Samuel's eyes could not be concealed. He wants to let the women of the Tyrell family know what it means to beat meat buns. How can they scold themselves? Came back to his senses, Samuel took a closer look at the leader of this group of soldiers, Todd Flora Knight. This person looks to be in his 30s, tall, with a weathered face. The most striking thing is the horrible scar extending from his left ear to the corner of his mouth. However, Samuel is more concerned about the other party's surname, Butterflower. The 7 kingdoms of Westeros all have their own customary illegitimate surnames, such as Snow in the north, Rivers in the Riverland, Sand in Dorne, and in the Riverbend, illegitimate children with noble blood generally take Flowers as their surname. In the continent of Westeros, illegitimate children are not always inferior to others, because they only need a decree from the king to become legalized illegitimate children, with the right of inheritance second only to direct children. There are not a few illegitimate children who can even affect the situation of the entire continent, such as the former Duke of Bloodraven, Brynden Rivers, and Jon Snow, who is about to become one of the protagonists of the plot. So Samuel is very curious, which Todd Butterflower in front of him is the illegitimate son of a nobleman in the river. Seeing that Samuel didn't respond for a long time, Todd looked up and asked, "Master Caesar, we are all ready, are we going to leave immediately?" Samuel smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have to recruit some more people." Todd frowned, "Do you want to recruit again?" "Yes." Samuel showed a look of fear. There are many wild animals in the Scarlet Mountains, and there are wild men who don't obey discipline. Of course, I have to take more people there. Todd secretly cursed in his heart that the useless eldest son of the Tully family really deserved his reputation, but he had no choice but to follow him into the city. After walking for a while, Todd realized something was wrong, so he asked, "My lord, aren't we going to the mercenary camp?" "No." Samuel didn't explain much, and continued to walk forward. Not long after, a group of people came to the pier by the Monde River. It was noon at this time, the weather was extremely hot, and most of the dock workers were resting in the shade. Samwell told Todd next to him. Send some people to tell these laborers that I, Samwell Caesar, was ordered by the Duke of Metz to go to the Crimson Mountains to develop. If you are willing to follow me, you can come here to sign up. I will take care of their food and drink, and there will be a meal of meat every day. In addition, a military salary of 70 copper coins will be issued every month. If unfortunately killed in battle, the family can receive a pension of 5 silver stags. Todd hesitated, but reminded. Aren't you a little too generous to these people, my lord? Samwell waved his hand, with a look of, I am not short of money, only a generous lord can recruit soldiers who are good at fighting. Do as I say. Yes, my lord. Soon, the news that Samwell was going to recruit soldiers to open up the Crimson Mountains spread throughout the pier. 1 meal of meat every day. 70 copper coins per month, and 5 silver deer's pension after death. Is there such a good thing? Are you sure you heard it right? Of course not, it's all over the pier now. Could it be a liar? Gavin frowned. Which family's surname is Caesar? Why haven't I heard of it? Do you know all the gentlemen in the Reach? The companion sneered, and how could they be liars? There are hundreds of majestic soldiers standing there. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Gavin stopped hesitating immediately, and immediately ran over with the crowd. Not long after, almost all the laborers at the dock heard the news. Obviously, such superior treatment is enough to drive these low-level people crazy. Not to mention the Crimson Mountains, they dare to break into the mountains of swords and seas of fire. Samwell stood on a high ground, looked at the dark crowd in front of him, and said loudly. I am the pioneer knight just conferred by the Duke of Metz, Samwell Caesar. Today I will recruit a group of soldiers to accompany me to the Crimson Mountains to open up new territory. However, not everyone wants it. I still have the following requirements. First of all, I only want people between the ages of 18 and 35. As soon as this remark came out, many people showed disappointment and left. The crowd was thinner, but there were still thousands of people. Samwell pointed to the lighthouse in the distance again, and said, Now, run to that lighthouse as fast as you can, and then run back. Many people froze in place after hearing this, but more smart people understood that this was a means of selection, and immediately ran away. Samwell watched quietly, and after the first batch of fastest people returned, he asked Todd to send someone to stop the rest of the people behind, telling them that they had been eliminated. After that, Samwell roughly counted the number of people in front of him, and found that it was still a bit too many. He can't afford to support too many soldiers now, not to mention, these people are the subjects of the Tyrell family after all. It stands to reason that he should first seek the permission of the Duke of Metz before recruiting troops. But he didn't want to meet the adult inflatable fish who obviously didn't like him, in case the other party refused. So he is going to directly recruit about 100 young and strong people. Even if the Duke of Metz knows about such a few people, he should not bother to care about him. So, Samwell went to a high ground in front of the crowd, held the saber flat in front of his body, and ordered the rest of the laborers to line up and pass under the sword. Seeing a person passing by with his head bowed, Samwell would say to him, You have been called. For those who couldn't reach the sword even when they stood up straight, he shook his head. Sorry, you were eliminated. After all the people in front had passed by, he gritted his teeth and prepared to step forward. Looking at the long sword getting closer, Gavin gradually began to despair in his heart, because he found that he was really not tall enough. But when he walked under the sword, Gavin suddenly stood on tiptoe and closed his eyes at the same time. Even though he knew that his small actions might be exposed mercilessly, Gavin couldn't care less. He is not reconciled. He was born in a slum, and he longed to be a knight squire since he was a child, but why would the nobleman take a fancy to him, a pariah who doesn't even have a surname? Hearing that a knight was going to open up this time, Gavin rekindled hope. He knows that although it is difficult to open up the territory, once successful, a group of new nobles will be born. He naturally did not dare to hope to become a nobleman, but only hoped to be favored by a new knight and become his attendant. But now, this dream seems to be shattered again. Gavin held his breath, waiting for the judgment of fate. But the strange thing is that the voice of the Night Master has never sounded. Gavin didn't dare to turn his head to look, and was unwilling to give up, so he kept tiptoeing. As time passed, Gavin's legs began to tremble, his face flushed, and beads of sweat kept dripping down, but he stubbornly refused to give up. Of course Samwell saw that this kid was trying to cheat, but he never eliminated him, as if he was going to see how long he could stand on tiptoes. The The scorching sun in the afternoon was extremely hot, and the sweat that had just dripped evaporated before it soaked the ground. Samuel began to feel his legs sore just standing normally, but the young man in front of him was still persisting. He trembled all over and was on the verge of falling, as if he was about to fall in the next second, but he never fell. Just when Gavin started to lose consciousness, a voice like the sounds of nature finally sounded. "Okay, you've been drafted." With a plop, Gavin fell to his knees, gasping for breath like a dehydrated fish. Then, he saw the gentleman knight squatting in front of him, with a gentle smile on Yuan's face. "Boy, what's your name?" Sir, my name is Gavin." "Okay, Gavin, from today on, you will lead the horse for me." Gavin burst into tears instantly. "Yes, sir." Chapter 7 Master, I am not short of money. Dear Miss Marjorie Tyrell, I shouldn't bother you with these trivial matters, but considering that you are the sponsor of this pioneering operation after all, I feel obliged to write to keep you updated on the latest developments. After parting that day, I met Knight Todd Flowers and 100 Tyrell soldiers. They are all outstanding fighters. Please help me convey my gratitude to Mrs. Olenna. In addition, I also recruited 108 dock laborers myself, and I believe they will also become an important help for this development. After staying in Highgarden for a day to prepare food and equipment, we set off. Going south along the Rose Avenue, we arrived near the Hive City in about a month. We are going to take a rest here, and then leave the Rose Avenue and head south. However, we ran into some difficulties. It's hard to say, but it was indeed my mistake. I really didn't expect that the march of more than 200 people would consume so much, especially those newly recruited soldiers. I promised them a meal of meat every day. So, I realized that I might go bankrupt before I reached the Red Mountain Range. After much struggle, I decided to confess to you and pray for your help. Of course, I also know that this request is too much, so even if you refuse, I will not have any complaints. I am just worried that this development may come to an end without a problem. Your most loyal knight, Samuel Caesar. In the garden full of roses, Marjorie is sitting on a hanging chair, swinging on a swing. Her brown curly hair is blowing in the wind. Her delicate face is slightly wrinkled by the letter in her hand. She looks very pitiful. What's the matter? Which knight's letter is it that makes our little princess so worried? The speaker was a young man in a wheelchair. He had a beard, a thin face, and a peaceful temperament. It's not what you think, brother. Marjorie jumped off the swing, handed the letter to Vilas, and said with a red mouth, "It's Samuel from the Tully family. This guy, he actually wrote a letter to ask me for money. And it took him so long to get to the Hive City. Is he traveling all the way?" Samuel. Oh, I remember that kid. Vilas looked at the letter with an unconcealable smile on his face. That pioneer knight who loves to eat golden tail shrimp, huh? You actually funded him. Not yet to cooperate with Grandma. Vilas frowned slightly. I never asked before, what is the idea of Grandma sending Knight Todd and 100 soldiers of the family guard to help this kid open up the territory this time? Margaret shrugged. Actually, I don't know what the specific plan of Grandma is. I only know that she should deal with Dawn. Dawn. Vilas unconsciously lowered his head, looking at his lame leg. Dorne is located in the southernmost part of the continent of Westeros, separated from the Reach by the Crimson Mountains. Since ancient times, there have been many neighbors, and the battle between Dorne and the River Bend has lasted for thousands of years. It is said that the Crimson Mountains were originally green, but they were dyed red by the blood of dead soldiers during the long-term war between the two places. And Vilas' leg was broken by Prince Oberon Martell of Dorne in a martial arts tournament, which obviously intensified the hatred between the Tyrell family and the Martell family. Seeing that her brother was in a low mood, Margaret hurriedly stepped forward to hold his hand, and comforted her. Don't worry, brother, we will definitely make the Martell family pay the price. Vilas smiled relievedly, shook his head and said, Actually, I don't hate him. Really. He beat me upright in the tournament, so of course I don't complain. I'm afraid you won't believe me, but we've been keeping in touch. That guy Oberon a few days ago, I also told me a good way to cook horse meat. Yes, I will go to inform the kitchen, I can. Try a new horse meat recipe tonight, haha. Vilas returned the letter to his sister, and said, As for the Pioneer Knight's request, you can decide for yourself whether you want to continue funding. If you don't have enough money, just tell me. Marjorie didn't know whether her brother's relief was a disguise, but she didn't continue this topic. After taking the letter, she sighed helplessly. Hey, we must continue to support him. We can't really let him come back so soon. Okay, how much? 500, no, 300 golden dragons. Huh, I'm going to write to that fatman this time, so he can save some money. What a saving. Do you think I'm short of money? Facing the heroic Samwell, Gavin frowned and said, But master, the purchase funds you gave me before are almost used up. So fast. Samwell was also a little surprised when he heard this, but there was no panic on his face. Gavin felt a little more at ease when he saw this, but he still persuaded earnestly. Master, in fact, you really don't need to be so kind to us. Although we promise to have a meal of meat every day, we actually only need to have broth to drink. Giving us 20 pounds of meat a day like this is really extravagant. How can you have the strength to train if you don't let everyone eat enough meat? Samwell plausibly said, As for the money, you don't have to worry about it, sir, I am not short of money. Gavin felt helpless, but also felt warm in his heart. Master, you are really the most generous knight I have ever seen. Samwell, who was generous to others, accepted Gavin's praise without any psychological burden, gave him some golden dragons, and said with a smile, Okay, let's go to the market town to buy. Remember to see if there are any ingredients that you haven't bought before. No matter how expensive it is, buy me a copy. Yes, sir. In fact, Samwell's generosity is really not pretending. Although his current development funds are indeed running out, he believes that the Tyrell family will not sit back and watch him return without success. After all, 100 elite soldiers have been dispatched. Are you still reluctant to add some money? Of course Samwell knew that Mrs. Olenna had schemes against him, but using and being used were always mutual. And before the opponent achieves his goal, he is actually the one taking the initiative. After sending Gavin away, Samwell came to the camp and ordered, All right, let's start today's military training. Immediately, he blew the rallying horn. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 newly recruited soldiers rushed out of the camp and came to the open space to form a neat queue. To be honest, Samwell had no idea how to train troops. The only relevant experience came from the military training in college in the previous life. The original owner was forced by his father to receive a lot of military education, but these memories are not his own after all. Although he has inherited them after crossing, they cannot be perfectly integrated, just like shells scattered on the beach. He took pains to collect and organize. So since he decided to open up, Samwell has started to sort out the relevant military knowledge in the memory of the original owner, combining the modern military theories learned from various film and television dramas and novels, plus his experience of managing dozens of employees in his previous life when he was doing business. Experience, and then continuously optimized and adjusted in practice, gradually formed a set of training methods of its own. As for the effect, Samwell doesn't know either. After all, it hasn't been tested in actual combat. But at least now these recruits can understand the orders, and they can line up, walk, and do some basic combat movements neatly. Actually, what Samwell didn't know was that the military training method he figured out by himself frightened even Todd Flower, who was watching secretly from the sidelines. Actually, when he first saw that Samwell was recruiting recruits, Todd was ready to see the other party making jokes. Originally, he thought that if Samwell, a well-known waste in the River Bay, was allowed to train soldiers, he estimated that all the more than 100 recruits would run away before they reached the pioneering land. However, the reality is completely different from what he thought. Not only did the recruits not run away, but they became more and more orderly. After just 1 month, they already looked decent. It is estimated that no one would believe that they were regular troops. Todd has also changed from being disapproving at the beginning to being serious now, and even every time Samwell trains recruits, he will secretly observe from the sidelines. That weird training method made him both shocked and a little frightened. Is this still the useless eldest son of the Tully family? If Earl Randall can't even look down on such a son, how powerful is the heir he really likes? Todd can actually see that Samwell was a bit unfamiliar at the beginning, but along the way, he became more and more proficient and handy, and as time went by, the temperament and appearance of this group of recruits really changed. There have been earth-shaking changes. Of course, Todd also knows that the group of recruits in front of him is actually just a show, and their combat effectiveness cannot be compared with that of the regular army. But even so, it is the show that Samwell put up in just 1 month. There is no such ability. It's just because of eating meat every day that I'm so energetic. Todd turned his head, and saw his attendant Carter saying sourly on the side. Chapter 8 Ghost Grass. Give you enough meat in a month's time, can you train 100 dock laborers like this? Facing Todd's question, Carter hesitated for a long while and did not dare to give a definite answer. He has also trained temporarily recruited recruits, so he naturally knows the difficulty. But after a while, Carter still stuck his neck and said, "So what, it's not vulnerable. Give me 6 or 7 brothers, as long as I charge, I can smash this group of recruits." Regarding such words, Todd didn't bother to refute. He clearly remembered that when Samwell first recruited this group of recruits, Carter once showed disdain, saying that he could disperse these 100 people by himself with a sword and armor. But after just 1 month, he needed the help of 6 or 7 brothers. I don't know how many regular troops Carter will need to lead in order to defeat this group of recruits with confidence. To be honest, Todd really wanted to ask Samwell about how to train soldiers, but he was worried that this was an untold secret of the Tully family, so he could only observe secretly from the sidelines. While stealing lessons, Todd also noticed one thing. That is Samwell's physical fitness, which seems to be improving at an extraordinary speed. When he first left High Court, Samwell was still a fat man who struggled even to mount a horse, but a month later, although he was still fat, he was no longer as bloated as before. At the beginning of the military training, Samwell was basically in command, and occasionally practiced, but he collapsed after a while, but now, he can actually insist on completing the entire training with these recruits. Call it amazing. This also made Todd more and more convinced that Samwell's reputation as a waste was faked, and the fat on his body was also intentionally eaten. Now he is only doing recovery training, so there is such a speed of progress. Thinking of this, Todd's face became more and more gloomy. The training of recruits did not end until noon. This is also the marching routine set by Samwell all the way. He trained for half a day in the morning, rested for 2 hours after lunch, and then set off leisurely. Continue night training after rest. It is precisely because of this that a month has passed, and they have only traveled less than half of the total distance. Todd proposed several times to speed up the march, but was rejected by Samwell. The cowardly, Pioneer Knight insisted that these recruits should be trained to be qualified fighters, otherwise they would not enter the Crimson Mountains. I think he just doesn't dare to open up, so he dawdled all the way. Carter complained in Todd's ear again, when he runs out of money, he has a reason to give up this operation, It really is the Tully family cowardly waste. Todd did not speak. Seeing this, Carter couldn't help but said again, "Master Todd, are you really looking at it like this?" Todd replied angrily, "What else can I do? Put a sword on his neck and force him to go." Carter lowered his voice, "It's not impossible." Todd turned his head and squinted at his attendant. Carter coughed lightly and explained, "I mean, you can scare that fat man and make him obedient." Todd withdrew his gaze, bowed his head and remained silent. There is neither affirmation nor negation of the attendant's suggestion. Plumes of cooking smoke rose from the camp, and at the same time, the rich smell of meat wafted in the air. The recruits who had just finished training sat cross-legged on the ground, although they were tired, their faces were full of smiles. If there is meat to eat, of course I am happy. In fact, the experience of the past few months made these recruits feel a little unreal. The pioneering journey that was thought to be extremely difficult turned out to be the happiest journey in their lives. Of course, the daily training is also very hard, but they are already dock laborers, and they have long been accustomed to hard work. What's more, there is meat to eat here every day, no matter how hard it is worth it. They feel more and more that following this Master Caesar to develop is really the wisest decision in their life. But what they don't know is that Master Caesar is a little worried now. Of course, Samwell is not worried about money. Although his development funds are indeed running low, he believes that the Tyrell family will definitely not just sit back and watch his development come to an end without a problem. 100 elite soldiers have been dispatched, so why don't you be reluctant to have a few golden dragons? What really worries Samwell is his attribute panel. More than a month has passed, and his property panel has changed a lot. Title, Pioneering Knight. Territory, none. Vassals, none. Strength, 1.22. Agility, 0.73. Strength and agility have been greatly improved, especially strength. With the help of the golden tail shrimp, the speed of improvement is the fastest. Of course, a lot of money was spent. He encountered financial problems so quickly. Half of it was because the recruits had to eat meat every day, but the other half was also because his own mouth was not idle. Not to mention golden tail shrimp, as long as there is one, no matter how expensive it is, buy it. Moreover, every time he went to a town, Sam asked Gavin to search for various foods, hoping to find foods like golden tail shrimp that could improve attributes. However, nothing was found. Samuel has tasted all kinds of weird foods along the way, and even snails, lizards, silkworm chrysalis, and other dark dishes. He suppressed his nausea and ate them, but they didn't have any effect. To make matters worse, he found that after the strength attribute exceeded 1.20, the effect of the golden tail shrimp was actually halved. Yes, he clearly remembered that after the strength attribute reached 1.20, he ate the first golden tail shrimp and there was no reaction. It was not until he ate the second one that it became 1.21. The extra strength of 0.01 was the result of his 3 days of hard military training. This change made Samuel very uncomfortable, and it was predictable that when the strength attribute continued to increase, the improvement effect of the golden tail shrimp would probably continue to decrease. It is the agility value. Although no cheating food was found, it increased quite rapidly. This should be due to the low starting point and easy improvement. In addition, it is estimated that there is a side effect of increased strength. After all, according to the common sense, the greater the strength, the faster the speed will naturally increase. In addition, he has lost weight quite effectively now, so he will definitely be able to move more freely. However, as the agility attribute continues to improve, it may become as difficult to improve as strength in the future. As for the attribute of spirit, there has been no change at all for more than a month. However, Samuel is not in a hurry to improve his spirit for the time being. After all, the 3 dragons of Daenerys have not yet hatched, and the mysterious side of this world is still sleeping. It is estimated that he will not have any effect if he improves his spirit. At present, the 2 attributes of strength and agility are still improved, which will be of greater help to his strength. Thinking of this, Samuel chanted, "I am a ruthless eating machine," silently, and numbly stuffed all kinds of weird food that Gavin purchased back into his mouth. As all kinds of weird tastes rolled and surged in his mouth, Samuel's expression became more and more unlovable. But not long after, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Gavin. Master, are you looking for me? What's the name of this grass?" Samuel asked eagerly, holding a silver-white weed in his hand. Because, he just found out that after eating this weed, his mental attributes actually increased by 0.01. Although it is not the strength and agility attributes he is most looking forward to, Samuel will certainly not let go of food that can improve spiritual attributes. "Master, this is called ghost grass." Chapter 9 Threats. "Aren't we going yet, my lord?" "Wait, I sent Gavin to go shopping in town." "But didn't he just go there this morning?" "I didn't bring enough money in the morning, so I have to make another trip." Samuel responded casually, and then continued to look in the direction Gavin left, full of anticipation. Todd sighed helplessly, turned and left. After turning his back to Samuel, there suddenly flashed a coldness in his eyes. It was almost evening before Gavin returned again. "Master, I ran all over the market, and only bought the last 2 ghost grasses. I was blackmailed by the peddler, and I spent 20 silver stags. Just buy it." Samuel quickly took the ghost grass, but didn't care about the cost, but asked, "Did you ask where this grass comes from?" "I asked. The peddler said that the ghost grass is only found in the Scarlet Mountains, and it is quite rare, so it is difficult to find. He bought it from an adventurer. I also found that adventurer. According to him, these ghost grasses were obtained by killing a savage from the Wandering Crow tribe. Crimson Mountain Range, Wandering Crow tribe." Samuel chanted these 2 terms, suppressing the churning desire in his heart, then he got on his horse and ordered, "Set off." The night was dark, and the camp of the pioneering team was silent. Samuel, who was sleeping soundly, felt a chill on his face, and woke up suddenly. Opening his eyes, he saw a figure in the darkness in his tent. "Shoo, Lord Caesar, if you don't want this sword to accidentally cut your throat, then don't shout." Samuel took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. After his eyes got used to the darkness, he finally saw the face in front of him clearly. "It's Todd's Night Squire, Carter." "Carter, what do you want?" Carter smiled and said, "Master Caesar, I just want to tell you something." "You say?" "Our speed is too slow. At this speed, when will we be able to reach the Crimson Mountains? So, from tomorrow, I hope you will stop wasting time training those recruits, and quickly march into the Crimson Mountains. When you get there, there is no need to worry about savages or beasts. Our more than 100 brothers will naturally protect your safety." Samuel asked with a gloomy face, Todd Flowers sent you here. Carter didn't answer, but patted Samwell's face with the blade of the sword, saying, Lord Caesar, do you agree with my proposal? Samwell said coldly. Do you know that as a commoner, it is a crime to threaten a nobleman with a sword? Noble. Hee, all I know is that you are a waste abandoned by your family. But I still have noble blood, and I am still a pioneer knight conferred by the Duke of Metz. How dare you kill me? Master Knight, have you forgotten? We are not in the castle, but in the wilderness. I really killed you, and then announced that you were attacked and killed by wild men in the Crimson Mountains. Could it be that the Tully family will you send someone to investigate? Samwell suddenly stopped talking. After a while, he seemed to be scared at last, and said in a muffled voice. Okay, there will be no more training starting tomorrow, we're going full speed ahead. That's right. Carter smiled and retracted the long sword. I have also seen these days that you are not as stupid as the rumors say, so you should understand that we are your guarantee of safety here. As for those recruits, we are really going to fall out, they can't stop us from charging. So, you'd better be more obedient, so that we can get along more harmoniously in the future. Samwell lowered his head and did not speak, and the expression on his face could not be seen clearly in the dark. Carter didn't care, bowed, and said, Then, good night, my Lord Knight. After speaking, he turned and walked out of the tent, leaving Samwell sitting still, unable to fall asleep again. On the second day, Samwell did not conduct military training, but ordered to advance south at full speed early in the morning. Although the recruits were puzzled, they did not dare to question his order. On the third day, it was still the same. After 3 days in a row, the speed of the development team suddenly accelerated, and they had already reached the upper reaches of the Michio River. Late at night on the fourth day, everyone in the camp had already fallen asleep. Only Carter led 3 soldiers on duty at night. Sir, at this speed, we will reach our destination soon, right? Well, it's about 2 or 3 weeks. Carter sat on a big rock outside the camp, holding a wheat in his mouth. If it wasn't for that cowardly fat man who has been wasting time, we should have been in the middle of summer long ago. Catch fish from the coast and eat. Why didn't that fat knight suddenly train those new recruits? Or did he think that more than a month of training was enough? The subordinate asked suspiciously, as if he didn't know the reason for this change in the team. Carter pouted, but didn't tell the truth. He is not stupid, of course he dare not make public that he threatened a nobleman with a sword. Why do you care so much? You can arrive early. Carter stopped suddenly after speaking halfway. Then his face became serious. Did you hear anything? There seems to be movement in the woods. Yes, I heard that too. Go and see. Carter stood up and walked over with his men. The 4 of them entered the woods and walked for a while in the direction of the sound. Carter stopped suddenly, and said to one of his subordinates, Jamie, you go back alone. If we don't come back after 10 minutes, you should wake up Lord Todd immediately. Yes. Subsequently, Carter continued to move forward with 2 other men. After chasing for a while, Carter stopped again and said vigilantly, Stop chasing, I suspect that the other party is deliberately seducing us. My lord, shall we go back and wake up Lord Todd? No, it might just be bandits passing by. They dare not come out when they see the crowds in our camp. Let's go back and guard first to see if the other party will. Before he finished speaking, the grass and trees not far away shook for a while, as if something was rushing through it. Carter had quick eyesight and quick hands, and threw the long sword over. Whoosh! I hit it. Carter clapped his hands confidently, and his body relaxed. It looks like a rabbit. As he spoke, he walked over, ready to pick up his long sword and the spoils of war. But within a few steps, Carter suddenly felt a huge pull from his right foot. Before the 2 subordinates could react, they turned around and saw that their chief had been hanged upside down from the tree. They woke up with a start, and quickly pulled out the long sword that had just been put away, and then saw a dozen figures appearing in the darkness, surrounding them. Carter struggled and shouted, You 2 idiots, come and help me cut the rope. Before the 2 of them could take any action, they heard a voice coming from the darkness. Drop your weapon, or die. Samwell Caesar. Carter immediately recognized the familiar voice, and shouted, What do you want? Samwell walked up to Carter and said with a smile, I just want you to answer my question. What is the problem? I asked the question 4 days ago. Samwell grabbed Carter's hair and put the long sword at his throat. What crime should a civilian threaten a noble with a sword? Feeling the coldness of the long sword, Carter finally restrained his arrogance, and was about to confess first. My lord, I was just joking with you. A joke. The laws of the kingdom are not a joke. Carter finally panicked when he saw the undisguised killing intent in Samwell's eyes. At this moment, a voice came from afar again. Lord Caesar. Please be merciful. Master Todd. Carter was ecstatic when he heard this familiar voice. Hurry up and save me. Todd Butterflower. Samwell looked at the figure running in the darkness with a smile, as if greeting a friend warmly. But at the same time, his right hand suddenly pulled down diagonally. Chi. The cold sword cut Carter's throat ruthlessly. Chapter 10 Deterrence. The forest suddenly became quiet. Carter's painful gasps became crystal clear, like someone trying to drink up the ocean through a tiny straw. Soon, Carter's futile struggle ceased in desperation. Only the sound of blood dripping to the ground remained. The next moment, Todd's angry voice sounded again. Master Caesar, do you know what you are doing? Gavin and the others saw this and hurried forward, ready to stop Todd. Looking at the menacing Todd, Samwell knew that he couldn't show his timidity, especially at this time. So instead of retreating, he advanced, and angrily said, Todd Flower. What do you want to do? How dare you draw your sword at me? Todd stopped immediately after pulling out half of the long sword. Seeing this, Samwell took another step forward and said, What did Carter do that you really don't know? Todd's mouth moved, and before he could say anything, Samwell, who was opposite him, took another step forward and said, Why should I kill Carter? You don't know in your heart. How dare you swear to the 7 gods that you have no knowledge of what Carter did? Lady Olenna asked you to serve me, and that's what you did. Come on, draw your sword. Draw out your sword, we will never die tonight. Facing Samwell's pressing step by step, Todd lost his momentum at the beginning. The long sword in his hand seemed to be stuck in the sheath, and he never pulled it out. Seeing this, Samwell secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the most dangerous moment tonight was over. Todd's sword was not drawn out just now, and it will never be drawn out again. After relaxing, Samwell felt his violent heartbeat and churning in his abdomen. He put his hands trembling from the first murder behind his back, and tried his best to keep calm. Although the risk is great, Carter must die. Otherwise, he will lose the initiative to develop the team, and even lose control over his own life. This is absolutely intolerable to him. Todd also calmed down, but seeing Carter hanging upside down to die, he still felt an uncontrollable anger rising in his heart, as well as a touch that he didn't even want to admit. Fear. After getting along for more than a month, Todd of course already knew that the rumored useless eldest son of the Tully family was not a waste at all. But he didn't expect this person to be so ruthless and decisive. Todd took a deep breath, let go of the hilt, and said in a deep voice, Lord Caesar, even if Carter was at fault first, you shouldn't have killed him. This will anger my soldiers, and it may be difficult for them to be willing to sincerely assist you to open up your territory when they are angry. Some irrational guys may even come to trouble you. You must know that we are now in the wilderness, not in the castle. Samwell said in a relaxed tone. What's so difficult about it? Just say that Carter was caught in a bandit's trap and unfortunately died, isn't that all right? Todd snorted softly and said, My lord, as a knight, you should understand that honesty is a virtue. Really? The corners of Samwell's mouth curled up. Then, honest knight Todd, please tell me, what is the purpose of Madame Olenna sending you here? Todd choked for a moment and stopped talking. Samwell continued with a smile. Actually, if you don't tell me, I can guess. Todd glanced at Samwell, his eyes filled with disbelief. Samwell came to Todd and whispered a word in his ear. Pirates. Seeing Todd's eyes widen suddenly and his breathing quicken suddenly, Samwell knew that he had guessed right. Do you want to know how I guessed it? Todd stared closely at Samwell's eyes. Although he didn't speak, the expression on his face revealed his curiosity. You should be the illegitimate child of the Redwine family, right? That's right. Todd finally said, My father is Sir Desmond. This is not a secret, and it is not difficult to guess. After all, Queen of Thorns, Mrs. Olenna was born in the Redwine family of Arbor Island, so it is reasonable to send an illegitimate son of the family to follow Samwell to develop. Samwell said with a smile, When Mrs. Olenna asked me to come here to open up, I had a big doubt, that is this new territory, what will I do for a living? Todd seemed to understand a little after hearing this. Samwell continued. The land in the Crimson Mountains is barren, and it is certainly impossible to grow livestock for a living, and it is not like Casterly Rock City, which has gold mines under its buttocks. So, what should people in this new territory do for a living? Mrs. Olenna said that this place is near the sea and can do trade. Hee, she really deceived me like a fool. What do I trade with? Do you sell rocks? Immediately, I noticed that the new territory Mrs. Olenna had drawn for me was just near the mouth of the turbulent river. The 3 territories on the upper reaches of the turbulent river, Starfall City, High Hidden City, and Bremen City, are all Dornish territory. Moreover, it is also close to the southern end of Redwine Strait, where one of the busiest ocean trade routes leading to Dorne passes. In this way, Dornish merchant ships can be seen everywhere near the pioneering land, whether it is the ocean or the river. Do you think I will not be able to guess what Madame Olenna wants to do? Hearing this, Todd couldn't hide the panic in his eyes. Samwell still said to himself, "What's more, I have already guessed that you are from the Redwine family on Arbor Island, and what this family lacks most are warships and sailors. Madame Lyanna sent you to follow me to develop an important reason. Even better, if this matter is exposed, I, the Pioneer Lord, will bear the charges, so as not to damage the reputation of the Tyrell family and the Redwine family. This is really a good idea." Todd lowered his head, as if he didn't dare to face Samwell's eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. Samwell sighed, patted Todd on the shoulder, and lowered his voice again. "But have you ever thought about it? If this kind of thing is really exposed, as a knight who came to pioneer with me, even if you are not the main culprit, you can avoid the death penalty, but can you get a good reputation?" Todd still doesn't speak. Samwell spoke again, with a serious expression. "I am a waste abandoned by the family, you are an illegitimate child who is not valued, we are the ones who are in the same situation. Mrs. Olenna's plan is betting on the reputation and future of both of us. Tell me, are you willing to be a marionette in her hands?" Todd finally raised his head and said with a cold smile. "Do we have a choice? If we don't fight hard, how can I get ahead? And you, really think that you can complete the development by yourself without the help of the Tyrell family? So we should cooperate more sincerely." Samwell tried to grab Todd's shoulder, but the other side dodged it. Todd said flatly, "We are now cooperating to open up new territories." "You know that's not what I meant." "I know. But we have no choice." A trace of pain flashed in Todd's eyes, just like what you analyzed before, to come to this barren land to develop, besides doing what Mrs. Olenna asked, we have to. Is there another way out? Of course. Todd suddenly looked up, staring at Samwell. What way out? A legitimate and legal way out. Samwell smiled mysteriously. If you want to know, you have to swear allegiance to me first. Todd snorted and stood still. Samwell shrugged, not surprised. If Todd really accepts the head and bows, he will doubt the loyalty of the other party. After all, he is just a pioneering knight who doesn't even have a territory. It is a bit whimsical to expect the illegitimate son of Qingting Island to be loyal with a few words. The words he said, including the previous act of killing Carter, seemed to be to deter and win Todd, but in fact, they were all for the old lady behind Todd to see. So, seeing that Todd was unmoved, Samwell didn't feel embarrassed, and still smiled and said, "Think about it yourself. Do you want to gamble your reputation and future to do some illegal activities, or follow me to develop and make money seriously?" After saying this, Samwell returned to the camp with his men, leaving Todd standing there, lost in thought. Chapter 11 Equipment. Carter's death did not cause much waves. Todd did as Samwell suggested, claiming that Carter was murdered by passing bandits. Hearing the news, the soldiers of the Tyrell family clamored to avenge Carter. In desperation, Todd took some people to sweep around. As a result, they really caught a few bandits wandering around. Under the excitement of the crowd, these bandits took the blame for Samwell so confusedly, and all of them had their heads cut off to pay homage to Carter. Well, it can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. Samwell continued to start military training for recruits. The pioneering team also resumed the slow speed before. At noon that day, Samwell had finished his training and was sitting by the campfire roasting a deer leg when he saw a person and a rider appearing on the road in the distance. When the men saw the pioneering team, he turned his horse around and drove towards this side. Gavin immediately led several people to meet him. After cross-examination, it was found out that this person turned out to be the messenger of High Court, and this time he brought Margaret's reply letter and a large bag of golden dragons to Samwell. Samwell was overjoyed, and ordered Gavin to entertain the messenger well, while he opened Marjorie's reply letter. The special ink on the parchment exudes a faint fragrance, but the contents inside are not very polite. Marjorie sternly expressed her dissatisfaction with Samwell's extravagance, and asked him to speed up the march immediately. Samwell directly ignored such a request. Of course, when he got the bag of golden dragon coins, he still sincerely thanked the daughter of the Duke who was far away in High Court. Then, he began to think about what reason he should change the next time he asked the other party for money. At this moment, there was movement again on the road near the camp. Moreover, there was quite a commotion this time. A team of hundreds of people and dozens of carriages came. Gavin took a few more people to check, and then returned to report. "My lord, it's a caravan from Old Town, and it's going to Highland City." Samwell nodded. He had already seen the caravan's flag at this time. A stepped white tower with a beacon burning at the top on a soot background. This is the coat of arms of House Hightower, Lord of Old Town. Samwell originally didn't intend to take care of this caravan, but then he remembered something, changed his mind, and said to Gavin, "Show me my identity, please come over to the steward of the caravan." "Yes, sir." Not long after, I saw a short middle-aged man trotting over behind Gavin. "Dear Sir Caesar, I am Jess, the caravan steward of the Hightower family, the Lord of Old Town. Please allow me to extend my greetings to you on behalf of Earl Leighton." "Mr. Jess, what are you shipping?" "It is a batch of weapons and equipment shipped to Highland City for sale." "Weaponry? Can I see it?" "Sure." Jess brought Samwell to the caravan, showing him various weapons and equipment. Long sword, steel knife, bow and arrow, spear, armor. When he saw a cart of leather armor, Samwell's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but pick up one and look at it carefully. Seeing this, Jess explained with a smile. "My lord, this is leather armor made of gray lizard skin. It is durable and comfortable to wear. Would you like to try it?" Samwell didn't wear it himself, so he called Gavin and asked him to try it on. Jess saw Samwell's intention, and quickly started selling. "My lord, if you are satisfied with this, I can immediately send someone back to Old Town and let the cobblers rush to make a batch of leather armor for you. The price is absolutely fair." Samwell rubbed his chin noncommittal, and asked again. "Any other armors?" "Yes, there are a few more pairs of chain armor, would you like to see them?" "Where's the plate armor?" Jess smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm sorry, my lord, the manufacturing cycle of plate armor is long and the cost is high. The blacksmith shop in our Old Town is also one of the best in the River Bend, but it can make at most 3 or 4 pairs of plate armor every year, and they were all pre-booked by the major families before they were finished." Samwell was not surprised when he heard the words. Plate armor, as the armor with the highest level of protection in the cold weapon era, is extremely difficult and expensive to manufacture. A pair of well-made plate armor can be passed down from generation to generation by many small nobles as heirlooms. Even if Jess had one in his caravan, he doubted that he might be able to afford it. As the eldest son who had been abandoned a long time ago, Earl Randall would naturally not prepare armor for Samwell. When he left Highgarden before, he considered that conscription would cost a lot of money, and he would lose a lot of weight if he lost weight, so he didn't buy armor. Tool. This time, Samwell just got a large sum of money from High Court Rose, and Samwell couldn't help but want to upgrade the equipment for himself and the recruits. You must know that the presence or absence of armor has a great impact on combat effectiveness. Then show me your chain mail. Okay, this way please. Jess brought Samwell to another carriage, and took out a piece of chain armor from it. This one is more suitable in size, do you want to try it? Okay. Jess helped Samwell put on the chain armor with a smile, and introduced. My lord, it took the best blacksmith in Old Town 3 months to connect it with thousands of iron rings, and it weighs about 35 pounds. It can effectively protect against attacks from swords, guns, and spears. Do you like it? Samwell was wearing chain armor, moved his hands and feet a bit, and felt that it was not bad, so he asked. If I want this chain armor, plus 108 sets of the leather armor just now, how much will it cost? Jess's eyes lit up, showing the joy of meeting a big client, and he said quickly. My lord, we need 735 gold dragons together. If you are sure, I will send someone back to Old Town. Samuel raised his hand and interrupted the other party. "The price is okay, but I want the stock, immediately." "This." Jess looked embarrassed, "But my lord, these are all booked by the Mullendal family." Samuel shrugged and said, "I understand your difficulties, but our team is going to explore the Crimson Mountains and urgently needs this batch of equipment, so if I can't get it as soon as possible, I would rather buy it elsewhere." Jess hesitated for a while, but thought that the Mullendal family in Highland City was a vassal of his own lord. As for his own people, the delivery time is completely negotiable, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. My lord, I will give you this batch first. As for the Mullendal family, I will send someone back to let them make another batch." "That's right." Samuel smiled happily, and took out the unheated golden dragon he just received, plus some funds from the cheap daddy, and handed over the full amount to Jess. Afterwards, he asked Gavin to bring someone to pick up the leather armor, and distributed it to the recruits to wear. Gavin was very excited while holding the leather armor, but he couldn't help but said with a painful face, "Sir, you are so kind to us. But I'm worried about spending money like this." "There is nothing to worry about." Samuel waved his hand carelessly. "Didn't I tell you, Master, I am not short of money." Chapter 12 Secret. Dear Miss Margaret, sorry to bother you again, but I have to confess, I'm out of money again. This time it's really not that I wasted money randomly, but that it happened for a reason. You must be aware that I am not my father's favorite son, so he only left me a long sword and a war horse, and I have nothing else. Now that the Crimson Mountains are in sight, I think it is necessary to improve my equipment for the upcoming battle. What's more, as a knight, how can he not even have a pair of armor? If it gets out, others will think that the Tyrell family treated the vassals harshly. Fortunately, we met the caravan of the Hightower family near Highland City, and they happened to have what I needed. So, I give generously. Of course, I always kept your previous advice in mind, and deliberately abandoned the expensive plate armor and chose the cheap chain armor. In addition, I also bought a pair of leather armor for each of the recruits. I know, this action might make you angry. However, this group of brave and fearless Huon people followed me thousands of miles to explore the Crimson Mountains. I really couldn't bear to let them go to the battlefield naked. I believe that you, the beautiful and kind Miss Marjorie, must also think so. Humph. The beautiful and kind-hearted Miss Margaret crumpled the letter paper and gritted her teeth angrily. But the next moment, she suddenly laughed again, as if thinking of something funny. What's the matter? Mrs. Olenna looked at the angry and smiling granddaughter and asked curiously. It's not that Samuel, he actually wrote to me again asking for money. Give it to him. Facing Mrs. Olenna's light answer, Margaret's eyes widened. But Grandma, this guy has written to ask for money for the second time. I think he is deliberately squandering it. If I give it to him again this time, I'm afraid it didn't take long for him to run out again. Are we short of money? Mrs. Olenna interrupted with a smile. Marjorie shook her head, but she was still resentful. Although we are not short of money, we can't let him ask for it like this. No, he is blackmailing. Then don't give it, let Todd bring back all our soldiers. Ah. Marjorie, who was still furious just now, hesitated when she heard the words, but Grandma, in this case, can Samuel develop smoothly? Besides, don't you plan to use him to deal with Dawn, is it? Did you just give up like this? Madame Olenna smiled and said. Got it, that's why he dared to blackmail you unscrupulously. Marjorie sighed, stepped forward and hugged Mrs. Olenna's arm, and said coquettishly. Grandma, teach me, what should I do in this situation? Mrs. Olenna patted her granddaughter's little hand affectionately, and did not answer her question, but asked instead. What kind of person do you think Samuel Caesar is? I don't think he is the same as the rumors, except that he is really fat. It is said that he is timid and cowardly, but I think he is quite courageous, and he dared to blackmail the Tyrell family. Not only did he have the guts to blackmail, he also killed Todd Flowers' attendant Carter. What? Marjorie was taken aback. You heard me right. Mrs. Olenna explained, I also just received a letter from Todd Flowers, saying that Samuel killed Carter on the grounds of threatening nobles with a sword. How dare he kill Carter? Todd didn't stop him. Also, isn't he worried that those soldiers will hold grudges because of it? Madame Olenna took out a letter from her sleeve and handed it to Marjorie. This is Todd's letter, read it for yourself. Margaret took the letter, glanced at it, and said in surprise. This fat man is quite scheming, and he is so decisive. It seems that the rumors are really unbelievable. Madame Olenna added with deep eyes. Actually, what surprised me the most was Samwell's military training ability. That's right. In just over a month, he was able to turn a group of dock laborers into well-trained soldiers, which is simply unbelievable. Randall Tarley is a good parent. Mrs. Olenna sighed, and then she looked suspicious. Bold, decisive, scheming, and excellent military capabilities. Samwell has fully possessed it. How could Randall be so dissatisfied with such an outstanding son? How could he actually want to deprive him of his right to inherit? Maybe I think Sam is too fat. Isn't your father also a pot-bellied, inflatable fish, but has this affected him from becoming the Duke of Highgarden? This is different. Although she has long been used to her grandmother's poisonous tongue, Marjorie was still a little embarrassed when she heard her mocking her father. The Tully family language is, I am the pioneer, so Earl Randall all you want is an heir who can charge forward. Hee hee, do you think that Randall Tarley is a fool without a brain? Of course not. Earl Landau is one of the best generals in the Reach, how can he have no brains? I just think that Earl Landau prefers to charge forward on the battlefield rather than engage in some conspiracy behind the scenes. You still think Landau is a brainless fool? Mrs. Olenna mercilessly pierced Margaret's whitewashing words, and then continued without waiting for her to explain, Randao doesn't know how to conspire. Trick? Ha ha. During the War of the Reavers, Robert Baratheon rebelled against the Targaryen family. He won 3 victories a day at Summerhall and was unstoppable. In the end, he met Randall Tarley at Ashford. After a disastrous defeat, they fled north. Afterwards, the armies of the Riverbend marched into the Stormlands and surrounded Storm's End. Do you remember how long the siege lasted? I remember more than a year. Yes. More than a year. In the end, I still failed to capture it. Mrs. Olenna looked at her granddaughter's brown eyes, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Then you still remember that the reason why the siege failed in the end was because what? Marjorie nodded. It was Davos Seaworth who successfully drove his smuggling ship full of onions into the port of Storm's End, which solved the crisis of food shortage in the city and allowed Storm's End to persist until at the moment the Duke came to support. Because of this incident, Davos was also knighted by Stannis. Madame Olenna had a sneering smile on her face, and asked again, have you ever thought about it? At that time the Arbor Island fleet had more than 200 warships besieging the harbor of Storm's End. That Onion Knight, and how did he get his smuggling boat in? Can he fly? Margaret frowned, as if realizing something. Madame Olenna's eyes were dark, and she said, I'll tell you a secret. During the siege, Landau Tarley wrote me a letter, saying that the food in Storm's End has been exhausted. Margaret was taken aback when she heard the words, and then became suspicious. My grandmother didn't go to the battlefield at that time, so why did Earl Landau write a letter to his grandmother far away in Highgarden to report this incident? But thinking of Onion Knight, she suddenly realized something. Mrs. Olenna smiled gratifiedly when she saw her granddaughter's reaction, and said, That's right, after I received Landau's letter, I wrote a letter to Paxter. Chapter 13 Changing Strategies. Of course Marjorie knew that the Paxter that her grandmother spoke of was the Lord Paxter Redwine, Lord of Arbor Island. This person was leading the Arbor Island fleet to block Storm's End from the sea. Now she no longer had any doubts, and suddenly said, no wonder Onion Knight Davos was able to drive his smuggling boat into the harbor of Storm's End. It turned out that Earl Paxter did it on purpose. That's right. Madame Olenna confirmed her granddaughter's guess, and said, back when Storm's End could not be captured for a long time, Lando Tarley advised your father to leave a small army to continue the siege and lead the main force of the Riverbend army. Go north to meet Wang Jun and fight against the rebels together. But the stupid, Master Inflatable Fish doesn't know if he really has that much confidence in the king's army, or if he is not willing to let his army face the front of the rebel army. Rivalry. Not long after that, news came that Prince Rhaegar was killed by Robert with a hammer on the banks of the Trident River, and the situation of the entire war was thus reversed. At this time, your father is still not awakened, and he is still attacking Storm's End. Landau had no choice but to write that seemingly inexplicable letter to me. If it weren't for this letter, Robert's 2 younger brothers would have starved to death in Storm's End. Hee hee, if this is the case, do you think that after Robert Baratheon successfully overthrew the Targaryen dynasty, he would easily accept the surrender of the royalist nobles of the Riverbend so easily? Marjorie nodded thoughtfully. So, at the beginning, Randall Tarley didn't want to make things go away, so as to leave room for negotiation. Yes. All the nobles of the Reach should thank Landau Tarley. he was the one who stayed sober in that war. And, you should be able to understand why Landau didn't go to Paxter himself, but are you writing to me? Marjorie nodded. I understand that Landau is doing this out of caution, and he doesn't want to leave any clues of collaborating with the rebels. He wrote that inexplicable letter because he believed that Mrs. Olenna could understand his intentions, and that the old lady could see the situation clearly. Moreover, Mrs. Olenna is the aunt and mother-in-law of Earl Paxter, the commander of the Qingting Island fleet. With these two relationships, it will be safer and more effective for her to persuade Earl Paxter to release the rebels. Do you still think Randall Tarley is a no-brainer? Marjorie stuck out her cute little tongue. I never thought that there would be such a secret in the Siege of Storm's End back then. From this point of view, Lando Tarley is indeed very politically minded. Lady Olenna said with emotion, you should be thankful that Hornhill is not a wealthy territory, and the Tarley family doesn't have enough influence in the Reach, so Randall has never shown ambition. If he was born in a family like Hightower, or Florins, then I will definitely advise your father to get rid of this person as soon as possible. Marjorie was taken aback by the cold light in her grandmother's eyes. But soon, Mrs. Olenna returned to her benevolent look, as if what she just said was just a joke. Margaret collected herself and asked, Grandmother, since that's the case, how could Earl Landau not see the bright spots in Samwell? Do you want to deprive him of his inheritance? This is what I can't figure out. It may also be that after being abandoned by the family this time, Samwell woke up and changed his temperament drastically. It was the first time that Marjorie saw her grandmother so confused, and she couldn't help laughing inwardly. After laughing, she pointed to the letter in her hand and asked, Grandma, you haven't told me how to deal with Samwell. Do you really want to continue giving him money? Why not? Apart from roses, the Tyrell family needs money the most. Mrs. Olenna said without hesitation, Rando himself doesn't cherish such a good son, why don't we win him over? Come over. Thinking of Carter's death, Margaret hesitated and said, but Grandma, aren't you worried that Samwell will get out of control? Mrs. Olenna laughed when she heard this. A pioneering knight who doesn't even have a territory, no matter how much he jumps, can he still jump out of our control? Moreover, how to control the vassals so that they are willing to charge for us is also a science. Since Samwell is your own handbook the knight, then leave it to you to practice your hands. I'm not qualified to be a knight, I'm just acting on behalf of my father. Marjorie murmured a little guiltily, then shook Mrs. Olenna's arm, and said coquettishly, Grandmother, teach me, if Samwell this blackmail is successful, what should I do if it intensifies later? I can't keep sending him money, can I? So you have to set the rules instead of being led by him. How to set the rules? To make it simpler, no matter how much he wants, you only give him a certain amount of money every month. To make it more complicated, you can also set reward and punishment rules, such as giving him a monetary reward if the territory development progress reaches a certain level, but if the progress is unfavorable, then deduct the money. In short, the initiative must be in your own hands. Not every time he writes to ask for money, you will give it. I see. Margaret nodded again and again. Grandmother, how did you plan to arrange Samwell? At first I thought that Samwell was a cowardly person who could be controlled by strong means. But now it seems that this method is no longer feasible. However, you don't have to worry, just like flowers and plants will grow towards the sun, people, there will always be moved closer to the interests. If you grasp the line of interests, you can control anyone, especially an ambitious and smart person like Samwell. Margaret's eyes were full of eagerness to try, but she was also a little apprehensive in addition to being excited. Grandma, why did you let Samwell go there to develop? I only guessed that you were trying to deal with Dawn, but I couldn't figure out the specific method. So, I'm a little worried that your plan will be ruined. How to deal with Dawn, haven't you figured it out? Marjorie shook her head. Madame Olenna said persuasively, then think about it, how did the Iron Throne make Dorne submit? By marriage. Marriage is only the result, not the reason. If you can conquer a country by marrying a woman, why would you need an army? Without King Darenai conquering Sunspear and shattering the dream of independence for the Dornish people, how could the Martell family be able to survive? Think about it carefully. Aegon the Conqueror failed to conquer Dorne when he rode 3 giant dragons. Why did Darenai accomplish this feat after the dragons became extinct? Margaret fell into deep thought when she heard the words, and after a while, she said in an uncertain tone. River. That's right. With the barrier of the Crimson Mountains, it is almost impossible to conquer Dorne from land. And the river is the key to open the gate of Dorne. Margaret seemed to be a little puzzled. No wonder you suggested to Samuel that the development site is near the mouth of the turbulent river, but Grandma, what should I do? Don't be impatient. The most important quality of a good gardener is patience. After planting the seeds in the right place, just water and fertilize. Time will give you the answer. Mrs. Olenna said leisurely, and trust me, told me that Samuel actually said that he can start a serious business in a barren land like the Crimson Mountains, and I am looking forward to him giving me a surprise. Chapter 14 Highland City. Crossing the tributary of the Mead River, Samuel and his party saw a tall gray rock castle. The mottled city walls are covered with moss and creepers, silently telling the wind and frost that this ancient castle has experienced. On the top of the hundreds of feet of the castle tower, a white flag was flying, with flocks of black and orange butterflies flying on it. This is the Lord of Highland City, the coat of arms of the Mullendal family. Passing this city and not far to the southwest, you will find the Crimson Mountains. It is conceivable that if Samuel successfully establishes a territory in the Crimson Mountains in the future, the Mullendal family will be his neighbors. So, in order to establish a good relationship with the neighbors in advance, Samuel did not choose to go around the city, but sent Gavin to Highland City to send a formal letter of greeting. Samuel Caesar. In the castle, Viscount Martin Mullendal held the greeting letter handed over by Gavin, with a playful smile on his face. Is that the pioneer knight conferred by a woman? Gavin leaned over slightly, and said in a neither humble nor overbearing tone. Dear Lord Viscount, Lord Caesar is a pioneering knight conferred by Miss Marjorie, the daughter of the Duke of Metz, on behalf of her father. He is an official vassal of the Tyrell family. Viscount Martin curled his lips in disdain. So, he is indeed a knight conferred by a woman. Gavin lowered his head and did not answer. Viscount Martin snorted softly, then lazily said, Okay, let him come in. Gavin bowed and saluted, then turned and left silently. Viscount Martin ordered to the steward beside him. Let the kitchen prepare the dinner, and it doesn't need to be too rich, just decent. Yes, sir. Father, is this the useless eldest son of the Tully family? It was Viscount Martin's eldest son, Mark Mullendal, who spoke. This man is tall and has a beard. There is a black and white monkey sitting on his shoulder, and he is concentrating on cracking the nuts in his hand. That's right. Lando Tarley is a character, but it's a pity he gave birth to such a useless son. Now he has finally made up his mind to abolish Samuel's inheritance rights, but he didn't expect to use such a method. Go to the Crimson Mountains to develop. It would be better to send him to the Great Wall. Mark shrugged and said, If I had to choose, I would definitely rather choose to develop than go to the ghostly place of the Great Wall. Viscount Martin glanced at his son and said with a smile, Do you also think it is easy to develop? Of course I know that it is difficult to open up, but isn't the Great Wall of Impassable is obviously worse? It's freezing, and I heard that there are unkillable ghosts. White ghosts? Viscount Martin sneered, It's just a legend that lied to children. It's been thousands of years, has anyone seen white ghosts? As for the cold, it's summer now, and the Great Wall isn't that cold. But winter will come sooner or later. Who knows? This summer hasn't ended for so long, and it may last longer. Only those northern savages who worship wood will keep shouting, Winter is coming, nervously. Mark seemed to think of something, and suddenly said, Father, do you think this is the eternal summer promised by the 7 gods to the world, and there will be no more winter? The 7 gods said that when the sins of the world are over, Yongxia will come. So, do you think the sins of the world are now over? Mark shook his head, dragging his cheeks and lost in thought. The monkey on his shoulder also followed his master's example and began to think about monkey life. At this time, there were orderly footsteps outside the castle. Mark walked to the balcony curiously, looked out, and saw a team of about 200 people walking into the castle through the drawbridge. Father. Come and see. Hearing his son's shout, Viscount Martin walked out slowly. What's wrong? Mark pointed to the pioneering team below with a look of shock, and asked, Are you sure this Samuel is a waste abandoned by the family? Viscount Martin was also stunned. Because the more than 200 neatly lined up and well-equipped soldiers in front of him really surprised him. I have to say that Samuel's military training for more than 2 months has been quite effective. The more than 100 newly recruited soldiers, at least on the surface, are not much different from elite veterans. Of course, this group of recruits will definitely reveal their secrets if they work with real knives and guns. After all, they have not experienced the test of blood and fire. But because Samwell has been piling up equipment and feeding them meat regardless of the cost, these recruits are already enough to scare most people. So in the opinion of Viscount Martin, this famous waste in the river bend actually led an elite army of more than 200 people. This is already an armed force that cannot be ignored. You know, the standing army in Highland City is only more than 300 people. Of course, the Mullendal family still has more than a dozen vassal knights, and recruiting a group of farmers, Viscount Martin can even gather an army of 3,000 people at most. Certainly not afraid of the 200-member development team in front of him. However, he is the majestic lord of the Highland City, and the opposite is just a pioneer knight who doesn't even have a territory. Such a comparison, even if he wins, will make Viscount Martin feel ashamed. Where did he get so many elite soldiers? Viscount Martin gritted his teeth. The original disdain and contempt for Samwell quickly turned into a kind of jealousy and hatred that even he himself couldn't explain clearly. Mark settled down and guessed, could it be given to him by Earl Randall? How many regular troops are there in Hornhill? Can you allocate so many to a waste that has been expelled from the family to develop? Mark scratched his head. Although he had never been to Hornhill, he also knew that although the Tully family was stronger than the Mullendoyle family, it was impossible for them to allocate so many elite soldiers to a waste to develop. If these soldiers were to be buried in the Crimson Mountains, the strength of the Tully family would definitely be greatly reduced. After thinking for a moment, Mark asked again, could it be the army that the Tyrell family gave him? In his opinion, only the rich and powerful Duke of Highgarden would be willing to hand over such an elite army to a trash. Viscount Martin rolled his eyes. The Duke of Metz is not willing to canonize this guy himself. Would he be willing to send such an army to him to develop? Mark also thought it made sense when he heard the words, and immediately started scratching his head again. The monkey on his shoulder seemed to sense his master's troubles, and also started jumping up and down. Viscount Martin stared at the pioneering team for a while, and finally went downstairs without saying a word. Mark quickly followed. Father and son came to the gate of the castle. At this time, the butler brought bread and salt with his attendants. This is a sacred contract that has been passed down in Westeros for thousands of years, guest rights. When a guest comes to be a guest under the eaves of the host and accepts the bread and salt provided by the host, the guest's rights come into effect immediately, and the two parties must not harm each other. Samwell picked up a small piece of bread, dipped it in some salt, put it in his mouth, then put his hand on his chest and bowed slightly to Viscount Martin, saying, "Dear Lord Mullendal, thank you for your hospitality." Viscount Martin had an extremely sincere smile on his face. "Your Excellency Caesar, welcome to Highland City." Chapter 15 Bewitched. Compared with the majestic High Court, the castle of the Mullendal family looks much shabby. Thick walls, narrow windows, and dim candlelight all make the banquet hall look cramped and even eerie. The food for the dinner is not very rich. There is barbecue, sweet potatoes, mashed potatoes, and a vegetable salad. Of course, Samwell would not complain. While eating, he talked to Mark about his cute monkey. Hearing that the monkeys actually came from the Midsummer Islands, Samwell was very interested and asked many related questions. For example, where is the Midsummer Islands located? Can there be merchant ships coming and going? The culture, race, specialties of the island, etc. It was rare for Mark to meet a knight who was also interested in the Midsummer Islands, and he immediately felt a sense of confidence, spitting and telling what he knew. Viscount Martin watched from the side that his son had gotten into a hot fight with Samwell so quickly, and couldn't help but secretly frowned. He glanced at Todd Flower, who was buried in eating and drinking, and asked, "Your Excellency Todd, are you a knight of House Tyrell?" Todd put down the knife and fork in his hand, and said, "Yes, Lord Viscount." Viscount Martin nodded thoughtfully, and was about to ask again, but Samwell suddenly said, "Yes, Lord Viscount, Knight Todd is the noble illegitimate son of Qingting Island. This time, he was ordered by Mrs. Olenna to personally lead the team to follow me to the Crimson Mountains to develop. It really is the army of the Tyrell family." Viscount Martin was secretly startled. He didn't know that Samwell deliberately blurred the difference between soldiers of the Tyrell family and recruits in what he said just now, so he thought that the 200 people in the pioneering team were all elite soldiers of the Tyrell family. "I didn't expect the Duke to value you so much, and actually sent such an elite army to follow you to open up." Samwell smiled, shook his head and said, "Master Viscount, you are wrong." "Oh. What's wrong? Is there anything worthy of the Duke's attention to me? The real reason for him to send troops is actually to win the new territory of the Crimson Mountains." "I see. Viscount Martin obviously believed it. Because he himself didn't feel that the waste in front of him was really worthy of the Duke of Metz sending so many soldiers to follow him. However, a new problem followed. Since the Duke of Metz values the new territory so much, why would he send such a waste to develop it? Does the Tyrell family still lack knights? Of course, even if Viscount Martin looked down on Samwell from the bottom of his heart, he couldn't ask such a question face to face, otherwise it would be too rude. Who knows, without Viscount Martin asking, Samwell actually expressed the doubts in the Highland City Lord's mind. "Master Viscount, are you wondering why the Duke sent me to develop?" Viscount Martin smiled slightly, flatteringly said. "The Tully family has always produced outstanding generals. His Excellency the Duke must have valued your talent as a leader." Hearing this, everyone present blushed a little. Even the black and white monkey squeaked and waved its arms, as if it couldn't stand Viscount Martin's nonsense. Samwell shook his head, smiled bitterly and said, "Master Viscount, how can I have the talent to lead the army, otherwise I would not be kicked out of the house by my father and deprived of the right to inherit. The reason why the Lord Duke sent me to pioneer is because I dare to do things that others dare not." "What's the matter?" Viscount Martin asked quickly. However, Samwell smiled slightly, looked around, but kept silent. Viscount Martin immediately understood, knowing that the other party did not want to speak in public. He hesitated for a while, and finally couldn't help being curious, so he put down the knife and fork, picked up the napkin, wiped his mouth, and extended an invitation to Samwell. "I have collected some wines from Arbor Island. Sam, are you interested in tasting them?" "It's my pleasure." Samwell got up, followed Viscount Martin to leave the banquet hall, and came to a small room next to him. Viscount Martin took a bottle of wine from the wine rack and poured 2 glasses. The clear aroma of wine soon permeated the entire hut. Samwell took the wine glass, thanked him, and then took a sip. "Sweet and refreshing, it is indeed a good wine." However, the two of them didn't really come here to taste wine. "Master Viscount, you must really want to know why the Duke of Metz sent me to develop the Crimson Mountains." Viscount Martin shook the silver wine glass in his hand, did not speak, just looked at Samwell quietly, waiting for his next words. "Highland City is at the foot of the Crimson Mountains, so you must be aware, Lord Viscount, that if you go deeper to the southwest, not only will the land be barren and wild beasts will be densely populated, but there will also be ferocious savage tribes who plunder. Difficult to grow. This is the reason why the Riverbend Knights are unwilling to come here to develop. However, I am different. I am a waste that was abandoned by my family, and I have no way out, so I am naturally willing to come here to give it a try. Moreover, I have a coup that can make the territory grow rapidly." "Loot." Viscount Martin snorted and listened intently for a long time, but when he heard such an answer, he suddenly laughed and said, "Sam, you don't want to rob those savages, do you? But I want to remind you that the most valuable thing on them is probably the crudely made animal skin clothes." Samwell shook his head and began to fool around. "Master Viscount, you have misunderstood. My new territory will be built on the northern shore of the Summer Sea, near the mouth of the turbulent river. You said, I will let so many rich merchant ships come and go without looting, but instead to find poor jingling savages." Viscount Martin immediately narrowed his eyes when he heard the words. After looking up and down at the young pioneer knight in front of him, he spoke again. "Your Excellency Caesar, I don't need to remind you about the punishment for pirates in the Reach, right?" "Of course I know." Samwell shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed expression. "Master Viscount, have you forgotten that the Tyrell family sent more than 200 elite soldiers to follow me to open up, and the leader, still from Qingting Island?" Viscount Martin's face became serious, but there was still some disbelief in his eyes. Samwell continued. "Of course, what Madame Elena means is to let me plunder those Dornish merchant ships, and not wantonly attack other merchant ships. Even so, once this matter is exposed, your reputation will be ruined, and you will even be sent to the gallows." Samwell laughed and said, "Do I still have a good reputation now? Besides, if I don't do this, how can I open up a new territory in places like the Crimson Mountains?" Viscount Martin took a deep look at Samwell. "Knight Caesar, you are nothing like the rumors." Samwell shook the wine glass in his hand and said with a smile, "The rumors are not credible, Lord Viscount." Viscount Martin also smiled. "In this case, I wish you success in your development." Samwell suddenly took a few steps closer and said, "Master Viscount, do you want to make some money?" When Viscount Martin heard this, he immediately became vigilant. Chapter 16 Bewitched. You don't think I will risk my family's honor being tarnished, and become a pirate with you, do you? Of course not. Samwell shook his head with a smile, with a harmless expression on his face. Of course only a desperate person like me will take this kind of risk. You just need to invest. Even if things are revealed in the future, it will not involve you. Invest. Not bad. Samwell took a sip of wine and said leisurely, the Tyrell family has already invested in 200 elite soldiers, and the Redwine family on Qingting Island is about to invest in a group of warships and sailors. Great returns. Then, respected Lord Viscount, do you want to participate in this investment? You know, the two most powerful families in the Reach have already made bets, and such opportunities do not come often. Viscount Martin was thoughtful, but still asked cautiously. What do you want from me? Artisans. Samwell said succinctly, I already have an army and warships, and now I urgently need a group of artisans to help me build my territory and docks, so I hope you can send artisans from Highland City to develop with me. I can promise you that you will definitely get 10 times or even 100 times in return in the future. Viscount Martin thought for a moment, then nodded and said. Okay, I will send 10 craftsmen to accompany you. 10. Samwell interrupted unceremoniously, Master Viscount, I risked my reputation to tell the truth, but I didn't expect you to treat me like a beggar. Viscount Martin held back his anger. How many people do you want? All. All. It's impossible. Viscount Martin immediately refused. What if you fail to open up? Who am I going to ask for money? I might even pay all the craftsmen. Do you think I'm crazy to agree to your request? Failure. Lord Viscount, do you really think this pioneering operation will fail? Any action may fail, let alone go to the Crimson Mountains to open up. Samwell laughed loudly and said. Master Viscount, it seems that you haven't understood the true meaning of this development. Do you think the Tyrell family has spent so much effort just to rob a few Dornish merchant ships? Viscount Martin asked patiently. Oh. Does the Tyrell family have other plans? Of course. Riverbend and Dorne have a 1,000-year feud, and the eldest son of the Duke, Vilas Tyrell, has just been broken by Prince Oberon. How could the Tyrell family not look for opportunities to take revenge on Dorne? Revenge on Dorne. Viscount Martin looked suspicious. Dorne is not so easy to invade. You are right, Dorne is indeed easy to defend and difficult to attack. But Darren I also conquered Dorne, and it was without the help of a dragon. Although he attributed all the credit for the conquest war to himself, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that the real key to victory lies in the fact that Earl Alan Valerian led the fleet to capture Slab Town, control the Green Blood River, and cut off the connection between the major territories of Dorne. You should know that this time my pioneering place was personally selected by Mrs. Olenna. It is near the mouth of the turbulent river. This location is very similar to the Slatin town on the Green Blood River. As long as the mouth of the turbulent river is controlled, the 3 important territories in the west of Dorne will become the purse of the River Bend. You said that the Tyrell family would easily fail such an important pioneering trip. Viscount Martin fell into deep thought when he heard the words. Seeing this, Samwell immediately stepped up and said, as long as the Tyrell family is determined, I really can't imagine how this pioneering effort will fail. Could those wildlings in the Crimson Mountains be the opponents of the Tyrell family's elite soldiers? Or do you think the Dornish people will see that the River One's ambition, take the initiative to attack, and destroy this development? Viscount Martin shook his head. The savages in a mess are naturally not to be feared. As for the Dornish people, if they take the initiative to attack and start a war, maybe the Duke of Mace will wake up laughing from his sleep. Because Dorne is completely inferior to Huon in terms of population, resources, and army. The reason why they have been able to fight each other for so many years is mainly due to the protection of the Scarlet Mountain Range and the special climate environment of the desert. If you are really stupid enough to give up your geographical advantage and take the initiative to attack, you will definitely be beaten to pieces by the Huon army. In addition, the biggest obstacle to establishing a new territory in the Crimson Mountains, the source of finance, has been solved by the bold pioneer knight in front of him at the expense of his reputation and future. After thinking about it, Viscount Martin felt that there was really no possibility of failure. But Viscount Martin still hesitated to devote all the craftsmen of the family to help it develop. Seeing this, Samwell stopped persuading him, put the wine glass on the table, and said, Master Viscount, please think about it again. I will rest in Highland City for a few days and buy a lot of supplies and food to prepare for the mountain. If you are willing to invest, you can send someone to find me at any time." After saying this, Samwell turned around and walked out of the room. On the third day of staying in Highland City, Samwell still did not wait for Viscount Martin's reply. It seems that the Lord is indeed extremely cautious, and is not easily confused by his rhetoric. However, Samwell waited for Miss Marjorie's reply. In the letter, Margaret criticized Samwell's profligate behavior as usual, and at the same time urged him to speed up the march. Moreover, this young lady learned her lesson this time, and set the rules with Samwell in the letter. From now on in the future, she will only give 100 golden dragons as development funds every month. If she wants more, Samwell must show performance, such as the progress of the construction of the new territory, the increase of the population, and so on. It has to be said that this time Marjorie learned to be smart, and avoided Samwell's wanton extortion. Samwell was not too surprised by this, and the Tyrell family was not really stupid, and would be willing to be their cash machine. However, this kind of skillful, controlling technique should not have been thought up by the immature girl herself, but probably inspired by the Queen of Thorns. Samwell was not disappointed. Anyway, he had already made a lot of money from the Tyrell family, and he used this to prop up a big banner, enough to fool other investors. Development, in fact, is no different from starting a business. Of course, investors' money is used. It is this Highland City lord who seems to be not easy to fool. Samwell decided to wait for the last day. If Viscount Martin didn't respond tomorrow, he would set off to find a new big wrong species. Oh no, investors. On the other side, Viscount Martin, who is not easy to fool, found the messenger from High Court in private and asked, "Who wrote that letter you brought to Samwell?" The messenger bowed and said, "Neither humble nor humble." "Sorry, Lord Viscount, I'm afraid it's not convenient for me to disclose this to you." However, when Viscount Martin stuffed a golden dragon into the messenger's hand, a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face. "It's a letter written by the Duke's daughter, Miss Margaret, and it also comes with 300 golden dragons." "Really?" Viscount Martin thought thoughtfully, "Is there anything else? I also saw that you found Todd flower. That's a message from Mrs. Olenna to Knight Todd." Having said this, the messenger hesitated again. But as Viscount Martin took out a golden dragon again, the upright messenger immediately added, "Miss Olenna asked Knight Todd to obey Lord Caesar's arrangements." When Viscount Martin heard the words, his face changed slightly, and he stood there for a long time without moving. Chapter 17: The Starting Point of Everything. "Master Viscount, have you finally made up your mind?" Just as Samwell was about to leave Highland City, Viscount Martin finally sent someone to invite him back to the castle. In the living room, Viscount Martin did not answer immediately, but took out a glass of red wine again and said with a smile, "This is a wine from Dorne, try it." "Okay." Samwell happily took the glass and took a sip. Rough and thick, with strong tannins and a strong spicy taste. Viscount Martin also took a sip and sighed. "This is made from the Shiraz grapes from the City of Grace. It has the same personality as the Dornish people. It is rough and wild. If you drink it for the first time, be careful not to choke on it." Samwell drank the wine in the glass with a smile, and said, "I just have a good appetite, no matter how strong the wine is, I can get it in my throat." Viscount Martin also smiled, "I am becoming more and more suspicious now. How did you have a reputation as a waste before?" "You are young and ignorant." Samwell responded casually, and then brought the topic back, "Master Viscount, you should have thought about my previous proposal, right?" Viscount Martin restrained his smile, his face became serious, and said, "I've made up my mind. This matter is related to the 1,000-year feud between Hebond and Dorne. Of course, the Mullendal family should not stand idly by. Therefore, I decided to send all the craftsmen in the territory, including apprentices, a total of 275 people. I will lease it to you for a year." Samwell had an irresistible surprise on his face, and thanked him quickly. "Master Viscount, you are really a generous lord and a wise investor. Believe me, this investment will definitely bring you rich returns. Don't worry." Viscount Martin raised his right hand and said, "Just in case, I need a pledge." "Pawn." "That's right. Looting merchant ships is not an easy task. If you can't pay back the money in the future, I will take away the collateral as compensation." Samwell rolled his eyes and said immediately, "In this case, let's use the most important thing in my future territory, the pier, as collateral." "Wharf." then the accompanying docking fees and taxes. Nature is also yours. Viscount Martin thought for a while, nodded and said, yes. In his opinion, whether it is Samwell's pirate plan or the Tyrell family's grand plan to plot the west of Dorne, this crucial pier will be used. Use it as collateral, and you will never lose money. After finalizing the cooperation intention, the two discussed some details. After reaching an agreement, they also drew up a contract and signed it together. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. So far, the Mullendall family of Highland City has officially become one of Samwell's investors. In order to wait for the craftsmen in Highland City to gather, the development team stayed for another 3 days before setting off again. This time, the original 200-member development team doubled in size in an instant, and it seemed even more imposing. As the leader of the team, Samwell couldn't help feeling complacent. With such a team as support, the most difficult initial stage of development will be smooth. As for the debt he owed, he didn't take it to heart at all. As a businessman in his previous life, how could Samwell not understand the truth that the owed money is the uncle? The more he owes now, the less likely it is for those creditors to see him fail in pioneering. Even he has already planned that after the construction of the new territory officially starts, he will write another letter to Viscount Martin, asking him to send some laborers to help because of the lack of manpower. I believe that the generous Lord of Highland City will not refuse the small request of the partner. Otherwise, after a year, the pier will not be built, and the Mullendall family will lose. But with more people, the food supplies needed will also increase sharply. He can still rely on the relief of the Tyrell family to barely support him, and I am afraid that he will have to find new investors in the future. However, this matter is not urgent for the time being. The most important thing now is to rush to the pioneering land. It has been almost 3 months since they left Highgarden. Such a slow marching speed may have set the slowest record in the history of Westeros. Moreover, as they gradually penetrated into the Crimson Mountains, the next journey can be expected to be more difficult than before. There is even a possibility of being harassed by savages. So after entering the mountain, Samwell stopped the routine military training to keep the soldiers strong enough to deal with possible accidents. However, unexpectedly, although the march behind was difficult and dangerous, it was not disturbed in any way. It seems that those savages are quite sensible. Seeing that there are more than 200 heavily armed soldiers in this team, they know that this is a tough bone, and they dare not bite it hard. Instead, some blind beasts attacked the pioneering team. Of course, all of them ended up with barbecue grills. Nearly a month later, the pioneering team that accelerated their march finally saw the Sea of Summer from afar. The salty and humid sea breeze blows towards the face, blowing away the mist in the mountains and forests, making everyone feel a sense of comfort from the heart. Samwell was also extremely happy, and couldn't help speeding up his pace. All the way to the south, the mountain gradually flattens, forming a rare valley, and extending a raised beach to the sea. Todd Butterflower said, "Master Caesar, this is Ingzue Island, which is suitable as your new territory." Samwell looked around and nodded secretly. This place is really good, surrounded by mountains on both sides, backed by the summer sea. Only a narrow valley in the northwest can enter and exit. The gentle valley in the middle has tens of thousands of acres. Although it is all barren rock and soil, crops cannot be grown, but building a castle is definitely not a problem, and the protruding beach is suitable for building a dock. Judging from the way Todd Buddha was familiar with the road when he led the team before, it was obvious that the Tyrell family had sent someone to investigate here. It's just that it is located deep in the Crimson Mountains, it is inconvenient to communicate with the outside world, and there is no good land suitable for farming. If you want to establish a territory, you must rely on blood transfusion from the outside world. The Tyrell family obviously didn't make up their minds to open up here until the appearance of Samwell. Ms. Olenna should have planned to let Todd Flowers control this cowardly pioneer knight and plunder passing merchant ships in his name to maintain the expenses of the territory. Of course, today's Samwell would definitely not accept such an arrangement. Once things like pirates are exposed, he will never be able to hang out in the aristocratic circle. It is estimated that he can only escape to the other side of the narrow sea and seek refuge with Longma, just like Jorah Mormont, who was convicted of slave trading. Why do I suddenly feel that this road seems to be pretty good? Samwell shook his head immediately, shaking off the stupid idea just now. Now that he has changed his name to Caesar, he naturally does not want to be subordinate to a woman. If he wants to keep climbing in the coming chaotic world, he must have his own territory and direct army as soon as possible. The Ingzue Island and more than 400 pioneers in front of you are the starting point of all this. Chapter 18 The Threat of the Savages. Castle is the core building for humans to control the land, and it is also a prerequisite for lords to swear their sovereignty to the outside world. In the continent of Westeros, the Kingdom Development Decree also follows this principle. Only when a qualified castle is built on the land, the kingdom will recognize the lord's legal ownership of the land. So, after coming to the frontier, Samwell's first core task is to build a castle of his own. Only in this way can he become a real lord. So, just after lunch, Samwell called the craftsmen of Highland City to discuss the construction of the castle. Master Caesar, we have just briefly inspected the environment here, and we have a rough plan in mind, and we are going to report it to you. The person who spoke was a craftsman named Vito, who was over 50 years old with gray beard and hair, but he was very prestigious among the craftsmen from Highland City. Back then, Viscount Martin took Samwell's hand and told him to be sure. We must protect this old man. Mr. Vito, please tell me. Samwell has always respected capable people. Vito bowed slightly and talked eloquently. My lord, we think that to build a castle that suits your identity, the best location is in the northeast corner of this valley. The terrain is higher there, even if the tide rises, it will not be affected, and the two sides are surrounded by mountains, so you can save two sections of the wall. The currently planned castle covers an area of about 5 acres. The main castle has 6 floors, 38 rooms, and 2 basements. In addition, there are 3 auxiliary castles, a stable, a warehouse, 3 barracks, and 4 are 90 feet high. The tower on which heavy bed crossbows and small trebuchets can be placed. The city wall is about 80 feet high and 12 feet thick. It is divided into 3 layers, inner and outer. Outside the city walls, sea water can be used to surround the city with a moat. Samwell listened silently, and waited for the other party to finish speaking before asking. So, how much does it cost to build such a castle? Vito stroked his long beard and thought for a moment, then said. About 70,000 golden dragons are needed. Samwell twitched the corner of his mouth, and asked again, how long will it take to build? With the current staff, it will take about 5 years. The corners of Samwell's mouth twitched even more, and he asked again, if I find enough people, how long will it take? It will take at least half a year. However, in this case, the cost must be more than 70,000 gold dragons, and I am afraid it will cost several times. I see. Samwell nodded, feeling a little better. He definitely can't wait 5 years, when the White Walkers will come and play a fart. You must get the admission ticket before the game of power officially starts. So, the question now is, how to raise such a huge sum of money in a short period of time? It is definitely impossible to continue to attract investment. No matter how many wrongs there are in Westeros, it is impossible for him to fool him into such a huge sum of money. However, Samwell did not panic. Since he dared to come out and explore, he must be prepared. Before he told Todd that he could earn income from the territory through serious business, he was not bragging. But it's too early to talk about this, we have to settle down first. Mr. Vito, since the castle can't be rushed, let's build a stable and safe camp first. Do you have any suggestions for this? My lord, then I suggest that you build a simple wooden fortress. First, build a small hill with soil and rocks near the entrance and exit of the valley, build a wooden tower on it, set up a beacon tower on it, build 3 or 4 shorter arrow towers on each side, and surround it with a solid fence for protection. Ditches can be dug outside the fence to enhance protection. Houses, stables, blacksmith shops and other buildings can be arranged behind the tower, which are also built of wood. This simple wooden fortress is cheap, easy to obtain materials, and has a short construction period. It can quickly form an effective defense. Of course, its shortcomings are also obvious. It is not strong enough, afraid of fire, and cannot be recognized by the kingdom as the core of the territory. However, there must be more than enough camps for transitional use. Samwell smiled and nodded, saying, Okay, Mr. Vito, you will be fully responsible for this matter. Yes, my lord. Vito bowed and then asked again, My lord, I also have a preliminary plan for the construction of the pier. Don't worry about the pier. Samwell shook his head and interrupted. First concentrate on building the wooden fortress. Remember to build more wooden houses. I'm afraid we will have new companions coming soon. Yes, my lord. After arranging the artisans, Samwell turned his gaze to Todd Flowers aside. Knight Todd, what advice do you have for the security of the camp? Although there was some gap between the two of them because of Carter's death, they didn't tear each other apart, and Todd has been doing his best along the way. Especially after going deep into the Crimson Mountains, without this experienced knight, even without the harassment of wildlings, the pioneering team might not have reached the northern shore of the summer sea so smoothly. So, Samwell still respects Todd's opinion in terms of security. Todd didn't hold back either, and immediately replied. My lord, I suggest that all the trees near the entrance and exit of the valley be cleared to prevent enemies or wild beasts from taking cover. In addition, although the savages did not attack us all the way before, they have been following us, so we must raise your vigilance, arrange people to go out of the valley every day to watch the sentry, and check the surrounding situation by the way. Okay. Samwell nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he added, however, as long as the savages around us don't show malice first, we don't want to attack them. If possible, I hope we can find out the distribution of the wildling tribes around, and it would be best if I could meet the leaders of those tribes. My lord, the savages in the Crimson Mountains don't have any kindness towards us. The reason why they didn't attack us before is because we have enough soldiers. Don't take them lightly. Don't worry, I understand their danger. But as pioneer lords, if we can accept some savages as subjects, our territory construction will definitely be smoother. Todd didn't persuade much, and then started to act according to Samwell's instructions. The originally quiet valley suddenly became lively again. Samwell led his recruits to catch fish and shrimp by the sea, because Ingzue Island is located deep in the Red Mountains, and the transportation is inconvenient. Although they bought some livestock and prepared some bacon, they must save some eat. Fortunately, the recruits were originally dock laborers. Most of them grew up on the banks of the Monde River, so they naturally knew how to catch food from the water. In one afternoon, the recruits had a great harvest, and the seafood they caught piled up into a hill half the height of a person. But just when Samwell was delighted to have a seafood barbecue dinner tonight, Todd came back worried and reported. My lord, it's not good. Our soldiers who were cutting down trees outside were attacked by savages, and 3 people were injured. Moreover, only 2 groups of the 3 groups of sentinels came back. Chapter 19 Lure the Enemy. The setting sun slanted to the west, casting golden afterglow on the calm sea, and a few seagulls flew by, shattering the golden image on the water. But Samwell didn't care to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of him. Seeing Todd, who returned again, he asked. The group of sentinels haven't been found yet. No. Todd looked equally ugly. Where are the savages who attacked us? Have you found their trace? No. They don't confront us head-on. After the sneak attack, they just go into the mountains and forests. We are not familiar with the terrain, so we can't catch up. Todd gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to take 10 more people to a place farther away. Find a place. Samwell was silent when he heard the words. Todd thought that the other party was unwilling, and a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart, and said, My lord, I sent those sentries, I must get them back. Otherwise, I'm not trying to stop you from looking for people. Samwell explained, I just want you to bring more people. Todd's expression softened slightly, he shook his head and said, 10 people are enough, if there are more, I'm afraid the safety of the camp cannot be guaranteed. Samwell smiled slightly, I just want those savages to think the same way. What do you mean? Todd froze for a moment. You were right before. I underestimated the malice of those savages. Now it seems that they will not easily communicate with us. If this is the case, then we must first show our power. Speaking of this, Samway, there was an undisguised killing intent in Air's eyes. You take out all the soldiers of the Tyrell family, so that the wildlings will think that the camp is empty and come to attack. I will lead my men to hold them back. Block them all in the valley. Todd stared at the young knight in front of him, and after a while he said in disbelief. My lord, is this too risky? We don't even know how many savages have come. Samwell said without fear, a group of sneaky savages, what is there to be afraid of? If they really have the strength to confront us head-on, why do they keep attacking? Todd still hesitated, it's better to wait until we find out the number of savages, and then deal with it. How to investigate? Samwell interrupted unceremoniously, this is the Crimson Mountain Range, which is the territory of the savages. Our people can't even catch up with each other's shadows here. Seeing that Todd was silent, Samwell said coldly again, don't hesitate, now is our best chance. Otherwise, after we have built the tower and surrounded the fence, we will resort to tricks to lure the enemy. The opponent may not dare to attack. At that time, relying on their familiarity with the terrain, they will come and go without a trace, constantly harassing and attacking us. I am afraid we can only stay in the valley to ensure safety. If this goes on for a long time, the construction of the territory will be greatly affected, and the entire pioneering team will be panicked. Even slowly we'll be trapped in this valley. Therefore, we must seize the opportunity, take advantage of the precarious moment, deliberately show our flaws, lure the savages to attack, and then completely hurt them in one battle. Todd pondered for a while, finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay. Since you have such courage and trust me so much, my lord, I will definitely not let you down. After finishing speaking, Todd slammed his right hand on his chest heavily, performed a knight salute solemnly, and then turned and left. Samwell turned to find Gavin, the attendant, and was about to give orders, but saw that the other party seemed hesitant to speak, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Gavin lowered his voice, "My lord, if you arrange it this way, aren't you afraid that Todd Flowers will die instead of saving?" Samwell took a deep look at his young attendant and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Todd Flower is a smart man, and he won't do stupid things. What's more, the supplies and food are all here. If he sits and watches us be defeated by the savages, he will bring 100 people without supplies. Can the soldier really escape from the Crimson Mountains? Even if he escapes, will the Tyrell family let him go?" Gavin hesitated for a moment, but persuaded again. "My lord, I'm still a little worried. Even if Todd doesn't dare to stand by, will he deliberately delay and let us fight the savages with heavy losses? Why don't we change it and let Todd and his men defend in the valley? You personally lead your troops out and come back after the battle begins." Samwell shook his head. "You are all new recruits who have never been on a real battlefield. It is more suitable to stay in the valley and rely on defensive facilities to fight positional warfare. It is more appropriate to leave the complicated operation of pretending to go out and then come back to Todd and his group of veterans." Seeing that Gavin seemed to want to say more, Samwell interrupted directly. "Gavin, do you know what is the most taboo thing on the battlefield?" "My lord, what is it?" "It's internal discord and mutual suspicion." Samwell's face became extremely serious. "No matter what conflicts I have with Todd, we are comrades in arms on the same front when facing wildlings. If the arrangement is according to what you said, Todd will immediately sense my distrust of him, and before the war starts, he will let go of his momentum. And even if this battle is won, from now on, there will only be wariness between me and him and suspicion." "I see, my lord." Gavin lowered his head and said nothing more. Samwell also slowed down his tone. "Well, go and tell the brothers that there may be wildlings attacking tonight, let them eat early and rest early, but don't remove their armor, keep all weapons at hand, and pay attention to the horn. In addition, then go and call Vito." "Yes." In fact, there is another important reason why Samwell dared to trust Todd. Marjorie had warned him in a letter before that he was not allowed to kill people indiscriminately, and Todd Flowers would follow his arrangements from now on. These words made Samwell keenly aware that Mrs. Olena's attitude towards him might have changed. If Mrs. Olena regarded him as a puppet that could be controlled before, then after killing people and gaining power, she should have changed her strategy and was willing to give him a chance. So, currently Todd can still be trusted. Of course, if Samwell's performance in the next territory development cannot satisfy her, Todd may jump out and compete for the dominance of the development team. Samwell firmly believed in this point. After all, the Queen of Thorns was not a soft-hearted woman. Therefore, this battle will be extremely critical for him. Similarly, it is also extremely critical for the recruits under him. For more than 4 months, Samwell has piled up equipment for them regardless of the cost, fed them meat every day, and personally led them to train. Now, it is finally time to test their quality. As long as they win this battle, these recruits will complete their transformation. Samwell will also officially have his own first batch of elite troops. As long as we win this battle. While thinking wildly, Gavin has already brought Vito over. Samwell calmed down, told Vito about his plan, and then began to discuss how to deploy defenses. The tower must have been too late to build, and even the fence was too late. Fortunately, in half a day in the afternoon, the craftsman had built a small mound in the mouth of the valley on the basis of the original terrain. After reinforcement and arrangement, it is a suitable defensive position. The mouth of the valley was originally not wide, and only 6 or 7 people could pass side by side. When Samuel led his troops to line up on the small hill, he would be able to take advantage of the location. After finalizing the plan, Samuel asked Vito to prepare some rolling stones and logs and pile them on the small mound. After the sun completely disappeared below the sea level, Todd also left the camp with his men. The artisans began to set up defensive positions, while Samuel and the soldiers went to bed early to recharge their batteries. Looking at the bright and vast starry sky, Samuel could not fall asleep. Hearing the sound of the waves hitting the rocks, the scenes before the crossing flashed in my mind. Although the time is not far from now, it seems like a world away. The night is dark, as if something is brewing and accumulating. Chapter 20 Night Raid. Woo. The dull sound of the horn pierced the silent night. Also startled Samuel, who was not asleep. He suddenly got up from the ground and roared loudly. Line up. Line up. After a brief panic, the recruits quickly lined up beside Samuel. Discipline and order have been the core content of Samuel's training for recruits over the past 4 months. After constant emphasis and repetition, it finally became part of the blood of the recruits and became something like muscle memory. Under the hazy moonlight, Samuel has already seen dark shadows appearing in the passages in and out of the valley. The savage really took the bait. After hearing the sound of the horn, the savages knew that they had been discovered, and they simply did not hide their intentions, and they all let out strange howls. For a while, howling resounded through the valley, awakening countless sleeping beasts and birds. It also shocked everyone in the camp. Too many savages. Under the cover of the night, they couldn't see exactly how many people there were, but judging by the voice and the momentum, there might be thousands of them. Can such a disparity in the number of people be maintained? Samuel stood on the small mound at the entrance of the valley, looking at the dense black shadows in front of him, and rushed towards him like crazy, but his heart was extremely calm. He was so calm that he surprised himself. Every major event is calm. This is a psychological state that he could not have expected in his previous life. But I didn't expect that after time travel, I somehow grasped it instead. Before he decided to kill Carter last time, he had hesitated, and even after the killing, he still felt scared, flustered, and even disgusted. But when he faced Carter, who was hanging upside down in front of him, he was extremely calm. Even if Todd Buddha rushed towards him with a roar, he could kill without hesitation. It is the same this time. Before the war, he also couldn't sleep worrying about his gains and losses, worried that Todd would really betray him, worried that he had miscalculated the number of wildlings, worried that his 4 months of military training was just a joke, and worried that he hadn't had time to participate in this battle. Game of Thrones died tragically on a nameless mound. But when facing the dark savages rushing towards him, Samuel suddenly became distracted. At this time, he has lost all hesitation, worry, and fear, and there is only one thought in his mind: fight to the end. Put. Following Samuel's order, the soldiers pushed the rolling stones and logs that had been prepared down the mound. Boom, boom. Driven by gravity and inertia, rolling stones and logs tumbled down one by one, hitting heavily on the savage team that had just rushed into the valley. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and screams continued. This wave of preemptive strikes dealt a severe blow to the arrogance of the savages, and also relieved the nervous recruits who had just entered the battle. Stand up the shield. Samuel's voice sounded again. The soldiers in the front row reflexively stood the huge wooden shields in front of them, and looked anxiously at the savages who rushed up. Under the moonlight, the ferocious face of the savage could already be clearly seen. Although fear was unavoidable in their hearts, they did not move. Because the companion is behind, the Lord is also behind. For more than 4 months, Samuel did not teach them complicated fighting skills, but just let them repeat the simplest and most basic fighting moves. The only requirement is that they must be neat, unified, and obey orders. Countless boring repetitions have allowed these soldiers to form muscle memory. No matter how nervous or scared they are, they will subconsciously complete tactical actions after hearing the password. If they fight alone, each of these recruits has fatal flaws: their movements are stiff, inflexible, rigid, and monotonous. But if they are lined up in an array, they will become terrifying killing machines. I'm afraid that even Samuel himself may not be clear about what such an orderly army means to the war in the cold weapon era. And tonight, this fledgling army will show its fangs for the first time in the depths of the Crimson Mountains. Bang bang bang. Many of the recruits in the front row closed their eyes, stepped on the ground with both feet, struggling to withstand the first round of impact from the wildlings. Fortunately, the wooden shield was not broken. This is no surprise. Although the protective ability of the wooden shield is not strong, you must know that the savage weapons on the opposite side are even worse. Living in the Crimson Mountains, they can't master the superb smelting technology at all. There are very few iron weapons, and most of them are primitive weapons such as stone hammers, wooden spears, and animal teeth. In addition, they are attacking from the bottom up, and the lethality is greatly reduced. Samwell watched all this coldly, and issued a second order. Stabber. Swish swish swish. The spearman hiding behind the shield soldier immediately stabbed the spear in his hand along the gap in the wooden shield. Chi chi chi. The sound of the gun point piercing the flesh came and went. After several rounds of spear stabbing, the savage team that rushed into the valley became thinner in an instant. Knife out. Following Samwell's third order, the soldiers in the last row drew out their long knives, pierced through the spearmen and shield soldiers, and slashed at the savages who were still screaming. After a round of makeup, before the next wave of savages rushed up, the sword soldiers immediately withdrew to the formation, and the shield soldiers re-established their shields to meet the next round of impact. This cycle repeats. After a few rounds, Samwell saw that the soldiers were exhausted, so he ordered. The first group retreats and changes to the second group. Due to the narrow terrain at the mouth of the valley, Samwell had already divided his soldiers into 3 groups and took turns to fight. Of course, the arms and tactical arrangements of each group are exactly the same. Establish a shield, stab a spear, draw a knife. Monotonous, repetitive, and extremely uninteresting. But extremely effective. Not long after the battle started, a layer of savage corpses was already spread on the of Taniguchi. Even these first-time recruits were amazed by the amount of damage they caused. Of course, it was the first battle after all, so they would inevitably be nervous and make mistakes, but even so, it was difficult for the wildlings to cause much damage to them, because they still had a piece of leather armor on them for protection. Excellent equipment, favorable terrain, tacit cooperation, reasonable tactical arrangements, Samwell's calm command at the scene. In the rotation after rotation, the recruits are becoming more and more proficient and confident. Blood stained their bodies red and washed away their greenness. In fact, the steps for a recruit to become a veteran are as simple as that: go through a battle, kill an enemy, and survive. These more than 100 recruits recruited by Samwell from the Monde River Wharf are experiencing such a transformation. As time goes by, their movements become more unified, more concise and more efficient. No matter how bravely the savages charged forward, they were still unable to shake this seemingly thin line of defense, and could only leave corpses at the entrance of the valley. The strong smell of blood filled the entire valley. Under the command of Samwell, the soldiers on the hill seemed to have condensed into a machine designed for killing. Life is its fuel, blood is its lubricant, and the fear of its enemies is its highest glory. Chapter 21 Warriors. Why haven't you attacked yet? Outside the valley, a young savage asked a little anxiously. He has a horse face, dark skin, and a strong figure. Around his neck is a necklace made of animal teeth. Experienced hunters should be able to see that these are all tiger tusks. And this is exactly the custom of a famous tribe in the Scarlet Mountains, the Huya tribe. The warriors of this tribe regard hunting tigers as their highest honor. After killing a tiger with their own hands, they will take off the longest and sharpest tusk and string them into a necklace to hang on their chests to show their pride. Own bravery. The savage who spoke just now had dense fangs hanging from his neck, and the longest of them exceeded 5 inches. From this, one can imagine how huge the tigers hunted and killed were once. Beside this person, stood 2 young savages who looked very similar to him. The tiger tooth necklaces on their chests were also densely packed, making people look sideways. These 3 are the 3 sons of the chief of the Huya tribe, the most powerful tribe in this mountain area, the famous 3 brave brothers. The eldest is Chaika, the second is Chimu, and the third is Keeman. After discovering the traces of the pioneering team, the 3 brothers began to summon the warriors of the nearby tribes, and prepare to drive these damned river people out of their territory together. In dealing with the Huan people, they are natural allies. However, since they found that there were more than 200 well-equipped and well-trained soldiers in the pioneering team, the 3 brothers did not act rashly, but followed secretly while waiting for the gathering of warriors from various tribes. When the pioneering team arrived at the destination and began to build the camp, Chaika became a little anxious. because he can see that the valley chosen by these cunning riverbenders is a place that is extremely conducive to defense. If they really let them build a solid camp there, or even a castle, the wildlings will lose control of this land forever, right? At this time, under the prestige of the Huya tribe, the three brothers had already gathered more than 2,000 savage warriors, but Chaika still did not dare to attack rashly. After all, when facing the regular army in Huan, the savages were at a complete disadvantage in terms of equipment and physical fitness. Unless they had a numerical advantage of more than 10 times, they would never dare to confront them head-on. Although the current strength has reached 10 times, but because the Huan people occupy the valley, the Chaika still wants to wait for more wildlings to support them. However, as time goes by, the people of Huan will also build more defensive facilities. Therefore, the Chaika is not fighting or delaying now, and it is a bit of a dilemma. In desperation, he sent people to carry out sneak attacks and harassment, trying to delay the construction of the camp, and at the same time test the combat effectiveness of these Huan people. By the way, he also arrested 2 sentinels who came out to inquire about the situation. Unexpectedly, those Huan people reacted extremely violently, as if they had been stabbed in a hornet's nest. In the evening, hundreds of heavily armed soldiers came out of the valley, trying to find their companions. This made Chaika happy instead of surprised. Because he just learned from the 2 River Bend sentinels he captured that there are more than 200 soldiers in this pioneering team. Half of them are the elite troops of the Tyrell family, and the other half are the pioneering knights. The recruits who had just been recruited before leaving. Now, the most elite army of the Tyrell family has all left the camp. This is a good chance. As an excellent hunter, Chaika never hesitates when the prey reveals its weakness. So, when it was confirmed that the soldiers of the Tyrell family had gone far, he decisively ordered an attack on the camp of the people of the River Bend. In his opinion, how could more than 100 recruits and a waste knight who was said to be a well-known waste knight among the nobles in the River Bay, be able to stop the attack of more than 2,000 warriors even if they had a good location? However, when the battle really started, things gradually went wrong. The resistance in the camp was unexpectedly strong. The narrow and deep valley mouth seemed to be an invisible abyss, constantly devouring the lives of the savage warriors. Should be rushing in. The third child Chimon was actually a little anxious, but he still calmed down. The Huan people only have more than 100 recruits in the camp, and they should have suffered heavy casualties by now. Where are our warriors? After fighting for so long, how many casualties have there been? A tribal leader who came to help couldn't help asking. This question caused everyone to fall into silence. Under the darkness, no one knew the casualties. Only the sound of brutal fighting was heard, and a strong smell of blood was smelled. The boss Chaika suddenly stood up, drew his knife and said, "I will personally lead people to charge." Hearing this, everyone beamed with joy. It seemed that as long as the number 1 warrior of the Huya tribe went into battle in person, the enemy would immediately collapse. Chaika just took a few steps, but found himself being held back. "What's wrong, Keeman?" Keeman approached his eldest brother, lowered his voice and said, "Brother, the more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. This is probably a trap deliberately set by the people of Huan." Chaika froze for a moment. "What trap?" "Brother, think about it carefully. If the camp in front of you can't be attacked for a long time, and at this time, the army of the Tyrell family that left before suddenly came back, what would happen?" Chaika's eyes widened suddenly, but in the next second, they narrowed again. He patted his younger brother on the shoulder and said, "What you said makes sense, but we can't retreat now. You and Chimu stare behind you. If the army of the Tyrell family really comes back, hold it against me. As long as I rush into the valley, this battle it was us who won. All those people in Huan must die." After speaking, Chaika turned around and strode away without hesitation. Chiman secretly sighed. He knew that what the elder brother said was right. It was a bit late to wake up now. Most of the savage warriors are crowded in the valley at this time, and it is difficult to retreat. What's more, if they really escape undefeated, the reputation of the Huya tribe will be completely ruined in the future. So, up to now, the 3 brothers can only advance, not retreat. Just as Chaika gritted his teeth secretly, a savage suddenly ran over and shouted in a panic. "It's not good, the River Bend army that left before has come back." Kaiman's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly thought that he had been tricked. But at this time, he knew that he must not panic, otherwise this improvised savage alliance might fall apart. So, facing the people who were stunned by the news, Kaiman smiled calmly and said loudly, "What are you afraid of? It's only 100 or so soldiers from Huan. I will bring 300 warriors with me, and I will definitely be able to stop them. Infected by Kaiman's courage, everyone regained their calm, and immediately expressed their appreciation for the bravery of the 3 Huya brothers. Kaiman also knew that it was not too late, so he immediately found his second brother Chimu, called more than 300 wildling warriors, and quickly lined up outside the valley to meet the Tyrell family army that appeared behind him. Looking at the menacing army in front of him, Kaiman suppressed his worries and forced himself to calm down. So what if it's a trap? As one of the 3 most outstanding warriors of the Huya tribe, Kaiman has walked on the edge of life and death countless times. But not once did he leave his back to the enemy. Warriors of the mountain, follow me, go. Chapter 22 Route. Establish a shield. Stabber. Knife out. On the small hill at the mouth of the valley, Samwell's voice was a little hoarse. But the expression on his face became more and more relaxed. Fighting to the present, not only those recruits have already completed their transformation under the baptism of blood, but Samwell has also strengthened his confidence in the military theory he has figured out. On this battlefield dominated by cold weapons, neat cues and strict discipline and order is the most powerful weapon. The corpses of savages almost covering the hillside in front of him are the best proof of this theory. Samwell could already feel that the enemy's aura was fading rapidly, and the momentum of the attack was not as good as before. I believe that it won't be long before the savages even dare to launch a new round of attack on the hill. Even without Todd Butterflower attacking outside, Samwell has the confidence to lead his recruits to defend the valley. Looking at the dark savages crowded in the valley road, Samwell even had time to think, if only he had some archers in his hand. At this time, a few rounds of shooting at the crowd will definitely destroy the morale of the barbarians. Of course, this can only be thought about. A qualified archer is not so easy to train, 4 months is definitely not enough, not to mention, archers are a very expensive unit. We can only wait until the territory grows in the future. There are also cavalry, so it will cost more money. Kill. A roar like thunder on the ground exploded in his ears, and Samwell suddenly came back to his senses, and saw a shield soldier under him flying up like a kite with a broken string, tumbling a few times in the air and then smashing heavily falling. The entire chest was sunken in, and unstoppable. Blood gushed out of his mouth. What happened? Samwell was shocked to find that a majestic savage had torn through the defense line of the shield soldiers and rushed up. He was waving a long knife, unstoppable, and the tiger tooth necklace hanging on his chest gleamed with blood. Stop him. Boom. Chaika slashed and shattered the wooden shield in front of him again. Among the scattered sawdust, his blood-red eyes locked on the person on the hillside who was giving orders. Die to me. Chaika let out a wild roar, like a tiger descending the mountain, and charged towards Samwell. In the flash, Samwell couldn't dodge at all, so he could only bite the bullet and swung his sword to block. Clang. Amidst the violent clanging of gold and iron, Samwell let go of his long sword, and his whole body seemed to have hit a truck and flew backwards. The severe pain in his chest made him barely able to breathe. Fortunately, he was protected by chain armor for the knife just now, otherwise he would definitely have his chest cut open by this terrible savage. Before Samwell could catch his breath, Chaika laughed wildly and slashed down again. The gust of wind blowing towards his face was like the breath of death, which almost broke Samwell's liver and gallbladder. At the critical moment of life and death, he tried his best, using his hands and feet together, and crawled a few steps to the side like a big lizard. Poof! The steel knife hit the ground heavily, and the splashed soil and gravel drew several bloodstains on Samwell's face. Just a little bit, he was going to be separated from head to head. Samwell wanted to struggle to get up, but at this moment his hands and feet seemed to be filled with lead, and he couldn't move at all. But Chaika pounced again. Protect Lord Caesar. The soldiers finally reacted and stopped Chaika. Samwell quickly took a few breaths, only to find that his mouth was full of fishy and sweet taste. What a terrible savage. What a tyrannical force. After these days of hard training and the help of the golden tail shrimp, his current strength attribute has surpassed that of ordinary people, reaching 1.32. But in front of this terrifying savage, he is still so vulnerable. Samwell secretly guessed that the strength attribute of this savage might have reached 3, or even higher. The second group stepped forward. Stabilize the line of defense. The third group went to surround that savage. Samwell gasped, and quickly ordered. This is the benefit of having a reserve team. The line of defense that was breached just now quickly stabilized again. As for Chaika, no matter how tough he is, surrounded by dozens of spear and shield soldiers, what kind of waves can he make? The role of personal valor in war is extremely limited. However, Samuel had to admit that it was really a thrill just now. The savage was extremely terrifying both in terms of personal force and timing. He rushed into the battle just now. If he succeeded in killing Samuel, he might really be able to turn the tide of the battle and turn the tide. But unfortunately, only a little bit. At this moment, Chaika could only be surrounded by more than a dozen spears, shooting left and right, in a panic, and soon suffered several wounds on his body. Chaika roared like a trapped animal in the cage, a cold light flashed in his blood-red eyes, and threw the steel knife in his hand towards Samuel. Die. Fortunately, Samuel has been paying attention to this person's movements. Seeing this, he quickly took the wooden shield from the soldier beside him and blocked it in front of him. Boom. With strong inertia, the long knife pierced a hole in the wooden shield, but it was still blocked by the mail armor on Samuel's body. The tyrannical force made Samuel take 3 steps back and sat down on the ground. Swallowing the blood rushing to his throat, Samuel struggled to get up again, roaring. Kill him. Kill. Seeing that the savage had no weapons, the soldiers rushed forward. Ah. Chaika roared like crazy, and was about to charge again in the direction of Samuel. The soldiers quickly gathered, ready to defend their lord to the death. But who knows, Chaika suddenly turned around and rushed out of the valley. Before this savage had always been extremely fierce and indomitable, but now he suddenly played tricks, which really caught the soldiers by surprise. In a daze, Chaika actually broke out of the encirclement. Don't chase. Hold your position. Samuel quickly stopped the soldiers who were trying to pursue. Although he wished to cut that savage into pieces, he also knew that the overall situation was the most important. Besides, the savage was already seriously injured, so there was nothing to worry about. Although Chaika's rampage made the defenders flustered for a while, it turned out that this attack was just a flashback. After that, the wildlings could no longer pose any threat to the front on the hill. Moreover, Samuel has heard the sound of fighting outside the valley. Obviously, Todd finally led his troops back. There was a burst of cheers in the camp, and the morale of the soldiers was even higher. The savage on the opposite side became more and more depressed. Although they organized a few more attacks, the position on this not-so-high hill was like a city wall made of steel, impenetrable. The front road was blocked, and the rear was attacked again. The savages in the valley finally became anxious and even panicked. At this time, the first ray of light in the morning finally pierced the deep darkness, illuminating the valley in the midst of fierce battle, and presenting this hellish scene in front of everyone. From Taniguchi to the front of the pioneering team's defense line, the of more than 100 feet was densely covered with the corpses of wildlings. In this pile of corpses, there are still savages who have not died, and they let out heart-piercing wailing, just begging for a relief. The flowing blood dyed the ground dark red, and the strong smell of blood permeated the air, almost suffocating. This doomsday scene became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The savage army finally collapsed. They could no longer organize a decent attack. They either ran back like crazy, or cried bitterly with their heads in their hands, or collapsed on the ground motionless, as if they were frightened stupid. Samuel took the opportunity to announce loudly to the wildmen. Put down your weapons, surrender without killing. The soldiers on the hillside also began to move forward, shouting as they walked. Put down your weapons, surrender without killing. Put down your weapons, surrender without killing. Chapter 23 Disposal. The twilight of the morning sun slowly penetrated the clouds, and sprinkled a touch of golden color on the mountains. On the blood-stained ground, unknown weeds greedily absorbed the remains of the dead, trying to grow taller and stronger. A few vultures were circling in the sky, and they couldn't wait to dive down and enjoy the feast. Although he didn't sleep all night, Samuel was still in high spirits, directing his subordinates to clean up the battlefield and place the prisoners. This battle was finally won, and it was a hearty victory. Samuel understood that this victory meant a lot to him. First of all, after this baptism, the batch of recruits he recruited are no longer just a display, but a powerful armed force that he can rely on. Secondly, he himself gained a lot of prestige because of this victory. Originally, he was a well-known trash among the nobles of the River Bend, and no one thought highly of him except those recruits he recruited. But now, everyone looked at him with reverence and respect, and they really regarded him as a lord who expanded his territory. The most important thing is that after this battle, the new territory will no longer have to worry about being harassed by savages. At least near this valley, no savage tribe has the courage and ability to pose a threat to him. At this time, Todd came over, bowed to Samwell, and said, "My lord, the preliminary statistics of this battle have come out. After this victory, the knight of the Tyrell family was obviously more respectful when facing Samwell. How is it going? A total of 21 of our soldiers died unfortunately, and more than 30 people were seriously injured. However, we killed more than 230 savages and captured nearly 1,000 people." When it came to the end, the illegitimate knight who had experienced many battles couldn't believe it. He has participated in many battles, but he has never seen such exaggerated results, especially since he also knows that the pioneer knight in front of him is only a group of recruits who are on the battlefield for the first time. Even if the opponent is only a savage with poor equipment and poor organization, such a brilliant victory is enough for this young knight to enter the ranks of the excellent generals of the River Bend. The Tully family is really rich in generals. At this moment, Todd no longer dared to associate Samwell with the name of Trash. In his opinion, this was either a misunderstanding, or involved some dirty conspiracy within the Tully family. Well, properly accommodate the wounded and sacrifice soldiers, and pay pensions according to the standard I promised before. You can ask Gavin for the money. Yes, my lord. Caught the wildling leader. Caught it. This attack was initiated by a nearby tribe named Huya. The organizers were the 3 sons of the tribe's chief. They have all been captured. Okay, bring it to me. Yes. It wasn't until the 3 Huya brothers were brought to him that Samwell discovered that one of them was the terrifying savage who posed a fatal threat to him on the battlefield last night. We meet again. Samwell greeted with a smile. What's your name? Chaika. Chaika gritted his teeth and spit out a few words from between his teeth. His blood-red eyes were fixed on Samwell, as if he would rush to bite his throat if he disagreed. Samwell would naturally not be afraid of a defeated general, not to mention that the opponent's hands and feet were tied. Chaika, we have no hatred, right? I haven't hurt anyone in the Huya tribe, but why are you attacking us? Chaika snorted softly and said angrily. Everywhere you go, the Huan people will occupy land and build cities, cut down forests, and hunt wild animals, but these are all gifts from the gods. Now you have ruined them, and you still ask why we attack you. These survival resources are not labeled. Why do you say that the gods are exclusive to you? Why can't they be jointly developed? Hee, since you have one, this mountain forest is naturally yours. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Kill as you want. None of the Huya warriors are afraid of death. Really? Samwell looked at the fearless 3 brothers, and suddenly had an idea, and said, however, I didn't say I would kill you. You won't kill us? Chaika frowned and asked, are you planning to make us your slaves? Samwell shook his head again. Enslaving others is an offense to the 7 gods, and the laws of the kingdom also expressly prohibit keeping slaves. If you don't want to be slaves, will you let us go? The second child, Chimu, couldn't help asking. Unexpectedly, Samwell nodded. Humph. Are you so kind? Chaika obviously didn't believe it. I didn't intend to be an enemy of the savages. Samwell said frankly, it's just that you don't give me a chance to show friendship. As I said just now, the gift of nature is not something you can monopolize. As long as you are willing, it's perfectly possible to be a partner, a friend, or even a relative. You Riverbend nobles have always spoken well. Chaika said disdainfully, but don't you want us to surrender to you? Samwell asked with a smile, isn't it natural to submit to the strong? Isn't that the case in your tribe? These words made Chaika speechless. Savages are indeed respected by the strong. But then he said in a muffled voice, only the patriarch of the Huya tribe, our father, can decide whether to surrender to you. So I want to meet your father. Okay, then you let us go first, and our people. Samwell shook his head and said, your attack has caused us huge losses, so there must be corresponding compensation. What compensation? Those tribesmen who were captured by us must stay and build the castle for me, and they can only leave after the completion. Isn't this just letting them be your slaves? You said just now that you won't keep slaves, you really are hypocritical nobles. Chaika snorted softly. Samwell ignored him and continued. And you must also pay the price as punishment for instigating this battle. What punishment? Hundreds of people died because of you, and the punishment must be equal, so, naturally, death. Chaika laughed loudly. So you still want to kill us? Are you talking nonsense before? Samwell shook his head again. No, I will only kill one of you. I will release the other two to show my sincerity in reconciling with the Huya tribe. The three brothers froze for a moment, then asked almost simultaneously. Who are you going to kill? Samwell smiled mysteriously and said. Well, it's up to you to decide which one will atone for the dead. After Samwell finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became delicate. Chapter 24 Surrender. The three Huya brothers who died generously, suddenly fell silent. No one wants to die. Especially when I had a chance to survive. If Samwell declared that he would kill all three brothers, they would definitely be impassioned and die calmly. But when Samwell said to kill only one of them and let the other two go, the situation suddenly changed. The three warriors were no longer brave, and they all lowered their heads and did not speak. Hey, three warriors, have you decided yet? Samwell urged. The three of them still did not speak. Samwell curled his lips in disdain, and said again. Well, who was the first to propose to attack the pioneering team? Let him take the blame. Still an embarrassing silence. What? Three warriors, don't you even dare to admit the truth? Samwell threatened, if you don't tell me, then I'll pick someone at random and kill him. It was first proposed by Chiman. Finally, the second child, Chimu, spoke in a low voice. Samwell raised his mouth slightly and asked, who is Chiman? Without the other party answering, he had already found Chiman. Because this person was glaring at his elder brother and asked, Chimu, is that why you want me to die? Chimu avoided his younger brother's gaze. Nana said. It is indeed the first plan you mentioned. Isn't this plan agreed by all three of us? Why should I undertake it alone? It's just death. We die together, what are we afraid of? Samwell said leisurely at the side, Keeman, you are wrong. How can you all die? You must leave some blood for your family. Okay, so, has it been decided to be Keeman? Chaika, you are the big brother, you say something. Kaiman immediately turned to look at his eldest brother, but saw that the other party lowered his head and remained silent. He smiled miserably and asked. Brother, do you want me to die too? Chaika remained silent. Silence is tacit consent. Samwell drew out his long sword and walked behind Cheeman. Since your two elder brothers said to kill you, then they will kill you. Keeman ignored the long sword approaching behind him at all, and still stared at his two elder brothers with staring eyes, as if he wanted to see their true colors clearly. Shwa. The long sword slashed down. But Cheeman did not wait for the expected pain, but felt his wrist loosen instead. Turning around to look, only to find that what Samwell cut with his sword just now was actually the rope that bound him. Under Cheeman's blank gaze, Samwell smiled and said, Oh, I changed my mind. Of the three of you, only one will survive. After speaking, he threw the long sword in front of the three brothers. If it was the beginning, Samwell would only humiliate himself by doing so. The three brothers would never have been provoked to kill each other so easily. But now, the situation is completely different. As soon as the long sword fell to the ground, the second child, Chimu, jumped on it first. Betrayal is the same as cheating, there are only 0 times and countless times. However, after all, he was still tied hands and feet, so he couldn't move easily. How could he his younger brother Chiman who had been untied? Brother, younger brother, listen to me. Facing the long sword pointing at his heart, Chimu tried to squeeze out the most friendly smile, trying to awaken the brotherhood in his heart. I just stated the facts just now, what do you really want? It was that damned nobleman who killed you. All of this is his trap, can't you see it? He forced me, ah. The long sword pierced through the heart, and Chimu finally died in the hands of his younger brother. Samwell clapped his hands, as if admiring, but also as ironic. He pointed to Chaika and said, There is one more. Keeman pulled out his long sword and walked in front of his elder brother Chaika. His voice was hoarse as if it came from hell. Brother, look up at me. Chaika still lowered his head. Look up at me. Chiman hissed like a wounded beast. Chaika finally raised his head, but looked at Samwell who was standing beside him. Samwell looked at him without flinching. You are a devil. Chaika gritted his teeth. Samwell smiled lightly, and retorted, "The devil is hidden in your heart, I just let it show up." "What about the 3 warriors with tiger teeth? What brotherly love, hee. It turns out that they are all lies that can be easily exposed. You always say that we nobles are hypocritical, but turn a blind eye to our own hypocrisy. Look at me." Cheeman still yelled reluctantly. Chaika finally turned his head to look at his younger brother, with guilt in his eyes. "Just now, did you want me to die too?" Kaiman stared into his elder brother's eyes and asked. Chaika did not answer this question, but sincerely persuaded. "Brother, kill me and run away as far as you can, don't think about avenging us. He is a devil who plays with people's hearts. You will never be able to defeat him." Keeman gritted his teeth and said, "What qualifications do you have to teach me how to do things?" Chaika sighed, stopped talking, raised his head, closed his eyes and waited for death. Keeman's face changed rapidly several times, hesitating, sad, resentful. But in the end, he aimed at his elder brother's heart and stabbed with his sword. Chi! Hot blood spurted out, splashing Cheeman all over. He staggered back a few steps, then stood still, as if he had become a stone statue. Samwell's voice sounded again. "Very good. I kept my promise, and now you are free. Go back and tell your father, I am not a person who likes to kill, and I would rather you surrender than to destroy. So, if he is willing to submit, then come here to see I will accept all the savages of the Huya tribe as my subjects. If you don't want to, then Huya tribe had better have enough warriors to withstand our swords." Keeman stood there blankly, as if he hadn't heard Samwell's words at all. "What? Don't dare to go back to the tribe? Don't worry, as long as you are no longer an enemy of me, I won't tell you about your brother killing." Keeman finally raised his head, and at this moment, his face was covered with blood, and he looked extremely ferocious. Although the appearance has not changed, the temperament seems to be a completely different person. "My lord, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to win my father's surrender," Keeman said hoarsely. "Oh." Samwell frowned, a little surprised. Why? Could it be that the Huya tribe really has enough warriors? Cheeman shook his head. "No, the warriors of the tribe have either died in battle or become your captives, and the rest of them may have been terrified. But even so, my father will not surrender to you, because that's a dead end." "Dead end?" "Yes, the Riverbend nobles will definitely kill him." Samwell had a guess in his mind. "Could it be that your father once hurt any nobleman in the river?" "Yes. My father went out to plunder when he was young, and once killed a member of the Hightower family." Samwell suddenly realized. This is no wonder, with the influence of the Hightower family in the River Bend, Samwell may not be able to keep the patriarch of the Huya tribe. "Why did you tell me this?" Samwell looked at the savage in front of him with interest. "Because I want to tell you that my father will not surrender to you, but I will." After finishing speaking, Cheeman suddenly fell to his knees with a thud, crawled to the feet of Samwell on the ground, pressed his forehead tightly against his feet, and said loudly, "Noble and great knight, Keeman hereby swears allegiance to you. I would like to be the sharp sword in your hand and remove all obstacles in your way. Please witness for me, if you violate this oath, let me die with blood." Samwell looked down at the back of the savage in front of him, with playful eyes, and after thinking for a moment, said, "I accept your allegiance." Chapter 25 New Territories. The camp of the Huya tribe is located in the northeast of Ingzue Island, about 20 miles apart. The camp was built in the open space by the lake, surrounded by a double-layer iron oak fence that was 20 feet high, and more than a dozen tall watchtowers stood inside the fence. There is also an artificially dug moat outside the fence, turning the entire camp into a small island connected to the lake. For such a camp, although its defense ability cannot be compared with that of a nobleman's castle, it is already considered strong. Who? On the watchtower, a savage pointed a bow and arrow at the figure in front of the camp gate and asked vigilantly. Since the deserters from the Battle of Yingzuyu returned to the tribe, the atmosphere in the camp has become extremely tense. Such a disastrous defeat almost wiped out most of the young and strong forces of the Huya tribe, which was a disaster for them. "It's me, Cheeman." Hearing the familiar voice, the savage guard put down his bow and arrow, and hurriedly opened the camp gate. Keeman walked into the camp without saying a word, and asked directly, "Where's my father?" After the patriarch received the news of the defeat, he fell ill. Keeman nodded expressionlessly, and said, "Take me to him." "Yes." Led by the servant, Cheeman came to a hut near the lake. There is a brazier burning in the house, and the wizard of the Huya tribe is throwing a bunch of strange plants into the flames, chanting words. Amidst the smog, Cheeman saw his father lying on the bed, his body covered with the fangs of various beasts. You go out first. The wizard hesitated for a moment, but still left the hut with the servants. Hearing the movement, the old patriarch opened his eyes, looked at the younger son who walked to the bed, opened his dry lips, and asked weakly. Why are you alone? What about Chaika and Chimu? They are all dead. Cheeman said expressionlessly. The old patriarch closed his eyes in pain, his body trembled slightly, and it took him a while to control his emotions, saying, In my name, you immediately write to the 14 nearby tribes, telling them that the Huan people have invaded the depths of the mountains that the gods have given us. If they do not want to be expelled from the place where they have lived for generations, they must unite and work together. Father. Cheeman interrupted loudly, Do you still want the warriors of the tribe to continue to bleed? The old patriarch glanced at his younger son and said angrily. What? Did just one failure make you lose your courage? Cheeman looked straight into his father's eyes without flinching, and said. This is not a question of courage. Father, you have also seen the people of Huan and fought against the army of Huan. Don't you know where the gap between us and them is? Were the warriors of the tribe less brave than they? No. What we lack is not courage, but piles of bread and dried meat, well-made steel weapons, knights born for war, and indestructible castles. Without these, no matter how many wildlings we gather, we will never be able to defeat the people of the Reach. Cough, cough, cough. The old patriarch coughed violently, and seemed very angry at his son's words. Then what do you want? Do you really surrender to the people of Huan? Be their slave. Not a slave, but a leader. Leaders. Haha, cough cough cough. The old patriarch said disdainfully, Have you ever seen the people ruled by those noble lords? What's the difference between them and slaves? Cheeman retorted, What about our people? They are not even as good as the so-called slaves in your mouth. What did you say? Cough 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 cough. The old patriarch sat up straight in anger, but couldn't help coughing again. Cheeman looked at his father coldly, and had no intention of stepping forward to help. He even added fuel to the fire and said, Father, you are already old, and your stubbornness will only make the Huya tribe fall into the abyss of despair. Shut up. The old patriarch gasped heavily and cursed, What? You still want to decide the future of the tribe? Wait until I die. Good. Before he finished speaking, Cheeman picked up the tiger skin on the bed and covered his father's head. Whoa. The old patriarch struggled violently for a while, but was firmly held down by the young and strong son. The flame in the center of the hut was beating violently, vaguely reflecting the silhouettes of the father and son. Finally, the old patriarch stopped moving. Cheeman put the tiger skin back on his father, and put those messy beast teeth back in place. After finishing all this, he stared at his father's face for a while, and finally rubbed his own stiff face severely, put on a panicked expression, and shouted anxiously. Father. What's wrong with you? Father. Saru, Saru. Hearing the call, Saru, the wizard who was guarding outside the house, hurried in. Look at my father, he fainted just now. Saru sniffed the old patriarch's breath, feeling horrified. He turned his head and met Cheeman's cold eyes. Seems to understand something, Saru quickly lowered his head and said. Sorry, Master Cheeman, the patriarch, he has returned to the embrace of the gods. What? Father. Cheeman threw himself on the bed, hugging the old patriarch's body and crying loudly. My lord, you shouldn't accept the allegiance of someone like Cheeman. On a high outside the camp of the Huya tribe, Todd Buddha Flower persuaded Samuel. Samuel asked while watching the movement in the camp from a distance. What kind of person is Cheeman? Kinslayer. Todd said sternly, a person who can kill even blood relatives, what else can't be done? Samuel pointed to the distant camp and asked. How many soldiers do you need to capture this stockade? Todd froze for a moment, then said after deliberation. 500 people. What about casualties? Maybe bigger. Samuel sighed, and said, as for Cheeman, we can take down this camp without a single soldier. Todd frowned and said. My lord, why do you insist on taking this camp? After the previous battle, neither the Huya tribe nor the other savage tribes in this forest dared to invade us again, so we just need to build up our territory safely. Samwell sighed secretly. Something he couldn't tell Todd. The stable development is too slow, and the troubled times come too fast. He doesn't have that much time. Therefore, he must increase the population of the territory as soon as possible, and absorbing savages is the fastest way. Huya tribe is the most powerful and most prestigious savage tribe in the vicinity. Taking it down is of great significance to subdue the savages. At this time, the gate of the camp suddenly opened, and 7 or 8 savages came out of it, walking towards the direction where Samwell and the others were. When the other party approached, they saw that the leader was Cheeman. He slowly came to Samwell, knelt down on the ground, and said loudly, "Respected Lord Caesar, as the new head of the Huya tribe, on behalf of all the tribe, I surrender to you." Samwell stepped forward and said seriously, "I, Samwell Caesar, under the witness of the gods, accept all the people of the Huya tribe as my subjects. Starting today, I will accept your offerings and at the same time give you shelter." Chapter 26 Arrangement. How many people are there in the tribe? In the wooden house in the center of the camp, Samwell, sitting at the top, asked. Below him, the new patriarch, wizard, and elders of the Huya tribe gathered. "My lord, there are still more than 2,300 people in the tribe, but most of them are women, the elderly and children." Samwell, of course, heard what Cheeman meant, and asked. "Lack of food?" "There is enough food now, but due to the lack of young and strong, the prey harvested in the future should be greatly reduced. It is estimated that there will be a shortage of food in a short time." Samwell rubbed the back of the chair. Of course he knew in his heart that most of the young and strong members of the Huya tribe had either died in battle on Ingzue Island, or they had become their own captives. Of course he didn't want to release these captives, after all, they had to rely on them to build the territory. However, these women, children, and children of the Huya tribe cannot be ignored. Whether it is out of humanitarianism or to buy people's hearts from a utilitarian perspective, Samwell must settle these people well. It's just that it's really difficult to support so many people with the money and food in his hands. But Samwell wasn't too worried. After all, we have just won such a big battle. Is it too much to use this to increase investment with investors? Samwell asked himself that compared to those entrepreneurs who dare to ask for money just with a PPT, he is already a rare honest person. After pondering for a while, Samwell said, "Cheeman, please count the number of unattended elderly people over 60 years old and children under 10 years old in the camp. In addition, count the disabled, sick and other people who cannot take care of themselves. I will build the orphanage takes care of these people in a unified way. Of course, entering the orphanage is voluntary, and if someone at home takes care of them, you don't have to go. You are such a merciful lord." Cheeman and a group of clan elders bowed their heads and said sincerely. Samwell continued. "As for the women in the camp, if they wish, they can marry my unwed warriors, and for every tribal woman who marries to Ingzue Island, I will give a silver stag as a reward for newlyweds. Congratulations." "Thank you, Lord Caesar." Cheeman bowed again. "It is the greatest honor for a Huya tribe woman to be able to marry those powerful warriors under your command. Since you have become my subjects, you should stop using the Huya tribe's name. From now on, this place will be called Huya Village. Cheeman, I appoint you as the village head, and be responsible for managing this village for me." Cheeman hurriedly walked up to Samwell, knelt down respectfully and saluted. "It's my pleasure." Samwell lifted it up and said, "Considering that Huya Village has just experienced a war, I will exempt you from taxes for 3 months. However, if a war breaks out, Huya Village must respond to my call." "Yes, my lord, it is our honor to fight for you." "Cheeman, you write letters to other nearby savage tribes on my behalf, telling their leaders that I am also willing to accept them as my subjects, and the treatment is the same as that of the former Huya tribe." "Yes, my lord." In fact, Samwell didn't have much hope for other savage tribes to take refuge in. The Huya tribe was because of the existence of Cheeman, the leading party, and the leaders of the other tribes would definitely not want to have multiple lords on their heads and pay an extra fee. Share tax. However, the posture still needs to be shown first. In the future, these savage tribes can be slowly conquered, but the most urgent task is to digest the Huya tribe first. Subsequently, Samwell made an appearance of being close to the people, and consulted the opinions of the elders present. These clan elders are also sensible people, so of course they dare not take the opportunity to raise excessive opinions, lest they offend the Lord, so they only raise some trivial opinions. In order to show his benevolent side, Samwell also fulfilled their little requests. Only the opinions raised by the tribal wizard Saru made Samwell frown. Originally, the Huya tribe believed in the so-called God of the Mountain. Now that they have become the leader of Samwell, Saru wanted to know whether all the tribesmen should convert to the 7 gods. Of course, Samwell knows that faith must be treated with caution, otherwise it will easily cause turmoil. The savage tribes living in the Crimson Mountains actually have different beliefs. Some believe in the 7 gods, some believe in the old gods, and some believe in other messy gods, such as the God of the Mountain of the Huya tribe. If they are forcibly converted to the 7 gods, not only Huya village is prone to problems, but other savage tribes may also be more resistant to Samwell after hearing about it. But in the continent of Westeros, except for the northern border, the Church of the 7 Gods is the official religion. If they learn that the people under Samwell believe in all kinds of messy gods, they will probably send someone to question them. Samwell pondered for a moment, and said, "My subjects have the right to freedom of belief. If they are willing to convert, the 7 gods will naturally open their arms to them. If they are not willing, they can still retain their original beliefs." After considering the pros and cons, Samwell finally decided not to go to the Church of the Bird 7 Gods. After all, increasing one's own strength is the top priority, and he certainly doesn't want to push the savages in the mountains to his opposite because of belief issues. As for the accusation of the Church of the 7 Gods, to put it bluntly, how many teachers does it have? After the former religious group was forcibly disbanded by Maegor I, the Church of the 7 Gods has lost the ability to interfere with the Lord's affairs by force. If you just send monks to be held accountable, Samwell has plenty of ways to deal with it. Anyway, try to delay as much as possible, and when he has enough strength, he will naturally have the confidence to bargain with the Church of the 7 Gods. Just like the nobles in the northern border, don't they still stubbornly believe in the old gods? Does the Church of the 7 Gods dare to send people to burn the weirwood in their homes? "You are truly a benevolent lord," the wizard Saru said respectfully. Just when Samwell thought the other party was done, Saru actually said again, "My lord, can I recommend a young man to be your attendant?" Samwell frowned again, a little displeased in his heart, feeling that the old man in front of him was a little ignorant, and he actually wanted to squeeze people around him. Seeing that Samwell had misunderstood himself, Saru quickly added, "My lord, he is a descendant of the tribe's chief. If you can accept him as a servant, it will be the glory of everyone in the Huya tribe. The heir of the old patriarch." Samwell looked at Cheeman. "Do you have other brothers?" Before Cheeman could speak, Saru explained, "No, I mean the grandson of the old patriarch, K2. Samwell understood in an instant, and looked at Saru with a very playful look. "Is he the son of Chaika or Chimu?" "The son of the Chaika, my lord." "Bring it here and let me have a look." Saru walked out of the wooden house, found a 13 or 14-year-old boy, took his hand and said, "K2, you will become the lord's attendant. From now on, you will lead the horse, hold the gun, clean the armor, and obey all his orders. Do you understand?" K2 couldn't help shaking his head, and said in a muffled voice, "But I don't want to be his servant. He killed my father." "He killed your father on the battlefield. In an aboveboard manner, you shouldn't hate him for this. Instead, you should learn from his bravery. Moreover, if you continue to stay here, I'm afraid you will die without knowing why." "Why? Do you know how your grandpa died?" "Didn't grandpa die of illness?" "No, he was smothered to death by Chiman." K2 opened his mouth wide, obviously shocked by the news. Immediately, he shouted, "Then why didn't you tell everyone?" Saru put his index finger in front of his lips, beckoning the other party to keep his voice down, and said helplessly, "Even if I tell the truth, how many people will believe it? This will only cause the Huya tribe to fall into greater turmoil." Afterwards, Saru didn't say any more, took K2's hand and returned to the wooden house. "My lord, he is Kato." Seeing K2 standing there blankly in a daze, Saru quietly pushed his back. Kata secretly glanced at his uncle Chiman, then quickly looked away, then stepped forward and knelt in front of Samwell, saying, "My lord, please allow me to be your attendant." Samwell looked at Cheeman, but saw that the other party was looking at the ground expressionlessly, as if he didn't care about what was happening in front of him. Can. Chapter 27 Prophecy. "My lord, these are the special delicacies of our Huya tribe: roasted lamb heart, roasted pigeon, stewed snake meat, as well as limes and mountain grapes. Looking at the food in front of him, Samuel nodded with satisfaction, raised his glass, and said, "Thank the gods for the food." Everyone toasted quickly. The wine is plum wine, sweet and sour, and tastes good. Although the tribal cuisine doesn't look good and is rough, the taste is actually not bad. Unfortunately, Samuel still failed to find the food that would increase his attribute points. Swallowing the last piece of pigeon meat, Samuel picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth, asking, "Have you heard of the Raven tribe?" Keeman quickly put down the knife and fork, and said, "My lord, the Wandering Crow tribe is also one of the nearby wildling tribes. Where is their camp? Is it far from here?" "My lord, this is hard to say." Cheeman explained, "The Traveling Crows tribe does not have a fixed camp, it is a constantly migrating, erratic tribe. They regard crows as the messengers of the gods, so they are called Traveling Crows." Samuel frowned. "Then do you have a way to find them?" "Of course. As long as the Yuya tribe is still in this mountain forest, they will always leave traces, but it will take some time to find out their whereabouts." "Okay, you send someone to do it as soon as possible. Let me know when you have news." "Yes." Cheeman nodded in response, and then asked, "My lord, may I ask why you are looking for them? Have you heard of ghost grass?" Cheeman shook his head. Just when Samuel was disappointed, the wizard Saru said, "My lord, I have heard of it." "Oh. Then do you know where to find this grass?" "Sorry, my lord, this kind of grass is rare, and it is said to have spirituality, and it will hide from the eyes of humans. Only the people of the Wandering Crow tribe can find it." Samuel nodded with some disappointment. He now only finds two kinds of food that can improve attributes: golden tail shrimp and ghost grass. Gold tail shrimp are available, although expensive. As for the ghost grass, it seems that the only way to find it is the Crow tribe. After the meal, Samuel didn't stay long and set off for Ingzue Island. Keeman led the clansmen to send Samuel and his party out of the gate of the village. Samuel looked at Ketu, who was following behind him like a follower, and suddenly turned around and called the wizard Saru aside alone. "Saru, would you like to go to Ingzue Island with me?" "No, my lord. I appreciate your kindness, but this is my home, I was born here, and I will die here." Samuel looked at the indifferent wizard Saru, with a look of surprise on his face. He originally thought that Saru's sacrifice of Ketu, the son of the Chaika, was a political speculation. But now it seems that this may not be the case. "Stay here, you may die inexplicably." Samuel couldn't help persuading again. Saru dedicated Katha to Samuel, which is equivalent to putting a chain around Keeman's neck, and he will definitely be hated by Keeman for this. Cheeman is not a soft-hearted person. A person who even killed his father and brother would naturally not mind killing one more wizard. Saru smiled slightly and said calmly, "My lord, everyone is bound to die, and I am no exception." Samuel sighed, knowing that the old wizard should have already had the will to die. Probably because of the guilt of the old patriarch's death, he thought of atonement with death. Samuel always felt that it was a pity that the old wizard in front of him died like this. After thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? Although I have exempted Huya village from taxes for 3 months, I still need a tax official. Saru, are you willing to be this tax official?" Saru was stunned for a moment. Of course he knew that this was an amulet left by Samuel. With this position, if Keeman really dared to kill him, it would be a great challenge to the authority of the Lord. But Saru didn't immediately accept the kindness, but frowned instead. Seeing this, Samuel persuaded again. "Even if it's for this village, you should live on. I'm not at ease in leaving this place to Chiman alone." Saru nodded and said, "Okay, my lord, since that's the case, then let me serve you." "That's right." Samuel laughed, "Don't say death easily. This world is still very big and exciting, and I still want to take you to see it together. The outside world doesn't belong to us." "Who said that?" Samuel interrupted, "You are also the descendants of the ancestors and the Undulls. Are you born inferior to the people of the River Bend? You do not lack wisdom and courage, but you lack a man who can unite all the wildlings, people." Saru raised his head, and saw the undisguised ambition in the eyes of the young knight in front of him. Unite all wildlings. At this moment, Saru suddenly remembered something. His old and tired heart seemed to suddenly glow with vitality, beating violently. "You are right." Saru looked at Samuel with piercing eyes, and said, "The hundreds of thousands of savages in the Crimson Mountains need a hero. They have been waiting for thousands of years for this. I once heard the revelation of the gods in the wind in the mountains. He said that after the long summer, darkness will invade, and a great king will be born from the ashes. He will be the light in the long night, the savior of the world, and the messenger who acts on behalf of the will of the gods." What the hell? Samuel was taken aback by the fiery light in the old wizard's eyes. He casually said something in the second class, which actually ignited the enthusiasm of this old magician. But the next moment, he noticed that the revelation from the gods, that the old magic stick said was related to the red-robed girl in the play, Melisandre, the priestess of the King of Light, about the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. The prophecy has a striking similarity. There are keywords such as the end of long summer, darkness, fire, light, etc., and they are all the core of the story of heroes saving the world. Is this a coincidence? Or, are the gods all revealing the same prophecy to their followers? At this moment, Samuel suddenly had an inspiration. Why didn't he take advantage of this prophecy? In this world, the easiest way to have a strong appeal is to have noble blood. But unfortunately, this is exactly what Samuel lacks. The Tully family is obviously not a noble and ancient bloodline, not to mention that he has now changed his surname to Caesar. Westeros has never heard of this surname. So, if Samuel wants to have more influence and more supporters in this Game of Thrones, he must choose another path. Belief. The appeal of faith is extremely terrifying. Although the armed sect has become history, it once gathered a large number of followers in the name of faith, and even almost overthrew the rule of the Targaryen family. Thinking back to the people who participated in the power game in ancient China, which one didn't do some tricks? What is cutting a white snake? What is dreaming of the sun in his arms? What is full of red light, feet on 7 stars, with 4 breasts? Samuel felt that he could also create some auspiciousness. Isn't it land of smoke and salt, burning red sword, and the like? He can make up stories to add to it. When he was weak, this kind of story was naturally useless, and not many people would believe it, but when he was strong enough, this prophecy would become an amplifier of fame, making more people believe that he was the one who he is the messenger of God, so he willingly surrenders at his feet. Maybe even the red-robe lady would mistake him for the prophesied prince. Anyway, it's not like she didn't admit it. Thinking of this, Samuel no longer avoided the old wizard's fiery gaze, and said with a smile, "Saru, do you want to hear the story of my childhood?" "Of course, it's my pleasure." Chapter 28 Captive. The tall canopy of the tree is like an open giant umbrella covering the sky, and the sun's rays can only shine into the forest through the gaps in the branches and leaves. The mottled light spots are constantly changing with the shaking of the branches, disturbing the sight of people walking in the forest. Fortunately, they are all savages who were born and raised here. They have long been accustomed to the changes of light and shadow in the forest, and know how to maintain keen perception and vigilance in such an environment. Ucha carried a bag of dried meat and walked at the end of the line, turning his head from time to time to ensure that no foraging beasts followed behind him. "Look, it's almost there." A cry from the front startled Ucha slightly. He looked forward quickly, and through the layers of branches and leaves, he also saw the deep valley from afar. Memories from a few days ago came to my mind, making Ucha couldn't help shivering. It was the scariest night he had ever experienced. Blood, screams, fighting, and corpses all over the ground often woke him up in the middle of the night, breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Ucha ran fast at that time, so he didn't die in the valley or become a prisoner. Fortunately, the aristocrat was a kind person. Not only did he not hold the Huya tribe accountable for their crimes, but he accepted them as the people. Ucha didn't know exactly what the difference was between the people and the savages, but he didn't have much resistance to the change in his identity. At least we don't have to fight those horrible Reach people anymore. And you can eat delicious white bread. Ucha still remembers the delicious taste that melts in his mouth. This time he brought dried meat to Ingzue Islet, and he also wanted to change some bread back. Of course, this is just incidental. The more important task is to help my sister find a man. Many girls in the village have married to Ingzue Islet. After World War I, the ratio of men to women in Huya village has been seriously out of balance. If the girls in the village don't want to die alone, they can only marry out. Moreover, the savages have always had the tradition of being strong. The people of Huon have already proved their strength, so the girls in Huya village will naturally not have any resistance to marrying outsiders. What's more, the Lord also promised to reward the girls who marry to Ingzue Island. In the past few days, many girls from Huya village have gone to Ingzue Island to choose a man. Yes, these girls living in the mountains have always been very active. Ucha's older sister, Wuna, is a bit reserved due to her outstanding looks, but now she doesn't dare to wait any longer, otherwise the River Bend warriors will be picked out. At that time, only craftsmen will be left. After walking for a while, the team was already close to Taniguchi. The scene gradually became lively. Hundreds of savages were busy cutting down trees here. The originally dense woods were now much sparser, and there was a large area near the mouth of the valley. Wucha knew that these loggers were all his former clansmen, and they stayed in Ingzue Island after being captured to build a castle for the Lord. He originally thought that these people would have a miserable life, not having enough food, not sleeping well, having to do heavy work, and even being beaten and abused in various ways. But looking along the way, I found that this is not the case. These lumberjacks are full of energy, not like prisoners at all. Uncle. Ucha heard his sister's voice, turned his head quickly, and saw his uncle wielding an axe in front of a thick oak tree. Hey, Wuna, Ucha, why are you two here? The uncle stopped his movements, then seemed to remember something, and smiled. Is it to pick a man for Wuna? Wuna nodded generously, and she wasn't too shy, but she was a little worried. Uncle, those Huon people won't bully us savages, right? No. The Lord has already promulgated the decree. The people of Huon and the savages are equal. If they bully others, they will be punished. That's good. Wuna nodded, and seemed to finally relax. Uncle, how are you doing? Ucha asked with some guilt. He always felt that it was a cowardly act for him to run away alone that night, and he also made his uncle a prisoner. I'm fine. Some eat, some sleep, and I get paid. Is there still money? Ucha was startled. Yes. The uncle picked up the axe again. I'll tell you later, I have to finish today's task, or I will lose my work points. After speaking, ignoring the confused Wucha brothers and sisters, they waved the axe in their hands again. Boom. 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 After the tree creaked, the leading man signaled his subordinates to pull the thick rope that had already been attached to the treetop. The already crumbling tall trees finally fell to the ground under the concerted efforts of everyone, stirring up a large cloud of dust. After cleaning up the excess branches, everyone carried the log on their shoulders and walked into the valley. The Wucha siblings also followed. Uncle, did you just say you still have money? Yes. The Lord said that we are captives, not slaves, and we should be paid for our work. However, after all, we are atoning for our previous mistakes, so the reward is not high, and we cannot get it immediately. When can I get it? When the castle is completed, the Lord will settle the settlement with us in a unified way. Now we will record the work points first. Work points. Yes, you can get 1 point for completing the prescribed work every day. In addition, each person in the group that does the most work will get an extra point, and this point is equivalent to a copper plate. Don't underestimate it, you know, my lord, it's in charge of our food and our fullness. That's really good. Seeing that his uncle was doing well, Wucha breathed a sigh of relief. What a benevolent lord. Wuna also sighed, looking forward to marrying Ingzue Island even more in her heart. Yes, the only bad thing is that every 6 days of work, we have to stop for 1 day. The Lord said this is a rest day for us. Hey, but this day will not earn work points. Uncle said with a long sigh, I don't know what to do today. What is there to rest for? You can go back to Huya village to have a look. Oh yes, uncle, can you leave Ingzue Island? Yes. The Lord did not restrict our freedom. However, why should I go back? The woman has remarried, and my mother and son are now living in the orphanage in Ingzue Island. Huya village no longer has my home. Aunt, she thought you died in battle, so... Okay, don't make excuses for her, I have nothing to do with her. After I build the castle for the Lord and get the wages, it will not be easy for me to find another woman. Anyway, there are a lot of widows in the village now. Wucha scratched the back of his head, and didn't say much more. After walking for a while, I saw a small group of people gathered in front of them, and there seemed to be a dispute. Ucha recognized from the appearance of the other party that those were all members of the Longbeard tribe, and they also participated in the Battle of the Canyon under the call of the 3 Chaika brothers. The road in the valley is very narrow, and Wucha and others inevitably heard some conversations when they passed by. Tell the patriarch that we are not going back. Why? Since the people in Huan haven't restricted your freedom, why don't you run away? Why do you want to run? Here you can eat enough, sleep well, and get paid. I won't go back. But here, you have to keep working. Isn't going back to hunting? In comparison, cutting down trees is not life-threatening. But, the Horde needs you. Why don't the Patriarch also submit to Lord Caesar, just like the Huya tribe? That's right, so we can all become Lord Caesar's subjects. Bastard. Have you forgotten the glory of the Longbeard tribe? What glory is there? I have been beaten like that. Shut up. You ungrateful bastards. I bought you for a few coppers. It's more than a few copper coins. It will take a long time until the castle is built, but a lot of copper coins. If you run away now, the previous work points will not be counted. Anyway, I won't leave. Yes, I'm not leaving either. Me too. Only fools will run away. Listening to the disputes among the Longbeard tribe, the uncle commented, not only did no one escape, but these days, the number of people in our prison camp has actually increased. It has increased. Wucha was a little stunned when he heard the words, is there anyone else who volunteered to be a prisoner? Yeah, you heard it yourself, the prisoners here are treated so well, why don't you come here? The uncle glanced at his nephew, and suddenly said, Wucha, why don't you stay as a prisoner too? Anyway, your sister also if you want to get married, you can have someone to take care of you if you stay. What? Wucha was dumbfounded. But after thinking about it, it seems that this is not bad. Yes, but how can anyone become a prisoner by himself? What about the glory of the wildling warriors? For a while, Wucha was in a tangle. Chapter 29 Knowledge. Before Wucha finished struggling, the valley road had come to an end. Even though more than 10 days have passed, the residual smell has not completely dissipated. Standing on the dark red ground, Wucha couldn't help recalling that unforgettable night. This made him bend down involuntarily, and even his breathing eased a lot. Today's Taniguchi has completely changed. Not only have 2 tall iron oak fences been added, but also towers have been erected on the mound. With such fortifications, Ingzue Island is even more difficult to break through. After confirming their identities, the guarding soldiers released Ucha and his party into the valley. After entering the valley, my uncle and others went to deliver the logs. The Wucha siblings stood there stupidly, a little at a loss. Until a few loud slogans attracted their attention. Look, there are Huan soldiers training, Sister Wuna shouted in surprise, and then ran over. Wucha had no choice but to follow, and saw a team of about 100 people running on the beach. 1-1-1-2-1. Although he was just running, his neat pace, loud slogans, and strict military posture still revealed an awe-inspiring and inviolable temperament. Especially when thinking of the countless savage warriors who could only be ruthlessly slaughtered at the hands of this small number of Riverbend soldiers, Wucha felt even more fear from the bottom of his heart. But at the same time, a strange thought quietly grew in his heart. If only I could be one of them. A lot of savage girls have gathered around the beach, some of them have successfully found their husbands, and they are proudly pointing them out to others, attracting envious words. Those who haven't found them are constantly inquiring about the situation, looking for their own husbands. Opportunity. Una also leaned over and began to spy on information. Soon, she locked onto her target. It was the short young man in the front row who was giving orders. I learned from my companion that although this young man named Gavin is not impressive, he is the Lord's housekeeper. Such a character naturally has a high vision. These days, how many savage girls who threw themselves into their arms have all failed? Una, relying on her beauty, decided to challenge her. So when the training was over, she rushed out and went straight to Gavin. Wucha scratched his head on the spot, and it was not good to disturb his sister, so he could only silently wish her good luck. Find a small market in the northwest corner of the valley. Ucha replaced the dried meat he brought with oats, bread, and a small amount of sweet biscuits. Then, he didn't know what to do. Wants to return to Huya village, but Wucha is reluctant to part with her sister. But if he was really asked to join the prisoner camp, Wucha would not be reconciled. While he was wandering aimlessly, Wucha suddenly heard a voice saying, "It is said that this long summer is coming to an end, followed by cold winter and endless night. The demons that have been dormant for thousands of years will wake up in the darkness and bring destruction to this world." Huh? So what should I do? Don't be afraid, the gods have long arranged for a hero to save the world. He will be born in the land of smoke and salt, holding a burning sword, leading people to defeat evil and usher in a never-ending long summer. Hearing this, Ucha couldn't help but said, "You are wrong." The man raised his head and glared at Ucha, but he still asked patiently, "What's wrong?" "I heard Wizard Saru say that the hero was born from ice and fire." Ice and fire? Boy, tell me, how do people come into being between ice and fire? Of course it's heavy snow and fire. Ucha's face showed piety. Sorcerer Saru also said that our Lord Caesar was born in a snowy winter, and there was a fire in the castle that day. Therefore, he is the hero who was born between ice and fire in the prophecy. The man suddenly relaxed when he heard the back, and said, "Boy, maybe the ice and fire your wizard said is the same as my smoke and salt. A meaning. That's right. If you think about it carefully, there must be smoke in the fire, and snow is actually the salt of the sky." Ucha scratched the back of his head habitually. "So, you also think that Lord Caesar is the hero in the prophecy?" "Certainly." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly eased. Ucha approached enthusiastically, and began to discuss the prophecy with the other party. The savages around listened to the conversation between the two with different expressions. Some showed awe, while others curled their lips secretly. But no matter what, no one dared to refute directly. After all, they are all Lord Caesar's subjects now. Moreover, the previous big victory has already deeply imprinted the prestige of Lord Caesar in the hearts of these savages. Even though they may not believe that Lord Caesar is the hero in the prophecy, they have planted a seed in their hearts. Perhaps in the near future, as the legend of Lord Caesar continues, this seed will thrive until it becomes a deeply rooted belief in their hearts. Ucha became more and more convinced of the wizard's prophecy, and he reluctantly ended the conversation until his sister came to find him. "How about it?" "Not bad." Wuna blushed excitedly. "He accepted the tiger leather gloves I made." "That's great. It won't be long before I can attend your wedding." Wuna accepted her brother's congratulations with a smile, then remembered something, and said, "By the way, have you decided? Do you want to stay in Ingzue Island?" Ucha was still hesitating. "I'll think about it again." Una smiled and said, "I guess that you would not be willing to join the prison camp, but what about the Lord's Guard? Would you like to join?" "What? Is Lord Caesar's Guard going to recruit people?" "That's right. Gavin told me just now that the guards will recruit 100 new soldiers. The call-up order will be posted tomorrow, so remember to sign up when the time comes." "Okay." Wucha nodded again and again, but then he became a little worried. "However, if we only recruit 100 people, I'm afraid I might not be chosen." Ucha is sure that when this call-up order is posted, the savage warriors will definitely rush to sign up. "I believe you can do it." Wuna rolled her eyes. "It's really not possible. I can ask Gavin for help." Yes. At this moment, Ucha wished that his elder sister would marry Gavin immediately. Scratching his ears and cheeks for a while, Ucha suddenly whispered, "Sister, why don't you go to Lord Gavin tonight?" Una glared at her younger brother, but then she suddenly tilted her head to ponder, as if seriously considering the feasibility of this move. Gavin didn't know that he had been targeted by a savage girl. He was looking for Samuel, and said with a sad face, "My lord, you should take care of those savages. I went to count this morning and found that there were nearly 200 more people in the prisoner camp. This is too much." Samuel chuckled and said, "Isn't it good to have too many people? This will speed up the construction of our territory. But it's also a lot of consumption. Our food reserves can last at most another half a month. So fast." Samuel's face also became serious, and after a moment of pondering, he said, "I see, I will solve this matter." Gavin was slightly relieved. In his opinion, although the Lord spends money like water, the speed at which he makes money is amazing. I just don't know how he got so much money. Chapter 30 The Way to Make Money. Lord Caesar. Mr. Vito. Samuel walked to Vito, who was directing the craftsmen and wildling laborers to lay the foundation for the castle. "How is the situation?" "It's faster than I imagined," Vito said with emotion. "I never thought that those savages would work so hard. They were rushing to do it. In comparison, the laborers in our highland city are all lazy." Samuel laughed and said, "Do you know why?" "Why?" Vito asked quickly. Samuel did not answer directly, but asked rhetorically. In Highland City, if someone is lazy at work, what will Viscount Martin do? With a whip, of course. Samuel shrugged and said with a smile, punishment is certainly a way, but I think rewards can arouse the enthusiasm of the people. When Victor heard the words, he immediately thought of the weird, work point system promulgated by Samuel. At that time, he was still laughing in his heart at the young lord who was too kind and wanted to send money to a group of captives. But now it seems that this move may have other meanings. However, it is indeed too prodigal. Wait. Vito suddenly realized that Samuel didn't actually send money to those wildling captives at all, he just took care of them to eat. As for the money, it can't be cashed until the castle is built. That's just a bait that you can't see but can't eat. Drives thousands of savages to work for him willingly. What a good way. Reminiscent of the contract between his lord and this person, Vito seemed to understand something, but he was a little unsure. Just when Vito was thinking about it, Samuel said again, "Oh, by the way, the construction of the pier should also be put on the agenda." Vito froze for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, my lord." Samuel added, "However, the construction plan you proposed before is too complicated. Let's build a trestle first, so that ships can dock to load and unload goods. At present, the main energy is still on the construction of the castle." "Yes, my lord." Vito had a hunch that this might be the limit of what this pioneering lord could do. "I don't know what expression my lord will have when he sees the wharf with only one bare trestle bridge a year later." The two chatted for a while, and after learning about the construction progress of the territory, Samuel bid farewell to Vito and walked towards the deepest part of the valley. Near the cliffs on both sides, there are several brand new cabins. There were more than a dozen heavily armed soldiers holding hands around the wooden house. When they saw Samuel, they all bowed their heads and saluted. This is the most heavily guarded place in the entire valley, storing all kinds of food and supplies of the pioneering team, and of course Samuel's lord's hut. The only strange thing is that there is actually a blacksmith shop among them. From the perspective of the citizens, perhaps this lord pays more attention to weapons and equipment. And now, Samuel walked into this blacksmith shop. Seeing Samuel's arrival, the blacksmith stopped their work and stood up to greet him. Samuel waved his hand to let them continue working, and then walked to the innermost room by himself. That is the workshop that belongs exclusively to blacksmith Busso. There are actually 2 guards guarding the door, which shows that Samuel attaches great importance to the security of this place. As the most outstanding blacksmith in Highland City, Busso was unabashedly favored by Samuel after he joined the pioneering team. Everyone thought that the lord wanted Busso to tailor a set of plate armor for him. However, in fact, Busso has never touched steel at all these days, but has been dealing with various copper pipes. "My lord, what you want is ready." Busso pointed to the strangely shaped device in front of him, and said respectfully. Although this thing was built under the guidance of the lord, Busso had no idea what it was for. This weird device consists of 3 copper pots of different sizes and shapes. The first copper pot and the second are connected by a swan neck copper pipe, and the copper pot coming out of the second copper pot after entering the third copper pot, the tube will coil into a serpentine circle. Samuel looked at the device in front of him, his eyes were full of eagerness, and a touch of melancholy, as if he was missing something. He checked the device carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, he turned to look at Busso and said with a smile, "Fine. That's what I want. It is my pleasure to serve you." Samuel looked at the outstanding blacksmith in front of him, and suddenly asked, "Busso, I remember you have a son." "Yes, my lord. Although he is also my apprentice, but his mind is not on it." "Hey, I can't do anything about him. I heard he prefers to wield knives and guns." "Yeah, he still wants to be a knight. Dreaming all day." "How about this, my guard team needs to recruit someone, you can let him sign up, if he behaves well, I can take him in as my attendant in the future, maybe even one day, I will personally seal him as a knight." Busso was stunned when he heard the words, and hesitated for a while before saying, "My lord, I am really flattered by your grace. But, we are the citizens of Highland City after all, and we will leave in a year. Who can tell what will happen 1 year from now?" Samuel said with a smile, "And during this year, you all served me. Blacksmithing is service, and so is fighting for me." Busso suddenly fell into a tangle. Samuel didn't urge him, and said with a smile, "Busso, think about it carefully, but not every lord is willing to accept a blacksmith's son as his attendant. You go out first, and come to me at any time if you think about it." Yes, my lord. After Buso left, Samuel couldn't help but reach out and stroke the strange bronze vessel in front of him. Feeling the familiar yet unfamiliar touch, a faint sparkle appeared in his eyes. This is actually a Charente pot still. In his previous life, he was born in a family of wine merchants. Since his grandfather's generation, he has been specializing in the production of grape distilled wine, that is, brandy, at the foot of Tianmu Mountain. So as long as he can remember, he has seen amber liquor gurgling from this ancient and magical device. And now, even though it was a time and space apart, Samuel stood in front of the empty copper vessel, but he still seemed to be able to smell the unique aroma of the wine after it was distilled. That is the memory that runs through his entire childhood. Will also be his source of wealth in this different world. Exactly. Samuel dared to develop in a barren land like the Crimson Mountains, and rejected the pirate route arranged by Mrs. Olenna for him. This is where his real confidence lies. There are no nobles in this world who do not drink alcohol, and the winemaking industry is also very developed, but due to the lack of advanced distillation technology, the alcohol content is generally low. And this is his chance. Although the land in the Chihong Mountains is barren and cannot grow food, it is suitable for planting mountain grapes that do not require high soil conditions, are resistant to drought and waterlogging, and require sufficient sunlight. In fact, Samuel had seen wild mountain grapes picked by savages in Huya village before. The taste of this grape is actually not very good, not sweet enough, and slightly sour. However, this grape variety with low sugar content and high acidity is suitable for brewing brandy. Touching the smooth and cold surface of the still, Samuel seemed to see a shining golden road. Chapter 31 Wine Making. In the room with the doors and windows closed, there was a strong smell of alcohol. At the same time, there is the sound of gurgling after the wine boils. Come out, come out. Gavin shouted excitedly as he watched the amber liquid flowing out of the copper pot. Samuel was rather calm. After all, he had seen such a scene countless times in his previous life. However, his eyes were still staring straight at the exit of the copper pot. As more and more liquid flowed out, Gavin couldn't help saying, "My lord, can I have a taste?" "Can." Getting permission, Gavin immediately brought a small cup, took some distilled liquor, and immediately poured it into his mouth eagerly. The next second, I saw the young butler tightly closed his eyes, his facial features were squeezed together, his body trembled slightly for a moment, and finally he couldn't help coughing. Cough cough, cough cough, big, my lord, what a strong wine. Seeing this, Samuel also took some wine in a small cup, put it on the tip of his nose and smelled it, and then put it in his mouth. The strong taste exploded in the mouth, like a tumbling flame, stimulating every taste bud. In fact, the taste of the wine that has just been distilled is not good, the taste is too spicy, and the aroma is not enough. But Samuel laughed out loud. Because, this is exactly the taste he has been striving for. After the 2 steps of blending and aging of this distilled wine, the wine absorbs enough oak aroma and combines with the substances produced by the oxidation of its own tannins to form the unique and wonderful aroma of brandy. He believes that this taste will definitely conquer the nobles of Westeros, making brandy a must-have at their banquets and a treasure in the wine cellar. Seeing that the experiment was successful, Samuel was finally relieved and asked Gavin, "Has Buso's son joined the guard?" "Joined, my lord, I will do it myself." "Very good." Gavin peeked at Samuel, and said hesitantly, "Big, my lord, I have stuffed one more person into the guard." "Who?" Samuel's face showed no joy or anger. "A savage named Ucha." Gavin became more and more disturbed. "Huya village?" "Yes." "Tell me, why did you do this?" Actually, Samuel was not angry. Gavin was his attendant at the beginning, and now he has become the steward of the territory, but as his confidant, he should have some privileges. What's more, he also took the initiative to confess to himself. He has an older sister named Una who treats me very well and even gave me a pair of tiger leather gloves. Samuel suddenly understood, and said with a smile, "Have you taken a fancy to this girl?" Seeing that Samuel was not angry, Gavin secretly heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "This is a good thing. Pick a date yourself, and I will personally host the wedding for you." "Thank you, my lord. After you get married, Una will be in charge of operating the still." "Yes, my lord." Gavin immediately understood, "I will tell her to keep it secret." No way, Samuel really lacks trustworthy people, so he had no choice but to focus on Gavin's new bride. Well, The raw material for making wine is mountain grapes. You can let the leaders go to the mountains to pick wild ones, but you have to start planning to plant them in batches. You probably don't understand this. Gavin shook his head. Then ask the savages, they should understand. Samwell thought for a while, but shook his head. Forget it, they probably don't understand, I'll teach it myself. Let the adults bother you. Samwell waved his hand and continued. You go and organize the female savages who are married these days, and I will personally teach them how to grow mountain grapes, as well as the subsequent picking, juicing, and fermentation processes. Afterwards, you need your Wuna to do the distillation, and wait for the future. The scale has expanded, and I will find some helpers for her. As for the storage later, I will first find carpenters to build a batch of oak barrels, and then you will arrange people to fill the wine. After explaining this, Samwell thought for a while, and then urged. In addition, each process must be done by different people, and try to assign blood relations to the same process. Yes, my lord. Although Gavin didn't understand the intention of Samwell's move, he still nodded and wrote it down. This is to minimize the possibility of someone figuring out the entire brewing process. Samwell simply explained. Of course, in fact, he is not worried that someone will be able to imitate the brandy quickly. Because this process seems simple, but in fact there are many small details in it, which are lessons learned from years of practice. A little error will lead to a great change in flavor. Inexperienced people are destined to take countless detours and spend a lot of time imitating. What's more, he also mastered the manufacturing method of the core device of the still. The blacksmith named Buso, he will never let this person leave Ingzue Island. Gavin could also feel that Samwell attached great importance to this brewing technology, so he reminded. My lord, the blacksmith who made this distiller is a leader of Highland City. If he returns to the Mullendal family a year later. Don't worry, he can't go back. Samwell said with a smile, not only him, but everyone who comes to Ingzue Island will be my people. But Viscount Martin of Highland City may not agree. He'll agree, because I'll make an offer he can't refuse. Gavin rubbed his head, as if he understood something, but he didn't dare to ask more. Samwell didn't explain much, and instead said. I'm going to Qingting Island in 3 days. When the time comes, you will be in charge of the daily affairs here in Ingzue Island. Okay, my lord. Gavin responded with some trepidation. Although Gavin is now Samwell's housekeeper, he has long been used to obeying his master's orders in everything. Now that he suddenly has to make up his own mind, he is inevitably a little flustered. Don't be nervous. Samwell smiled and comforted, it's fine as usual. If you have any doubts, just wait until I come back. Yes, my lord. Gavin thought for a while, then said with some worry, my lord, if the savages call again and you're not here, I'm worried. So you have to spread the news that I'm leaving as soon as possible. Ah. Hearing Samwell's answer that was not what he asked, Gavin was stunned for a moment, then realized after a while, and suddenly realized, my lord, did you pretend to leave just to lure those restless savages to attack Ingzue Island again? Yes, if they are smart, it would be best not to come. But if they really dare to come again, then I will take this opportunity to completely solve this hidden danger. Gavin obviously breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, okay, I will spread the news as soon as possible. Samwell reminded again. However, I do want to go to Qingting Island. The food and living supplies in the territory are almost exhausted, and as the number of people in the territory increases, we must have a stable supply line. Gavin nodded and understood, my lord, do you want to transport supplies from Qingting Island by sea? Yes, my territory is in the Crimson Mountains. If it is too costly to travel by land, the sea route is the most suitable choice. Actually, Samwell wanted to have a good chat with the Lord of Arbor Island, Earl Paxter, in addition to opening up the sea transportation channel. The pirate route that Mrs. Olena arranged for him before must have included the participation of Earl Paxter. After all, it required the Arbor Island to send ships and sailors. Of course, Samwell definitely doesn't need these things now, but he can talk about investment. In addition, Arbor Island, as the most famous wine-producing area in Westeros, is suitable for the first appearance of brandy. Chapter 32 Union. The gloomy sky did not see any sunlight, and it seemed that it was going to rain. There is no wind in the mountains and forests, and the hot weather is almost suffocating. The pioneer leader is leaving. Is the news reliable? In the not-so-spacious wooden house, dozens of serious-looking savages gathered. The smell of sweat and spices mixed together, fermented in this humid and hot environment, and finally became a weird smell. Of course it's reliable. The savage sitting at the top said in a deep voice. He is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He is tall, with powerful limbs and fierce eyes. What attracts the most attention is his dark blue skin. This is the characteristic of the blue skin tribe. As the savage tribe in this mountainous area second only to the Huya tribe, the blue skin tribe also sent people to participate in the Battle of Ingzue Island last time, and also suffered heavy losses. But obviously, unlike the Huya tribe, the blue skin tribe is not willing to surrender. How is it? Do you dare to take this opportunity to do it again? Linnea, the patriarch of the blue skin tribe, urged again. This time he summoned the leaders of the 13 nearby tribes, just to avenge his shame. Of course, more importantly, he must take back those tribesmen who were captured by the people of Huan, otherwise, without these young men, the blue skin tribe will surely decline. However, Linnea's call did not receive the expected warm response. Obviously, the last disastrous defeat left too much psychological shadow on these tribal leaders. Even in the face of such a good opportunity, they didn't have the guts to fight again. Everyone talk. Linnea couldn't help raising her voice. Have you all been scared out of your wits by the people in Huan? Finally, someone said, we are not afraid of the people of Huan, but the Ingzue Islet is too difficult to attack, and going there will only waste the lives of more people. But have you ever thought about it? If we miss this opportunity, we will lose control of this mountain forest forever when the people of Huan really build the castle. At that time, we will either surrender or be killed or expelled. Of course I know that Yingzuyu is easy to defend and difficult to attack, but we have no choice. In order to defend this forest, for the glory of the gods, and for the glory of the savage warriors, we must take action. Even if you pay for it in blood. Linnea became more and more excited as she spoke, and finally stood up, tearing open the opening of her jacket, revealing her scarred chest. The members of the blue skin tribe all have crazy genes. They may not be the most powerful on the battlefield, but they must be the most terrifying. After their weird blue skins were soaked in blood, they looked like devils crawling out of hell. And now, being swept by the murderous eyes of the ferocious, almost crazy Linnea, everyone in the audience was silent, for fear that the patriarch of the blue skin tribe could not control his emotions and start killing. But just as everyone was holding their breath, there was a melodious female voice. Our Crow tribe will not participate in this matter. The person who spoke was a woman sitting in a corner. She was wearing a veil and couldn't see her face clearly, but her beautiful purple eyes were enough to attract the attention of all men. Moreover, she has fair skin, a slender figure, and an elegant temperament. She doesn't look like a savage at all, but more like a noble lady who walked out of a castle. At this time, she is like a proud white swan, sitting among a group of native chickens. And those local chickens cast greedy eyes on her. Well, it wasn't all greed, at least there was a blue-skinned chicken with particularly fierce eyes, as if it was about to skin the woman and cramp it. Swimming Crow Tribe. When will it be a woman's turn to speak in the Swimming Crow Tribe? Where's the patriarch Ruin? Facing Linnea's devouring eyes, Nora smiled lightly and said, my husband returned to the embrace of the gods 3 months ago, so now the warriors of the Raven tribe obey my orders. Your husband is dead. Could it be that all the other men in the Crow tribe are also dead? You actually succumbed to a woman's knee. Hearing such disrespectful words, the 2 savage warriors beside Nora stood up angrily and wanted to draw their swords to defend the reputation of their patriarch. But Nora waved her hand to stop her subordinates, her tone still unhurried. Linnea, we, the Raven tribe, will not participate in your actions. Of course, we will not surrender to the people of the River Bay. We only serve the old gods and obey his every oracle. After finishing speaking, he was about to turn around and leave the cabin. Stop. Of course Linnea would not allow her to leave, otherwise the alliance would fall apart before it was established. Looking at the group of blue-skinned warriors blocking the gate, Nora frowned slightly and asked, Linnea, we have eaten the bread and salt of the blue-skin tribe. Are you going to destroy the guest rights? Are you not afraid of being rejected by the gods? Linnea sneered. Woman, don't pretend to be innocent with me. I heard that some people from the Huya tribe were inquiring about you before, saying that the nobleman from the river bend wants to see you. If I let you go, who knows if you will turn around. Just inform the people of Huan. Nara sighed and explained. That's right, the River Bend nobleman is indeed looking for us, but I have already declined his invitation. If you are still not at ease, I can swear to the old gods that I will never reveal your plan. I don't believe in women's oaths. Linnea said coldly, so, please stay with me for a few more days, and when the war is over, I will naturally set you free. Nara had no choice but to go back to the room and sit down again. Linnea took a deep breath, and was about to mobilize the rest of the tribal leaders again, but suddenly saw a figure walking in from the door. Sorry, I'm a step late, I hope it's not too late. Everyone followed the prestige, and all of them showed expressions of astonishment. Because the person who came was the patriarch of the Huya tribe, Chiman. Linnea immediately ran to the door, embraced Chiman's arm affectionately, and laughed loudly. My good nephew, you really came. I knew that you definitely didn't really surrender to the people of Huan. The old patriarch of the Huya tribe married Linnea's sister, but because she passed away early, the relationship between the two families gradually became colder. But in any case, this blood relationship has always existed. Yes, uncle. I had no choice but to surrender to the people of Huan back then, but I have never forgotten the hatred of my father and brothers. Now is the best time for us to take revenge. That's right. Linnea held Chiman's hand and stood in the center of the venue, his gaze slowly sweeping across everyone's faces. Leaders, what are you afraid of? With the warriors of the Huya tribe as internal support, Eagle Zuayu is no longer impenetrable. Don't you have the courage to avenge your shame? After seeing Chiman, the faces of the tribal leaders began to change. At this time, when they heard Linnea's words, they stopped hesitating and echoed. Okay. Our Longbeard tribe can produce 200 warriors, vowing to break through Ingzue Islet, and we will be ashamed. We can send 150 warriors. We can send 70 warriors. The atmosphere at the venue suddenly became heated, and the tribal leaders seemed to have changed their appearance, and they all took out their last family fortunes, preparing to fight the Huan people. Linnea and Chiman stood in the middle of the crowd, accepting the compliments and cheers from the crowd, with a complacent look, as if the victory was already within reach. Chapter 33 Loyalty. Father, mother, warrior, blacksmith, maiden, crone, stranger. I'm yours. You are mine. From today onwards, until death. On the beach by the summer sea, Gavin and Una stood opposite each other, solemnly swearing an oath. Samuel held up a crystal high, let the refracted rainbow light shine on the faces of the couple, and said, Under the witness of the 7 gods in the world, I solemnly declare that Gavin and Una are married. From now on, they will be one body, one mind, and one soul forever. Anyone who interferes with their marriage will be punished. Will be mercilessly cursed. Una blushed with happiness on her face, tiptoed lightly, and narrowed the distance between the two, reciting the oath she had just memorized. Through this kiss, give my love, may you be my husband and reliance. Through this kiss, I offer my love, and may you be my wife and my wife. Gavin's body trembled slightly, but he still leaned forward, bringing their lips together. Applause and cheers sounded immediately, and a flock of seagulls resting on the sea soared into the air, adding to the festive atmosphere. The ceremony is over, and it's time for the banquet. Because the castle was not yet built, an open-air banquet was held, and because the supplies were not abundant, it was actually no different from what we usually eat, except for a small glass of wine per person. It is because the wine is so strong that it chokes many people to cough. But there were also more people whose eyes lit up after drinking it, and asked where the wine came from one after another. When they learned that the wine was brewed by the Lord himself, they all showed surprise expressions. Chiman hurriedly finished the food in front of him, and drank the wine in one gulp, then looked at Samuel's figure and fell into deep thought. After a while, seeing Samuel walking towards the Lord's cabin, he got up and followed. Stop. In front of the hut, Chiman looked at his nephew Ketu who stood in front of him, and showed an inexplicable smile. Boy, I want to see Lord Caesar, why are you stopping me? Ketu's face was sullen, and his tone was stiff. Then you can't go in casually, you have to report. You are really a qualified attendant. Chiman said with emotion, then please inform me. You wait here. After Ketu said coldly, he turned and entered the hut. Not long after, he came out and said, Master Caesar let you in. Chiman smiled slightly, and walked towards the Lord's cabin, but when he passed Ketu, he suddenly stopped. What are you doing? Ketu suddenly became nervous. Although the person in front of him was his own uncle, he always felt that the other person's eyes were like a poisonous snake, which made his hair stand on end. Are you afraid of me? Chiman stared into his nephew's eyes. Keeman grinned, lowered his voice and said, "What did Saru tell you?" Katu's pupils shrank slightly, unconsciously avoiding Cheeman's gaze. But the next moment, he seemed to realize his weakness, and forced his head up to look directly into Cheeman's eyes, gnashing his teeth and saying, "He told me you killed Grandpa." After saying this, Katu regretted it, and felt that he was too reckless to tell this secret. But he didn't want to show weakness in front of Cheeman, so the young savage tried his best to straighten his back. After hearing this, Cheeman did not show any panic or anger, as if he heard his nephew say something like, "The weather is fine." Such performance not only surprised Katu, but also made him more angry. After a long while, Cheeman said quietly, "That's right, I killed Grandpa." Before Katu reprimanded his uncle for being shameless, Cheeman said again, "Moreover, not only him, but also your father Chaika and your second uncle Chimu, I killed them too." Katu was stunned, and the next second, the blood all over his body rushed to the top of his head, almost making him lose his mind. Clang! Katu drew his sword, but stopped halfway. He trembled all over, biting his lips to the point of blood, as if trying to restrain his impulse. Cheeman looked at his nephew quietly, and suddenly smiled. "Why didn't you pull it out? Don't dare to kill me." "I'm not that stupid." Katu said without a word, "I can't beat you now. If you draw your sword and attack you, you will have a reasonable excuse to kill me." "Yes, it seems that you are not stupid." Cheeman looked at his nephew, who was only half as tall as himself, but not smart enough. As he spoke, he stepped forward and helped Katu straighten his clothes calmly. People who saw it from a distance might think it was a scene of deep affection between uncle and nephew. "Know why I said you're not smart enough?" Katu also calmed down at this time. He returned the long sword to its sheath, pursed his lips, and looked at his uncle fiercely, but did not intend to answer his question. Keeman didn't care either. After tidying up his nephew's clothes, he said to himself, "Because a truly smart person will hide his hatred. Especially when the strength is insufficient." After speaking, Cheeman no longer cared about his nephew, got up and walked towards the Lord's cabin. "Lord Caesar. What do you want from me?" "My lord, I have an important report for you." "Explain." "The head of the Blueskin tribe, Linnea, has united with the leaders of the 13 nearby tribes. They are preparing to launch a sudden attack on the territory after you leaving Zue Island." "Oh." Samuel sat up straight. "How do you know the news?" "Because Linnea is my uncle, and this time, he also sent someone to contact me secretly, wanting me to be their internal correspondent, inciting the people of the Huya tribe to resist you together." Samuel looked at the young savage in front of him with scrutiny, and suddenly said, "Why didn't you help your uncle? Instead, you came to inform me." Keeman said without hesitation, "Because I will always be loyal to you." Samuel stroked his chin, carefully examining the young wildman in front of him. To be honest, this time he deliberately spread the news that he was about to leave, mainly to lure Cheeman to jump out of his own initiative, so as to take the opportunity to solve this hidden danger. Of course, Samuel would not believe that Cheeman was really loyal to him. No betrayal doesn't mean loyalty, it's just that the price is not enough, or the timing is wrong. However, Kaiman took the initiative to keep secrets to him, so it was not easy for him to attack this person. He didn't know whether Cheeman really saw that he was fishing on purpose, or felt that the timing was wrong and dared not really rebel, or whether he wanted to use this method to win his trust, but no matter what, Samuel decided to give him another here's a chance to see what this unrecognizable savage really wants to do. Now that he has decided to target the Iron Throne, Samuel knows that he cannot be morally clean. His subordinates not only need knights whose lives are based on honor, but also learn to control a mad dog like Cheeman. And sometimes, mad dogs are more useful than cavaliers. Of course, Samuel also knows that mad dogs are in danger of devouring his master, so he must hold the chain around his neck tightly at all times. Only in this way, he will bite others instead of himself. Thinking of this, Samuel showed a smile again, and said, "Very well, Cheeman, I appreciate your loyalty. Then, it's up to you to get rid of these conspirators for me." Cheeman slammed on his chest, and said loudly, "Willing to help you." Chapter 34 Blood Night. The night is silent, only the breeze blows gently. In the camp of the Blueskin tribe, the lights were brightly lit. The place has become overcrowded due to the gathering of nearly 3,000 warriors from 13 nearby tribes. In the wooden house in the center of the camp, there were constant noises. It was the tribal leaders who were drinking. Nara was the only tribal leader who did not join the carnival. On the contrary, she smelled a strange smell in the air at this time. It seemed that something bad was about to happen. This is the gods warning themselves, she firmly believes. Mother, I don't like this place. The one who spoke was a tall girl who also wore a veil, only revealing the same purple eyes as her mother. Nara turned her head and pulled her daughter into the tent, saying, "Go and look around the camp." Natalie frowned when she heard the words, and said, "But mother, it's so dark now, I can't see anything clearly." Nara insisted, "Go and see, I have a bad feeling." "All right." Natalie had no choice but to lie on her back on a wool blanket, holding her breath and concentrating. The next moment, her eyeballs suddenly rolled up, and the amethyst-like pupils disappeared, replaced by a creepy pure white. Outside the camp, a crow fluttered its wings, croaked a few times, and then plunged into the dark mountain forest. Nara sat cross-legged beside her motionless daughter, holding her hand with a slightly anxious expression. But before Natalie sent back the news, there was a sudden commotion in the camp. Nara suddenly became nervous, but she didn't want to leave her daughter at this time, so she raised her voice and shouted outside. "What happened?" "Master Patriarch, it seems that the village is on fire." "On fire?" "Yes, but it seems that the fire is not big, it should be just an accident, you don't have to worry too much." Nara did not relax at all when she heard the words, but became more convinced that her hunch was correct. Just when she was hesitating whether to send some people from the tribe to see the fire, her daughter Natalie suddenly let out a scream, and then sat up suddenly. The pupils also returned to their normal purple color. But her expression was extremely flustered. Mother, it's bad. I saw a lot of people are walking towards the camp. They are all armed." Seeing that her hunch was confirmed, Nora calmed down instead, comforted her daughter, and asked in a deep voice. "Don't panic, Natalie, tell me, where are they coming from?" "There are all directions, we are surrounded." "What to do, mother? Did the people from Huon kill you?" "It should be." Nora tried her best to keep calm, and asked again, "But they always have a direction with the least number of people." Natalie took a few deep breaths and recalled. "I feel that the number of people in the north is the least." "Okay, I get it." After finishing speaking, Nora got up and walked out. Natalie was startled, and quickly got up, hugging her mother's arm tightly, refusing to let go. Nara had no choice but to take her out of the tent. At this time, the chaos in the village not only did not subside, but intensified. Fires also rose from more than one place, and the wild people were busy fighting the fire, which made the camp even more chaotic. "The Huya tribe betrayed us. The Huya tribe betrayed us. The Blue-Skin tribe betrayed us. They colluded with the people of the river bend to kill all the savages. The one who betrayed was the Longbeard tribe." All kinds of chaotic voices sounded in the camp, making the savage warriors at a loss, and it was impossible to tell who was the enemy and who was the friend. Trust gradually collapsed, and at the same time, this fragile alliance collapsed. The warriors of various tribes who were still drinking and chatting, and were going to fight together tomorrow, suddenly had infinite doubts about the people around them. If the tribal leaders can stand up in time to stabilize people's hearts at this time, the further spread of chaos can be prevented. But the strange thing is that from the beginning of the chaos to the present, no tribal leader has been seen. The patriarch's wooden house in the center of the camp fell into a strange calm at this critical moment. Many savages also ran to knock on the door, but did not get a response at all. Nara saw all this, her heart sank. But she knew that she couldn't help any hesitation at this moment, so she quickly called a few clansmen and ordered, "Gather all your clansmen immediately and tell everyone to rush to the north. When you meet the enemy, don't fall in love with fighting, just get away from this place quickly. Remember, this is not our war." "Yes." As soon as she finished explaining, Nora heard a dull and long horn sound from outside the camp. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The sound of shouting and killing sounded. In the darkness, there seemed to be countless figures rushing out from all directions, surrounding the camp of the Blue-Skin tribe. And this became the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the camp exploded in an instant. The savage warriors were like headless chickens, scurrying around with their heads in their arms. Even if some wanted to raise their swords to meet the enemy, they couldn't organize a decent resistance at all. Seeing this, Nora held her daughter's hand tightly and said loudly, "Everyone in the Yuya tribe, don't disperse, follow me and rush north. Come on." "Why? Chaiman, why did you betray us?" In the wooden house, Linnea, the patriarch of the blue-skin tribe, roared hoarsely. His hands and feet were bound with thick ropes, and weird blue blood oozes from the constant struggle. Chimon, what benefits did the people of Huan give you? The chief of the Longbeard tribe also asked angrily. Chimon, have you forgotten your identity? You're a savage. You'll always be a savage. There's no way the people of the Reach can trust you. Yes, only we are your brothers. Let us go, and together we will drive the river Bend out of the Crimson Mountains. Yes. Let us go, we will never hold you accountable for what you did tonight. Facing the questioning, threatening, or wooing words of the tribal chiefs, Chimon remained indifferent. He just stood in front of the window and looked out expressionlessly. The jumping flames reflected on his face, making that handsome face look a bit hideous. In a trance, Chimon recalled the words Samuel said to him before this operation. I have given those tribal leaders a chance to surrender, but they still choose to resist. I will not give a second chance to such people. I can accept the surrender of all other wildlings, but they cannot. So, when you step into the camp of the blue-skin tribe, you don't want to see any of the tribe leaders alive. You know what to do. Chimon remembered his shock and anger at the time, but in the end, he still lowered his head and said, I know. After an unknown period of time, the commotion outside gradually subsided, the screams and killing sounds decreased, and the voices of surrender and begging for mercy gradually gained the upper hand. The tribal leaders trapped in the house also gradually despaired, collapsed to the ground, and no longer tried to persuade the traitor. Seeing that the dust of this battle was about to settle, Chimon knew that it was time for him to complete his mission. I thought that my heart was as hard as a stone, but at this moment, there was still a trace of hesitation in Chimon's eyes. But this hesitation did not last long. Turning around, Chimon had already put on a cold expression, with a crazy and bloodthirsty light jumping in his eyes. Chapter 35 Mad Dog. Chimon, what are you doing? Some tribal leaders seemed to have a premonition, and roared fiercely. Chi. The long sword pierced into the chest of a tribal leader without hindrance, and the gushing blood spattered Chimon all over. Chimon. Do you dare to kill us? Chi. Chimon answered the questioning with actions, and killed another tribal leader in the blink of an eye. The wooden house suddenly boiled, and the remaining leaders cursed and struggled. But Chimon was unmoved, and continued to walk to the next tribal leader. Wait. Chimon, I am willing to surrender, I am willing to surrender. Chi. Chimon swung his sword again, as if slaughtering a wild boar. You madman. You traitor. We have already surrendered. Why do you want to kill us? Chi. The warriors of the Longbeard tribe will repay me. Chi. The smell of blood filled the closed wooden house, tumbling, mixed with the smell of excrement and urine due to fear, forming an extremely strong, almost suffocating smell. Like a slaughterhouse. The butcher, Chimon's body was already covered with a thick layer of blood stains, like a bright red armor, which was daunting. As the tribal leaders were killed one by one, the wooden house gradually became quiet. There is only the last one left, the patriarch of the blue-skin tribe, Chimon's uncle, Linnea. Linnea stopped speaking at this time, and there was no expression of anger or fear on his face. He looked at his nephew standing in front of him, and said indifferently, Tell me why. Chimon, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. The voice was hoarse like a rusty sword. For the future of the wildlings. The future of the savages. Linnea, who was already ashamed, suddenly became angry again. You are killing the future of the savages with your own hands. Chimon shook his head slowly. No, you are the obstacle to the progress of the wildlings. Linnea was stunned for a moment when he heard such absurd remarks. Chimon continued unhurriedly. We savages are also descendants of the ancestors and Undulls. There is not much essential difference from the people of the River Bay. But thousands of years have passed, and the people of the River Bay have built hundreds of castles, fed tens of millions of people, and organized their countless powerful armies. But what about us savages? We are companions of wild beasts and ignorance, split into hundreds of large and small tribes, fighting each other for a ridiculous territory and prey, but after fighting for so long, what have we won? Didn't they only dare to hide in the Crimson Mountains? Occasionally go out to plunder, and seeing the regular army of the Huan people, can't they just run away? Tell me, uncle, even if I drive the people from the River Bend out of the Crimson Mountains with you this time, so what? we will still return to the previous state, stuck in the quagmire of barbarism, ignorance, and backwardness. Linnea sneered and said, "Could it be that you can change the future of the savages by being a dog for the people of Huon?" Keeman didn't care about the insult in his uncle's words, and still responded flatly. "At least, this is the best chance to smash the barriers between the tribes and unite all the savages of the Crimson Mountains. Even so, the future Savage King will be the nobleman of the River Bend, and you are just a mad dog under him. As long as the savage can break free from the quagmire of savagery and ignorance, so what if I am a mad dog?" Linnea was silent. At the moment when his life was about to come to an end, he seemed to finally understand his nephew. Of course, understanding does not mean forgiveness. Linnea couldn't forgive Cheeman for what he had done, but now, he knew that it was impossible for him to stop his nephew. He didn't know whether Cheeman's actions would bring the wildlings into a glorious future, or into an even more desperate abyss. But Linnea suddenly felt that perhaps it was time to give the wildlings a different leader. "Don't be a mad dog." Linnea suppressed the hatred and anger in his heart, and became earnest. "The people in Huon asked you to kill us, right? If you kill us, you will reap the hatred of the 13 tribesmen. If you kill more people in the future, the blood stains on your body will accumulate more and more, until the whole world is an enemy. Therefore, Keeman, control your desire to kill. Otherwise, before the wildlings usher in a bright future, you will have already fallen into the abyss." Cheeman twitched the corners of his mouth, with a strange expression on his face. "I'm already in the abyss, uncle. It's not too late." Linnea persuaded, "The Crimson Mountains are still huge, and it's too late for you to stop now. The future of the wildlings needs you." Cheeman shook his head. "It's too late, I'm a kinslayer, and I have no future." Linnea froze for a moment, then thought of her brother-in-law's death. Her complexion suddenly changed. "You killed your own father. There are brothers." Cheeman stepped forward, piercing Linnea's chest with the blood-red long sword in his hand. "Now there is another uncle." Linnea roared wildly, and blood gushed out of his mouth continuously. However, there was not much hatred in his eyes, but a look of great regret. Why do you do this kind of thing, detested by the gods?" Keeman looked at his panting uncle expressionlessly, and said lightly, "I also prayed devoutly to the gods, but it was never answered. So, I decided to give my soul to the devil." Linnea seemed to be struggling to say something, but his broken heart was no longer able to support the body, and he spit out the last mouthful of blue blood. He finally tilted his head and remained motionless. Keeman stared at his uncle's body in a daze for a while, not knowing what he was thinking. It wasn't until the shouting outside the house completely subsided that he turned around and walked to the door, and opened the locked wooden door. "Who?" The slightly cool night wind came oncoming, but it failed to blow Cheeman's hair that had already been covered with solidified blood scabs. "Keeman, where is Lord Linnea? And what about the patriarch of our long-beard tribe? And our patriarch, now that the battle is over and we have surrendered, can you release them?" Faced with the questioning of the captured savages, Cheeman remained silent. It wasn't until everyone saw the blood stains on Kaiman's body that they all changed their faces and cursed, and some even rushed forward to fight Kaiman with their lives. The soldiers hurried forward to stop them, and even killed a few of the most violent ones before they nipped this captive riot in the bud. At this time, Samuel just walked into the camp surrounded by soldiers. The group of savage captives also gradually calmed down, and turned their attention to the River Bend nobleman who was about to decide their fate. Samuel first glanced at Cheeman from a distance, and then with a warm smile on his face, he said loudly under the expectant or fearful gazes of the savage captives, "Anyone who is willing to surrender, I can pardon your death penalty." The captives were quiet for a while, and then burst into cheers. "Thanks to the kind Lord. We are willing to surrender. We will serve." Keeman looked at Samuel, who was being cheered and supported by everyone, with complicated eyes. Under the light of the orange fire, the young River Bend noble seemed to exude a divine radiance. But he could only stand alone in a dark and cold corner, exuding an aura that people despise ghosts. Keeman let out a laugh, shook his head, then clasped his right hand on his chest, and said loudly, "Loyalty, dedicated to the greatest Caesar. The greatest Caesar. 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 Caesar." The sound of cheering was louder than wave after wave, sweeping across the forest like a strong wind. Chapter 36 Nora. Among the mountains and forests, the low-hanging crescent moon swayed the last ray of light, trying to resist the invasion of darkness. However, this is futile after all, and the whole world will soon fall into the darkest hour before dawn. Ma'am, I counted again, more than 30 brothers are missing. So many. Nora frowned tightly, unable to accept the number for a while, but we didn't encounter fierce battles when we rushed out. How could there be so few people? It should be that many tribesmen failed to keep up with the team and got trapped in the camp of the Blueskin tribe. Nara nodded, then stood up resolutely and said, I'm going back now and bringing them out. Madam, you must not go back. Yes, mother, you probably won't be able to get out after you go. Natalie also hugged her mother's arm tightly, as if she was afraid that she would never come back. No, I have to go back. Nora insisted, I brought them into danger, and I should bring them out. Madam, then we will go back with you. No, you stay here. If I don't come back for a long time, you take Natalie away. I'm not leaving. Natalie was so scared that she almost cried. Nara patted her daughter's little hand lightly, smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, the situation may not be so bad. As far as I know, the Riverbend nobleman is not a bloodthirsty person, not to mention that our Raven tribe did not participate in Linnea's conspiracy. He probably wouldn't embarrass us. Then you should also bring more people, just in case. No need. If he really wants to harm me, even if I take everyone from the Yuya tribe, I won't be able to stop him. Everyone fell silent after hearing the words. The Yuya tribe is just a small tribe, with a total number of less than 500 people, and most of them are old and weak, women and children, and they really can't fight against the powerful Huan people. Okay, you don't have to worry, I haven't received a warning from the gods, indicating that this trip will not be dangerous. After reassuring the tribe, Nora looked for the direction and walked into the darkness alone. So, my subjects will increase by more than 9,300 people. Yes, my lord. Gavin said with dark circles under his eyes, this is the preliminary statistics of the population of the 13 tribes. There may be some differences in the final results, but they should not be big. Samuel stroked his chin, but he was a little worried. The increase in the population of the territory is of course a good thing, but if it increases too fast, it will make people worry. These more than 9,000 people, plus the original Huya tribe of more than 2,000 people, are more than 10,000 people. And this happened in just less than a month. For a territory that has just begun to develop, this is no longer a population explosion, but a population explosion. The territory's food reserves were almost exhausted, and the population surge at this time was simply adding fuel to the fire. Originally, there were more than 2,000 people, but Samuel could still go to Qingting Island to make a wave of investment and survive this period of time. But now that the rations have soared to more than 10,000 people, how can this be fooled? Do you really regard Earl Paxter as the wrong person? The brandy cash cow is still in its infancy, and it can't immediately bring a lot of income to the territory. Thinking of this, Samuel finally sighed, and could only decide to temporarily raise these newly joined citizens. We can't supply so many people now, so all the more than 2,000 captives who surrendered last night were released back, and let them go hunting and gathering in the same way as before. Yes, my lord. Gavin nodded in response, feeling a little pity in his heart. Although he could understand the difficulty of the lord, he also knew that if these captives were released now, it would be difficult to gather them together in the future. It's a pity that the food in the territory is not enough to support so many people. Otherwise, it would be great if so many people were sent to build the castle. There is also a winery, which is also in urgent need of manpower. But these captives really can't move. After all, they are the main hunting force of the 13 tribes. If they are sent to build castles, the rest of the wildlings in the tribe will encounter a food crisis. Therefore, unless Ingzue Island has the ability to support all the more than 9,000 savages, these captives must be released back. Thinking of this, Gavin asked again. My lord, will the orphanage not accept the elderly and young children from these 13 tribes? Samuel thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, Take it. Otherwise, the hearts of these tribes will be scattered. Yes. Samuel sighed, knowing that he had to leave for Qingting Island as soon as possible, otherwise his leaders would really drink the northwest wind. In addition, the 13 newly added tribes have all been changed to villages. You should draw up a list of candidates for village chiefs as soon as possible. Remember to use familiar savages. The familiar savage, in Samuel's mouth actually refers to the savage or his relatives who intermarried with the Riverbend people. For example, Gavin's new wife Wuna, and brother-in-law Ucha. Samwell insisted on getting rid of those tribal leaders this time, just to facilitate the placement of people he trusted, so as to better control these savage villages. He didn't want the savages to start rioting again after he left. Okay. Gavin quickly wrote it down, and then asked, what about the tax? It is also based on Huya village, exempt for 3 months. Samwell hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, right. Although the territory's finances are difficult, he still intends to have a bowl of water. After all, buying people's hearts is the most important thing now. Moreover, those savages are so poor, how much can they collect even if they really collect taxes? Hunting and gathering are extremely inefficient production methods. The savages can barely support themselves. If they are really asked to pay taxes, Samwell feels guilty. Of course, after 3 months, you still have to pay. Even if the tax collected is returned as welfare, it must be collected. This is the duty of the citizens. If you really want to continue the tax exemption, it won't be long before no one will remember that there is a lord on their head. What's more, Samwell has built an orphanage to help the leaders support the orphans, widows, old and young, greatly reducing their burden, and collecting some taxes will not affect their lives. Then, the two discussed some details of the settlement of the savages. After the end, Samwell was about to catch up on his sleep, but his attendant, Kathu, came to report. My lord, there is a patriarch who claims to be the leader of the Crow tribe and wants to see you. Wandering Crow tribe. Invite her to come here. Yes. After learning last night that most of the Raven tribe fled in the chaos, Samwell was still very disappointed. Because this tribe has mastered ghost grass, something that can improve his spiritual attributes. When people from the Huya tribe sent an invitation to the Yaya tribe on his behalf, they were rejected by the other party. He was still worrying about how to contact the other party, but he didn't expect that now, the Yuya tribe would come to him on his own initiative. Of course Samwell knew that the other party should have come for those tribesmen who were captured by him. While thinking about it, I saw a tall woman walking into the wooden house. A dark veil covered most of her face, revealing a pair of eyes with purple pupils, long dark brown hair draped over her shoulders, and a simple and rough buckskin dress, but it still couldn't hide the mysterious and noble atmosphere. She came to Samwell with graceful steps, bowed and said, Dear Lord Caesar, I am Nora, the patriarch of the Crow tribe. On behalf of all the clansmen, I would like to extend my most sincere greetings to you. Section 37 Agreement. Samwell looked at the woman in front of him, feeling more and more weird in his heart. Because the other party really doesn't look like a savage. The kind of elegance and pride that comes from the bones cannot be faked or imitated. It can only be cultivated from a child who has no worries about food and clothing, has someone to serve him, and has an excellent tutor. A woman like this can only appear in noble castles, not in the Crimson Mountains filled with barbarism and ignorance. Madam Nora, may I ask, are you a native savage? Nara smiled slightly, as if she was not surprised by such a question. I'm afraid not. I am afraid. Yes, my lord. Many people have asked me similar questions, but I really can't give them a definite answer. Because I don't remember myself. Samwell's expression suddenly became strange. Have you ever lost your memory? Yes, my lord. The previous patriarch of the Crow tribe, that is, my husband, rescued me in the summer sea more than 10 years ago. But I can't remember why I fell into the sea, and I lost everything before. Memory. Nala stroked the hair beside her ears with her hands, and said in a slightly melancholy tone, maybe I used to be a noble lady in some castle. But it doesn't matter anymore. Now, I'm just the patriarch of the Raven tribe. So Lord, this time I am here for my people. We did not participate in Linnea's conspiracy, let alone be against you, so please let those innocent people go back to the forest. Samwell did not rush to respond to Nora's request, but looked at her purple eyes and fell into deep thought. He already had a guess about Nora's real-life experience. There are not many families with purple eyes in Westeros. The most famous one is of course the former royal family, the Targaryen family. But Targaryen has silver hair and purple eyes, while the woman in front of him has dark brown hair. Moreover, the existing Targaryen are all in exile on the continent of Essos across the narrow sea, and it is impossible to appear in the summer sea. There is a woman who fits Nora's situation very well. That is the sister of Dawn's Sword, Arthur Dayne, the dream lover of Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North, and the goddess that Barristan Selmy, the fearless of the King's Guard, never forgets. Ashara Dayne. First of all, Starfall City, the territory of the Dane family, is on the east bank of the mouth of the turbulent river, not far from here. Moreover, almost 10 years ago, after the Usurper War ended, Ed Stark brought the great sword, Dawn, inherited from the Dane family to Starfall City, returned it, and told that Dawn Excalibur the news that Arthur Dane died in battle in the Tower of Bliss. It is said that Ashara Dane couldn't bear the blow of her brother's death, and in grief, she jumped into the sea from the top of the White Stone Sword Tower and committed suicide. However, her body has never been found. Now it seems that Ashara who jumped into the sea may not have died, but was rescued from the sea by the previous patriarch of the Raven tribe, and lost her memory because of this. Thinking of this, the way Samwell looked at Nora immediately changed. Starfall City, as the most important city in the west of Dorne, is located on the shore of the Summer Sea, facing Samwell's territory across the sea. If he wants to get his hands on Dorne, Starfall City is the best step, and Nora in front of him, that is, Ashara Dane, is a key that can open the gate of Starfall City. Madam Nora, I know that you are not involved in Linnea's conspiracy, so you won't embarrass the warriors of the Wandering Crow tribe. You can take them away at any time. Thank you for your kindness and justice. Nora quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly thanked you. She was just about to say goodbye, but she heard Samwell say again, I am here on behalf of the Duke of Metz to open up, and I am willing to provide shelter for all the wildlings. I don't know if the Raven tribe is willing to become my territory. Sorry. Nora refused. Our Crow clan only serves the old gods, and we cannot be loyal to a knight who believes in the 7 gods. If this mountain forest has become your territory, then we can leave as well. The Crow never occupy the land. This answer did not surprise Samwell. After all, no one wants to surrender to someone for no reason. If it is another tribe, Samwell will either subdue it directly or expel it directly. But the Crow tribe, whether it is Nora's real-life experience or the ghost grass, Samwell cannot easily use violence. Be gentle. Samwell smiled slightly and said, Since that's the case, I won't force you. However, you don't have to leave. As long as you don't attack my people and don't enter their settlements without invitation, I can ask you to stay in this forest. And, you can also trade freely with my subjects. Nara was a little surprised. She really didn't expect this young lord to be so generous. You are truly a merciful lord. On behalf of all the clansmen, I would like to express my gratitude to you. I'm very happy to reap the friendship of the Crow tribe. Samwell said with a smile, Oh, by the way, Mrs. Nora, I heard that there is a ghost grass in the Crimson Mountains. Have you ever seen it? Nara froze for a moment, then nodded and said, Of course I know. This is a rather rare weed with mysterious spirituality. Only those who are favored by the old gods can find them in the mountains and forests. Samwell was overjoyed, and then asked, Can you help me collect ghost grass? I can pay for it, 1 silver deer per plant. Of course, if you want to exchange it for grain or other things of equivalent value, that's fine too. Nara thought for a moment, then said, As long as you agree to one more condition, we, the Crow tribe, will collect ghost grass for you. What condition? You and your subjects shall not destroy a single weirwood in the Crimson Mountains. Samwell was taken aback when he heard this. Is there a weirwood in the Crimson Mountains? Weirwood is a sacred tree in the eyes of believers in the old gods. But he remembered that except for the northern border, didn't the weirwood in the south have been destroyed by the Undulls? However, since the Crimson Mountain range is so big, it is possible that some fish slipped through the net. Yes. I agree to your conditions. In fact, if you understand it, you will know that I did not force all my subjects to convert to the 7 gods. They can still voluntarily retain their original beliefs. I also respect your beliefs and will not go to destroy the weirwood. You have a tolerant heart, and the gods old and new will protect you. Nora smiled. This negotiation was much smoother than she had imagined. The young nobleman of the Reach was far friendlier than she had expected. With this guarantee, she doesn't have to worry about the destruction of the remaining weirwoods. At this moment, she even sincerely hopes that Samwell's territory will continue to expand, so that more weirwoods can be protected. Moreover, the ghost grass can be exchanged for a silver deer. This exchange agreement can greatly improve the lives of the tribe. What a generous lord. Chapter 38 Silver Leaf Grass. A supply agreement for ghost grass was reached, and Samwell was in a good mood, and warmly invited Nora to stay for lunch, hoping to deepen their relationship. Nara didn't refuse. If she could find a strong backer for the Yakuza tribe, of course she would not refuse. When the waiter K2 brought the food to the table, Nora took off her veil, revealing her delicate face. Although the youth is no longer there, the charm is still there. No wonder he was able to fascinate the talents of the Seven Kingdoms in Harrenhal. Looking at Samuel's gaze, Nora smiled gently and explained. I usually wear a veil to avoid unnecessary trouble. Understandable. Samuel nodded with a smile. In this Crimson Mountain range that obeys the law of the jungle, a woman who is too beautiful will inevitably cause a lot of trouble. However, now that Nora takes the initiative to take off her veil, she is also expressing her trust in Samuel. Pointing to the plate in front of him, Samuel smiled and said, "This is the special lunch combination for the chief of the Blue Skin tribe. How about the taste?" Good. Although it is a patriarch set meal, it is not really rich, that is, some barbecue, wild vegetables, mushrooms, goat's milk, and a plate of weeds that Samuel doesn't know. Samuel first picked up the weed and stuffed it into his mouth. As a man who is determined to taste all the food in Westeros, he must choose to eat unfamiliar food. The taste is a bit bitter, and the throat is hot. Just when Samuel was about to put this weed on his blacklist, he suddenly stopped. Because there was movement on his attribute panel. Strength increased by 0.01. Samuel was overjoyed, and quickly stuffed the other 2 weeds on the plate into his mouth. Nora, who was provoked by the side, couldn't help wondering, this lord likes to eat grass so much. He bought ghost grass from himself, maybe it was also for eating. Seeing that the strength attribute increased again, Samuel hurriedly asked K2 beside him. What kind of grass is this? My lord, this is silver leaf grass. Is there any more? Give me some more. Yes. At this time, Nora reminded. Master Caesar, you'd better not eat too much of this silver leaf grass. Oh, why? Because, I suspect it's poisonous. Toxic. Samuel was slightly surprised, but then questioned, the chief of the Blue Skin tribe still eats it every day. It shouldn't be very toxic. It should be fine if you eat less, but if you eat too much, you may have problems. If you go to find out, you will know that this silver leaf grass is a sacred object of the Blue Skin tribe. Only the leader can enjoy it, and occasionally some will be given to the clansmen who have done meritorious deeds. But the leaders who often eat this grass often don't live past the age of 40, and their spirits are also somewhat abnormal, and they may even lose control and go crazy. Then they still like to eat this grass so much. Because this grass can cure some diseases and turn their skin blue, they think it is a gift from the gods. Samuel frowned. The skin turns blue, the mind is abnormal, but it can cure some diseases. It reminded him of some kind of substance. The next moment, he stood up abruptly and walked out quickly. Sorry, Mrs. Nora, I suddenly have something important to do, you have lunch first. Walking to the door, I ran into K2 who was delivering food. Samuel grabbed all the silver leaf grass brought by the other party, stuffed it into his mouth, and asked. Where does this silver leaf grass grow? K2 was stunned for a moment, then said. It's in the innermost part of the camp, and there's a small cave there. Find 10 reach soldiers and meet me in the cave, bring your shovels. Yes, my lord. Came to the cave that Katham mentioned, and Samuel saw the silver leaf grass here. In the slightly dim cave, their leaves shone with a silvery white shimmer. After listening to Mrs. Nora's story, Samuel immediately realized that the leaders of these blue-skin tribes were probably suffering from chronic silver poisoning. Silver has a bactericidal effect, so it can treat some infections, but if you eat too much, it will cause heavy metal poisoning, and it will also turn people's skin and even blood blue. But the question is, how can these silver leaf grasses contain metallic silver? Samuel guessed that there might be a silver mine buried under the silver leaf grass. That's why silver is enriched in this kind of grass, which has caused the effect of chronic argyria among the blue-skin tribesmen. But if this is the case, then the substance that increases one's strength attribute is the silver leaf grass itself. Or the silver enriched in it. Thinking of another substance that can increase the strength attribute, gold-tail shrimp, Samuel suddenly had a bold guess. At this time, K2 had brought the soldiers over. This is the place, first pull out the silver leaf grass, and then dig deep for me. Yes. The soldiers responded, and then went into the hole to dig. Samuel stood outside, eating the silver leaf grass pulled out by the soldiers, while waiting patiently. The movement here has attracted the attention of the savages, especially the savages from the original blue-skin tribe. In this cave grows the silver leaf grass that they regard as a gift from the gods, so they are often regarded as a holy place. But now, the people of the Reach don't know what to do in their holy places. This made them both nervous and at a loss. Of course, no one dared to stand up and protest. After all, the things in this cave have always been exclusive to the leader of the Blue Skin tribe. Now that Samwell has conquered them, the cave is of course his. Time passed little by little, and Samwell stuffed the silver leaf grass into his mouth numbly. From the bitterness at the beginning, until now, he couldn't taste the taste at all. Moreover, like golden tail shrimp, if you eat too much silver leaf grass, the effect will be reduced. However, even so, after eating hundreds of silver leaf grasses, Samwell's strength attribute also rose rapidly, and finally reached 2.13. At this time, his body's tolerance to silver leaf grass has become very high, and in the end he needs to eat 5 plants to increase his strength by 0.01. Samwell burped, his mouth full of bitter grassy taste. I can't eat anymore. Moreover, there is not much silver leaf grass left. Always save some seeds for seeds, otherwise the people of the Blue Skin tribe may cause trouble if they know that their tribal sacred objects are extinct. At this time, Nora had finished her lunch and came to bid farewell with her captured clansmen. Okay, Mrs. Nora, I wish you a smooth journey. In addition, I also hope that you can find the ghost grass as soon as possible. Nara looked at Samwell's silver-green teeth stained by grass juice, and wanted to say something to remonstrate, but hesitated for a while but didn't say it, and finally just said goodbye politely. Not long after the crows left, a soldier ran out and said to Samwell, "My lord, we dug up somewhere below." Samwell hurried into the cave, and sure enough, he saw some lead-gray crystal ores with metallic luster in a large pit. Is this a silver mine? Samwell was a little uncertain, the color didn't seem right. However, considering that this may not be sterling silver, this is why the color and appearance appear. Samwell turned his head and told the soldiers, "Go to Ingzue Island and invite Wei Duo and Biuso over here. Also, send someone to seal off this cave, and no one will come near it without my order." Yes. Chapter 39 Silver Mine. Yes, my lord, this is indeed silver ore, more precisely, it should be argentite. Vito and Biuso studied the ore crystals in the pit for half a day, and finally came to a conclusion. Samwell suddenly smiled and asked quickly, "Do you know how to refine this silver ore?" Vito stroked his beard, shook his head in embarrassment and said, "Sorry, my lord. We can't do anything about it. There is no silver mine in Highland City, and we don't know how to refine it. Then where should I go to find someone who can refine silver ore? The bachelors of the Academy City should be able to." Bachelor. Samwell suddenly felt a little emotional. Without his time travel, the original owner would have become a bachelor in the end. It seems that I still have to go to Old Town. Okay, I see, you guys go out first. Yes, my lord. Regarding this newly discovered silver mine, Samwell did not keep the two of them secret. Because too many people are involved in the mining, refining, and casting of silver mines, it is too difficult to keep it secret. Besides, in Westeros, mining silver mines without permission is a felony. If Samwell was willing to take this risk, why didn't he just agree to Mrs. Olenna and become a pirate? Anyway, being caught is a consequence. Of course, the silver mine was discovered on his territory, which no one can take away. It's just that if you want to mine, you must obtain the king's consent. Silver mines are generally mined, except for a small amount of luxury goods such as silver jewelry and silver tableware. Most of them are used to mint silver deer coins. The right to mint coins is of course firmly in the hands of the royal family. He who discovered the silver mine had to be authorized by the king before he could mint silver coins. The king will also send someone to supervise the minting of silver coins, and take a part of it as an authorization fee. Most of the income from this silver mine still belongs to Samwell. Why is the Lannister family the richest family in the Seven Kingdoms? Not because of the gold mines beneath Casterly Rock. The silver mine in front of me is certainly not as valuable as the gold mine, and I don't know how many reserves it has, but it has already surprised Samwell. After all, everyone thought that the Crimson Mountains were a barren land with nothing, and Samwell originally planned to make money by brewing brandy. Now that there is the silver mine, the development speed of the territory will surely reach a new level. He who was still frowning just now because of the sudden increase in the number of his subordinates, is not worried at all now. With this silver mine, he will have more confidence to raise investment. Moreover, the significance of this silver mine to Samuel is not only wealth. According to his previous conjecture, the real effective substance to increase the strength attribute is probably the silver in the silver leaf grass. So, why not just eat silver? Samuel gritted his teeth and hesitated. However, he ate so much silver leaf grass just now, his silver intake should not be low, and he didn't feel any discomfort in his body. Instead, he could clearly feel the increase in strength, as if his whole body had endless energy. In this way, he can indeed digest silver. Thinking of this, Samuel picked up a small piece of ore in front of him, as if he was about to put it into his mouth, but he hesitated, and put it back. This kind of silver ore has too many impurities, and it may cause problems if eaten directly. So, he took out a silver deer coin from his pocket and threw it into his mouth. Gulp. The hard silver coin scratched Samuel's throat. But the next moment, he didn't care about this anymore, because the power attribute increased by 0.01 as expected. Silver is really working. From this point of view, the silver content of 5 silver leaf grasses is about the same as 1 silver deer. What about golden tail shrimp? Samuel has specifically inquired before that golden tail shrimp is a specialty of Brightwater City, and this kind of shrimp can only be caught in a lake connected to the Honeywine River. So, Samuel suspected that there might be a gold mine under that lake. The shrimps growing in the lake have been devouring the sediment mixed with gold at the bottom of the lake for a long time, which has caused the gold element to enrich in the body and become golden tail shrimps. Of course, even if he guessed that there might be a gold mine at the bottom of the lake, Samuel couldn't mine it. After all, it was the territory of the Florence family. Even if Samuel's mother actually came from the Florence family, the things there have nothing to do with him. However, you can try to see if eating gold directly can also improve the strength attribute. Thinking of this, Samuel took out a golden dragon coin and threw it into his mouth. After a while, the strength attribute really increased, and the increase was 0.02. My good guy, this time I really became a Krypton gold player. Wait a moment. Samuel suddenly realized that since gold and silver can be used, what about other ores? So, he took out another copper plate and threw it into his mouth. Waited for a while, but there was no response. It seems that copper is not good. As for other metals, Samuel decided to wait until later to try slowly, otherwise he was afraid that his chrysanthemum would not be able to bear it. However, it is estimated that there is little hope. After all, golden fingers, there is no picky eater. After learning that gold and silver are the substances that can really enhance the attribute of strength, Samuel fell into the trouble of happiness. These two substances are actually not rare, they are expensive. But expensive is not the fault of gold and silver, but his own fault. Still have to make money as soon as possible. Thinking of the extent to which directly devouring gold and silver can improve the strength attribute, Samuel's heart is hot. Based on the fact that 1 golden dragon increases the strength by 0.02, if the effect decay is not considered, as long as there are 100 golden dragons, the strength can be increased by a full 2 points. Of course, it must not be calculated like this. According to previous experience, the same substance will cause tolerance. The more you eat, the worse the effect on improving attributes will be. Fortunately, although gold and silver are precious, the total amount is still a lot. As long as he keeps eating, one day he will be able to pile up his strength attributes to a terrifying level. At that time, even if you really meet a dragon, you can break your wrists. Then let's start with the silver mine in front of us. Of course, it cannot be eaten directly, it must be refined first. Samuel originally planned to go to Arbor Island, but now it seems that he has to go to Old Town again to see if he can lure a bachelor back from the Academy City. In the next 2 days, Samuel personally ran through the 13 newly surrendered tribal camps. While appeasing people's hearts, he appointed village chiefs, affairs officers, tax officers, and justices of the peace. Everything is dealt with. After finishing all this work, he took Todd Flower and Cheeman, accompanied by 20 guards, and left the territory. The reason for taking Cheeman away is very simple. Samuel doesn't trust this mad dog, and he must take it with him to watch him to be at ease. As for Todd Flower, although he is not trustworthy, at least Samuel is not worried that this person will make trouble for him. The reason why he brought him this time is entirely because the other party is the illegitimate child of Qingting Island. A group of people headed west along the northern shore of the Summer Sea, and soon walked out of the Crimson Mountains, and came to the territory of the Kui family Yongwu City. In fact, at first, Samuel planned to go straight to Qingting Island, and did not intend to go into the city to visit the Q family. But now, after the population of the territory has exploded, the problem of food shortage is extremely serious. It may not be too late for him to buy food on Qingting Island before transporting it back. So, he decided to stay in Yangwu City for a while, buy some food and transport it back for emergency. Since he chose to enter the city, out of courtesy, Samwell sent a soldier ahead of time to send a letter of visit to the Q family. Chapter 40 Viscount Brandon. Yangwu City is the territory of the Kuei family. It is said that they are descendants of the Undals, and they were given this land by the Gardner family more than 4,000 years ago. The family emblem of the Q family is 6 yellow roses on a blue background, which looks somewhat similar to the emblem of the Tyrell family, but in fact, they are vassals of the Hightower family in Old Town. The current lord is Viscount Brandon Q. This is a tall, middle-aged man, well-dressed, and his grayish-black hair combed meticulously. He is sitting solemnly at the main seat in the living room. "Sir Caesar, you are not what I imagined." Samwell took a sip of the wine and said with a smile. "Master Viscount, what do you imagine me to be like?" Viscount Brandon also smiled, no longer put on that serious look, and said, "I heard you're a fat man." Samwell smiled wryly and shrugged. Difficult pioneering is the best diet pill. It has been more than half a year since time travel, and Samwell's weight loss has indeed been fruitful. The original bloated figure has completely disappeared. Now he is well-proportioned, tall and strong, and his whole body exudes a heroic and high-spirited spirit. Under the slender sword eyebrows, there is a pair of deep eyes, as calm as the sea before the storm. Viscount Blanton has seen countless people, but this is the first time he realizes that he can't see through a young knight under the age of 20. Especially this young knight is still a well-known trash in the aristocratic circle of the Reach. At the beginning, many people were guessing how long it would take for this person to escape from the Crimson Mountains in desperation and become a wandering knight. However, Viscount Brandon looked at Samwell, who was close in front of him, but felt that Samwell was like a steel sword hidden in a sheath, deep and restrained, but with a hidden edge. Viscount Blanton has only seen this kind of calm, cold, and confident temperament in a few veterans who are on the battlefield. Among them was Lord Randall Tarley. Viscount Brandon participated in the War of the Reavers. He still cannot forget the invincible and majestic appearance of Earl Randall. Even the mighty Robert Baratheon was eclipsed in front of him. Now, Viscount Brandon sees the shadow of his father in Samwell. With such a son, Lando Tully was willing to drive him out of the house. Viscount Brandon took a sip from his wine glass, took the opportunity to withdraw his thoughts, and said, "How is the pioneering progress? Those wildlings in the Crimson Mountains are not easy to deal with." "Well, those savages are indeed a headache." Samwell put on a distressed look. "There are too many captives, and I am wondering how to arrange them." Cough, cough, cough. Viscount Blanton choked when he heard Samwell's Versailles-style remarks. When he regained his breath, he asked, "How many prisoners did you take?" "More than 10,000. "How much?" Viscount Brandon thought he had heard wrong. "There should be more than 12,000 people. I fought 2 battles with the savages last month. Thanks to the favor of the 7 gods, I won a complete victory. Therefore, the 14 tribes near Ingzue Island have surrendered to me. All the clansmen have also become my subjects." Viscount Brandon frowned, thinking that the other party was bragging, and his evaluation of him suddenly dropped a lot, but he still asked one more question. "How many soldiers did you bring with you this time?" "The Tyrell family sent 100 elite soldiers, and then I recruited more than 100 recruits myself. Oh, by the way, there is also this Todd Flower Knight, who is also a great contributor to this development." Standing behind Samwell, Todd leaned slightly and saluted Viscount Brandon. Originally, when Viscount Brandon heard that Samwell had brought such a small number of people, and half of them were recruits, he felt even more convinced that the other party was bragging. But when he met Todd Flower, he was not sure again. Because he had heard of Todd Flower, and knew that he was the illegitimate son of Arbor Island and a knight loyal to the Tyrell family. Such a person should not help Samwell lie. But such a record still makes Viscount Brandon a little unbelievable. He thought that he had already overestimated this pioneering knight, but he didn't expect that the opponent was even more powerful than he imagined. Is there another Randall Tarley in the Reach? Samwell seemed to see the suspicion in Viscount Brandon's eyes, so he winked at Cheeman behind him. Cheeman understood, immediately picked up the wooden box under his feet, and sent it to the long table in front of Viscount Brandon. This is a small gift from me." Viscount Brandon opened the wooden box, and then his eyes fixed. because there is a human head in the box. Samuel explained, "This is the head of the Huya tribe chief. Yangwaching is just south of the Crimson Mountain Range, and Viscount Brandon certainly knows the most powerful tribe in the nearby mountainous area." Looking at the necklace of fangs placed next to the head, Viscount Brandon believed a little more in Samuel's previous remarks. It seems that this pioneering work has taught the savages in this mountain area a lesson. "I like this gift very much," Viscount Brandon said with a smile. After all, the other party has cleaned up these savages, and his territory can also avoid being harassed. Seeing that the other party didn't understand what he really meant, Samuel smiled and added, "Master Viscount, have you forgotten? The chief of the Huya tribe killed a Hightower many years ago." "Oh." Viscount Blanton was stunned for a moment, and then he seemed to recall this old event, and the smile on his face suddenly became more eager. "I remembered. That's right, I led 200 family soldiers to follow Earl Layton went to the Crimson Mountains, trying to catch this savage who was stained with Hightower's blood. Unfortunately, these guys are like mice, hiding everywhere, and there is no trace. Unexpectedly, they were killed by you." Samuel smiled slightly and said, "Because I am rushing to Qingting Island, I would like to ask you to help send this head to Old Town and hand it over to the Hightower family." Although Samuel himself will go to Old Town soon, he still chooses to let Viscount Brandon take care of it. Because Viscount Brandon is a vassal of the Hightower family, the Lord of Old Town, and he also participated in this matter back then, so he handed it over, which is equivalent to a gift, but received two favors. The Hightowers and the Kuis all owe him thanks. "Of course, no problem." Viscount Brandon looked at Samuel with a more kind gaze. "This is really a sensible young man. Brave, capable of fighting, and so sensible, Viscount Brandon really doesn't understand why the nobles of the Riverbend think Samuel is a waste. Are you all blind?" Viscount Brandon looked more and more at Samuel, and suddenly remembered that he had an unmarried daughter, and a thought came to his mind. "Sir Caesar, you must be tired from the long journey, why don't you take a rest first? I have already had someone prepare a dinner, and we will have dinner together later." Samuel looked at Viscount Brandon, who was smiling all over his face, and secretly thought that his gift was indeed delivered correctly, and the next investment pull should be sure, so he stood up happily and said with a smile, "My pleasure." Chapter 41 Supply Agreement. Samuel had just finished taking a bath when he heard footsteps outside the door. Guessing that it should be the servant sent by Viscount Brandon to pick him up for the banquet, he quickly dressed, and then he heard the knock on the door as expected. "Sir Caesar, the Viscount ordered me to take you to the dinner." Samuel opened the door, and while buttoning the last few buttons, he smiled at the maid outside the door. "Please lead the way." Follow the maid through the dark corridor and come to an oak door with a silver border. "Sir, the dinner will start in a while, you can take a rest in the reception room first." "Good." Samuel pushed open the wooden door in front of the door and walked into the room. But the next moment, he froze on the spot. Because what caught the eye was pink curtains, snow-white cashmere carpets, a luxurious ivory bed, and an exquisite dressing table. Where is this reception room? It is clearly the bedroom of a certain lady or madam. Samuel's heart tightened, and he immediately turned to leave, only to find that the door had been locked from the outside. Just then, a crisp voice sounded in the room. "Ah, Sir Caesar, you are so rude, why did you come to my bedroom?" Samuel then realized that a young woman was coming out of the room, looking at him with half a smile. Alice Q. The youngest daughter of the Viscount Blanton was wearing a rather bold gown at this time, but her figure was too plump, and the clothes were deformed. There was no elegance at all, but it looked ridiculous and round. The round, fat face was covered with heavy makeup, but it couldn't cover all the freckles and acne. Samuel quickly lowered his head and stopped looking. Because it is cruel to the ugly to look closely. "Sorry, Miss Alice, just now a maid told me that this is the living room, maybe she made a mistake. I'll leave now." "Don't worry. Sir Caesar, I heard from my father that you are a heroic knight who conquered tens of thousands of wildlings. Tell me your story." Looking at Alice, who was rushing towards him, Samuel couldn't guess that this was a well-designed trap. "Damn Brenton Q. Your daughter can't buy and sell even if it's not selling well." In a hurry, Samuel exhausted all his strength and slammed the wooden door behind him. Click. Thanks to the substantial increase in his strength attribute during this period of time, which has reached 2.73, he forcefully broke the door bolt. After forcefully opening the door, Samuel rushed out of the room, dodging the tiger attacking the girl behind him, and just after he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Viscount Brandon with a look of astonishment at the corner. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Samuel reacted first, and said before Viscount Brandon, "Master Viscount, I accidentally knocked down the door just now, I'm really sorry." Viscount Brandon, who was planning to come to catch rape, looked helpless at Samuel, who was in good clothes. Finally, he couldn't help but glared at his daughter Alice, as if to say, "How did you let him run away so easily?" Alice snorted aggrievedly, turned and went back to the room. "Ahem, it's all right, don't worry about the wooden door, Sir Caesar, the dinner party is about to begin, let's go." "Good." The two walked side by side, tacitly pretending that nothing happened just now, and soon chatted and laughed again. "Sir Caesar, what are you going to Qingting Island this time?" "Master Viscount, you must be aware that the Crimson Mountains are too barren. If my territory wants to grow and develop, I must purchase food and other living supplies from the outside. This time I went to Qingting Island, hoping to be able to cooperate with the red wine family. Reach a material supply contract." Viscount Brandon glanced at Samuel, as if laughing at his naivete. "Young man, I have to remind you that if you plan to rely on food supplies from outside to supply your territory, you will probably need a lot of money," Samuel said in a relaxed tone. "I know. Fortunately, a silver mine was discovered in the territory recently, so..." "Silver mine?" The sneer on Viscount Brandon's face suddenly turned into envy. "You are such a lucky guy. It's all a gift from the seven gods." Samuel drew a seven-pointed star on his chest devoutly. Then he kept silent. Sure enough, after waiting for a long time, I heard Viscount Brandon couldn't help saying, "Actually, you don't need to go to Qingting Island. Our Yangwu city can also supply food and supplies, and it's closer than Qingting Island. It can save you a lot of shipping costs." Samuel secretly smiled in his heart, but on the surface he put on a hesitant look. "However, there are more than 10,000 people in my territory, and I'm afraid it will continue to increase in the future. Can you supply so many people?" "No problem." Viscount Brandon waved his hand and said confidently, "There are countless fertile fields around Yangwu City. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Wheat, vegetables, and fruit trees can be seen everywhere. Don't say 10,000, I can supply even 30,000 people. It turns out that your limit is to supply 30,000 people." Samuel rubbed his chin, deliberated. "In this case, the price. Absolutely fair." Viscount Brandon looked like a diligent businessman at this time. "I can ask someone to make a price list for you. If you are not satisfied, you can talk to me directly." "Well, as long as you can guarantee a fair price, I will purchase food and supplies from Yangwu City." "Haha, you made a wise decision. However, there is a condition that I need to explain in advance." Samuel stopped the beaming Viscount Brandon. "What condition?" "You should also know that the mining of silver mines requires the authorization of the king. Although I have sent someone to King's Landing to ask for instructions, it will take time. Moreover, it will take time to organize mining, refining, casting, etc. Samuel, spreading my hands, I may not be able to pay for these supplies immediately. If you accept the extension, then we can talk about it." "Delay?" Viscount Brandon frowned. "How long?" 6 months. "Half a year?" Viscount Brandon almost jumped up. "This is impossible." But the next moment, he rolled his eyes and added, "However, if you are willing to marry my daughter, then there is no problem." The corner of Samuel's mouth twitched, and he secretly thought that it's your daughter who gave me half a year's supplies for nothing. "I can understand your concerns." Samuel put on a look of not caring whether the other party agrees or not. "That's why I didn't mention this to you before, but I plan to go straight to Qingting Island. Redwine, the family's financial strength is strong, and the half-year payment delay is not a problem for them at all." These words made Viscount Brandon grit his teeth, hesitated for a while, and then spoke again. "You can be delayed for up to 3 months. After 3 months, your silver mine should be able to produce output." "No problem." Viscount Brandon immediately agreed. "We will draw up a list of supplies after the dinner." "Okay." Samuel showed a smile and extended his right hand at the same time. "Happy cooperation." "Happy cooperation." Viscount Brandon shook Samuel's hand vigorously, and seemed to realize it. "You are an excellent negotiator." "You too." Samuel smiled very honestly. Viscount Brandon moved closer, and said unwillingly, If you are willing to marry my daughter, I will give you 3 months' supplies for nothing. Sorry, Lord Viscount. Samwell said with a righteous face, I once made an oath that if I can't open up a territory, I will never start a family. Viscount Brandon sighed, but he could only give up. Chapter 42 Qingting Island. After staying in Yangwu City for 3 days, watching the transport ship full of food and daily necessities heading towards Ingzue Island, Samwell finally breathed a sigh of relief and bid farewell to Viscount Brandon. So, under the warm welcome of Viscount Blanton, and under Miss Alice's resentful eyes, Samwell and his party embarked on the seaboat to Arbor Island and set sail. The whole journey was calm, and only 6 days later, the ship successfully crossed the Red Wing Strait and arrived at Qingting Island. This island is famous for its rich wine, especially the golden wine of Qingting Island, which is the most sought-after wine by the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, and the price is also extremely expensive, which can be called liquid gold. However, what really made the Red Wine family one of the most influential nobles in the River Bay is obviously not the wine, but the Arbor Island fleet. This fleet, together with the Royal Fleet and the Iron Fleet, are called the 3 major fleets of Westeros, and they are important maritime forces that can influence the situation of the Seven Kingdoms. Under the afternoon sun, Samwell walked down the trestle slowly. The wharf was very lively, and laborers carrying goods could be seen everywhere. They yelled loudly and loaded the big bags of goods onto the merchant ships. Looking at the familiar scene in front of them, Samwell's guards all showed nostalgic expressions. Just half a year ago, they were still the same as these people, carrying heavy cargo every day, but could barely fill their stomachs, but now, their fate has completely changed. Thinking of this, the guards all looked at the lord in front of him very eagerly. The arrival of Samwell and his party did not cause any disturbance. Although Todd Flowers had written back in advance expressing Dominic's visit, it was obvious that with Samwell's current reputation, it was impossible to get the Red Wine family's big fanfare. Welcome. In fact, none of their family members came, only a servant was sent to greet them. This is a bit too much. Even after Samwell entered the castle and drank tea in the drawing room for a long time, he still failed to see Earl Paxter. At this time, even Todd Buddha's face became extremely gloomy, but Samwell still had that relaxed look. In fact, he already had some expectations for the cold reception of the Red Wine family. After all, according to Mrs. Olena's plan, although the new territory of Ingzue Island belonged to Samwell in name, the actual controller was Redwyn. One family. Now that Samwell refuses to be manipulated, Earl Paxter will naturally not give him a good face. However, he was not in a hurry. After reaching a material supply agreement with Viscount Brandon of Yangwu City, the food crisis in the territory has been temporarily lifted, so he no longer needs the support of the Red Wine family so urgently. As for brandy, he didn't have to ask the Red Wine family to help sell it. Although the Red Wine family is indeed the best partner, after all, they have mature sales channels and can deliver brandy to the wine tables of the nobles in Westeros at the fastest speed, and the Qingting Island winery, it is also easier to make brandy famous if it is sold under the name of the brand, but if they don't know the good and the bad, then it is not impossible to change the partner. After calming down, Samwell didn't care anymore, just to see what kind of tricks that Earl Paxter can play. Just waited until the sun went down, and Samwell and his party were so hungry that their bellies started to growl, and finally someone walked into the living room. Oh, why is it so dark? Come on, send some candles. Sorry, Sam, for making you wait so long. Entering were Earl Paxter's twin sons, Horace Redwine and Hope Redwine. The appearance of the two is almost carved out of the same mold, with a square face, orange hair, and freckles all over the face. However, the two brothers are still very easy to distinguish. The elder brother Horace is taller, and his eyes are more aggressive, looking at everyone as if they are about to fight, while the younger brother Hopper, his words are slurred, as if his mouth is full of saliva and he has not swallowed it. It's okay, the journey is tiring, and we just rested for half a day. Samwell said with a smile. Horace stared at Samwell for a while, and said, Sam, I haven't seen you for a few years, you have changed a lot. Wobo also nodded in agreement. Yeah, I have lost a lot of weight. Have you not had enough to eat recently? Horace immediately said, it's really hard to get enough food in places like the Crimson Mountains, ha ha ha. The two brothers burst out laughing as they spoke. Samwell smiled and looked at the two quietly, as if looking at two fools. Memories belonging to the original owner surged out, making him realize that he had a relationship with these two brothers. Before Earl Randall had not completely given up on his eldest son, he brought Samwell to Arbor Island, hoping to make a marriage contract between him and Earl Paxter's daughter Desmara Redwine. But it was a pity that Samwell did not live up to expectations at the time. Not only did he fail to win the favor of Earl Paxter, but he also cried bitterly under the teasing of the two brothers Horace and Hope, and lost all face. It's really easy to get hungry. Samwell didn't care about the ridicule of the two brothers. That's why I came to Qingting Island, hoping to get help from the Redwine family to support some food and supplies in Ingzue Island. Although a supply contract has been signed with Yang Wuching, Samwell doesn't mind having one more supplier. Otherwise, let the Brandon family control the food lifeline of Ingzue Islet. What if Viscount Brandon turns his face one day? Or bring up the old story again, what if he insists on marrying Miss Alice? Well. Horace smiled reservedly and said, let's wait until my father comes back. The Earl is not on the island. Yes, but my father went to inspect the territory. Then when will he come back? It's hard to say, maybe tomorrow, or next week. After all, Qingting Island is so big, I don't know where my father is now. When Samwell heard this, he still smiled on the surface, but he had already cursed in his heart. Since this is the case, don't bother me anymore. We still have something to do, so we will leave tomorrow. Are you leaving tomorrow? Hearing that Samwell said he was going to leave, Horace was stunned. Yes. Samwell smiled slightly, I still have to go to Old Town. Then you will come to Qingting Island again when you return. Hopper couldn't help asking. We'll see the situation at that time. Samwell said instead, maybe we will dock again, and I hope to see the Earl at that time. After a while, he forced a smile and said, in that case, I'll send someone to arrange a room for you to rest early. Okay, then I will trouble you. Samwell didn't hesitate at all, he got up and walked outside. Horace and his brother looked at each other, unable to hide their surprise. But soon, the two brothers exchanged glances tacitly, then quickened their pace, sending Samwell out from left to right. The door of the living room is not wide enough for the three of them to walk side by side, but the Horace brothers did not evade at all, but instead took the opportunity to squeeze in the middle. Boom. There was a muffled sound, but Samwell stepped out the door calmly, while the two brothers staggered and almost fell over. Ah. I'm really sorry, are you all right? Samwell turned back in a fuss. Horace endured the burning pain on his shoulder and the uncontrollable shock in his heart, and said, it's okay, we accidentally tripped. So it is. Samwell suddenly realized, I thought you two didn't have enough to eat. After finishing speaking, he walked away without paying any attention to the flushed faces of the two brothers. Chapter 43 Emphasis. The night was dark. The castle study was brightly lit by candles. Earl Paxter, who was supposed to inspect the territory, was sitting upright at this moment, listening to Todd Flower in front of him tell the whole story of the development of Ingzue Island. When Todd said that Samwell kept 2,000 savages out of the valley with only 100 recruits, Horace on the side couldn't help retorting. How is it possible? Absolutely impossible. 100 recruits, how could it be possible to block the attack of 2,000 savages? Todd, what are you bragging about? Without waiting for Todd to argue, Earl Paxter glared at his eldest son and said, shut up. Horace fell silent for a moment. Earl Paxter was thin, and he seemed even more insignificant when he was huddled in a large chair, but no one in the room dared to really ignore the Lord of Qingting Island. Not only them, but even the Duke of Mace, who is the governor of the Reach, had to bother to win over this person. For this reason, he deliberately married his own sister Mina Tyrell. Todd, keep talking. Yes, my lord. Todd continued hastily. Next, no one dared to interrupt his narration. Subjugate the Huya tribe, ambush the coalition of 13 tribes, brew brandy, discover silver mines. The expressions of the brothers Horace and Hopper became increasingly ugly, as if they were listening to some ghost story. No ghost story is that far off the mark. The two brothers didn't want to believe that the fat boy who was teased by him to cry was now a heroic knight who could open up territory in the Crimson Mountains. It's all fake. Fake. Horace rubbed his sore shoulder, roaring inwardly. When Todd finally finished his narration, Horace immediately turned his head to look at his father. His mouth seemed to be full of words, but seeing Earl Paxter bowed his head in silence, he forced his mouth shut. Of course the others did not dare to speak. The study fell into a strange silence, only the occasional subtle sound of the candle burning could be heard. After a long time, Earl Paxter finally raised his head, with no expression of joy or anger on his face, he asked Todd. He came to Qingting Island this time just to buy food and supplies. My lord, in fact, Sir Caesar has already reached a supply contract with the Q family in Yongwu City, so he may not be in a hurry to buy food supplies from Qingting Island. But Brandy, he probably wants to cooperate with Qingting Island. Brandy. Earl Paxter curled his lips and said casually, have you brought it? I'll try it and see if it's really as good as you said. Bring it. Todd took out a small oak jar, came to the table, and poured a glass for Earl Paxter. The strong aroma of the wine permeated the air, and Earl Paxter, who was originally looking lazy, sat up straight in an instant. He squinted his eyes and stared at the amber liquid in the glass for a while, before picking up the glass and sniffing it in front of his nose. Good wine. Earl Paxter came to a conclusion before drinking the wine. This caused all the red wines present to look stunned. However, the tangy aroma of the wine was really alluring, and everyone swallowed quietly. Under their expectant or questioning eyes, Earl Paxter finally drank the wine in his glass. Gulp. Everyone held their breath. Earl Paxter closed his eyes and raised his head, as if thinking about it. After a long time, he opened his eyes again, looked at his eldest son Horace, and said, Early tomorrow morning, you bring Samuel to see me. Yes, father. Horace quickly agreed. After that, he looked eagerly at the jar in Todd's hand, as if he wanted to taste it too. But before he could speak, Earl Paxter ordered Todd. Send all the remaining wine in your hand to the winery, let the winemakers taste it, and see if you can figure out how it is brewed. Yes, my lord. Todd recapped the jar under the eager eyes of everyone. Earl Paxter glanced at him and urged. Going right now. Yes. Todd had to turn around and leave the study. Out the door, the illegitimate child smiled bitterly. I know in my heart that I am always just a flower. Earl Paxter will not let him truly enter the core of the red wine family. Under the dim candlelight, the corridors of the castle flickered. Everything in front of me is so familiar, yet so strange. Taking a deep breath, Todd calmed down and walked towards the winery. The next morning. After Samuel got up, washed up, and had breakfast, he didn't bother to say hello to the Redwin family, and went straight to the pier with his staff. Just happened to meet a merchant ship going to Old Town. Samuel paid some money and took the boat. As the huge anchor was pulled up from the water, the merchant ship slowly sailed out of the port. Todd Fuhua, who was standing at the bow of the boat, looked at all this with a look of astonishment on his face. Why didn't Horace come to Samuel? Or had Lord Paxter changed his mind later on? Why? Sure enough, I'm just an outsider, I don't know anything. Looking at Todd, who was depressed, Samuel asked. What? Can't bear to go home? This is not my home. Todd sighed, looking down at the sparkling water. The sea breeze is warm, but it can't blow away Todd's melancholy. But the next moment, he heard Chimon beside him say, My lord, are those two on the pier the Redwine brothers? Samuel stared intently for a while. It seems really. Are they here to see you off? Todd looked up quickly, and sure enough, he saw the twin brothers of the Redwine family standing on the pier crazily shaking their arms towards him, and at the same time shouting something loudly, but it was too far away to hear clearly. Goodbye. Goodbye. Don't send it away. Samuel also waved his arms at the two brothers. I still don't forget to turn my head to Todd and say. I didn't expect these two brothers to be quite enthusiastic. Todd opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. At the same time, a thought popped up in his mind. Horace didn't forget to bring Samuel to see Earl Paxter, right? Probably not. Todd shook his head, shaking off the ridiculous idea. How could the heir of the Redwine family be so stupid? Wait. Wait. My father wants to see you. My father wants to see you. On the pier, the two brothers waved their arms wildly and roared at the sea. All the workers around looked at them with foolish eyes. Until the voices of the two became hoarse, there was no sign of the merchant ship turning around. Damn brother. Stupid brother. You overslept. In desperation, Hobart tugged on his brother's sleeve and shouted in his ear, What should we do now? Father is still waiting for Samuel. What should I do? What should I do? Horace looked at the merchant ship fading away with a dull expression on his face. He was addicted to alcohol last night by the brandy. After returning to the room, he drank to satisfy his hunger. He accidentally drank too much, and then he couldn't get up in the morning. Thinking of his father who was about to go into a rage, the eldest son of the Redwine family shuddered. Chapter 44 Old Town. The warm sun shines on the smooth mirror-like sea surface, and at first glance, it looks like a green wool carpet extending to the horizon. The sea surface of Whispering Bay has always been known for its tranquility. It is rare to see waves higher than 10 feet. No matter how unruly the sea breeze comes here, it will become gentle, as soft as a lover's whisper. As the merchant ship sailed into the bay, Samuel could already see the iconic buildings of the old town from a distance. Towering Tower. This huge tower of stone steps is one of the most magnificent buildings in Westeros. It is more than 800 feet high, and the spire of the raging fire burning day and night goes straight into the sky, which can be clearly distinguished even hundreds of nautical miles away. For thousands of years, this bright lighthouse standing at the mouth of the Mead River has pointed out the direction for countless captains. As the merchant ship slowly approached the port, the majestic figure of the towering tower became clearer and clearer to everyone. Everyone's eyes widened, looking up at the miraculous building in front of them, unconsciously holding their breath. Kaiman, who had no knowledge, was even more unbearable. His whole body began to tremble, as if seeing a god, and he almost knelt down to worship. Even though he was used to seeing skyscrapers in his previous life, Samuel couldn't hide his surprise at this time. It is really hard for him to imagine how to build such a lighthouse with the productivity of Game of Thrones close to the Middle Ages. Unless it's magic. An idea came to Samuel's mind. Such a building, apart from magic, he couldn't think of any other way to build it. As the busiest port in Westeros, the sea area here is extremely crowded, and the merchant ships that Samuel and his party are on even have to wait in line to enter the port. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, this ancient city looks peaceful and elegant, like an old man who has experienced thousands of years of wind and frost, watching the vicissitudes of the world with calm and indifferent eyes. In addition to the towering tower, there are two famous buildings in the old town, School City and Starry Temple. School City is the place where bachelors are trained, and it is also the place that the original owner most yearns for. Countless well-educated people set out from here to the lords of Westeros, big and small, to give them advice and suggestions. As for the Starry Church, it has been the center of the belief of the seven gods for thousands of years, and the seat of the archbishop until it was replaced by the Baylor Cathedral in King's Landing more than 100 years ago. But in the hearts of many believers of the seven gods, this place is still the closest to the kingdom of heaven. Of course, when talking about Old Town, one cannot fail to mention its lord, that is, the family that lives in the tower. The Hightower family. As one of the oldest families in Westeros, Hightower's bloodline can be traced back to the ancestors. As early as the distant Dawn era, they once ruled the Mead River Valley, the king of the tower. However, such an ancient and influential family did not show the strength in line with its identity at all. In fact, in the eyes of many people, the Hightower family is not only not strong enough, it can even be called weak. As the king of the ancestors, when the Undulls invaded, Hightower chose to submit and marry. When the Gardner family expanded from the Monday River Valley, Hightower chose to submit and divorce his wife and marry. When Targaryen rode a giant dragon to kill him, Hightower still chose to surrender. United. No marriage this time. It's not that Hightower doesn't want to, but the Targaryen family follows the tradition of intermarriage between brothers and sisters, and generally won't let the blood of the real dragon flow out. This series of behaviors is indeed difficult for the Hightower family to establish enough prestige, let alone generate enough for them. However, Samuel never underestimated this family. In fact, anyone who takes the Hightowers lightly pays a heavy price for it, often in ways they don't even realize. Those bachelors who came from the Academy City to serve as advisors to the major lords, even though they claim to have no surname, no position, and no political inclination, who dares to say that the Hightower family has no influence on them at all? What is the purpose of those bachelors who pretend to be pious in order to study the mystery? That Shiwechin cardinal who rejects outsiders, what is he discussing in the dark room? What secrets are hidden behind those ancient and heavy doors? In Samuel's view, the Hightower family is well versed in the principle of conquering the strong with softness, and defeating the strong with the weak. They never face strong enemies directly, but change the world in a silent way. Countless ancient and powerful families have been wiped out in the long river of time, and it is certainly no coincidence that only the Hightower family has survived to this day. As soon as they got off the merchant ship, Samuel and his party boarded another ferry boat, the towering castle tower of the Hightower family is located on the Battle Island, and they had to change boats. Conquest Island is an alluvial island at the mouth of the Monde River. It is said that in the distant Dawn era, there were giant dragons entrenched on the island until the first Hightower appeared, wiped them out, and built towering towers on the island. When Samwell stood in front of this man-made miracle, he finally felt his own insignificance uncontrollably. This is really not like a masterpiece of mortals. Dear Sir Caesar, welcome to the towering tower. In front of the gate of the castle, a handsome middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing showed a bright smile at Samwell. This person is the Lord of Old Town, the eldest son of Earl Leighton, Sir Baelor Hightower. However, what really caught Samwell's attention was the beautiful figure beside Sir Baelor. Miss Marjorie Tyrell. The daughter of the Duke is wearing a green pleated skirt. The waistline outlined by gold silk highlights her perfect figure. Her soft brown curly hair is fixed by a headband and falls from the top of her head. Her gentle eyes see Sam when he couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Sir Caesar, I almost didn't recognize you. Samwell was also stunned. Apparently he did not expect to see this Highgarden Rose under the towering tower. But soon, he came back to his senses, bent down and saluted. Good day, Sir Baelor, Miss Marjorie, the road to pioneering is not so easy, so I lost some weight. It's not just some thinner, it's completely changed. Marjorie looked Samwell up and down, pursed her lips and smiled, and I heard that you have subdued tens of thousands of savages, it's amazing. I also helped the Hightower family get rid of a nasty wanted criminal, my poor cousin can finally rest in peace. Sir Baelor added with a smile, it seems that he has received the wildling sent by Viscount Brandon Head. It is my honor to be able to help the Hightower family. Samwell smiled at Baelor, and then turned his gaze to Marjorie, it is my responsibility to expand the territory of the Tyrell family. Marjorie's eyes turned into crescent moons when she smiled, and cute dimples appeared on both sides of her cheeks. I'm proud of you, my knight. This month's funding will also be very generous. Hearing this, the smile on Samwell's face grew brighter. Thank you for your generosity. Your efforts will definitely be rewarded. Afterwards, he asked curiously, Miss Marjorie, I would like to ask, why did you appear here? I came back to visit relatives with my mother, and I didn't expect to meet you. What a coincidence. It was only then that Samwell remembered that Marjorie's mother, the Duchess of Highgarden, was the daughter of the Lord of Old Town, Earl Leighton. Okay, stop standing outside, come in. Baelor invited with a smile. Samwell nodded, took the bread and salt from the servants on the side, put them in his mouth, and then walked into the gate of the castle. Chapter 45 Banquet. Walking into the towering tower, Samwell couldn't help looking around with curious eyes. The walls made of black boulders give people a heavy feeling, and the traces of countless years are deposited in it. Perhaps every tiny crack may hide a long-forgotten story. Seeing this, Baelor smiled and said, everyone who comes here for the first time will feel novelty, but if you live here for decades, you will only feel depressed and bored. Hey, if it weren't for me, I only have a younger brother and no older brother, I'm afraid he left here long ago and ran around the world. Samwell stroked the dark and smooth wall and asked, is this really built more than 10,000 years ago? Baelor laughed loudly and said, how could it be so early? Although it is true that the Hightower family came to settle here in the Dawn era tens of thousands of years ago, our castle was still a wooden tower at that time, only 50 feet high. Later, several castles were built one after another. There are 3 tall towers, and until the 5th one, it is the current towering tower. The builder is city builder Brandon Stark. Samwell remembered the relevant records he read from the original book. Yes. Baelor nodded, and suddenly said with some longing, it is said that he also built the Great Wall of Impossibility. It is a more magnificent building. I really want to see it. And Storm's End. At this moment, a clear voice came from behind everyone. Samwell turned his head and saw a beautiful young man walking down the stairs. Yes, pretty. For the first time, Samwell felt that using this word to describe a man did not feel out of place. The flowing brown curly hair, charming golden eyes, and handsome face are enough to make any woman fall in love with him, even some men are no exception. Seeing everyone's gazes, the pretty boy on the stairs smiled slightly and continued. Lord Renly told me that Storm's End is also the masterpiece of Brandon the Builder, and no storm can shake it. Loras, come quickly. Marjorie waved to the boy on the stairs, this is the pioneer knight I mentioned to you, Samwell Caesar. Loras walked down the steps, nodded to Samwell, and said, "I am the third son of Lord Highgarden, Loras Tyrell. Nice to meet you, Sir Caesar." "It's an honor to meet you, Sir Loras." Samwell nodded in return, suddenly realizing that this is the Knight of Flowers, and he really lived up to his reputation. Just wondering how he was in Old Town too. Samwell remembered that Loras was supposed to be a servant to Lord Renly Baratheon of Storm's End. "I don't know if I saw Samwell's doubts, but Loras explained. Lord Renly is also here, talking to the Earl and his mother up there." "Renly is here too." Samwell was slightly taken aback, and then greater doubts arose in his heart. What is Renly doing here? The Hightowers are not related to the Baratheons. He immediately realized that Margaret and her mother came to the Tower of Sky Tower probably not just to visit relatives. There are too many coincidences to be believed to be coincidences. While Samwell was thinking wildly, Loras said again, "You are completely different from what I imagined, Sir Caesar. I heard that you have already opened up a territory in the Crimson Mountains. You have also surrendered tens of thousands of wildlings." "Yes, thanks to the blessing of the 7 gods. The 7 gods will only bless brave and pious knights." Loras laughed. "I have heard some bad rumors about you before, but now it seems that those are vicious and untrue slanders. No wonder Blue Lordly always said, 'Don't trust your ears, trust your eyes.' Thank you for your praise." Samwell also flattered. "I have also heard that you are a knight with superb martial arts, especially good at using spears. My spear skills are all learned from Lord Renly. He is a better knight than me, and he is a wise lord. By the way, I haven't seen a wildling yet, Sir Caesar, can you tell me? Shall I tell you about them? How did they fight? What weapons did they use?" "Of course, their weapons are very simple." Samwell sneered in his heart as he told the story. This Loras is really a straightforward boy, but a little too straightforward, and he doesn't hide his thoughts at all. Everything is inseparable from Lord Renly. Several people walked and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. "I don't know how many floors I went up." Sir Baelor stopped, pointed to the room in front of him and said to Samwell, "Sir Caesar, this is the room arranged for you. The room of your entourage is also next to it. Please rest for a while. The dinner will be held at 6 o'clock, and a servant will come to inform you at that time." "Okay, Sir Baelor, thank you for your hospitality. Sir Loras, Miss Marjorie, see you later." "See you later." Entering the room, Samwell took a shower first, and then went to bed to rest, until the maid knocked on the door. He got up and changed clothes unhurriedly. After going out, Samwell did not rush to the banquet hall, but waited for Todd Flower and Cheeman to pack up before going to the banquet together. There is no way. The lesson in Yangwu City last time gave Samwell a psychological shadow. Although he knew that Earl Leighton was unlikely to be as eager to marry his daughter as Viscount Brandon, but he never dared to talk to other people alone. The maid left. What if it is some other trap? Boys should protect themselves when they go out. The 3 followed the maid to the banquet hall. The floor of the hall is paved with purple paulownia wood flooring that can reflect people's shadows. This kind of wood is tight and shiny, and it is an excellent material for making furniture. However, such valuable purple paulownia wood is just a floor here. 7 white jade carved pillars support the dome of the hall. More than a dozen mighty and majestic armored warriors stand motionless around the hall with spears in their hands. The slim and beautiful maids are taking plates of delicacies to the long dining table with light steps. The dinner was in the form of a buffet. Unfortunately, very few guests stayed at the long tables filled with delicious food and wine. The guests were divided into 2 groups. The charming ladies dressed up sat on the left-hand side of the hall, laughing like silver bells from time to time, while on the right-hand side of the hall, well-dressed gentlemen gathered, chatting in 2s and 3s. The brightly lit hall, the luxurious and elegant decoration, the courteous waiters, the soft and charming maids, and countless delicacies all outline a scene of a night banquet for aristocrats. Although Todd was an illegitimate child, he was also from a noble family like Redwine, and he had served in high court for many years. He wasn't too nervous seeing such a scene, but he unconsciously straightened his collar again. And the bumpkin Cheeman had never seen such a big scene before. His body movements became extremely stiff. Samwell didn't notice the state of the 2 attendants. With an impeccable smile on his face, he walked into the banquet hall under the bowing guidance of the young maid. Chapter 46 Cooperation. Entering the banquet hall, Samwell saw Miss Marjorie Tyrell at a glance. This Gouting Rose wore a pink satin dress with a halter neck tonight. The backless and waist design perfectly outlined her graceful figure, and her clear and deep brown eyes seemed to be beautiful. The gemstone, the elegant and charming smile on the crystal-clear red lips, the noble temperament, and the stunning beauty make this daughter of the Duke a well-deserved focus no matter where she goes. Of course, Samwell would not go to her so rashly. Here is the towering tower. He must first express his greetings and thanks to the master. Earl Layton is also easy to find. The gentlemen on the right half of the hall faintly surround a core, and there are 4 people in that core. One was Sir Baylor Hightower, who greeted Samwell into the castle in the afternoon. The other was Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, who was dressed up beautifully, and the other was tall and handsome with the embroidered young man of the crowned stag. This should be the king's younger brother, Duke of Storm's End, Renly Baratheon. The white-haired old man who was talking cordially with Duke Renly should be the owner of the towering tower, Earl Layton. Sir Baylor noticed Samwell's approach, and whispered something in his father's ear. After that, Earl Layton turned his gaze. Before Samwell could speak, the old Earl said with a smile, "Sir Caesar, I have received your gift and I like it very much." "It is my honor, Lord Earl." Samwell stepped forward and bowed. At this time, Duke Renly asked curiously, "Excuse me, is Caesar a family from the Reach? Why haven't I heard of it?" Loras explained. "Lord Renly, this is the pioneer knight of the Tyrell family, Samwell, the eldest son of Earl Randall Tarley. He has just established a new territory in the Crimson Mountains, and Caesar is his new family name." When Duke Renly heard the words, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He was very surprised why the eldest son of the Tarley family gave up Horn Hill and went to develop a barren land like the Crimson Mountains instead. Of course, out of politeness, he would definitely not ask such a question, but smiled. It turned out to be a knight from the Hunter family. No wonder he was able to open up a territory in the Scarlet Mountains. What a hero. "My Lord Duke, you are absurd. My castle has not been built yet, so I dare not say that I have opened up a territory. I believe you will be able to build a castle." Duke Renly encouraged, and then saw that Samwell had something to discuss with Earl Layton, so he said thoughtfully, "I'm going to get some food, you guys talk." "I'm going too." Loras naturally followed in a desperate manner. Facing Earl Layton and his son alone, Samwell did not beat around the bush, and said directly, "My lord, I came to Old Town this time, mainly because I want to ask for your help on 3 things." "You said?" Earl Layton kept smiling. "The first thing is that a silver mine has been discovered in my territory. I have sent someone to King's Landing to apply for authorization from His Majesty. However, I still need a bachelor who is proficient in mining, refining, and casting. I wonder if you can introduce me to someone. The rules of the school city will provide each lord with a bachelor as an advisor. However, before your castle is completed and recognized as an official lord by the governor of the River Bend, the school city probably won't send you a bachelor. That's why I want to ask you to do me a favor. I would like to ask if the city can be flexible and send a bachelor in advance. If not, then at least give me the technology of silver mining. The rules of the school city cannot be accommodated, and I can't interfere with this." Hearing this, Samwell secretly rolled his eyes. The Hightower family, as the founders and patrons of the Academy City, said that they couldn't even do such trivial things. What a lie. Before Samwell could speak again, Earl Layton said again, "However, I can ask Maroya to teach you the technology of mining and refining silver mines." Maroya Hightower. That crazy girl. Samwell withdrew his previous complaints about Earl Layton, and quickly "Thank you for your help. Who is Miss Maloya? I want to thank her personally later." "She's not here." Baylor smiled wryly and shook his head. "My younger sister never likes to participate in social activities among nobles. I'll take you to see her tomorrow morning. Scientific madman really lives up to his reputation." "Okay, I'm sorry to trouble you." Samwell thanked, and then continued the previous topic. "The second thing is about the supply of food and materials. You must also know that barren land like the Crimson Mountains can't grow crops at all. The crops are produced, so I need to purchase food from the outside world, as well as other living supplies. I don't know if the Hightower family is willing to be my supplier. Although there is already the supplier of the Kuei family, Samwell will definitely not be willing to hand over the lifeline of the territory to a family. Finding multiple suppliers and diversifying risks is the kingly way. Furthermore, the Kuei family can supply up to 30,000 people. Samwell certainly doesn't think this is the upper limit of the population of his territory, and it will be a matter of time to seek more supply channels. That's no problem. Earl Layton's answer should be very straightforward. The Hightower family likes to make money. You can directly discuss the details with Baylor. Beside, Baylor bowed slightly and said with a smile, "Yes, Sir Caesar, I am now taking care of the business affairs of the family." "Okay." Samwell nodded to Baylor, and then said, "As for the third thing, a new wine has been brewed in my territory, and I want to talk to you about cooperative sales." "New wine." Earl Layton sniffled subconsciously. "Can I have a taste?" "This is an old drunkard." Samwell looked at the other party's red wine-grooved nose and secretly smiled, took an oak jar from Todd's hand beside him, and said, "This is a new wine I brew from grapes in the Scarlet Mountains. It tastes pretty good. You should try it." As he spoke, Samwell waved for a waiter, took out a cup from the tray, filled it with brandy, and handed it to Earl Layton. Samwell just wanted to remind the other party that the wine was very strong, but before he could speak, Earl Layton raised his head and drank it down. Good wine. The old Earl breathed out the smell of alcohol, fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his rosy nose instantly became redder. Baylor saw this, his eyes lit up, and said, "Can I have a drink too?" "Of course." Samwell nodded happily. At this time, the good friends Renly and Loras just came back from picking up the meal. Seeing this, they also asked Samwell for a drink. The nobles of Westeros can be said to be alcoholics per capita due to their health and communication needs. So Brandy's first official appearance in public was more perfect than Samwell imagined. The sweetness of the grapes and the aroma of the oak are perfectly combined to form such a mellow and sweet taste. "Sir Caesar, you are really a wine-making genius." Earl Layton shook his head and praised in a drunken tone, "This wine, do you have a name?" "Brandy." Samwell laughed, and then showed a little regret. "It's a pity that the storage time is too short, and the aroma of oak has not fully penetrated into the wine, otherwise the taste will be even better." "Earl, look, this sea of wine. Can the Tal family help with the sale?" "Sure." Chapter 47 The First Dance. No one expected that the protagonist of this banquet was neither the beautiful Miss Marjorie nor the Honorable Duke Renly, but a new wine. Brandy. Almost every guest who tasted the brandy was full of praise for it. Unfortunately, because it has not yet been mass-produced, Samwell did not bring much wine this time, and everyone disappeared before finishing a round of drinking. This kind of seeking but not meeting coincides with the true meaning of hunger marketing, and instead makes everyone's desire for brandy stronger. So, Samwell surrounded a circle of nobles and directly discussed with him about the purchase of brandy. Facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Samwell remained calm, and said that he had reached a sales agreement with the Hightower family, and that if he wanted to buy brandy, he should go directly to Sir Baylor. Although direct sales can make more profits, Samwell is very clear that he does not have the ability and time to organize caravans to expand sales channels. More importantly, the profits of brandy are too attractive and will definitely attract coveted eyes. So he had to share part of the benefits and win over a strong enough partner. The Hightower family is such a character now. Looking at Earl Layton and Sir Baylor surrounded by everyone, Samwell stood aside with a glass of wine and smiled brightly. But then, he felt a pang of hunger. Well, he actually forgot something. Samwell handed the empty wine glass to the waiter, asked for another silver plate, and walked to the long table in the front row of the hall. Looking at the delicacies on the table, Samwell's eyes did not stop, but quickly glanced over. There are really golden tail shrimps. Samwell was overjoyed. Although the effectiveness of the golden tail shrimp has declined to an extremely low level with the improvement of the strength attribute, the accumulation of a small amount makes a lot of money, and this is a self-service. How much he eats is paid by the Hightower family. How could he miss it? Thus, Samwell simply stood next to the plate where the golden tail shrimp was placed, and ate it as soon as he took it, and then took it after eating, completely ignoring all the strange eyes cast around him. Wind reviews are extremely changeable. He used to be the useless eldest son of the Tully family, but when he gained a foothold in the Crimson Mountains, he became a young and promising Sir Caesar. If one day he can sit on the Iron Throne, then he is Caesar. At that time, all his unbearable, embarrassing, and difficult times will disappear under the more dazzling legendary light. Todd Flowers looked at his lord's behavior, and couldn't help but hide in the corner of the hall quietly. However, the bumpkin Keeman followed suit, and stood by the long table with a plate, taking it as he ate. This young savage has never eaten so much delicious food in his life. How could he let it go so easily? Just as the pair of wonderful master and servant were feasting like no one else, the melodious sound of the harp sounded slowly, kicking off the prelude to the dance. Samuel still stood still. He didn't know how to dance in his previous life. Although the original owner had received dance education when he was a child, because he was too fat and cowardly, he hadn't practiced it for too long, and he was already unfamiliar with it. As for Cheeman, it is even more impossible to jump. This guy saw that his lord had been staring at the golden tail shrimp, so he came over out of curiosity, wanting to try one, but was frightened away by Samuel's protective eyes. At this time, many men and women in the hall have already found their dance partners, and they are walking to the dance floor hand in hand, and began to dance lightly. The most distinguished Duke Renly walked towards Miss Marjorie, who was the most eye-catching. It seemed that he was going to invite the Rose of Highgarden to dance with him, but he didn't expect that just halfway there, the girl in the purple evening dress stopped directly in front of Duke Renly. Duke Renly had no choice but to hold the girl's hand and walk onto the dance floor. Samuel was wondering which family's eldest lady dared to compete with Highgarden Rose for the limelight, and then saw Sir Baylor with a slightly embarrassed face. It appears to be his daughter, so no wonder. The eldest granddaughter of Earl Leighton does have the confidence to compete with Margaret for a man, not to mention that this is still in the towering tower. However, Duke Renly was intercepted, so it was very difficult to find a suitable person to invite Marjorie to the first dance. Originally, Loras could come to help his sister out, but he already had partner. So, the most dazzling girl in the audience, at this time, was actually empty in front of her, and she was about to miss the first dance song. Samuel looked at the young male aristocrats who were eager to try, but still dared not step forward for fear of being rejected, curled their lips in disdain, and said in a low voice, "A group of cowards." After finishing speaking, he put down the dinner plate and strode towards Marjorie. As a knight of the Tyrell family, Samuel felt it was his duty to help the beautiful Miss Marjorie eliminate the embarrassment. Even if he himself is not good at dancing. Yes, that's how dedicated it is. "Dear Miss Marjorie, may I have the honor of inviting you to your first dance?" Marjorie looked at Samuel, who was saluting to her, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but someone finally came, otherwise she would really end up in a field where no one cares about her. How embarrassing it would be. "Of course, my knight." Marjorie smiled sweetly, placed her white slender hand in Samuel's big hand, and let the other party lead her into the center of the dance floor. After standing still and posing, Samuel suddenly whispered in the girl's ear, "I'll tell you a secret, I'm not very good at dancing." Huh. Marjorie was stunned for a moment, and then said helplessly, "It's okay, I will teach you." After finishing speaking, he began to teach Samuel how to walk, how to listen to the rhythm of the music, how to maintain his posture, and most importantly, how not to step on his own feet. The two did stumble at first, but as Samuel gradually picked up the childhood memories of the original owner, the dance steps became much smoother. Although it still can't be called graceful, at least it won't step on Miss Marjorie's feet anymore. How is it? Am I a fast learner? Samuel spun on the dance floor with the beautiful girl in his arms, feeling really proud. It's not bad. Marjorie puffed her cheeks and said angrily, "If you can use the enthusiasm for dealing with golden tail shrimp to learn the dance, it will definitely be faster." Samuel laughed, and didn't make any excuses. He just led the girl in a rather difficult lockstep rotation, which caused Marjorie to let out a soft cry. After recovering, Marjorie glared at Samuel. Unfortunately, there is no lethality. The cooperation between the two became more tacit, and Marjorie was finally able to show her charm to the fullest. Spiritual and elegant dance steps, graceful figure, and bright and beautiful appearance, even if she is dragged down by a clumsy dance partner, she still makes her the focus of the hall again. It caused those noble youths who were hesitant to come up to invite the dance to beat their feet and chests even more, annoyed. After another sway, Marjorie suddenly said, "Sam, in fact, the Tyrell family can also help you sell brandy." The corners of Samuel's mouth slightly raised, but he said in his mouth, "What?" "Sorry, Miss Marjorie, I didn't catch you just now." Margaret had no choice but to repeat it. "I'm really sorry, Miss Marjorie, but I have already signed a contract with the Hightower family, and it is an exclusive sales contract, so..." Samuel looked embarrassed. Although there is no such thing at all, and whether it is to prevent monopoly or to spread risks, it is impossible for him to sign such an exclusive sales contract, but negotiations must have some chips. If not, then there is something out of nothing. Margaret frowned slightly when she heard this. Samuel said again, Of course, for the sake of the Tyrell family, I can negotiate with Earl Layton to re-sign the contract, but what? Chapter 48 Persuasion. However, I am worried that Earl Layton will not agree to revise the contract. Well, there is indeed a possibility. Margaret also felt that the Hightower family would not easily agree to share profits with others, so she said, "How about I ask my mother to talk to Earl Layton?" This is not good. Samwell quickly persuaded, if this is spread, others will say that the Tyrell family is robbing their vassals for profit. Okay then. Marjorie had to give up the idea just now. How sure are you that you can persuade Earl Layton to re-sign the contract? Well. Samwell put on a heartbroken expression, it depends on how much I am willing to give up to the Hightower family. Hey, Earl Layton will probably ask for a higher share. Margaret also felt a little embarrassed when she heard the words, and said, "Thank you, Sam, I will explain this to my father and ask him to give you a higher share to make up for the loss. You are such a kind lady." Samwell tried not to laugh out loud. Actually, I would rather be compensated in other ways than share. Other aspects? Yes. As you know, most of my current citizens are savages, and there are too few human people among them. There is a great hidden danger hidden in the racial imbalance, and it may explode one day, and as a nobleman of Huon, I still trust the people of Huon more. Therefore, I hope that His Excellency the Duke will allow me to send people to collect the refugees in High Court and let them go to Ingzue Island to become my subjects. This. Margaret hesitated. Of course she is aware of the importance of the population of the territory. Any smart lord will not allow his subjects to leave, even those without land. The last time Samwell secretly recruited dock laborers to develop, it was actually a violation of the rules, but because the number of people recruited was not too many, the Tyrell family didn't bother with him. Now he has the idea of being a refugee again. Marjorie didn't know how many refugees there were in Highgarden, but it was definitely not a small number. How could Samwell abduct them casually? Seeing that Marjorie hesitated, Samwell persuaded again. "Miss Marjorie, those refugees who lost their land can't pay taxes for the Tyrell family, and keeping them will only affect the urban environment. The more they are, the more polluted the beautiful Highgarden will be. So please let me erase this scar for House Tyrell. I'll go back and discuss it with my father." Marjorie still didn't agree directly, and then seemed to be worried that it would chill Samwell's heart, so she quickly added, "Don't worry, even if father doesn't agree to let you gather the refugees, will compensate you in other ways. But I just want population." Samwell now has only a few hundred Huon people under his command. Compared with the tens of thousands of savages, this number is too small, and as he gradually expands to the depths of the Red Mountains, he will definitely conquer more savages in the future, but Huon it is difficult to replenish. The number of Taiwanese. Although Samwell does not actually discriminate against savages, this proportional imbalance exists objectively, and racial problems will easily erupt in the future. The best way is to increase the number of Huon people in the territory. It may not necessarily exceed the savages, but at least they must occupy a sufficient proportion so that the savages will not dare to mess around. Moreover, with enough people from the River Bend, Samwell can promote the intermarriage of the two races and promote racial integration. Instead of being like now, there are not enough people from the River Bend under his hands to be divided into savage girls. Thinking of this, Samwell said again, "Miss Margaret, I know that you are different from ordinary noble ladies. You have a kind heart. When I was in High Court, I heard beggars say that you received alms from you, and the baker said that you bought their hot pie. I heard from the farmer that you had a cordial conversation with them. Although you were born noble, you were never high. So I believe that you also understand the difficult life of those refugees who lost their land. I am here to assure you that after those refugees become my subjects, as long as they are willing to work hard, they will have no worries about food and clothing. May the seven gods bear witness to my words." Hearing this, Marjorie finally couldn't help looking into Samwell's eyes. Samwell immediately looked at him with the most honest and confident eyes. After a long time, the beautiful girl finally nodded seriously and said, "Okay, I will try my best to persuade father to agree to your conditions. This is the promise I want." Samwell was ecstatic in his heart. If he wasn't worried about being beaten to death, he really wanted to hug the girl in front of him and kiss her. Since Margaret said so, then this matter is basically a sure thing. The Duke of Metz has never been very assertive, and he will not break his precious daughter's heart for some lowly refugees. Thank you for your help, Miss Marjorie, your kindness will definitely be rewarded. Sir Caesar. Marjorie's tone suddenly became solemn, I hope you can remember today's promise. Perhaps one day I will go to your territory in person, and if I find that their living conditions have not improved, then you can announce to everyone that Samwell Caesar is a man who broke his oath." Samwell said solemnly. "Okay." Marjorie smiled sweetly again. "I believe you won't let me down, my knight." Samwell looked at the girl's clear eyes, but suddenly felt guilty. Is it really okay for me to try my best to calculate a little girl, and even take advantage of her kindness? But immediately, Samwell comforted himself. He really has the ability to make those refugees live a good life. Brandy and silver mines, with these 2 cash cows, Ingzue Island will definitely become a wealthy territory. So, he is really not cheating. However, using and calculating are really useless. But if you want to achieve a career, how can you not use some small tricks? As for Miss Marjorie, just find a way to compensate her in the future. Samwell suddenly thought that this Highgarden Rose had a bad ending. The Tyrell family wanted her to become queen, so as to return to the core of power. She also married 3 times under the family arrangement. A king, but they are all short-lived ghosts. So, Samwell felt it was his responsibility to save Miss Marjorie from the fire, and the best way to stop it is to marry her. It's really not because she is greedy for her beauty and background, let alone to get a powerful and prosperous reach, but because she really can't bear to see the kind and beautiful Miss Marjorie repeatedly being mistreated by others. Of course, Samwell also clearly realized that with his current strength and status, it was absolutely impossible to marry Marjorie. Fortunately, he still has time. Margaret married for the first time during the 5 Kings Rebellion, almost 2.5 years from now. In 2.5 years, from a pioneering lord who didn't even build a castle to being qualified to marry the daughter of a duke, this is undoubtedly a fantasy. But Samwell felt that he could challenge it. If you can't even do this, then you're still delusional about the Iron Throne. Thinking of this, he continued to spin on the dance floor with his arms around Marjorie with peace of mind. With the bagpipe blowing a long bass, the dance music came to an end. Samwell also stopped, took Marjorie's hand, and escorted her to the periphery. "Thank you, Sir Caesar." "It's my pleasure, Miss Marjorie." Just as Samwell let go of Marjorie's little hand, he saw Duke Renly walking over. He nodded to Samwell first, and then politely invited Marjorie to dance to the next dance. Of course Margaret would not refuse. Watching Marjorie being taken away by Duke Renly, Samwell was about to go back to eat his golden tail shrimp, but when he turned around, he heard Duke Renly say to Marjorie, "Miss Marjorie, your beauty has overshadowed the stars tonight. I just brought a painter along, and I wonder if I can ask him to do a portrait for you." Hearing this, Samwell suddenly stopped. If other men said such things to Marjorie, it could be considered a veiled courtship. But Duke Renly, this guy probably wants to paint Marjorie's brother Loras more. Samwell watched the backs of the two walking into the dance floor together, and suddenly remembered an inconspicuous detail in the original book. In the near future, Duke Renly will show a portrait to Eddard Stark, Duke of the North, and the person in the painting is Marjorie Tyrell. At this moment, Samwell suddenly guessed why Duke Renly came to the towering tower suddenly, and why Marjorie just came back with her mother to visit her grandfather. He smelled conspiracy. Chapter 49 Marionettes. The melodious harp sounded again. Pairs of men and women in the center of the hall are dancing to the music, showing off their most elegant dance postures. Samwell picked up the dinner plate again, and while eating golden tail shrimp, he watched Duke Renly and Marjorie, a pair of golden boy and girl-like figures, spinning on the dance floor, with a mysterious smile on his face. He remembered that in the original book, Duke Renly took a portrait of Marjorie and asked Duke Eddard Stark if the girl in the painting looked like his sister Lyanna Stark. And this Miss Lyanna is the former fiancée of King Robert I. At the same time, it was also the fuse of the famous Snatcher War. Miss Lyanna had already made a marriage contract with Robert, but she was taken away by the former Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. When Robert, who was still the Duke of Storm's End at that time, learned of this, he rebelled in a rage. This is the direct cause of the Snatcher War. Although Robert had personally killed Rhaegar, overthrew the Targaryen dynasty, and avenged his wife, Miss Lyanna had already died in the war. This has also become a wound in Robert's heart that will never heal. The reason why Duke Renly asked Duke Eddard whether Marjorie looked like Lyanna was obviously intended to dedicate Marjorie to King Robert to replace Cersei Lannister as queen. But judging from the later development of the plot, this plan was not successful. Think about it too. Although Robert has been unreliable after sitting on the Iron Throne, ignoring political affairs all day long, only focusing on drinking, prostitution, hunting, and his relationship with Queen Cersei is really bad, but he is not really brainless. It is impossible to go all out for a girl who looks a bit like his old lover. You must know that Queen Cersei does not have no background. Her natal Lannister family is the richest family in Westeros, and her father, Duke Tywin, is also one of the most powerful figures in the Seven Kingdoms. Unless you can grasp Cersei's real deadly handle, the 3 children she gave birth to the king are actually the product of her own brother Jaime Lannister's mess. Otherwise, Cersei's queen status cannot be shaken by anyone. Unfortunately, although this secret King's Landing should already be known, or at least suspected, no one has been able to produce evidence. This kind of thing is difficult to prove unless it can be caught in bed. All 3 children have Lannister blonde hair instead of Baratheon black hair, which is not really proof. After all, it is normal for the offspring to inherit the hair color of the mother. In fact, in the eyes of most people, it is reasonable for the king's 3 children to be all blonde. After all, the Lannister family's blonde hair has been passed down for more than 6,000 years since the legendary, smart, Lon stole the sun's rays and dyed his hair blonde. This is simply a genetic miracle, and the Baratheon family has a total history of more than 300 years. Therefore, the golden color of the lion suppresses the carbon black of the stag, seems to be a matter of course. So over the years, King Robert has never doubted that his 3 children are all blonde. Duke Renly obviously has no evidence, so he wants to use this roundabout way to abolish the queen. The real ironclad proof of Queen Cersei's deadly handle will have to wait until Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, will find out from the tome book, the genealogy and history of the major nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, in the future. A certain conspirator upset the fulcrum of the situation and used it to officially kick off the prelude to this power game. Of course, this is all for later. At this moment, Samwell looked at the handsome Duke Renly on the dance floor, guessing in his heart the motive of the other party's plan. Judging from his later performance in the Five Kings Rebellion, the Duke of Renly may have long coveted the Iron Throne. But as the youngest brother of the king, his line of succession is behind Cersei's 3 children and the second brother Stannis Baratheon. This time, he deliberately wanted to abolish the eldest brother, and he probably wanted to abolish the inheritance rights of the 3 children. In this way, the only heir to the throne ahead of him is his second brother Stannis. From Duke Renly's point of view, the elder brother's dislike for the second brother is almost obvious. During the War of the Reavers, Storm's End, the old lair of the Baratheon family, was defended by Stannis at the risk of his life. However, after the war, Robert let Renly, who was still a crying kid, he became the Duke of Storm's End, but lost Stannis, who had made great achievements, to Dragonstone Island. Although it is said that the Duke of Dragonstone has always had the implied meaning of being the Prince of the Iron Throne, that is the practice of the Targaryen dynasty. What does it have to do with the current Baratheon dynasty? Dragonstone Island is not the place where the Baratheon family thrived. The Stormlands are. Renly, who stayed in Storm's End and enjoyed the service of the entire Stormland, looked at Stannis, who could only enjoy the sea breeze on the barren Dragonstone Island, and he probably had no doubts about his eldest brother's preference for a long time in his heart. Therefore, in Duke Renly's view, as long as Queen Cersei is abolished and her 3 children are deprived of the right to inherit, the first heir to the Iron Throne must be himself. Samwell put down the knife and fork, and suddenly thought of another question: what role did the Tyrell family play in it? Then, a playful smile appeared on his face. Watching TV dramas in his previous life, he noticed that many of the characters considered to be the protagonists in the drama would often die suddenly soon. It seemed that the author deliberately showed the cruelty of power struggle and the impermanence of fate in this way. However, if you think about it carefully, you can find that the death of these protagonists seems impermanent, but there are traces to follow, and they are even predestined. This Game of Thrones is actually just a game played by a few conspirators. They hide behind the scenes, and their deeds and thoughts are almost invisible to the audience. And those so-called protagonists are actually just puppets in the hands of these real players. They are pulled by the threads of honor, hatred, love, power, etc., fighting, and dying in the center of the stage. It was a wonderful and soul-stirring drama, but even if they died, they might not be able to figure out why they died. The young, noble, and charming Duke Renly in front of him is just such a protagonist. The person holding the thread behind his back at this time is probably one of the top players in this game, Queen of Thorns, Mrs. Olenna. Think about it carefully. How did Duke Renly know that Miss Marjorie looks like King Robert's old lover? Samwell guessed that the biggest possibility is that Knight of Flowers Loras inadvertently mentioned this matter to Duke Renly when he was playing around. Then, Duke Renly, who had coveted the Iron Throne for a long time, rushed to Highgarden. No, it's not Gouting, but Towering Tower. The wily Lady Olenna would not let Duke Renly go to Highgarden, because that would show that the Tyrell family was also involved. Using the name of visiting relatives, Margaery and Duke Renly encountered in the Towering Tower, which is not so conspicuous. If this plot to abolish the Empress succeeds in the future, the Tyrell family can pretend to be innocent and let Duke Renly bear the wrath of the Lannister family in the West. And if it doesn't work, anyway, the Tyrell family didn't pay anything. It was just an accidental mention by Loras in a portrait of Margaery, which made Duke Renly, a tough guy, run around and take all the risks for the queen of the Tyrell family. Samwell felt more and more that this kind of subtle and scheming method without fireworks should be the handiwork of Mrs. Olenna, the Queen of Thorns. Moreover, he is sure that if Margaery succeeds in becoming queen, Lady Olenna will definitely abandon Duke Renly immediately, whether it is used as a scapegoat to calm the anger of the West, or to give the Tyrell family a future. The bloodline princes and princesses have cleared the barriers to succession, and Duke Renly's tragic end is doomed. Poor young Lord of Storm's End who can't see this clearly, and is still working there foolishly for nothing. It seems that the blacksmith in King's Landing was quite accurate in his evaluation of the three Baratheon brothers. Boss, Robert, is real steel, which can stand fire. Second, Stannis, is pig iron, which is too hard to break easily. Third, Renly, is bright copper, which looks beautiful but is not worth much. As soon as the song ended, the men and women on the dance floor stopped and walked outside. Duke Renly took Miss Margaery to the small room next to him. Seeing his predetermined daughter-in-law being taken away, Samwell didn't panic at all. Because he knew that Renly's plan would never succeed. If it was someone else, he might have to worry about the other person doing something other than painting, but Lord Renly. Not only is this guy a bright brass, he's gay. When I say to draw, I really mean to draw. Samwell chuckled, and lowered his head to get the golden tail shrimp, but he was surprised to find that the plate was empty. Damn it, I ate it up. Do you want Earl Layton to take some more? But wouldn't that be too much? Sir Caesar, who knew everything, became distressed. Chapter 50 lights the way ahead. No matter how grand the banquet is, it always comes to an end. It was dark at night. Sir Baelor sent the last guest off, and then dragged his exhausted body to Earl Layton's room. Father. Earl Layton stood by the window, staring at the sea reflecting starlight and flames in a daze. At this time, the Old Town old man completely lost the gentleness and friendliness he had when he met outsiders, and looked preoccupied. However, Baelor was not surprised by this. He knew from a young age that his father had a laughing mask, which he would only wear when meeting outsiders. Gradually, he also learned this skill. It's a pity that he didn't learn the essence. Compared with his father's naturalness, he seemed a little deliberate. The nickname of Laughing Baelor seems to be a mockery of him. What's the matter? Earl Layton returned to the table and sat down, asking casually. Baelor stepped forward and poured a glass of wine for his father, and then poured himself a glass, saying, "Jenny just found me." Before he finished speaking, the old Earl snorted softly and said, "She wants to marry Renly." After all, her daughter actually snatched the first dance that was supposed to belong to Miss Margaery at the banquet. Her affection for Duke Renly has long been seen by everyone. No. Earl Layton refused without hesitation. "Father, are you worried that Duke Renly is unwilling to marry Jenny? But the Hightower family is also the #1 noble in Westeros. You can test the Duke's attitude." Earl Layton shook his head and said, "No matter what Renly's attitude is, I will not agree." Baelor froze for a moment, hesitated and said, "Father, are you worried about the rumors about Duke Renly and his attendants?" "No. Regardless of whether Renly likes men or women, I would not agree with Jenny marrying him." Now Baelor didn't understand why. Earl Layton took a sip of his wine and asked, "What do you think Renly is doing in Old Town? Is it really to see the Towering Tower?" Baelor rubbed his wine glass and fell into deep thought. Earl Layton reminded again after seeing this, "And your sister, why did she suddenly think of coming back to see me at this moment?" Baelor frowned. "You mean, it's not a coincidence that my sister and Duke Renly appeared in Towering Tower at the same time?" Earl Layton added another glass of wine to himself, and said, "I never believe in coincidences." Baelor pondered for a moment, suddenly remembered something, said, In the middle of the previous banquet, Duke Renly suddenly wanted to paint a portrait of Miss Marjorie. Could it be for this? Is he planning to propose marriage to the Tyrell family? Why did they come here to propose marriage? Go directly to High Court. Baylor choked when he heard this. Looking at his dull son, Earl Layton couldn't hide his disappointment, but he still said patiently, "No matter what they are planning, we don't want to participate, let alone get too involved with Renly. You tell Jenny, I will help her find a good husband, but Renly can't." Baylor was a little reconciled, took a sip of wine, and persuaded him again. "Father, are you being too suspicious? Maybe it's really just a coincidence. I think Duke Renly is the most outstanding figure among the younger generation of the Seven Kingdoms. If Jenny can marry him, it will be great for our family." "What is our language?" Earl Layton interrupted suddenly. Huh. Baylor didn't expect his father to ask such a question at all. Earl Layton asked again patiently, "What is the native language of the Hightower family?" Baylor came back to his senses and blurted out, "We light the way. We light the way. Yes, we light the way forward." Earl Layton changed his tone, "I didn't ask you to lead the way ahead." Huh. Baylor couldn't keep up with the old Earl's train of thought. Earl Layton sighed again, and explained. "We light the way ahead so that others can lead the way, and we just follow behind. The road ahead is difficult, and although the scenery is boundless in front, you may die a miserable death. But being a lamp bearer in the back, very safe." Renly Baratheon, the first time I saw him, I saw endless ambition in his eyes. This is a guy who wants to rush to the front row. We must stay away from him, so as not to be splashed with blood in the future. Baylor didn't speak for a while after hearing this. It seems that this is the first time he knows that his family's ethnic language can be understood in this way. However, when he recalled the brilliant deeds in the history of the Hightower family, he had to sadly admit that perhaps this was the true meaning of the clan language. Earl Layton didn't try to comfort him when he saw this, but just drank wine on his own, waiting patiently for his son to digest the political wisdom of the Hightower family. This is the real mystery of how this ancient family can last forever. It took a long time for Baylor to come back to his senses. The expression on his face was extremely complicated. He took a big sip of his wine and asked, "You didn't let me marry Princess Ilya of Dorne, was it because of this consideration?" "That's right." Earl Layton nodded, looking back at what happened to Ely, "Aren't you also very grateful for your decision to be a father?" Baylor argued unconvinced, "But if Ilya married me, she wouldn't die tragically in King's Landing." Layton shook his head, his tone full of vicissitudes, "You still don't understand. Some things have long been engraved on the slate of fate by the gods, and they are destined and cannot be escaped. The only thing we mortals can do is to try our best to avoid guess who those poor people on the fate slate are from the faint whispers in their ears, and then stay away from them. Of course, the wisdom of mortals is limited after all, we can't guarantee that we can guess correctly every time, so we can only stay away from all the guys who may become the guides. We can light the way for them, but we must remember to hide ourselves in the dark." Baylor sighed, and seemed to have figured out many things before. "Duke Tywin proposed marriage to you for his second son, and that's why you bluntly refused." "Exactly. What about my sister Ellie? Didn't you marry her to the Duke of Mace?" Earl Layton heard the words, with an undisguised sarcasm on his face. "Do you think the inflatable fish also looks like a guide?" Baylor coughed a few times in embarrassment, but still refused to accept the heir. "But Tywin's second son, Tyrion, is just a dwarf. How can Duke Mace be better than him?" Earl Layton chuckled and said, "So what about the dwarf? The founder of the Academy, Perrymore Hightower, is also a twisted and crippled body. Changing the world does not necessarily depend on a strong body, and the same goes for a smart mind. And the dwarf in Casterly Rock City, he is the only one among Tywin's 3 children who has truly inherited the spirit of the lion. Son, you have to remember that some people are much taller than they look." Baylor didn't want to argue with his father anymore, put down his glass, said good night, and was about to leave. As soon as I got up, I heard my father say again, "There is also Samwell Caesar, we can conduct normal trade with him, but don't get too close to him." Baylor was stunned for a moment, and then asked in disbelief, "You don't think that Samwell Caesar may also become the leader?" Earl Layton asked. "Give you 200 soldiers, within half a year, can you gain a firm foothold in the Crimson Mountains and make tens of thousands of savages surrender?" Baylor was speechless for a moment, sighed after a while, turned and walked out. Just walked to the door, but he turned his head again, showing unwillingness. But father, if you keep hiding in the dark, don't you worry that we will be forgotten. Earl Layton snorted softly and said, "Remember your Uncle Jarrow? He was a Hightower who didn't want to be forgotten, so he went to King's Landing. You must know what happened later, captain of the King's Guard, the most solid shield in front of the king, one of the best knights in the history of the Seven Kingdoms, White Bull Jarrow. Hee, what a great reputation. I never thought that such a famous knight of the Seven Kingdoms could appear in the blood of Hightower. But what about the result? Didn't he die in the Tower of Bliss?" Earl Layton leaned back in his chair, hiding his face in the darkness. His tone became tired and deep. Being forgotten is better than being destroyed. Chapter 51 School City. The School City, which is famous in the Seven Kingdoms, is located on the banks of the Michio River. It is a large building complex. It does not have the majesty of the towering tower, nor the sacred magnificence of the Starry Temple, but it is the place with the richest cultural atmosphere in Old Town, and even in the entire Westeros continent. The gate of the Academy City is facing the direction of Whispering Bay. There is a tall green sphinx statue on both sides of the gate, with a lion body, eagle wings, and snake tail, but it has the faces of a man and a woman. They all closed their eyes tightly, as if they were contemplating some thousand-year-old puzzle. Samwell walked into the School City under the leadership of Baelor Hightower. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw a lively small market. There were many vendors setting up their stalls, but they were selling things like books and maps. A lot of people gathered beside them, waiting in line for assistant bachelors to help them write paperwork. Going forward, Samwell also saw a small island with a huge weirwood planted on it. The dense branches and leaves almost occupied the entire island. Countless crows perched on the tree, which looked like a picture with an oil painting with a strong religious atmosphere. Crossing a wooden bridge weathered by wind and rain, a tower covered with moss and vines appeared in front of the two. Baelor stopped here and said, "Sir Caesar, my sister Maloya is up there. The room on the left-hand side of the stairs is on the 4th floor. I still have something to do, so I won't go up with you." "Okay." After watching Baelor leave, Samwell walked up the stairs alone. "Come to the door of the room," that Baelor said. He raised his hand and tapped the door a few times. After waiting for a while, I heard a deep female voice from inside, "Come in." Samwell pushed the door open and entered. The smell in the room is a bit weird, like the smell of raw meat that has been stored for a long time, plus disinfectant. The light was also very dark, and the only window was covered by a curtain. Samwell got used to it a little before he could see the furnishings clearly. Then he was taken aback. Anyone who enters a room full of various stuffed animals for the first time will have this reaction. Lizards, giant snakes, brown bears, cheetahs, and all kinds of weird animals that even Samwell couldn't name, all were made into lifelike specimens and displayed on the shelves. Samwell finally understood why Baelor had to find an excuse to sneak out and let himself come up alone. The guy obviously didn't want to enter this room. "Ahem, dear Miss Maloya, I am. I know who you are." Maloya interrupted, "I just woke up this morning, and a servant told me that you would come to me." She spoke very fast, as if she was in a hurry. While speaking, she didn't stop moving her hands. She was peeling off the belly of a big palm spider with a sharp knife. Dark green juice stained her hands, looking weird and oozing. Samwell settled down and squeezed out a smile. "Since this is the case, I wonder if Miss Maloya can use the silver mine." "It's right there." Maloya interrupted again, raised her thin chin and pointed to the small table in the front row. "The one with the white cover is there. Everything you want is in it. Look for yourself. What's there? If you don't understand, you can ask me." Samwell stepped forward to pick up the book, flipped through it casually, and after confirming that it was correct, said, "Thank you, Miss Maloya, then I will take my leave first. If there is any doubt, I will." "Okay." Maloya interrupted again, as if she couldn't wait to drive him away. "Can't you let me finish a sentence?" Samwell slandered secretly, turned around and ran away immediately. "You can't stay in this place for long, you will lose your sanity." Going out, feeling the warmth of the sun again, Samwell breathed a sigh of relief. Crazy girl, Maloya really lived up to her reputation. While walking outside, Samwell flipped through the book given by Maloya. The book is indeed about knowledge related to silver mining and refining, but there are many difficult technical terms and esoteric symbols. Samwell did not work in this line of work in his previous life, and the chemistry knowledge he learned in high school has long been returned to the teacher, and it is extremely difficult to read now. Just when he felt a headache, he suddenly heard a noise coming from the front. Lifting his head, he saw a lot of people gathered in front of the gate of the school city, as if they were watching something. Curious, Samuel walked over. Deprive you of your bachelor title, from now on, you are no longer a member of the Academy City. Hearing this, Samuel realized that it was the school city that was expelling the bachelors. He squeezed forward a little, and finally saw the unlucky guy who was expelled clearly. It was a tall, thin old man, a little stooped, with wrinkles around his protruding blue eyes, and a faint smile on his lips, even when he was facing deportation. Qyburn, what else do you want to say? Hearing this name, Samuel was slightly startled. Of course he remembered that there was a character with this name in the series, and that person was also a bachelor expelled from the Academy City, and later became Queen Cersei's confidant. Cobain raised his head slightly when he heard the manager's question, but his eyes were a little confused, as if he didn't know what to say. Another man wearing a doctor's ring couldn't bear it, and comforted. Qyburn, from now on you don't have to abide by the bachelor's oath, and you are no longer a servant of Westeros. You can restore your original surname. Surname. Cobain finally spoke, and the smile on his mouth became a little sarcastic. I have been in the Academy City for more than 40 years, and no one remembers my surname. Even I forgot myself. But you still have profound knowledge, which is enough for you to live a life without worrying about food and clothing. However, remember to stop doing those immoral experiments, otherwise the kingdom's laws will not let you go. After finishing speaking, the manager and the doctor turned and returned to the Academy City, leaving Qyburn in a daze. The crowd of onlookers saw that there was no excitement to watch, and they all left one after another. Only Samuel walked up to Cobain and said, Bachelor of Science. I am no longer a bachelor. In my mind, a bachelor is not a status, but a respectful title for a learned person. Cobain's face moved slightly, he took a serious look at Samuel, and said, Young sir, thank you for your kindness. Is there anything I can do for you? Samuel's smile became brighter and brighter. I found a silver mine in my territory, and I need a bachelor to help guide the mining and refining. Would you like to help me with this? Don't the bachelors in your domain know metallurgy? My castle hasn't been built yet, so the Academy City didn't send a bachelor there. Cobain frowned. May I ask, where is your territory? Samuel smiled slightly, and said, Let me introduce myself. I am a pioneer knight conferred by the Duke of Metz, Samuel Caesar. I have established a territory in Ingzue Island in the Red Mountains, and I have more than 10,000 territories under my rule. Civil. Crimson Mountains. Cobain frowned even deeper, but his expression softened when he heard that there were more than 10,000 people, but he was still hesitating. Samuel remembered that in the original book, the scientific research madman was expelled from the Academy City because of the live experiment, and said, Bachelor Qyburn, as long as you are willing to be my advisor, I can fully fund your research. Of course, it must be research that does not violate the laws of the kingdom. Fully funded. Cobain was a little moved, and then thought of the silver mine mentioned by the other party, finally nodded, Okay. Dear Sir Caesar, I am willing to be your personal consultant. Chapter 52 Departure. Walking with Cobain on the stone road beside the Mead River, Samuel was in a good mood. After all, the private consultant who was just recruited is definitely top-notch, but his moral consciousness is a little indifferent, which is why he was expelled from the city. But if it weren't for this, I'm afraid it wouldn't be Samuel's turn to pick up the leak. Look at him in the future, just don't let him fiddle with living body experiments. Bachelor Qyburn, this is the book on silver mining and smelting given to me by Bachelor Maroya. You can read it. Facing the books handed by Samuel, Cobain did not pick them up, but said quite proudly, My lord, there used to be 3 links made of white steel on my necklace. I already know how to mine and refine silver. Samuel knew that the necklace Cobain referred to was also called a bachelor's necklace, which consisted of links made of metal, and each metal represented that the bachelor's attainments in a certain field had been recognized by the Academy City. The more the same kind of metal, the deeper the knowledge in the field represented. White steel represents metallurgy. Samuel was in a good mood, put away the book that gave him a headache, and asked with a smile. Then what metal is the most number of links on your necklace? Silver. Silver represents medicine. But immediately, Cobain sighed and said again. In fact, I should have obtained more Valyrian steel chain links, but no one in the Academy City can confirm my achievements in occult science. Valyrian steel represents the master's attainments in the occult. Samuel was moved when he heard it. Is it because the magic is gone? Magic never disappears. Qyburn shook his head, and then with a smug smile on his face again, he said, Your Excellency, do you know that everyone must stay vigil in a closed room on the eve before taking the oath to become a bachelor? There's no light in there, just a glass candle. So unless you can light a glass candle, you're going to spend a long night in the dark. For hundreds of years, this glass candle has never been lit. Except me. Samuel frowned. Have you ever lit a glass candle? Yes, although it's just a fleeting brilliance. A sneering smile appeared on the corner of Cobain's mouth again. However, the group of grey sheep never admitted this. They said that I just had a hallucination. Hearing that Qyburn referred to other bachelors as sheep in grey coats, Samuel couldn't help laughing. Still, he had no doubts about the man's boasting. After all, this is the guy who can create, by ignite, so he must know magic. It's just that the magic power is at a low ebb now, and magic is no different from tricks. It wasn't until the red comet came and the magic tide became stronger that this world became strange and bizarre. Dragons can also be hatched, White Walkers have appeared again, and even the dead can be resurrected. While chatting, the two walked under the towering tower without knowing it. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side, startling Samuel. As soon as he put on his defensive posture, he heard the men yell, Sam, I found you. It was only then that Samuel saw the other person's appearance clearly, and found that it was Horace Redwine, the eldest son of the Redwine family on Arbor Island. Horace, you are looking for me in such a hurry, what's the matter? Horace ran up to Samuel panting. His square face with freckles was covered with fine beads of sweat, his orange hair was all soaked, and he looked quite embarrassed. Horace just opened his mouth but closed it immediately. He took a few deep breaths, straightened his collar, as if he wanted to save his decent image. Oh, it's like this, Sir Caesar. Didn't you just miss my father when you came to Qingting Island last time? In order to apologize, my father specially sent me to pick you up. Thank you for the kindness of the Redwine family. Samuel smiled slightly, but I don't plan to go to Qingting Island anymore. Huh. Horace froze for a moment. I'm really sorry, Horace, for making your trip useless. But don't you want to talk to your father about the sale of new wine? There is also the matter of supplies. Oh, no need. The Hightower family has agreed to help me sell new wine, and the Tyrell family will also participate. What? Horace was stunned as if struck by lightning. Seeing that Samuel was about to leave, he quickly stretched out his hand to hold him, and unconsciously carried a hint of pleading in his tone. Sean, Sir Caesar, the Redwine family sincerely wants to cooperate with you. In terms of selling wine, there is really no family in Westeros that can compare with our family. Believe me, only the caravan on Qingting Island, only then do you know how to sell your wine at the highest price. How to make your wine famous in the shortest time. And we also have a caravan going to Essos, which can sell your wine to the other side of the narrow sea. Samuel then stopped and said, Okay, since Earl Paxter is so kind, then I will go to Qingting Island again. Great. Horace smiled happily, and then said eagerly, When are we leaving? In the afternoon. My ship can leave anytime. Tomorrow, I still have some things to deal with. Okay. Let's go tomorrow morning. After receiving the confirmation letter, Horace finally relaxed. However, his attitude towards Samuel remained undiminished, and he kept bragging to Samuel about the huge caravan on Arbor Island and how the sales of wine topped Westeros. Backing back to the towering tower, Samuel first went to Baelor Hightower and told him that he had met Maroya and had obtained the method of silver mining and refining. Of course, he didn't mention that he had recruited a bachelor who had just been expelled from the Academy City, so as not to cause complications. Then the two finalized some specific details of brandy consignment and material supply. In these two incidents, Samuel clearly felt the kindness of the Hightower family. The brandy supply price he quoted at the beginning was 10 silver stags per gallon, which actually has a lot of profit margins, and it was reserved for the Hightower family to bargain, but he did not expect Baelor to accept the supply directly price. In terms of the supply of food and other daily necessities, Baelor's price is also very favorable. It made Samuel, who had always been a self-proclaimed profiteer, a little embarrassed. Baelor seemed to see what Samuel was thinking, and said with a smile. Samuel was in a good mood, and sincerely said, Hightower is such a great family. Thank you for your generosity. If there is anything you need from me in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." After signing the contract with the Hightower family, Samwell found the Tyrell family without stopping. Because the Duke of Metz was not present, Samwell only discussed some details of the brandy consignment with the Duchess and Miss Marjorie, and drew up a contract, which was brought back to the High Court for the Duke of Metz to sign. As for gathering the refugees, Samwell didn't mention it. He believed that Marjorie would get the Duke of Mace's consent after she returned. After finishing these things, the mission of Samwell's trip to the Old Town is considered to be successfully completed. Although he was a little hasty, he didn't have the intention to stay here for a long time. Having been away from Ingzue Island for half a month, he just wanted to go back early to see how the construction of his castle was progressing. So, early the next morning, after saying goodbye to Earl Layton, Samwell left Old Town on the merchant ship of the Redwine family. Chapter 53 Earl Paxter. On a sunny afternoon, Samwell came to the Arbor Island again. It's only a few days since the last time I came here, but the treatment has changed drastically. The last time they came, the Redwine family only sent a servant to greet them at the pier, and then made him wait in the reception room for an entire afternoon, and in the end they didn't even see Earl Paxter. It can be described as extremely cold. But this time, not only was Horace, the eldest son of the Redwine family, escorting them all the way, but when they arrived, an area on the pier was also cleared, and a group of members of the Redwine family came to welcome them. The leader is none other than Earl Paxter's daughter, Miss Desmara Redwine. Such treatment almost regarded Samwell as a great lord. However, in the face of such courtesies, Samwell became vigilant in his heart. It seems that what the Redwine family may want is not just a brandy sales contract. On the pier, Desmara took a few steps forward and said with a coquettish smile, "Sir Caesar, nice to meet you. You look much more handsome now than when you were a child." This earl's daughter is tall and plump, with fair and firm skin, and her facial features are not perfect, but they are also bright and charming. The only regret is a few small freckles on her cheeks, but this does not affect her beauty. It adds a little playfulness. Samwell quickened his pace a little, and came to Desmara, just about to salute, but saw that the other party stretched out his clean right hand towards him. He was stunned for a moment, but he still leaned over to hold Desmara's slender hand, kissed lightly between his fingers, and said, "Miss Desmara, you are more beautiful than before." Desmara withdrew her little hand, turned around and made an invitation gesture, saying, "Please, young sergeant, my father has been waiting in the castle for a long time." Good. Samwell got into the luxury carriage of the Redwine family and drove to the island. Not long after, the carriage arrived outside the castle. Samwell got out of the car, and saw a young maid walking forward with a silver tray. Waiting for Samwell to eat the bread and salt on the plate, an old man dressed as a housekeeper respectfully said, "Sir Caesar, my lord is waiting for you in the drawing room." As he spoke, he led the way ahead. Entering the living room, Samwell saw a thin middle-aged man leaning against the window holding a silver goblet. His hair is thin, his skin is rough, and he looks a bit old. He is wearing a white linen shirt, with the purple grape emblem of the Redwine family printed on his chest, exuding an aura of calmness and prestige. Samwell knew that this person was Lord Paxter Redwine, Lord of Arbor Island. Haven't seen him for many years, the Earl is almost the same as the original owner's memory. "Lord Paxter, it's an honor to meet you." Samwell stepped forward to salute. "Sir Caesar." Earl Paxter smiled slightly, nodded, and then pointed to the flagon on the table, "Don't be restrained." "Okay." Samwell also relaxed after hearing this. He poured himself a glass of wine, then took the glass to the window, and stood side by side with Earl Paxter. During this process, Earl Paxter has been sizing him up. Looking at Samwell, who was at ease under his aura, Earl Paxter said, "Sometimes I really wonder, are you still the original Samwell Tarley?" Samwell's expression froze slightly, then he smiled and said, "Now I am Samwell Caesar, Lord Earl." Earl Paxter smiled slightly, not entangled in this topic, and turned his head to look out the window. From here, you can see a courtyard full of flowers. In the courtyard, Miss Desmara, who just went to the pier to meet Samwell, is enjoying tea leisurely with several sisters. There was also a young man among them, but judging by his blonde hair, it was obvious that he was not from the Redwine family. However, due to the distance, Samwell couldn't see the other party's face clearly. Earl Paxter took a sip of his wine, and said leisurely, "Do you still remember when your father brought you to Qingting Island, wanting you to be my servant and be engaged to my daughter? How long ago was that? 7 years? Or 6 years. It seems to be 6 years ago. Samwell actually couldn't remember clearly, so he reported a number casually. At the same time, he secretly guessed Earl Paxter's motive for bringing up this matter. This incident was one of the biggest embarrassments of the original owner when he was young, and Samwell didn't feel that Earl Paxter's repetition of the old incident was to humiliate himself. The dignified Qingting Island lord is not so boring. It's been so long. Earl Paxter sighed, then pointed to the group of people in the courtyard outside the window. Do you know the men who drank tea with Desmilla? I don't know. Samwell said honestly. He is Devon Lannister, son of Stafford Lannister. It turned out to be a member of the Lion family. Samwell said with emotion, no wonder he has blonde hair. Before on the pier, he did see the banner of a roaring lion, and thought it was just an ordinary merchant ship from Casterly Rock, but he didn't expect that there were members of the Lannister family on it. However, he can't remember who this Steve Lannister is at all. It is estimated that in the original play, he should be just a soy sauce character. But his son Devon Lannister, Samwell had some impression. He remembered that this person was a formidable character, who was in charge of commanding the Westland army to besiege Riverrun. And after the death of Duke Tywin, this person was actually appointed as the guardian of the West by Queen Cersei. Although many of Cersei's operations are mind-blowing, and this appointment is more to fight against Uncle Kevin, it can at least prove that Devon is indeed an outstanding figure in the Lannister family. I just don't know why he came to Qingting Island. But then Earl Paxter's words cleared up Samwell's confusion. Sir Stafford came this time to propose marriage to my daughter Desmilla on behalf of his son Devon. This time Samwell finally understood what Earl Paxter meant. However, he pretended not to understand, and said with a smile, congratulations, I heard that Sir Devon is an outstanding knight. Earl Paxter glanced at him expressionlessly, and said, no. Because I'm ready to reject them. That's a pity. Samwell looked extremely regretful. Do you know why I rejected the Lannister family? You must have your own considerations. Samwell certainly wouldn't think that Earl Paxter rejected the Lannister family because he wanted to marry his daughter to him. Although the other party has been guiding him to think in this direction. In fact, he had already guessed the reason for Earl Paxter's refusal. On the one hand, although Devon is very good, he is only a Lannister collateral line after all, and Earl Paxter doesn't think much of him. What's more, Lady Olenna is already secretly seeking to push Marjorie to the throne of Queen through Duke Renly's idiot. If this plan is successful, even if Duke Renly stands in the way to bear the Lannister family's wrath, the relationship between the Tyrell family and the Westlands will definitely deteriorate. The Redwine family, which is closely related to the Tyrell family, will definitely be implicated. So, of course, Earl Paxter would not agree to marry his daughter to the Western region, which is destined to be hostile to the River Bend. Thinking about this, Samwell will definitely not pretend to think that Earl Paxter rejected the Lannister family because of himself. However, he was very puzzled why the other party would lead him to think in this way. Earl Paxter doesn't really want to marry his daughter to him, does he? Or did he just want to use this as bait to hang himself? Earl Paxter saw that Samwell had been refusing to answer his faults, so he could only speak bluntly. Okay, Sam, stop pretending. Do you want to marry my daughter? Chapter 54 Temptation. I really don't want to. Samwell responded in his heart. Although Desmilla is indeed pretty, and her status is noble enough, if I can marry her now, I will definitely be a high climber. But Samwell did not believe that Earl Paxter would be so kind. Any kind of favor comes with a hidden price. Before accepting it, you should think about it calmly, whether it will empty your wallet, or even make yourself pay for it all your life. Of course, on the surface, Samwell still showed a flattered look. No one can resist the charm of Miss Desmira, but I am worried that I am not worthy of your daughter. You really can't do it now. How can my daughter marry in a barren place like Ingzue Island? However, what if I can help you restore the original surname? The castle of the Tully family is still worthy of my daughter. Samwell finally understood Earl Paxter's plan this time. I have to say, it's really a good idea. But Earl, I have changed my surname to Caesar, and the right to inherit Hornhill has nothing to do with me. Why doesn't it matter? As long as you still have the blood of the Tarly family in your bones, you will always have the claim to Hornhill. You don't have to worry about Randall Tarly's attitude. As long as you marry my daughter, all other problems will be solved. I can help you out. Even though he knew it was a trap, Samwell's heart was still pounding. It is indeed too tempting. It seems that as long as he nods, beauty, wealth, territory, will be at your fingertips. But Samuel knew it was a poisonous apple. Once he agrees, the brandy brewing method, the silver mine to be mined, and Ingzue Island, which is a barren but extremely critical territory, may all be in the hands of the Redwine family. Even he himself will become a bargaining chip in the Redwine family's plan to inherit the Hornhill. However, regarding the last point, Samuel really didn't think the Redwine family had any chance. Don't look at Earl Paxter's beautiful words, as long as you marry my daughter, I can help you solve all problems. Shit. Samuel wants to restore Tarly's surname, so he has to ask Earl Randall if he agrees. It seemed that with the support of the Redwine family, it would be easier for Samuel to change his father's mind and re-accept him as the heir to the territory, but in fact, it was the opposite. Rando Tarly is not such an easy character to fool. In the original book, the marriage he betrothed to his second son, Dickon, was the eldest daughter of the Mutton family in Maiden Spring City. At that time, the Mutton family was at a low point in strength because they were on the wrong team in the Battle of the Five Kings. Lando asked his son to marry the daughter of Earl William Mutton. The intention was obvious, and he wanted to take the opportunity to gain control of Maiden Springs. Such a powerful lord only wants to annex others, how could he allow others to extend their hands to his territory? So, if Samuel married Desmara, it would be even more impossible for Randall to agree to him becoming his heir. Otherwise, it will be difficult to say whether the control of Hornhill will be in the hands of the Tully family or the more powerful Redwine family in the future. Sorry, Lord Earl, I swore in front of my father that I would never return to Hornhill in this life. Samuel simply used the oath to prevaricate. The expression on Earl Paxter's face didn't change when he heard that, as if he didn't care about it at all. It doesn't matter. The Lord of Qingting Island said lightly, you and Desmara's children can still go back to Hornhill. The corner of Samuel's mouth twitched. Of course he knew that the words Earl Paxter said seemed calm, but they were actually full of blood. Under what circumstances can his and Desmara's children have the right to inherit Hornhill? Of course, the younger brother Dickon's line is all dead. He couldn't help but sigh, these great nobles in Westeros, don't they all have black hearts? My lord, can I think about it? Samuel looked at Devon, who was chatting and laughing with Miss Desmara in the courtyard, and suddenly an idea popped up in his heart. Walking among these black-bellied and ruthless nobles, Samuel felt that he should not be two little white sheep. Some small tricks that did not touch the bottom line should be used, otherwise he would be eaten by these people sooner or later. Dry wipe. Yes, but I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible. Earl Paxter drank his glass, otherwise, I'm afraid I will agree to the Lannister family. I believe you, Ghost. Samuel looked out the window at Devon, who was used by Earl Paxter as his competitor, deliberately put on an anxious expression, and said, okay, I will definitely give you an answer as soon as possible. Afterwards, Earl Paxter ended the meeting and left in a hurry. The butler who was waiting outside the door took Samuel to the arranged room. After tidying up briefly, Samuel went out and walked to the courtyard he saw before. Since Earl Paxter wanted to marry his daughter to him so much, Samuel felt that he had to fulfill Desmala's potential fiancé obligation. For acting, you have to play a full set. Sam. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw Desmala waving her arms enthusiastically. Have you finished talking with your father? Yes, Miss Desmara. Samuel said politely, I hope my arrival didn't disturb everyone. Of course not. Come and sit down. When Devon Lannister first met Samuel, his face sank slightly. The instinct of a male creature makes him feel a crisis. Especially when he heard Desmara call her affectionately, his vigilance towards Samuel turned into hostility. However, he still maintained his demeanor, got up and asked. Miss Desmara, who is this? Sir Devon, let me introduce you. This is Samuel Caesar, the eldest son of the Earl of Hornhill Randall, a pioneer knight conferred by the Duke of Metz. Sam, this is Sir Devon of the Lannister family. Of course, Samuel heard the difference between Desmara and Devon when she called him, which made him feel that the Earl's daughter in front of him was quite green tea, because he was afraid that he would not be able to get along with Devon Barr. But that's okay, without the green tea lady fanning the flames, he alone may not be sure to provoke the little lion opposite. Pioneering knight. Devon smiled. Although he tried his best to hide it, the hostility in his eyes was still evident. Where is Sir Caesar's pioneering territory? Ingzue Island, a barren land deep in the Crimson Mountains, certainly cannot compare to the majestic and rich Casterly Rock City. Samuel sat down at the small table and said humbly. Eagle Zoe Islet is not bad. Desmola poured a cup of scented tea for Samwell herself. I heard that a silver mine was found there, isn't it, Sam? Devon looked at Desmora, who was about to lean into Samwell's arms, and his eyes were about to burst into flames. Silver mine, it's not bad. But compared with the gold mine in Casterly Rock City, it's still a lot worse. It's really incomparable. Samwell drank the scented tea with a smile. I heard that the of the Lannister family is made of gold. Boom. Devon slammed the table and got up suddenly, his beard and hair all spread out like a raging lion. Samwell Caesar, do you dare to compete with me in the martial arts arena? Chapter 55 Transactions. Are you going to fight Samwell Caesar tomorrow? Steve looked at his son in astonishment. Yes, father. Devon said angrily, that kid has spoken rudely to our Lannister family, of course I have to teach him a lesson. I think you are trying to win Miss Desmola's favor. Stave exposed his son's purpose. Defone also simply said, that's right. Steve sighed, shook his head and said, I was about to tell you about this. We have been here on Qingting Island for so many days, but Earl Paxter has been refusing to give a positive answer. I can already see that he just doesn't want to marry his daughter to you. Why? Doffing's eyes widened, and his voice suddenly raised, am I not good enough for his daughter? Or does he have something better? Having said this, he suddenly stopped, and the next moment, the young Lannister suddenly jumped up from his seat, with a loud voice that made the doors and windows rattle. It's the Pioneer Knight from the River Bend, right? He wants to marry his daughter to that Pioneer Knight, right? Steve nodded helplessly, I guess it should be like this. Why? Doffing was so angry that he ran around the room, as if he wanted to draw his sword and cut someone down immediately. I can't compare to him. I can't compare to him. No. I will never accept it. Tomorrow we must defeat him in the tournament field. Let Earl Paxter and Miss Desmora see who is the real knight. So what if you win? Steve scolded angrily, do you think Miss Desmola is the laurel wreath? Whoever wins it will belong to him. Doffing froze immediately, but he was still furious, standing there gasping for breath. Steve sighed helplessly, and comforted him, okay, the key to this matter is not yours. It's Earl Paxter who should have made a plan. I specifically inquired about Samwell Caesar and found it was a weird experience indeed. As the eldest son of the Tully family, he actually gave up his inheritance rights and went to that ghostly place in the Crimson Mountains to open up territory. And it actually made him succeed. It is said that a territory has been preliminarily established and tens of thousands of savages have been surrendered. I guess, the Tyrell family should have some arrangements for him, no wonder Earl Paxter wanted to marry his daughter to him. Defone Tietching said in a muffled voice. Then we just give up. Well. Tomorrow we will bid farewell to Earl Paxter, and the contest between you and Samwell should be cancelled as soon as possible, so don't waste your efforts. No. No matter what, I want to fight him. Looking at the stubborn Devon, Stafford frowned tightly. He never thought that his usually calm and quick-witted son would lose his composure because of a woman. Is this really right? Or are young people so easily dazzled by so-called love? Steve was about to persuade again, but suddenly heard a knock on the door. Which one? Samwell Caesar, come to visit Sir Stafford. Hearing this voice, Doffing turned his head suddenly, his red eyes were wide open, and his fists were clenched loudly. Staff stood up quickly, and shouted at his son, sit down. Control your temper. After speaking, he walked over and opened the door. Sir Caesar, it's so late, what's the matter? Samwell smiled slightly, I want to talk to you about something, is it convenient? Steve took a deep look at the young knight in front of him, then moved away, please come in. Samwell walked into the room, and immediately saw Devon, whose eyes were staring like brass bells. He smiled slightly, sat down opposite Doffing, and said, Good evening, Sir Devon. Devon didn't speak, just stared at Samwell with his eyes, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. Sir Caesar, just speak up if you have anything to say. Steve closed the door, walked up to his son, and blocked his gaze, as if he was afraid that he would lose control of his emotions and become violent and hurt others. That's right. I know the purpose of the two of you coming to Qingting Island this time, but to tell you the truth, Earl Paxter has decided to marry Miss Desmora to me. As soon as this remark came out, Doffing almost jumped up again, but luckily his father held him down. Steve looked at Samwell with an unkind expression, and said coldly, So you're here to show off to us? Samwell shook his head. No, you misunderstood. I just don't want you to waste your efforts. So, tomorrow's contest, or cancel it. What? Are you afraid? Littlefinger couldn't help shouting when he heard this. It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that it doesn't make sense. Regardless of whether I win or lose, Miss Desmara will marry me. Then I'll beat you to the ground too. Samwell sighed, and said helplessly, why bother? Sir Devon, is it really sensible to offend me, and more importantly, Earl Paxter, in order to gain one's breath? Well, I will give out 10 golden dragons, you cancel tomorrow's contest. Hearing this, both the Steves and his sons burst out laughing. After laughing, Littlefinger sarcastically said, 10 golden dragons. Are you treating us like beggars? Steve also said, we, the Lannister family, have always used golden dragons to buy others. This is the first time we have seen someone try to buy us. Samwell shrugged, everything has a price, Sir Stafford, then tell me a price. Steve shook his head and said, some things cannot be measured by gold dragons, such as honor. Sir Caesar, if I gave you 100 gold dragons and asked you to deliberately lose in the competition tomorrow, would you be willing? Before Samwell could speak, Devon called out, Father, I can defeat him with my strength without your money. Staff raised his hand to stop his son, because he saw a hint of emotion in Samwell's eyes. It's not impossible. The next moment, I heard Samwell say, anyway, no matter whether I win or lose, I can marry Miss Desmara, so what if I let you go? Devon sneered, you have no honor. You don't deserve to be a knight. Samwell shrugged helplessly, you don't understand, my land is in urgent need of money, and sometimes I can only compromise. So, Sir Stafford, are you sure you want to give 100 gold dragons? Staff seemed to realize something, and immediately said, I'll give you 1,000 golden dragons. Father. Littlefinger thought his father was crazy, but before he could continue to speak, he heard Stifer say again, 1,000 golden dragons, I want you to voluntarily give up marrying Miss Desmara. Impossible. Samwell shook his head and said, do you think a little money can make me give up Miss Desmara? 2,000 gold dragons. Steve continued to increase the price, didn't you just say that everything has a price? How about this money buying you to give up the marriage? Impossible. Samwell shook his head again, I am committed to Miss Desmara. Although he was rejected again, Steve caught the hesitation in Samwell's clear eyes. So, with a confident smile on his face, he continued to increase the price. 3,000 golden dragons. Regarding how to use money to achieve their goals, the Lannister family should be the best in Westeros. How is this possible? Please don't insult my feelings for Miss Desmara. 4,000 golden dragons. Samwell's hesitation was already written on his face. 5,000 golden dragons. Steve slowly approached Samwell, this price already allows you to hire an army to develop. 10,000 golden dragons. After a fierce ideological struggle, Samwell finally spoke, give me 10,000 golden dragons, and I will immediately give up marrying Miss Desmara. Impossible. Steve shook his head immediately, but a smug smile appeared on his face, even if Desmara is made of gold, it's not worth 10,000 golden dragons. Then let's take a step back, 8,000 golden dragons. 5,000 golden dragons. Then I take another step back, 7,000 golden dragons. 5,000 golden dragons. Samwell saw that Steve was resolute and knew that he couldn't extract more benefits, so he pretended to struggle, nodded and said, make a deal. Littlefinger stared at all this in a daze, as if he hadn't come to his senses yet, he didn't understand how a good martial arts competition suddenly turned into a deal. Besides, it seems that he can marry Miss Desmara again. Although he was heartbroken that he was about to pay the 5,000 golden dragon to Samwell, Devon couldn't help but smile on his long face. Chapter 56 Acting. The next morning was sunny and sunny. A lot of spectators gathered in the competition arena on Qingting Island. In the arena, Horace Redwine, the eldest son of the Earl, asked with a suppressed voice. Sam, my father has already prepared a proxy knight for you, why do you have to play by yourself? Samwell said while struggling to put on the armor with the help of his attendants. I am fighting for the honor of Miss Desmara, of course I have to fight in person. Nonsense, everyone else has produced 5,000 golden dragons, so of course I have to cooperate well to finish the scene. This is called dedication. The corner of Horace's mouth twitched, and he persuaded again earnestly. Chivalry shouldn't be used at this time. That guy Devon is an outstanding figure among the young generation of the Lannister family. I dare not fight him. Don't think that you dare to challenge him because you have gained a little strength in the past few years. You will lose miserably. If you don't try, how will you know you will lose? Samwell looked confident. It doesn't matter if you embarrass yourself. Horace looked at the purple grape emblem on the other party's armor, and said angrily, but I don't want the Redwine family to embarrass themselves with you. That's right, the exquisite plate armor on Samwell's body was borrowed from the Redwine family. Although he himself has a pair of chain mail, but it is too shabby, the Redwine family is too embarrassed to let him wear it on this occasion. It is too shameful. No. Samwell slapped the armor on his body vigorously. I will definitely win this victory for Miss Desmara today, otherwise, I am not qualified to marry her. Horace quickly covered his mouth, roaring inwardly, you really have no right to marry my sister. But who told the father to insist that the younger sister marry you? The heir of Qingting Island, who has already called himself the big uncle in advance, can't wait to knock this uneasy brother-in-law unconscious with a stick, and then let the proxy knight who has been prepared for a long time come to teach that Devon Lan is special. But Samwell didn't listen to persuasion at all. After dressing up, he walked towards his war horse with arrogance. Horace had no choice but to walk back to the sidelines with a sigh. Clang. With the beating of gongs and drums, today's two protagonists officially enter the arena on horseback. The cheers on the viewing platform suddenly became enthusiastic. After the two completed a circle around the field, they stood still in their respective positions. The attendants ran in immediately and handed their lances to their respective knights. Although the wooden lance was used in the competition, it was not light in weight, and considering the handle of the gun was nearly 20 feet long, it was not an easy task to level it on horseback. Fortunately, Samwell's current strength has been greatly improved, otherwise this step may not be completed, and it would be a shame. Clang. Another gong sounded. The two closed their helmet visors almost at the same time, then clamped their horses, and started to accelerate. Tap tap. As the distance between the two of them approached, the speed became faster and faster. The cheers of the audience also stopped abruptly, and everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the result of this collision. Boom. The wooden gun tip exploded, and Samwell was knocked off the horse amidst the flying sawdust. The audience let out an exclamation, and then more enthusiastic cheers burst out. Devon lifted his mask, waved to the crowd, and enjoyed his own victory. Although this was arranged in advance, Samwell's lance didn't touch him just now. Sam. Are you all right? Seeing Miss Desmara rushing into the arena and running to Samwell, the smile on Devon's face froze immediately. Why? Obviously I am the winner. Devon roared inwardly, but the next moment, he secretly rejoiced that this guy would withdraw voluntarily. Miss Desmara is still her own after all. So, he was complacent again. On the other side, Samwell only felt the burning pain in his chest and his buttocks, which were about to fall into two pieces. However, thinking that this fall was worth 5,000 gold dragons, the pain on his body instantly eased a lot. Even, he felt that he could fall twice more. As long as someone is willing to pay. I'm fine, Miss Desmara. Samwell struggled to stand up, sorry to disappoint you. It's okay, force is never the only indicator to measure a knight. Desmara comforted with a sweet smile. Horace walked over with a gloomy face. I told you earlier, let the proxy knight appear. Samwell suddenly became righteous. I can accept failure, but I cannot accept cowardice. Horace was speechless for a moment, while Desmara's eyes were full of little stars. Samwell suddenly felt that this earl's daughter had pretty good acting skills, and when others saw it, they would definitely think they were a pair of childhood sweethearts. However, how could he forget that 6 years ago, when he was brought by his father to Arbor Island to propose marriage to Earl Paxter, the proud young girl despised him. After seeing each other for several years, she suddenly fell in love with him. Third-rate romance novels dare not write like this. Backing to the sidelines, taking off the armor, the bachelor from Arbor Island came to check on Samwell again. After confirming that he was not injured, Samwell went to see Earl Paxter. Sorry, my lord, I have let you down. It doesn't matter, young people always have to experience failures before they can see themselves clearly. Earl Paxter said indifferently, as long as you want, you can still marry my daughter. I'm sorry, my lord, I'm no longer qualified to marry Miss Desmara. Samwell looked ashamed, as if he had completely lost confidence in the future. Earl Paxter frowned, but still said patiently. Who should my daughter marry has never been determined by a ridiculous jousting. As for who is eligible to marry her, that's up to me. Samwell still shook his head. Lord Earl, Sir Devon and I have made an agreement before the competition. The loser must withdraw from the competition. Perhaps this agreement seems ridiculous to you, but to me, it is an oath that cannot be broken. After finishing speaking, he saluted Earl Paxter again, and then walked out in a daze. Stop. Earl Paxter really stopped him. Samwell stopped in his tracks and said weakly, My lord, what else do you want to order? Earl Paxter saw Samwell's half-dead appearance, and forcibly swallowed his curse words, took a deep breath, and said, I want your method of brewing wine, please make a price. Samwell shook his head slowly but firmly, Sorry, the wine-making method doesn't cost much. However, if Qingting Island is willing to sell brandy on its behalf, I will be happy to supply it for you. The price is absolutely fair. Earl Paxter stared at Samwell for a while, and finally said helplessly, Good. On the pier, Samwell and his party are about to leave by boat. Naturally, no one from the Redwine family came to see him off. Miss Desmara, who was affectionate before, disappeared in a blink of an eye. Instead, it was the Lannister family's Steve and his son. Sir Caesar, don't worry, Lannister will pay his debts. We will not ruin the reputation of the family for thousands of years just for the sake of 5,000 golden dragons. The letter I just wrote has been taken by the Raven to Casterly Rock City, and soon, a ship full of gold will sail out of Lannisport and head for your territory. Of course I believe in the reputation of the Lannister family. Samwell said with a smile, However, I must explain in advance that the previous agreement only stated that I will withdraw from the competition, but if I withdraw, Earl Paxter still refuses. It is none of my business to marry Miss Desmara to Sir Devon. Humph, you don't need to worry about that. Devon said through gritted teeth, If you still can't marry Miss Desmara, I'll swim back to Casterly Rock from here. May the gods keep you from drowning in the sea of sunset. The kind-hearted Sir Caesar prayed devoutly for Devon for a second, then turned around and boarded the ship. Chapter 57 Return. Today's Ingzue Island has completely changed. Since the first batch of food and living supplies from Yongwu City arrived here 1.5 months ago, the biggest crisis in the territory has been completely resolved. Moreover, after having enough food, the housekeeper, Gavin, followed Samwell's order before leaving, and immediately recruited wildlings to build the territory. Include food and housing, and work points. Under such a temptation, more and more savages flocked to Ingzue Island, and the prison camp, now renamed the labor camp, also increased from 1,000 people at the beginning to nearly 4,000 people. Territory construction suddenly entered the fast lane. The defense facilities at the mouth of the valley have been completely completed. The 3-story wooden fence and 4 echoing towers have turned this place into a small fortress that is impenetrable. The wooden houses appear in the valley in an orderly manner, and the castle of the Lord is also working hard. Thanks to the efforts of the savage laborers, the foundation has been laid. In addition, Gavin also summoned more than 300 female wild men to participate in the brewing of brandy. The collection, cleaning, fermentation, distillation, storage, and other processes of mountain grapes are all on the right track because of sufficient labor. The savages also opened up a large field near the mouth of the valley, and began to plant mountain grapes, laying the foundation for future large-scale brewing. Although it is almost dusk at this time, Ingzue Island is still full of excitement. On a mound near the beach, a handsome middle-aged man was observing everything in the territory with great interest. He has dark hair with a little gray mixed in it, a pair of gray-green eyes that seem to be able to see through people's hearts, and a handful of carefully groomed goatee on his chin, which further highlights his elegant temperament. Dark gray silk cape fastened with a mockingbird-shaped button. Those who are proficient in heraldry will know that this is the personal coat of arms of Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, the Minister of Finance of the kingdom. My lord, do you really want to wait here for that Sir Caesar to return? A young man in armor came behind Peter and asked. Yes. But, he is just a pioneer knight who hasn't even built a castle. You are condescending to come here from King's Landing yourself. Why wait for him to come back? I will stay to deal with the silver coin casting. That's good. Do you think Samwell Caesar is not worth my waiting a few more days? Is not it? Bylan, don't underestimate anyone, especially young people. The territory of our Baelish family is just a small peninsula full of rocks, and there are no silver mines. Peter's voice was deep and hoarse, has a unique magical power that can make people unconsciously convinced. How can he compare with you? Bylan scratched his head and said, although from what I know, this Sir Caesar is really good at fighting, but he obviously can't manage the territory. Don't look at the current bustling, there will be big problems soon. Oh. What's the big deal? First of all, he is too merciful to those savages. Not only accepting them as citizens, taking care of their food and drink, but also giving them so-called work points. I calculated carefully, and wait until the castle is successfully completed. If he can support it the day it's finished, he has to face a massive debt that will definitely put him out of business. I haven't even counted the more than 200 craftsmen. It is said that he hired them from Highland City at 10 times the price. It's really... Hee. I don't even think that silver mine can save him. Moreover, there are tens of thousands of savages in the territory, but there are only a few hundred people in Huon. You must be aware of the danger hidden in this imbalance. Sooner or later, it will lead to turmoil. Also, he is still planting mountain grapes, as if preparing to make wine. Did he really think that wine made from such sour grapes could sell for a good price? Peter listened quietly, then smiled slightly and said, Did you know? People are actually very similar to sheep. They like to gather together, eat the same grass, walk the same road, and all have the same white hair. However, occasionally some sheep are different. They are black. Because of their hair of different colors, they are often isolated by the flock, despised and rejected by the white sheep. But often it is these black sheep that will lead the flock to a new path. Bylan seemed a little unconvinced, and said, My lord, do you think Samuel Caesar is such a black sheep? But what about the mistakes he made? Peter shook his head, and said leisurely, Following the rules is naturally nothing wrong, but deviant is doomed to be accompanied by mistakes and failures. Bylan was stunned. Peter said again, What's more, how do you know that his methods of governing the territory are wrong? In the eyes of the white sheep, whatever the black sheep does is wrong, until it leads the sheep to find a new fertile land. Grassland. Bylan nodded thoughtfully, but there was still some hesitation between his brows. He always felt that the black sheep in Lord Baelish's words seemed to have other hidden meanings, but he didn't dare to ask. Besides, praising someone as a black sheep always feels a bit awkward. At this moment, there was a burst of loud cheers from the pier. Following the reputation, Bylan saw a sea ship slowly approaching the territory. Our black sheep is back. Peter looked at the sea boat in the setting sun with an expectant smile on his face. After that, he turned around and walked down the mound, heading towards the pier. Bylan quickly followed. On the pier, Samuel couldn't wait for the boat to come to a complete stop before jumping onto the trestle bridge impatiently. After an absence of 2 months, he wandered around the west coast of the River Bend, and finally returned to his territory. Looking at the already unfamiliar place in front of him, Samuel couldn't hide his surprise. Has there been such a big change? Master, you are finally back. Haha, Gavin, thank you for your hard work. Samuel stepped forward and gave his butler a warm hug. This made Gavin, who was already extremely excited, couldn't help but shed tears. Subsequently, Samuel waved to the citizens gathered on the pier, thanking them for their warm welcome. My lord, welcome back. The crowd also cheered enthusiastically. At this moment, Gavin finally remembered something, and hurriedly whispered in Samuel's ear. Master, Lord Peter Baelish, the Minister of Finance, has been waiting for you for 5 days. Peter Baelish. Samuel was taken aback. Of course he knows this thunderous name. A top player in the Game of Thrones, an ambitious man, a strategist who believes that chaos is the ladder. He actually came to his own territory. Although it is indeed the responsibility of the Minister of Finance to supervise the minting of currency, it is only a silver mine, and Peter does not need to come all the way from King's Landing himself, right? Unless he came to Ingzue Island not just for the silver mine. Samuel became vigilant subconsciously. At this time, Peter was also escorted by the guards out of the crowd, and came to Samuel, showing an impeccable smile. I finally see you, Sir Caesar. Samuel also calmed down, showing a harmless smile. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Baelish. Chapter 58 Conspiracy. Night falls. Piles of bonfires lit up on the beach by the sea, the aroma of barbecue filled the air, and along with it, there were bursts of laughter. In order to welcome the return of the Lord, Ingzue Island held a grand bonfire dinner. Of course, there is not so much etiquette to talk about when the sky is sitting on the ground. Everyone is very casual, eating meat, drinking wine, and listening to the guards who followed the Lord to tell what they have seen along the way. Samwell and Petyr Baelish walked side by side on the beach, chatting. This place is very similar to my territory. It's all by the sea and full of rocks. A flash of memory flashed across Petyr's face. However, the Shivering Sea is not as gentle as the Summer Sea. I've never seen the Shivering Sea, and I really want to. I'm afraid you will regret it after seeing it. Petyr laughed loudly. In the depths of the trembling sea, it is said that there are countless ice giants living. Any ship. Ice giant. I remember seeing an ice dragon from a book. Maybe all of them. Petyr shrugged, and suddenly changed the subject. Sam, do you know why I came to Eagle Isle myself? Coming. Samwell's heart tightened, knowing that the real drama was coming. Petyr Baelish, the biggest conspirator in Game of Thrones, would definitely not come to such a remote place as the Crimson Mountains just to see a silver mine. He must have a conspiracy. However, Samwell was not too nervous. After all, he knows the true face and conduct of this charming-looking Minister of Finance of the kingdom. This person wants to disrupt the Westeros continent, so that a small nobleman like him with a humble background can have a chance to climb up. Moreover, Petyr, as a high-end player in the game of power, is best at hiding his purpose. For this reason, he will even do things that seem to be of no benefit to him, so that no one will cast suspicious eyes on him. He can calmly hide in a dark corner, use lies and tricks to manipulate the protagonists in the center of the stage to fight and fight. To be honest, Lord Baelish, I am also surprised that you will come in person. Samwell said honestly. Petyr stopped and looked sideways at Samwell. I actually want to see you in person, Sir Caesar. See me? Yes. I can see the shadow of myself when I was young. Petyr's eyes did not hide his appreciation. Although your background is better than mine, you are not loved by your father. Hornhill, everything has nothing to do with you. So, you are the same as when I was young. You have almost nothing, and you are despised by everyone. But like me, you are unwilling to succumb to fate. I obtained from Duke John the position of tax collector in Seagull Town, and within 3 years I increased the town's tax revenue tenfold. As for you, you got a development order from the Duke of Metz, opened up a territory deep in the Crimson Mountains, and won the loyalty of tens of thousands of savages. So, even though you haven't even built a castle yet, I believe that one day, you will surprise the whole of Westeros. I have to say that Petyr's words are extremely provocative. Coupled with his ups and downs, it can make anyone's blood boil after hearing it. Not to mention, this person is still a big man in a high position. Facing such admiration, no young man can hold back. It's a pity that this mockingbird met Samwell, no matter how beautiful he sang, but in Samwell's ears, there were whispers of the devil. What are the consequences of listening to Petyr Baelish? Just look at what happened to Eddard Stark, Duke of the North. You really think too highly of me, Lord Baelish. Samwell put on an expression of being very excited, but still trying to maintain a humble expression. My eyes have never misread anyone. Petyr said with a smile. Also, I have always been willing to help the young heroes of the kingdom as much as I can, so as to accelerate their growth. You are such a generous elder. Samwell flattered him, and at the same time, he was curious about what the other party's so-called help would be. Petyr took a step closer, put his hand on Samwell's shoulder, lowered his voice, and said, I know that it is difficult to develop in a barren land like the Crimson Mountains. Now that you have so many people to support, you must be in urgent need of money. Hearing this, Samwell suddenly became suspicious. Could the Iron Throne still pay to subsidize the pioneering lord? Is there such a good thing? But what Petyr said next explained his doubts, and also shocked him. This silver mine is actually dispensable to the kingdom, but it is very important to you. That's why I came here in person, and I will leave a trustworthy person in Ingzue Islet to cooperate with you. Supervise the casting of the silver stag. Speaking of this, how could Samwell fail to understand the hidden meaning in Petyr's words? This guy actually hinted that he could make fake accounts. As long as a part of the silver deer is kept privately, the taxes and fees he needs to pay to the royal family will be greatly reduced accordingly. Petyr saw Samwell's astonished expression, and knew that the other party understood what he meant, so he smiled again and said, I know that this matter may not be so glorious, but believe me, this will not harm the interests of the kingdom, but it will enhance it. Our king is not a thrifty family man, so instead of letting the money if it was squandered by him after it was handed over, it would be better to leave it for you to expand the territory of the kingdom. Really is a high-sounding reason. Samwell lowered his head, as if caught in a fierce ideological struggle. but in fact, he was thinking about Peter Baelish's real purpose. The other party is definitely not really thinking about the country. This guy can't wait for the country to be in chaos. Peter probably saw the real reason why Madame Olenna sent him to Ingzue Island to develop, so he decided to add fire. The better the development of Ingzue Island, the greater the probability that Huan will attack Dorne. As long as the two sides fight, it will give a schemer like Peter a chance to take advantage of the fire. This should be his real purpose. Although he saw through Peter's real motive, Samwell found that he had no reason to refuse. Isn't it beneficial for him to retain a part of the silver deer? Although Peter's move has evil intentions, the benefits are indeed real. As for whether this move will hasten the war between Reach and Dorne, he feels that there is no need to worry at all. After all, he knows that it won't be long before the situation in King's Landing will deteriorate first, and King Robert will also die. At that time, Westeros will be a situation where all the heroes compete for the throne. Who will pay attention to a pioneer in the corner of the Crimson Mountains? Take it. Of course, just to be on the safe side, Samwell knew that he couldn't take it all by himself. Otherwise, what if Littlefinger takes this matter as a trick to manipulate him in the future? So, after a difficult struggle, Samwell said, "Lord Baelish, what you said is reasonable. In addition, I am willing to give you a part of the silver deer. After all, a big man like you who is dedicated to serving the country will definitely need money." Peter took a deep look at Samwell, showing a satisfied smile, as if his purpose of doing this was to get this benefit. Can. Chapter 59 Starfall City. On the wharf outside Yongwu City, there are several merchant ships docked for loading and unloading goods. On the mast of one of them hung a lavender banner with crossed swords and a shooting star. This is the coat of arms of the Dane family, the Lords of Starfall City. "Boss, there is a master looking for you." Captain Gilmore walked out of the cabin reeking of alcohol, and shouted impatiently. "Which master?" "Don't know. He didn't say." "He didn't say you can't see for yourself." "Damn idiot. But he doesn't have any family crest, what do I think?" Gilmore frowned, cursed a few words in a low voice, but still got off the boat unsteadily. Then, he saw that master, in the crew's mouth, a thin middle-aged man with a handsome appearance and elegant temperament, with a small beard on his chin. Although this person does not have any family coat of arms, the vicious Gilmore dares to bet all his wealth that he must be a nobleman. Gilmore stepped forward with a smile on his face. "My lord, what are your orders?" Peter Baelish casually threw a silver deer, and asked without waiting for Gilmore to thank you. "Your ship is bound for Starfall City." "Yes, sir. Are you going to Starfall City too?" "No, I'm going to Ingzue Island." "Ingzue Island?" Gilmore touched his bald head suspiciously. "Sorry, sir, I don't think I've heard of this place before." "It's just south of the estuary of the turbulent river, across a bay from Starfall City. You will pass by on the way to Starfall City from here, but it will be a little bit off course. If possible, I would like to take your boat too. Cost is not an issue." It seems to be a bit of an impression. Gilmore seemed to remember something. "However, master, I remember that there is a barren mountainous area. There is nothing. Are you sure you want to go there?" "Your information is outdated." Peter showed a characteristic smile. "There is now a territory there." "Territory?" "Yes, the Duke of Metz canonized the Pioneer Knight, and Sir Samwell Caesar has established a territory there." Hearing that the territory was established by the people of Huan, Gilmore's face changed slightly. Dorne and the Riverbend have a 1,000-year feud. Although Gilmore often stops at the port of the Riverbend people for business reasons, as a Dornishman, his hostility towards the Riverbend people in his bones can never be erased. "There is nothing but rocks in that place. The people of Huan are crazy. Are they going to develop there?" No one said anything, but there is a silver mine there. "Silver mine?" Gilmore's eyes could not restrain the golden light. "Yes. I heard that the territory has already begun to take shape, with tens of thousands of people." "Tens of thousands of people?" Gilmore's expression gradually became serious. "That's really not small. When did this start? Why didn't I hear anything about it?" "It seems to be more than 4 months ago." "There are tens of thousands of people in just 4 months." Although Gilmore doesn't know how to develop, he also knows how amazing this speed is. "Yes. That is a young and promising pioneer knight, and I am going to visit him. Can you take your ship?" Gillard restrained his mind, nodded with a smile and said, "Of course, sir. I just want to go there and see." "Okay, when is your ship leaving?" Leave on time at noon, sir. Okay, then I'll go to the city first and come back later. Yes, sir. Gilmore looked at Peter's figure in the distance, suddenly slapped his head, and said to himself, I forgot to ask that master's name. Forget it, I'll ask him when he comes back. I don't know which family's master it is. After finishing speaking, Gilmore wobbled back to the boat. The time came to noon. Guillermo lay on the side of the boat, looking in the direction of Yangwu City, but he never saw the nobleman in the morning appearing again. He thought that the other party was just delayed, so he decided to wait a little longer. However, Gilmore didn't know that the noble lord he was waiting for had actually boarded a merchant ship bound for Bravos long ago and had already set sail. As the sun gradually set, Gilmore's patience was finally completely exhausted. He slammed the wine bottle in his hand onto the deck and shouted loudly, No more. Let's go. After setting sail, Gilmore could not help thinking while steering the rudder. Why don't you drop by Ingzue Island? Among the Crimson Mountains, a tall and majestic castle stands abruptly. The head of the city with a lavender flag fluttering, with a crossed sword and a shooting star printed on it. If you want to talk about the oldest family in Westeros, there may be some disputes, but if you want to talk about the oldest family in Dorne, it must be the Dane family in Starfall City. According to legend, in the Dawn era 10,000 years ago, the first Dane followed the fallen stars, came here, and built his own castle at the mouth of the turbulent river. His descendants ruled the mountainous area west of Dorne in the name of King of the Rapid River, until the Martell family, which united the Rhoynar, conquered the whole of Dorne. Samwell Caesar. Ser Uric Sand, acting lord of Starfall City, frowned tightly. Which territory in the river bend is Caesar a family? Why have I never heard of it? Gilmore stood cautiously in the hall and replied, My lord, I have inquired. This Sir Caesar is actually the eldest son of the Tarly family of Hornhill. He was later conferred a pioneering knight by the Duke of Metz before he went to Ingzue Island to develop. Hornhill, the Tully family. Uric frowned even tighter. Since he is the eldest son of the Tully family, why did he give up his right of inheritance and come out to develop? This. Seeing Gilmore hesitating, Uric knew that the other party was also unclear. Okay, you go down. Yes, sir. After Gilmore left, Uric leaned back in his chair and fell into deep thought. Although the territory of the Dane family includes the mountainous areas along the turbulent river, to be more precise, they only have enough influence on the east side of the river. The people live on their own. Not to mention that it is not along the turbulent river at all, but is already in Ingzue Island, which is further south of the river's estuary. However, the people of Huon actually built a city in the Crimson Mountains, and it was still near the mouth of the turbulent river, which made Uric nervous. After all, it is not too far from Starfall City. Samwell was also the name of a great turbulent river king in the history of the Dane family. This king, nicknamed Spark, once captured a large area of territory in the south of the river bend, even including Old Town. Now, there is a Samwell in the river bend. What will he do? Uric pondered for a while, then stretched out his hand to summon the attendant, and ordered. Send a few trustworthy merchant ship owners, let them also go to Ingzue Island, inquire about the situation there, and report back to me. Yes, my lord. Chapter 60 Perception. Ingzue Island. Todd Butterflower walked into the Lord's cabin and saluted Samwell. Lord Caesar, what do you need from me? Yes. Samwell raised his head from a pile of documents, and said, I want you to go to Highgarden, collect the refugees as much as possible, and bring them back to Ingzue Island. Refugees. Todd frowned and reminded, My lord, even if they are refugees, they are still the leaders of the Tyrell family. You can't. Before he finished speaking, Todd saw Samwell throwing a parchment over. He quickly reached out to catch it, opened it, and suddenly found that the Duke of Mace had allowed Samwell to go to Highgarden to collect the refugees and bring them back to Ingzue Island. Todd was stunned for a while, apparently not expecting Samwell to be able to persuade the Duke of Metz to agree to sign such an order. This is literally. Todd didn't know what adjective to use. But he recognized the signature of the Duke of Mace, and he also believed that unless Samwell didn't want to stay in the river bend any longer, he would never dare to forge such a thing. So, he decisively shut his mouth. You take 50 people to High Court and tell those refugees that I will take care of their food and housing here. As long as they are willing to work, they will have work points. Well, you know the work point system, and you can explain it to them when the time comes. Every refugee who successfully arrives at Ingzue Island can immediately get a bounty of 10 copper coins. Remember, as long as you are willing to come, no matter men, women, or children, I want them all, and the more the better. Yes, my lord. Todd actually wanted to ask, if too many people come, can you really afford it? But when the words came to his lips, he still didn't say them. Because now he finds that he can't understand the young pioneer knight in front of him more and more. The way the other party fights, earns money, and manages the territory all seem so unreasonable, but the fact is that repeatedly it worked. This new territory is also flourishing at an alarming rate. Todd felt that he was not qualified to persuade such a lord at all. In his eyes, Samuel may not be the wisest lord, but he is definitely the most amazing one. Walking out of the lord's hut, Todd was thinking about who to take to Highgarden, when he suddenly heard a noise coming from the direction of the pier. Another merchant ship? Todd frowned subconsciously. Although it is no secret that there have been ships supplying food and supplies to and from Ingzue Island, there is a new pier here, but recently, there have been too many merchant ships coming. However, considering the geographical location of Ingzue Island, it seems that this place does have the potential to become a good port. Todd didn't think much, turned around and walked out. Not long after he left, Samuel also walked out of the lord's cabin. He looked at the bustling pier, but his eyes gradually narrowed. Different from the nervous Todd, Samuel has realized that these merchant ships have come very strangely. Too much. Even if the news that Ingzue Island has a new territory has spread, it shouldn't suddenly attract so many merchant ships to dock. Moreover, he also noticed that these merchant ships basically came from Dorne. This made Samuel realize that his territory might have attracted the attention of the Dorne lords. Although he had expected this day to come, he never expected that it would come so soon. No. Samuel immediately realized that these Dorne merchant ships seemed to have gradually increased shortly after Littlefinger, Peter Baelish left. Reminiscent of this person's fear of chaos in the world, it is very likely that this is the news he sent to the Dornish people. Thinking of this, Samuel strode towards the pier. Along the way, people saluted and greeted him one after another. Samuel nodded in response, and soon saw a merchant captain named Tang En on the pier. "Dear Lord, thank you for allowing us to dock here." "You're welcome. This is a free port, and any friendly people are welcome." Samuel saw the flag on the mast and asked, "Are you from Starfall City?" "Yes, my lord." "Did your Starfall City receive any big shots in the past month?" "An important person." Tang En looked confused. "What kind of important person are you referring to?" "A great man from King's Landing." "King's Landing?" Tang En thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "My lord, I have never heard of any master from King's Landing coming to Starfall City recently." Samuel nodded, not too surprised. After all, with the cautiousness of Littlefinger, it is really unlikely that he will go to Starfall City in person. In that case, the traces of his deliberate provocation will be too obvious. "Where did you know that Ingzue Island has built a pier?" "It has been spread all over the pier of Starfall City, as well as Goween City and Bremen City. Everyone is discussing that they may be able to supply supplies from you in the future." But what? "However, your pier here is still a bit crude. The pier is not long enough, there are not enough berths, there is no warehouse, food and fresh water are also." "Sorry, my lord, I didn't mean to offend." "It's okay." Samuel waved his hand with a smile. "Your suggestions are very good, but my territory has just started construction and it will take some time to perfect. By the way, who is your master in Starfall City now?" "In management." He remembered that the current bloodlines of the Dane family in Starfall City are extremely withered, especially the main lineage, who are sick, dying, and jumping into the sea. It seems that there is only one underage child who inherits the position of the head of the family. It's Lord Uric Shad. Uric Shad. Shad is the common surname of Dorne's illegitimate son. This Uric is probably the illegitimate son of the Dane family, and he is temporarily managing Starfall City on his behalf. However, Samuel did not find this name from his memory, so he included the other party in the soy sauce contestant, and then asked, "I remember the Earl of Starfall City, Edric Dane, right? Where is he now?" "Master Edric went to Black Harbor City, and I heard that he became the servant of Earl Beric Dondarrion." Hearing Beric Dondarrion's name, Samuel finally remembered a lot. "Isn't this guy the Lightning King with 7 lives? The lucky one who shoulders the mission of the true god? Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it a poor worm. Even if you want to die, you can't die until you complete your mission. I remember that this Lightning King married Edric Dane's aunt, so he brought the young and helpless Earl of Starfall City to Black Harbor City to teach. Samwell pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "You helped me bring a letter back to Starfall City, telling Sir Uric that I am going to visit." Tang En was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 61 Integration. Mom, what a big change here. Natalie held her mother Nora's arm, looked around with her vivid purple eyes, and finally let out a sigh of emotion. "It's really big." The mother and daughter walked on the flat stone road of Ingzue Islet, looking at the busy savages passing by, as well as the neat wooden houses, towers, and castles rising from the ground. They seemed to be coming here in a trance. Arrived in a busy city. It's hard to imagine that just a few months ago, this place was just a barren and inhabited valley. Natalie wanted to see the castle, which had already laid the foundation and built the outer wall about 3 feet high, but was dragged by her mother to the orphanage. The yard is not big, it is simply surrounded by a fence, and there are more than a dozen wooden houses built inside. Hundreds of children gathered in the square surrounded by the houses. The older ones are 11 or 12 years old, and the younger ones are only 3 or 4 years old. They were all wearing shabby animal skin clothes, shaking their heads and singing. Heavenly Father has a resolute and strong face, adjudicating fallacies and upholding justice, judging the length of good fortune and longevity, loving children with kindness. The Virgin brings the blessing of life, guarding and caring for every woman. Her smile ends the fight, and she tenderly caresses the little children. The warrior stands before the enemy. Nara knew that this was the song of the 7 gods. She was not surprised by this. After all, the Lord is a knight of the 7 gods, and he will definitely spread the belief of the 7 gods in the territory, which is understandable. Moreover, the other party did not use strong means to force all the citizens to convert to the 7 gods, which is already very kind. There are many elderly people around this group of children. Some of them sing along, some bask in the sun with their eyes squinted, and some do some simple handicrafts. However, these people are full of smiles on their faces. It seems that I am very satisfied with my life here. After the song of the 7 gods was sung, the children skillfully changed to another song. Nora hadn't heard this song before, but after listening to it for a while, she realized that it was actually a song praising the young Lord, and the lyrics were quite explicit, thanking the Lord for giving us food, thanking the Lord for giving us shelter, we are forever grateful. Mother, that Lord is not ashamed. He actually asked someone to write a song for himself. Natalie whispered in her mother's ear. Nara also wanted to laugh, but she still defended the other party. However, he is really not bragging. These old people and children have been well taken care of. Natalie's small mouth under the veil pouted, but she didn't refute. After watching for a while, the mother and daughter left the orphanage and headed for the Lord's cabin. Lord Caesar. Haha, Mrs. Nora, I've been looking forward to you for a long time. Samwell warmly stood up and welcomed you. He glanced at the little girl next to Nora who was almost printed out of a mold, and said clearly, "This must be your daughter, right?" "Yes, this is my daughter, Natalie." Natalie bowed her knees and bowed to Samwell, and then she retracted behind her mother, only curiously looking at the young Riverbend nobleman in front of her with her vivid purple eyes. Samwell smiled gently at the little girl, and then asked Nora, "Madam Nora, have you found the ghost grass I want?" Nora nodded, and handed over an animal skin bag. "We found a total of 54 plants this time." Samwell took it quickly, opened it and saw that it was indeed the ghost grass that he ate before that could increase spiritual attributes, nodded in satisfaction, and then took the corresponding silver deer to Nora without counting it in detail. Nora took the silver deer, thanked her again, and then asked, "Master Caesar, there is something I want to discuss with you." "You say." "I want the elderly and children of the Yuya tribe to stay in your orphanage. I don't know what price we need to pay for this." Samwell smiled and said, "The orphanage is prepared for my subjects, so as long as you become my subjects." Nora pondered for a moment, then shook her head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, my lord, it's not that we don't want to submit, but that the wandering crows have always only served the old gods, so, however, we can pay money, or ghost grass, animal skins, and dried meat." Samwell interrupted, "Surrendering to me does not prevent you from continuing to serve the old gods. You should be clear that I have never forced my subjects to convert to the 7 gods. You can even continue your old way of life, as long as you continue to serve the old gods on a regular basis. Just pay my taxes." Nara's eyes were still struggling. Seeing this, Samwell said again, if you really don't want to surrender, there is another way. Any solution? Samuel pointed to the little girl who was shrinking behind her mother. Let your daughter stay in Ingzue Island, so that I can safely accept the old people and children of the Yuya tribe into the orphanage. Don't worry, I will treat her like my own sister. When Natalie heard this, her eyes widened immediately, her hands tightly clutching her mother's sleeves, like a frightened deer. Nara hesitated for a moment, and said, My lord, I need to think about it before I give you an answer. Yes. Samuel nodded. I will leave for Starfall City in 3 days, just give me an answer before then. When talking about Starfall City, Samuel stared closely at Nora's eyes, and then he really noticed a well-hidden fluctuation. It seems that this Nora may really be a Shara Dane, and her so-called amnesia is probably just a lie. But then there was a question, since Ashara didn't lose her memory, why didn't she return to Starfall City? Are mountains more comfortable than castles? Okay, I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Nora turned around and left the hut with her daughter as if nothing had happened. Out the door, Natalie hugged her mother's arm and shouted, Mother, I don't want to stay here. I want to follow you all the time. Stupid child. How could you have been following me? Nora's eyes flickered with a lonely expression. She pointed to the castle under construction in front of her. Didn't you always want to live in a majestic castle? Follow me, no. Then I will live in the castle with you too. Natalie, listen to me. Nora's expression became serious. We have been taken care of by the Crow tribe for more than 10 years, and it's time to give back to them. Besides, it's better for you to stay in Ingzue Island. It's better for me to run around in the mountains. I don't. I'm going to follow you everywhere. Natalie's tone was already crying. Na stretched out her hand to wipe off the crystals from the corners of her daughter's eyes, but she didn't expect to wipe more and more. But her tone is still strong. Natalie, you are different from me. You do not belong to this mountain forest, but should soar in a wider world. I once heard the whisper of the gods under the heart tree. He should treat you. There are other arrangements. Natalie threw herself into her mother's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Nara caressed her daughter's hair, looked up to the northeast. Her eyes seemed to cross the vast bay and saw the castle flying the purple flag. Complicated emotions filled Nora's heart, making her speechless for a while. Only silently read in my heart. I can't go back, but hope. Can you go back? Thanks to the boss, Miracle_Hughes, for the reward. Chapter 62 Sacrifice. The turbulent river emerges from the depths of the Crimson Mountains, rushes southward, travels tens of thousands of miles, and finally flows into the Sea of Summer. After the turbulent water flowed into the sea, it also changed its violent posture and became calm. On the sapphire-like sea, a ship is going upstream. Natalie stood at the bow of the boat, looking at the faintly visible castle in the distance, with curiosity and apprehension in her purple eyes. At this time, she was not wearing a veil, revealing her delicate and beautiful face, and the animal skin clothes on her body were also changed into a blue dress. Under the skirt, her slender and well-proportioned legs were shining like jade in the sunlight. Luster. Kata stood behind Samuel, seemingly performing his duties as a servant, waiting for orders from his master at any time, but in fact, his eyes were always sneaking at the girl's thigh. The ignorant savage boy had never seen such a beautiful girl before, and he became obsessed without knowing it. Perhaps feeling Katu's prying eyes, Natalie turned her head and glared at the young man, then snorted softly. What are you looking at? Brat. Katu turned his head in a panic, his face flushed red. After a while, he muttered unconvinced, I'm already 14 years old, I'm not a brat. Unfortunately, Natalie ignored him at all. Holding her clean chin with both hands, she asked in a longing tone. My lord, do you think the Dane family will hold a ball to entertain you? Samuel glanced at the girl beside him and said with a smile. What? You want to go to the dance? Just curious. Even if there is a ball, it is for noble ladies. Katu couldn't help but interjected. Seems to want to use this to dispel some of Natalie's illusions of being out of place. Natalie turned her head and glared at Kathu again, but she still froze. Yeah, she is just a savage, how can she be qualified to attend the noble ball? Samuel looked at the approaching Starfall City, thinking about his own worries, and didn't have time to comfort the self-pitying girl. His visit to the Dane family this time was also in response to Peter Baelish's provocation by Littlefinger. Of course, he also knows that this kind of provocation is an unbreakable conspiracy. With the prosperity of Ingzue Island, it will inevitably arouse the fear and vigilance of the lords of Dorne, especially the lords of Starfall City. It is even very likely that a war will break out. However, Samwell didn't want to completely eliminate the fear of the Dornish people, he just wanted to buy himself some time. The last time young Wusidichingting Island Old Town traveled, he bluffed a lot of money and food, and now the construction of the territory has entered the fast lane. In just 4 or 5 months, his castle will be basically completed. At that time, he can officially become a member of the Lord of the River Bend, and Ingzue Island will also be included in the territory of the River Bend. If the Dornishmen fight again at this time, it will be a declaration of war on the River Bend. The Duke of Mace must not be able to turn a blind eye. So, when he came to Starfall City this time, whether it was through wooing, deceiving, misleading. In short, he must try his best to ensure that the acting city lord will not have the idea of Ingzue Island in a short time. Samwell feels that this goal is not difficult to achieve. After all, the acting city lord of Starfall City is just a Shad, not Dane. He should not have enough prestige and motivation to instigate a foreign war. As long as these 4 or 5 months are passed safely, the Dornishmen will die down and dare not come to fight. After all, Dorne is really good at playing defensive counterattack, but if they are really separated from the protection of the Crimson Mountains and the familiar desert climate, they are really not the opponents of the people of the river. Whether it is material or military strength, the River Bend is the most existence among the 7 kingdoms. As long as this dangerous period passes, Samwell can calmly build a territory, start trading to earn money, and gradually conquer the savages in the Crimson Mountains. As for whether to cooperate with Madame Olenna's plan to invade Dorne through the turbulent river in the future, that can be discussed in the long term. Samwell felt that even if he really wanted to fight Dawn, he should choose an appropriate time. For example, after the death of King Robert, or a little later, after the death of Ed Stark, the Duke of the North, King's Landing will be in chaos, so that no other forces will take care of him. Moreover, he can also use this to attract all the energy of the River Bend to Dorne, so that the Tyrell family may not rush to stand in line at the beginning of the War of the Five Kings like in the original book. Marjorie might not have to marry that guy Renly. However, he also clearly knows that the development of things cannot all go according to his expectations. Even the most farsighted conspirator in Game of Thrones dare not say that everyone can act according to his own script, and he certainly dare not. Moreover, he always felt that Littlefinger, Peter Baelish's plan would not be limited to this. Since this guy wants to provoke a war between Hebend and Dorne, he probably won't go to the current level. Because Peter is not like him, he can predict that there will be a turmoil in the future. From Peter's point of view, if the conflict between Starfall City and Eagle Isle cannot be provoked as soon as possible, then when Samwell's castle is completed, the Dornish people will definitely retreat, and there is no telling when this battle will be fought. Up. So, Samwell felt that this insidious Littlefinger might have a backhand. Just don't know what exactly. Lord Caesar. The captain poked his head out from the cockpit, interrupting Samwell's meditation. We are going to dock. The sea boat sailed into Bravos from under the Titan statue, passed through the crowded Long Canal, and finally docked at the square dock. Littlefinger, Peter Baelish got off the pier, didn't stop at this bustling market, and went straight to the Isle of Gods. The finance minister of the Iron Throne seemed to be very familiar with the free city-state across the narrow sea, and came to a windowless temple with ease. The gates of the temple are a pair of tall carved wooden doors, the left one is made of weirwood, white as bones, and the right one is made of sandalwood, black as the abyss. A crescent moon is carved in the middle of the 2 doors. This is the temple dedicated to the God of Thousand Faces, the Temple of Black and White. Dong dong. Peter tapped twice on the wooden door, then took a step back. Not long after, the wooden door opened, and a young man came out. He was wearing a black and white robe, with empty eyes and an indifferent expression, as if nothing could arouse his interest. Peter didn't look at this person's face at all, because he knew that these faceless people in the House of Black and White had countless faces, and you would never want to know which face was their true appearance. The God of many faces served by the faceless men is also called the God of Death. As the best assassins, the faceless ones believe that death is a merciful relief. As long as you pay the price, they will take the life of anyone in the world as a sacrifice to the God of many faces. Everyone is mortal. Peter said, leaning slightly. Everyone needs to serve. The faceless men who came out of the door replied, and then asked, why did the men come here? Peter handed over a large bag of gold coins and said, I want to sacrifice 2 people to the God of many faces. The faceless one took the bag and said calmly, God needs their names. Peter's mouth was slightly upturned, and said, "Edric Dane, Alilia Dane." However, the faceless one shook his head. "Not enough. Not enough." Peter's face changed, and he pointed to the money bag in the opponent's hand. "Do you want to count it carefully? The money is already enough to hire a mercenary group to do this job. If you don't want to do it, keep it secret. I will come to you." "No. To sacrifice to the gods, you need to pay the most precious things. A copper coin from the poor is better than a golden dragon from the rich. For you, this money is only enough to sacrifice a name to the gods." Peter was a little angry. "This is almost all of my net worth. Isn't it pious enough?" The faceless man still shook his head. "But money is not what you value most." Peter froze for a moment. He suddenly realized that the other party might have recognized his identity. But before he could speak again, the faceless man said again, "Then trade it with your life." "What's the meaning? Only life can be exchanged for death." The faceless man said devoutly, "Help someone save someone, and someone will help you kill one." "Who are you saving? Where is he?" "Jokanagar, the Black Prison of the Red Keep. The Black Prison in the Red Castle is the prison of the royal family, and many serious criminals are detained in it." But Peter didn't have the slightest impression of the name the faceless man said. "It doesn't look like an important person." "Deal. But I want those two people to disappear as soon as possible. You better act fast." "Okay. Within a month, God will take those two names." Chapter 63 Visit. Stars fall into the city. In a market on the east side of the pier, Samuel finished shopping around and walked into a wooden house. Inside the house, Natalie was standing by the window, motionless. Opposite her, a young man covered in various dyes was painting on a piece of canvas. "Are you done?" "It's almost there, it's almost there. Please wait a little longer." Samuel walked behind the young painter and carefully looked at his work. Not bad. Although there is no charm at all, but at least it is similar. An artist randomly found in the market can paint like this, and the requirements should not be too high." Waiting for the artist to finish finishing, Samuel threw a silver stag over. "Are you ready?" Let me see, let me see." Natalie rubbed her stiff waist and trotted over to look at the painting. The little girl is not as picky as Samuel. She probably saw an oil painting for the first time, and it was a portrait of herself, so she couldn't take her eyes away immediately. But before she could see enough, Samuel reached out and took the painting away. "Oh, I haven't finished watching it yet. If you want to see yourself in the mirror, this painting is useful to me." "What are you using my painting for?" Natalie seemed to react. Her eyes suddenly became a little vigilant. "Children don't ask too much about adults' affairs." Samuel responded casually and walked out. Natalie snorted softly, and quickly followed. Out the door, Samuel reached out to recruit 2 guards, then turned to Natalie and said, "They accompany you around the market. I have something to do, and I will be back soon." "Where are you going?" Natalie panicked all of a sudden. "I want to follow you." Samuel pointed to the towering castle not far away, and said, "I'm going to visit the Dane family, you wait here." "Why didn't you take me there?" Natalie was suddenly aggrieved. "I'll take you there next time." Samuel stepped forward, waving his hands without looking back. "Next time." "Sir Uric, thank you for your hospitality." Samuel ate the bread and salt, stepped forward and saluted. "Welcome to Starfall City, Sir Caesar," Urikshad said with a half-smile. It seems that he doesn't want to hide his dislike for Samuel at all. Samuel didn't care about the attitude of the other party. After all, Huon and Dorne had a 1,000-year feud, and the acting castellan of Starfall City was considered polite if he could maintain the superficial etiquette. The two of them entered the castle and sat down in the living room. The maid served coffee and dessert, and then quietly left. "Sir Caesar, what is your business in Starfall City this time?" Samuel took a sip of coffee and said with a smile, "Actually, I have nothing to do, I just want to meet my neighbors. You must know that I have opened up a new territory in Ingzue Island." Uric interrupted rather rudely, "Then you'd better build the castle as soon as possible. Before that, Ingzue Island can't be regarded as your territory." Soon. Samuel didn't seem to notice the provocation in Uric's words at all. "In about 2 years, my castle will be built." 2 years. Uric secretly recorded the time. The speed is not bad, not too slow. Samuel immediately began to pour out bitter water. Oh, if those savages are always lazy in their work, they will definitely be faster. Moreover, the land in Ingzue Island is barren and there is no way to grow food. I can only transport it from outside, it's too expensive. Yurik was not in the mood to listen to this person's complaints, so he interrupted. I heard that a silver mine was discovered in Ingzue Island. Yes. But it is difficult to feed so many people with this silver mine alone. Samuel said with a sad face, I have no choice but to start making wine and selling it. Sir Yurik, do you want to buy a batch of mine? Have a drink. Yurik also heard about this from the captains who went to inquire about the news before, so he asked curiously. What kind of wine do you brew? It's a wine made from mountain grapes. I call it brandy. I just brought some with me this time. You can try it. As he spoke, Samuel asked his attendant Kathu to take out the brandy and pour Yurik a glass of wine. The rich aroma of wine dissipated, which immediately attracted Yurik's attention. He picked up the glass and drank it down. Dorne people have a strong taste, so they usually like to add some spicy spices to their drinking, but when they drink distilled spirit brandy, they are immediately fascinated. It's really good wine. Yurik couldn't help but praise. Samuel took the opportunity to sell and said, if you think this wine has a future in Dorne, why not cooperate with us? I will be responsible for the supply and you will be responsible for the sales. Yurik rolled his eyes and asked cautiously. How much do you supply? 10 silver stags to a gallon. This is my uniform supply price to the Tyrell, Hightower, and Redwine families. You have asked these 3 families to help sell it. Yes. However, in Dorne, you are still my first partner, and maybe you will be the last one. Yurik rubbed his wine glass, lost in thought. He noticed that Samuel had always been talking about cooperating with himself, not with the Dane family. This means that all the profits from brandy sales will go into his personal pocket. Although as the acting city lord of Starfall City, it is unreasonable to cooperate with a river bender, let alone a guy who is building a territory near the mouth of the turbulent river. However, Yurik was still moved. As an illegitimate child, no matter how long he has been the deputy city lord, no matter how well he has done during this period, Starfall City is not his after all. The profit from selling brandy actually went into his pocket. What's more, Yurik knew that as the real owner of Starfall City, Earl Edric Dane, was about to come of age, he would not be able to hold the position of acting city lord for long. That being the case, why not make a fortune before losing power? As for the threat of Ingzue Island, anyway, there are still 2 years before the castle is completed, so I will leave it to Earl Edric to have a headache. Thinking of this, Yurik changed his attitude of perfunctory hostility before, and the smile on his face suddenly became sincere. Good. Sir Caesar, I am willing to cooperate with you. Samuel felt relieved, knowing that the crisis in the territory was temporarily lifted. He signed a consignment contract with Yurik with a smile, discussed the details of the wine supply, and then changed the subject, saying, By the way, Sir Yurik, when I came here today, I happened to see a portrait at the pier market. The person in the painting has brown hair and purple eyes. He looks like a lady from the Dane family. I wonder if you know. As he spoke, Samuel asked Ketu to show Natalie's portrait. Yurik glanced at the painting, then smiled and said, This painting should be of Miss Ashara Dane when she was young. Where did you find this painting? Bought from a businessman who came to Ingzue Island. Samuel deliberately put on a look of expectation. Is that Miss Ashara married now? Yurik glanced at Samuel, seemed to see through his mind, shook his head and said, Sorry, Sir Caesar, Miss Ashara unfortunately fell into the sea and died more than 10 years ago. Samuel suddenly looked disappointed. Yurik said with a smile, Sir Caesar, the last lady of the main branch of the Dane family has also married to Black Harbor City. If you are interested, I can introduce you to a few ladies from the sideline. There's no need. Samuel laughed and changed the topic to other aspects. There is no longer any doubt in my heart about the identity of the mysterious female patriarch of the Yuya tribe. Chapter 64 Dream. The stars and the moon hang upside down on the smooth mirror-like sea, and the boats rippling with the microwave are like a baby's cradle. Gently lull everyone on board to sleep. Samuel suddenly felt a call from the sky. In the dark night sky, there seemed to be something attracting his mind. He ran up. At first it was a leisurely stroll, then faster and faster, running higher and higher, the cool sea breeze whistling in his ears, as if whispering something in a low voice. It's just that no matter how he runs, he can't get closer to the sky. Samuel stopped suddenly, looked down. Then I saw the sea surface reflecting the entire starry sky, and the small ant-like sea ship above it. I'm flying. Samuel finally realized this. He swooped down sharply, skimming across the sea. The steep ridge rushed into view suddenly, and the red rock was like sharp claws stained with blood, which made his heart beat faster and he couldn't hold it. Who? He plunged into the forest. Countless fresh smells rushed towards his face in an instant, squirrels hiding in tree holes, wild snakes hiding in bushes, and elk standing up vigilantly in caves. This made him suddenly have an instinctive impulse to hunt. Fortunately, Samuel restrained this urge and moved on. Woods and hills are endless, stretching far away, until the end of sight and smell. The never-before-seen wonderful experience made Samuel immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. The mountain wind suddenly became restless, and the trees gradually thinned out. A huge weirwood suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The lush branches and leaves covered the sky and the sun, which made him feel a little bit of fear. The next moment, the huge and ancient human face carved on the weirwood suddenly opened its eyes. Boom. Samuel suddenly woke up from the bed as if struck by lightning. Hoo-hoo dash. He gasped for breath, only to realize that he was covered in cold sweat. This dream, so real. Samuel calmed down and found that he was no longer sleepy. Got up and took a sip of water, he opened the hatch and came to the deck. The night is dark, only the sound of the waves beating gently can be heard. Samuel walked casually on the deck, thinking about the dream just now in his mind. Turning a corner, he suddenly found that there was a person in front. Natalie. The girl leaned on the ship's side, looking up at the crescent moon in the sky, the soft starlight sprinkled on her face, outlining a delicate outline. Can't you sleep too? Samuel walked over and asked. Natalie turned her head and saw that it was Samuel. She immediately turned her head away, snorted softly, and ignored him. Yo. Still angry about what happened yesterday. Natalie snorted again, still ignoring the hateful man beside her. Do you know why I didn't take you to the Dane family's castle? This time Natalie didn't moan, she seemed to want to know the answer to this question too. It's just that Tsundere girl doesn't want to take the initiative to ask. Because you are so beautiful. Samuel said with a smile. He still knows how to coax a woman. Sure enough, Natalie froze for a moment, then quickly turned her head to look at Samuel, and then turned around immediately. Liar. As a knight, I never lie. Samuel lied without blushing. 2 red clouds appeared on Natalie's face, she turned her head timidly, and asked in a low voice. Why can't you enter the castle if you are too beautiful? Why did you and your mother wear veils? In order to block the coveted eyes of those men. Natalie seemed to understand in the middle of speaking, and pouted, then I can put on the veil again and follow you. That's too rude. Samuel shook his head, and what right do you have to wear a veil in front of the men of the Dane family? Do you really think of yourself as a princess? Natalie lowered her head aggrievely, but she also knew that the other party was telling the truth, so she stopped arguing. But a hint of sweetness suddenly rose in my heart. He was afraid that I would be robbed by the Dane family, could it be? No, sorry. He is a nobleman, I am just a savage, we are impossible. Not necessarily. I heard that there was once a master in Gawain City who fell in love with a wild woman. The little girl's heart was suddenly filled with complex emotions such as joy, shyness, and worry. Samuel hadn't realized that the few words he just casually coaxed people had caused the little girl around him to stage a wonderful love drama in his mind. By the way, have you Crow tribe been there? Samuel suddenly pointed to the shore and asked. Huh. Natalie was still immersed in the story she wove, unable to react. Haven't you been following in the footsteps of the old gods? Do you have any impression of that mountain forest? Is there a huge weirwood tree in it? There are human faces carved on it, did you carve it? Natalie looked at the direction Samuel was pointing at, and shook her head hesitantly after looking at it for a while. I don't remember being there, and I don't know if there is a weirwood there. However, we are not the only ones who believe in the old gods in the Scarlet Mountains. It is probably the faces carved by savages from other tribes. Samuel was a little disappointed. Why did you suddenly ask this question? Natalie asked curiously. Samuel let out a long breath and said. I had a dream just now. In the dream, I seemed to be able to fly, and I just flew there, and saw weirwood. After Natalie heard this, the expression on her face suddenly became a little strange. Samuel noticed this and asked, "What's wrong?" "I had a similar dream when I was a child." "Then what?" "Then." Natalie suddenly stopped talking. But Samuel seemed to understand something. He suddenly remembered that the young Master Bran of the Stark family in the original book had a similar dream. In the dream, he seemed to be a dire wolf. Skin changers. Consciousness enters the body of an animal. Isn't this the ability of a skin changer? Samuel suddenly realized. Could it be that his consciousness just now possessed a bird? But why did I suddenly have this ability? He remembered that only the descendants of the first men would have this ability, and it seemed that they had to be believers in the old gods. Samuel suddenly thought that he had eaten a lot of ghost grass during this period, and his spiritual attribute had increased to 1.75. Could it be because of this? It seems that his previous guess was correct. The attribute of spirit is related to the mysterious side. Although he is still unable to freely manipulate the consciousness-possessed animals, as his spiritual attributes continue to grow, he should be able to become a real skin changer. In addition, Samuel also noticed that Natalie was hesitant to speak just now. This made him suspect that the little girl beside him might also be a skin changer. Thinking of this, he turned his head, just in time to meet Natalie's eyes looking at him. The four eyes met, and a panic flashed in the little girl's purple eyes. I'm sleepy, go back to sleep, good night." Before she finished speaking, Natalie seemed to run away. Chapter 65 Meetings. Ingzue Island, the Lord's cabin. Sit down. Samuel sat down at the round table first, and then invited everyone to sit around the table. However, everyone was a little hesitant. After all, they were not used to sitting at the same table with the Lord. Only Cheeman sat down in the first position on the left of Samuel. With the leader, the rest of the people took their seats one after another. For this meeting, Samuel convened the village chiefs of the 14 villages under him, together with the domain steward Gavin, the craftsman leader Vito, the blacksmith leader Busso, and bachelor Kyburn, a total of 18 people. These people are the main managers in his territory. Originally, Todd Flowers was also counted as one, but this guy went to Highgarden to collect refugees and has not returned yet, so he was absent. After sitting down, Natalie, who was wearing a floral dress with slender legs, offered scented tea to everyone. After pouring the tea, although there was no place for her here, Natalie did not leave, but stood behind Samuel, looking like a well-behaved maid. Samuel didn't drive her away either, but just coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention away from the energetic and beautiful girl. Although the castle has not been built yet, and I am not yet an official lord, it will be a matter of time. Therefore, in order to better manage the territory, I decided to officially accept you as my retainers. Hearing this, everyone quickly stood up, some bent down to salute, some loudly swore allegiance, and some were so excited that they didn't know what to do, so they just giggled. Although the Lord's retainers didn't even touch the threshold of nobility, this still couldn't stop everyone from being proud of it, as if with this title, he was a superior person from now on. Samuel waved his hand and signaled everyone to sit down. There is no need to be so serious, all sit down, all sit down. This meeting, I also want to tell you about the obligations of retainers to the Lord. First and foremost, you are responsible for maintaining my authority and supporting every resolution I make. Secondly, you have the responsibility to advise me and help me manage the people and govern the territory. This kind of meeting will become a routine in the future, and it will be held once a month. At the meeting, you will report to me about your work, and I will also give instructions. Finally, when I launch the war order, you must answer the call, join my army, or provide logistical support for the army. If I am captured, you must find a way to raise a ransom to save me. After Samuel finished speaking, everyone quickly responded. Okay. Samuel pressed his hands down, stopped everyone's loyalty, and then turned to look at his butler, Gavin. I will let you introduce the current basic situation of the territory. Yes, my lord. Gavin got up and saluted Samuel, then sat down again, and said, currently, there are more than 12,300 people in the territory, including 184 soldiers and others. 100 new recruits. In addition, there are 35 dairy cows, 27 rough horses, 54 meat pigs, more than 40 yellow sheep, and more than 100 chickens and ducks. Counting the food supplies brought in from Yongwu City yesterday, the flour in the territory reached 1.3 million pounds, oats 700,000 pounds, and beans 500,000 pounds. In addition, we also stocked 50,000 pounds of jerky, and over 3,000 pounds of salt. While listening, Samuel calculated silently in his heart. Although it seems that there is a lot of food, it is not too much to share with more than 12,000 people. Not to mention the soldiers, they are full and have meat every day, and the other laborers, after all, do physical work and eat a lot. In order to speed up the construction of the castle and win people's hearts, Samuel never skimps on food. So the food consumed by the entire territory in a day is really amazing. The current reserves are enough to last for more than a month. This is the disadvantage of not being self-sufficient in food. No wonder no one has been developing such an extremely important strategic location. It's a bottomless pit. Fortunately, he has already signed food and material supply contracts with Yangwu City, Qingting Island, and Old Town, so he doesn't have to worry about food shortages for the time being. However, these contracts only have a free period of 3 months. If the subsequent supply is to continue, Samuel must spend real money to buy them. This is not a small sum. Fortunately, last time on Green Arbor Island, Samuel played the role wholeheartedly, and got a lot of golden dragons from the Lannister family, otherwise he must be panicking now. But this is only a one-off, and it is impossible to have such a good thing every day. If the territory wants to develop sustainably, it still has to rely on the 2 cash cows of brandy and silver mines. At this time, Gavin also began to introduce the brewing of brandy. Organized 300 female savages to pick wild mountain grapes in the nearby forest, and also opened up 900 acres of open space near the valley entrance, planted mountain grapes, and it is expected that the first batch will be harvested in half a year. Hearing this, Samuel interrupted. The planting area of mountain grapes will be doubled, to 1,800 mu. And after this batch of planting is over, you will have to open up another piece of similar size to use it as a fallow crop. Don't worry about sales, our wine as long as it is brewed, there is no need to worry about selling it. And even if there is surplus, it can be kept for storage. Okay, my lord. Gavin quickly responded, and then continued, due to limited raw materials, the production of brandy cannot be increased for the time being. There are only 12 gallons per day. Hearing this number, Samuel frowned, but felt a little helpless. It is really difficult to increase the yield by picking wild mountain grapes alone. We can only expand the scale of production after the grapes planted in half a year are ripe. The steps of brandy brewing and distillation involved secrecy, so Gavin didn't go into details. Samuel turned to Bachelor Coburn again, saying, "Cobain, tell me about the silver mining situation." "Yes, my lord." Cobain nodded, and said in an unwavering tone, "The mining and refining of silver mines are on the right track, and the daily output of silver is about 140 ounces. If there are more with the addition of more hands, the output can be further increased." Samuel roughly estimated based on the weight of the silver deer, which is equivalent to producing about 350 silver deer every day. Of course, there will be losses during the casting process, so the actual output will be lower than this. Moreover, this has to be shared with the royal family. Of course, because of the treasury minister with bad intentions, the royal family will not be paid too much tax. So, definitely a pretty decent income. With the output of this silver mine alone, more than 10,000 people in the current territory can live comfortably. Sure enough, mining is still making money. And it's just a silver mine, if it's a gold mine. No wonder the Lannister family is so rich and powerful, and they are willing to pay so much money in order to drive away the blind date competitors. Damn big dog. Jealousy changed Samuel's face beyond recognition, and he felt that his asking price last time was still low. Chapter 66 Warhammer. After hearing the output of silver, all the participants around the round table showed smiles on their faces. This is another purpose of Samuel's meeting, to give everyone confidence. Convince them that the territory has a future. After talking about the silver mine, Vito, the chief craftsman, talked about the construction of the castle. Due to the availability of sufficient manpower, coupled with the workpoint system, kings from all walks of life have emerged one after another, and the construction of the castle is progressing very quickly. The foundation has been laid, and the outer city wall has been built to a height of 3 feet. According to the speed, the main project of the castle will be completed in about 4 months. At that time, Samuel will be able to apply to the Duke of Metz and officially become a lord. Baron of Eaglemouth, Samuel Caesar. Thinking of this, Samuel couldn't help showing a smug smile. After Vito, it's the turn of the blacksmith Busso. Since there is no iron ore in the territory, Samuel actually did not ask his blacksmiths to make steel weapons. After all, it is more convenient to buy weapons directly than to buy iron ore from outside to make them. Therefore, the task he gave to those blacksmiths was mainly to cooperate with the Bachelor of Caban to forge the silver deer. In addition, although Ingzue Island has no iron ore, there is definitely no shortage of animal skins, so Samuel did not buy the leather armor worn by the soldiers from outside, but let the blacksmiths make it. However, it's not true that none of the ironware was made by them. Samuel asked Buso to customize a warhammer for himself. Because with the continuous growth of strength attributes, Samuel felt that ordinary steel swords could no longer exert their strengths. Warhammer is the best choice. My lord, the warhammer forged for you has been completed, you can try it later. Speaking of this, Buso was actually a little apprehensive. It's not that he doesn't have confidence in his craft, but because the warhammer forged according to the Lord's request is too heavy. Although he had persuaded him many times, he still couldn't change the mind of the Lord, causing Buso to worry that this reckless young knight would make a fool of himself later. Very good. Samuel was very happy, praised Buso, and said that he would try the hand feeling after the meeting. Next, the 14 village chiefs also introduced the situation in their villages. In fact, none of them have anything to say. After all, most of the savages have been attracted to Ingzue Island, either as laborers, winemakers, or mines, and a small number of them can become soldiers under the Lord. The old, weak, sick and young have also entered the orphanage, so the villages outside are almost becoming uninhabited. Villages. It is estimated that after a while, these official positions such as village heads can be cancelled. The village chiefs present are also aware of this problem. Taking advantage of the opportunity of reporting work, they are trying to test the Lord, both in and out of words. Obviously, they do not want to lose the power in their hands, let alone lose their status as retainers. Of course, Samuel knew this well, so he took this opportunity to announce that all 14 village chiefs would be transferred back to Ingzue Island to continue to serve as managers. The original villages no longer had village chiefs, but 14 villages unify the establishment of a traveling sheriff and a tax collector. After appeasing people's hearts, Samuel let everyone speak freely, they can make suggestions and ask questions. The crowd fell silent suddenly. They were not used to such a democratic meeting, and they were more used to listening to the Lord's orders. After a long while, Gavin broke the silence and asked, "My lord, now these savages don't farm or hunt, but work for you, so how will they pay taxes in the future?" Samuel smiled slightly. In fact, he had thought of this question a long time ago. It's just that he is still within the 3-month tax holiday period he promised, so he didn't bring up this issue. It doesn't matter, don't they all have work points, just use work points to pay taxes. Pay tax with labor sharing. Gavin was stunned for a moment. That's right. Didn't I promise that 1 work point can be exchanged for 1 copper plate, so work points are money. After the tax holiday is over, let them use work points to pay taxes. Okay. Gavin also understood and nodded in response. The young butler obviously failed to see the real subtlety of the system designed by his lord. Of course Samuel wouldn't say much. With Gavin taking the lead, everyone was no longer restrained, and one after another opened their mouths to make suggestions or ask questions. The meeting lasted for 2 hours before it ended. After the meeting, Samuel followed Buso to the blacksmith shop, ready to try his new weapon. "My lord, this is it." Buso lifted the black cloth covering the weapon, hesitated for a moment and reminded, "Be careful, it weighs 70 pounds. "Yes, 70 pounds. Buso has never forged such a heavy weapon in his life. It was hard for him to imagine that someone could really wield such a hammer to fight. Samuel didn't care about Buso's attitude, and he also knew that his request was a bit unreasonable. No one would choose such a heavy weapon. But he is different. During this period of time, through continuous Krypton gold and Krypton silver, his strength attribute has reached an astonishing 4.02. After the attribute exceeds 4, Samuel finds that it will become extremely difficult to continue to improve. Now he wants to increase the strength attribute by 0.01, but it costs 30 golden dragons, or 200 silver stags. This made him suspect that even if he ate all the golden dragons fooled by the Lannister family last time, it might not be able to make the strength attribute break through 5. In this case, the price/performance ratio of continuing Krypton gold is too low. At this stage, it is a wiser choice to spend gold dragons on territory construction and arming the army. Moreover, he also discovered that using silver deer to increase the strength attribute is actually more cost-effective. Although the utility of 1 gold coin is equal to 6 or 7 silver stags, the common gold-silver exchange ratio in Westeros is 1 to 210. In addition, silver is already produced in the territory, so for a while, Krypton silver is the right way. In the future, it will be more cost-effective to switch back to Krypton gold after the utility of silver continues to decay to a certain extent. However, the strength attribute reaching 4.02 is already terrifying. Samwell doesn't know how powerful he is now, but an ordinary sword is no different from a branch in his hand. That's why he has to change weapons. The two-handed warhammer in front of him does look quite exaggerated. The huge hammer body is covered with spiral spikes, shining with an icy light, making it look chilling. Samwell stepped forward and lifted it up with only one hand. Tried the weight, Samwell nodded in satisfaction, then grabbed the handle with both hands, swung it up violently, and smashed it towards the ground. Boom. It was like a muffled thunder, and the earth trembled. Everyone in the blacksmith shop was dumbfounded, looking at Samwell as if they were looking at a monster. It took a while for Buso to come back to his senses. His eyes had changed from suspicion to worship. "My lord, you are a god. Please give it a name." Samwell smiled and carried the hammer on his shoulders, saying, "Call it Thunder." Chapter 67 Princess. Dorne, located at the southernmost tip of the continent of Westeros, is probably the only region among the 7 kingdoms that is tired of this long summer. The continuous high temperature has aggravated the drought and barrenness in Dorne. Fresh water on land is as valuable as gold here, and the wells that can produce water are guarded by the lords with heavy soldiers. Located in the easternmost city of Dorne, Sunspare City, blown by the salty sea breeze and nourished by the Green Blood River, it is a rare city that is not plagued by drought. This is also the residence of the ruler of Dorne, the Martell family. Daemon Sand passed through the triple gate with heavy handles, bypassed the curved wall and reached the old palace, which was shaped like a sailing ship. "I have something to see Her Royal Highness the Princess. Please follow me." The guard obviously knew the illegitimate son from God's Grace City, nodded at Daemon, turned around and began to lead the way. Although Dorne has surrendered to the Iron Throne, unlike the dukes of the other 6 countries, the Martell family still calls themselves Prince and Princess in accordance with the tradition of the Roina. The princess Daemon talked about is naturally the eldest daughter of the current Prince of Dorne, Arianne Martell. As the guards pushed open the dark brown door, Daemon smelled a strong fragrance of Mai flowers. He knew that this was Princess Arianne's favorite flavor. Stepping into the spacious palace, Daemon saw the Miaumon figure sitting on the mere carpet at a glance. "Your Royal Highness." Daemon suppressed his inner desire and restlessness, and stepped forward to salute. Arianne was looking at an old yellowed book, with a glass of red wine and a Sivas chessboard in hand. Hearing the sound, she put down the book in her hand and stretched out on the carpet, looking like a noble and elegant cat. She has olive skin, eyes, and black curly hair. She wears a thin lavender silk dress, covering her beautiful and plump body, but it can't hide anything. Her facial features are not perfect, but she has a strange magic power. Any man can no longer take his eyes away just by taking a look. "Daemon. Why are you here?" Arianne's voice was lazy and magnetic, as if it could penetrate the listener's ears and scratch his heart. "I have received important news, so I came to tell you immediately." Daemon looked at the princess in front of him obsessively. "What news?" Arianne asked casually, propping her chin with one hand. Edric Dane and Alilia Dane were attacked by a wild boar while they were out hunting and unfortunately died. Edric Dane, Alilia. Arianne didn't realize it at first, but soon she remembered the meaning of these 2 names. These are the last 2 heirs of the main branch of the Dane family in Starfall City. Bang dang. Arianne stood up abruptly from the carpet, and accidentally knocked down the wine glass beside her. The dark red wine soaked the expensive carpet, but she didn't care about it at all, but stared closely at Daemon's eyes, asked, "You sure?" "Sure." Daemon nodded fiercely. "It was my cousin who sent the news from Black Harbor City. He would not joke about such things. And he also said in the letter that although there is no evidence, but he still suspects that this is not a hunting accident, but a well-planned assassination." "Assassination, of course." Arianne's eyes widened. Otherwise, it would be such a coincidence that the main branch of the Dane family just died out. She couldn't help wandering back and forth on the carpet, thinking. The bell tied around her ankle made a crisp sound. Stirred Daemon's heart even more restless. He couldn't help lowering his voice and said, Your Highness, I suspect that this matter may have been done by Yurik Shad. Yurik Shad? Are you talking about the acting city lord of Starfall City? Yes. He has the guts and ability. Arianne didn't seem to agree with this, and even if Edric and Alilia died, it wouldn't be his turn to inherit Starfall City as an illegitimate son. The Dane family, the offshoots, are not extinct. But what if Yurik can make great contributions and make everyone think that he is qualified to be named Dane? You know, he is the illegitimate son of the old Earl Davos. Once his identity is legalized, Starfall City will be his. It's gone. What great achievement! Arianne curled her lips, seemingly disdainful. Could it be that he can still enter the river bend? Before she finished speaking, Arianne remembered something she had heard recently, and suddenly turned her head. Do you think he will attack Ingzue Island? That's right. Daemon said with confidence, I can guarantee in the name of Liang, Long Halberd, and 7 gods that Yurik will definitely mobilize the soldiers and horses from Starfall City to attack Ingzue Island. Arianne looked at the flames flickering in the eyes of the illegitimate son of God's Grace City in front of him, and nodded secretly. Indeed, being the same as Shad, Daemon must feel the same for Yurik's situation. If the head of the Arianne family dies at this time, Daemon, the illegitimate son, will definitely be willing to risk everything in order to inherit the City of Grace. Although the credit for capturing Ingzue Island is not great, it is worth Yurik's risk. Moreover, she also heard that a silver mine was dug out in Ingzue Island. From this point of view, it is indeed a treasure land of geomantic omen. If it can be successfully captured, maybe her father will really reward Yurik for his achievements. And ask the king for a decree to legalize his illegitimate child status. I don't think Yurik dares to send someone to assassinate Edric and Alilia. Once word of this kind of thing gets out, he will be doomed. However, you are right about the other point. Yurik will definitely go attack Ingzue Island. That's right. Your Royal Highness. Daemon asked excitedly, should we participate in this battle? The reason why he brought this news at the first time was not only because he wanted to meet the princess who had been dreaming of him, but also because he knew very well that Princess Arianne was a person who was unwilling to be lonely. She will not miss this war. And he didn't want to continue to bear the surname of his illegitimate son for a long time. Of course. Arianne nodded as expected. Then let's ask His Royal Highness for instructions. Ask him to send an army to accompany us to Starfall City. Arianne shook her head slowly, saying, no, don't tell father yet. Let's go to Starfall City by ourselves. It's just an Eaglemouth Island, and the soldiers and horses of Starfall City are enough to capture it. Daemon hesitated for a moment, but nodded and said, yes, Your Highness. Arianne turned and walked out of the hall. What she didn't tell Daemon was that she hadn't seen her father for a long time. The ruler of Dorne always likes to stay in the water garden, and no one can easily see him except his younger brother, Prince Oberon. Yes, not even his own daughter, Princess Arianne. You must know that the Martell family follows the tradition of the Rhoynar people. Female heirs have the same inheritance rights as male heirs. Therefore, as the eldest daughter of the prince, Princess Arianne is the future ruler of Dorne. However, Arianne accidentally discovered a letter from his father to his younger brother Quentyn, promising that he would become the ruler of Dorne. This made Arianne think that her father was going to deprive her of her inheritance. For this reason, she has cried, despaired, and resented, but as the Martell family saying, unbowed, unbent, unbroken, unbowed, unbent, unbroken, said, she still chose to be strong after all. She believes she can change her father's mind. She just needs a chance to prove herself. Prove that you have the ability to rule Dorne just like Nymeria, the warrior queen of Rhoynar. Chapter 68 Instigating. Stars fall into the city. In the dark and empty underground cellar, only the sound of monks praying echoed. The clansmen and vassals of the Dane family gathered here to express their condolences for their young lord and his aunt. As the monk finished reciting the words, 8 knights stepped forward to put the coffins of Edric and Alilia into the grooves on the stone wall, allowing them to rest here with the ancestors of the Dane family. At this point, the funeral is over. The monk left first. As well as Earl Beric Dondarrion, who personally brought back the remains of his wife and nephew, he left the tomb full of shame without the face of continuing to face the people present. In addition, some guests who came to watch the ceremony also left one after another. Only the Dane family and some, Shad, did not move. They have solemn faces, but they seem to be expecting something. The Earl of Starfall City died without leaving any heirs. What's worse, the main line of the Dane family is dead. This brings up a serious problem: who should inherit the position of Earl of Starfall City? Although the main branch of the Dane family is extinct, the side branches are still thriving, so there is no need to worry about having no heirs. But the problem is that the succession order of the collateral line is a mess at all. No matter how many bachelors who are proficient in heraldry come, I am afraid that they will not be able to sort out the order of succession. Moreover, there are still many Shad in the main branch of the Dane family, especially Uric Shad. This person is the uncle of the deceased Earl Edric, and he has been the acting city lord of Starfall City for more than 10 years. He has a very high prestige. What he lacks is a surname. At this moment, in this dark cellar, an undercurrent is brewing. Finally, one of the oldest family elders walked tremblingly to the front row, facing everyone, and said, "Since everyone is here, why don't we discuss who should inherit the position of Earl of Starfall City?" "I object." A loud voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned their heads in astonishment, a little surprised, but also took it for granted that it was Uric Shad who spoke. This is the most prestigious illegitimate son of Starfall City. Facing the gazes of everyone, Uric Shad came to the front row without haste. His quiet and serious eyes slowly scanned the audience, taking everyone's expressions into his eyes, and then said loudly, "I think the top priority is not to discuss who will inherit the title." Someone said, "Sir Uric, what do you think is the most urgent task?" "Of course it is to avenge Earl Edric and Miss Alilia," Uric said firmly. The thick and powerful voice caused echoes in the tomb. Revenge. But they encountered an accident during a hunt. If you are referring to that wild boar, it must have been chopped up by Earl Bailey long ago. Ha ha, ha. The man's self-satisfied joke was very inappropriate, so it only got unanimous glaring from everyone. Uric also curled his lip sarcastically, and said, "Do you really think this was just an accident? Is not it?" "Of course not." Uric said firmly, "This is a shameless assassination targeting children and women." As soon as this remark came out, everyone's expressions were different, and there were many discussions. After a while, someone asked, "Sir Uric, do you know who the murderer is?" "Of course I know." "Who is it?" Uric took a deep breath, and said word by word, "Lord of Eaglemouth Island, Samwell Caesar." Now the discussion is even louder. "What evidence do you have?" Uric nodded to the attendant beside him. The attendant immediately turned around and left the tomb. Not long after, he returned again, and at the same time dragged a man who was covered in blood and couldn't even walk steadily. "Who is he?" someone asked. Uric kicked the man who was lying on the ground. "Boy, let me introduce myself to everyone." "Yes, yes, yes." The man who was kicked twitched a few times as if he was electrocuted, and quickly said weakly, My name is Jill, and I am Lord Caesar's subordinate." "What did Samwell Caesar send you to Starfall?" "Send me?" Jill wanted to say that he was just here to deliver wine, but when he thought of the torture he had suffered before and the threat of the terrible man, he could only tremble and say, "Master Caesar sent me to monitor the Dane family, the trend of." Wow. Now everyone exploded. But someone asked calmly, "Even if this is the case, it doesn't prove that Samwell Caesar is the real culprit behind the assassination of Earl Edric and Miss Alilia." Uric immediately locked the men who asked the question from the crowd. Sir Gerald Dane from High Hidden City, known as the Dark Star. The Dane family in Gawain City is a branch of the Dane family in Starfall City, and it is also the most powerful branch of the collateral line. Although the succession of the collateral line is a mess, in the end it must depend on strength to speak. Therefore, the eldest son of Gawain City is actually the person who is most likely to inherit the Earl of Starfall City. Of course, this is under the condition that Uric Shad will not change his surname. And now, Dark Star Zero obviously sensed Uric's ambition, so he jumped out and tried to stop it. Uric seems to have been prepared for such a question, and answered calmly. "You should also know that just last month, that Sir Caesar visited Starfall City. Moreover, he also showed me a portrait." As he spoke, Uric turned his head to look at the butler Slya. Slya nodded and confirmed the matter. "That's right. I was also there at the time. Sir Caesar did take out a portrait and asked about the identity of the person in the painting. But, that painting is Miss Ashara, and what does it matter? I also thought it was Miss Ashara at the time, but now that I think about it, I'm afraid he drew Miss Alilia." Steward Slya frowned, but then nodded and said, "It's possible that the two ladies are somewhat alike." "That's it. Yurik said decisively, Samuel Caesar is confirming the appearance of Miss Alilia to me, and he will hand it over to the killer to carry out the task. What kind of evidence is this? Jie Luo said disdainfully. But it is enough to prove that this person has enough suspicions. Yurik snorted coldly. Moreover, he opened up territory in Ingzue Island, which is a real threat to Starfall City. In the future, he will definitely become Dane. Enemy of the family. Sir Gerald, why do you excuse him again and again? I just don't want to slander a knight's reputation for no reason. Jero tried hard to defend. But he also found that his defense was too weak. Because in any case, Samuel Caesar is the enemy of the Dane family, and now it seems that there are certain suspicions. In the case of the assassination of two important figures of the Dane family, if he defended such a person again, it would indeed easily arouse public outrage. Of course I won't wrong an innocent knight. However, in order for Earl Edric and Miss Alilia to rest in peace, we must capture Samuel Caesar and let him stand trial. As he spoke, Yurik pulled out his long sword and roared, "Who wants to be with me?" As soon as the voice fell, someone strode out, "I am willing." "Me too." Watching the knights step forward one by one, Yurik's face could not conceal the excitement. He knew that his own opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 69 Possession. Mother. Taniguchi of Ingzue Island, Natalie threw herself into her mother's arms like a baby swallow returning home. "Why did you take so long to come here?" Nara stroked her daughter's long hair and said with a smile. "I've only been away for a month. How long has it been?" "Yes." Natalie coquettishly for a while, and then realized that there were people around, and left her mother's arms a little embarrassed. "How have you been doing while I'm gone?" "It's okay." Natalie took her mother's hand and walked into the valley. "I also went to Starfall City with Lord Caesar." "Did you go to Starfall City?" Nora's face changed slightly. "That's right." Natalie didn't notice her mother's abnormality, but complained a little wronged. "However, Lord Caesar didn't take me to the Dane family's castle, but let me stroll around the market." Nara breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, an inexplicable look of disappointment flashed in her eyes. The two walked into the valley talking and laughing. Nora looked around and found that the place had changed a lot. "Huh? Why does it seem that there are a lot of Huon people?" "Oh, those are the refugees gathered by Lord Caesar. They just arrived last week, and there are a total of 3,000 people." Nora nodded and continued to move forward. She first went to the orphanage to visit the old people and children of the Wandering Crow tribe, and then went to meet Samuel, and traded the newly collected dozens of ghost grasses to the other side. "Madam Nora." Samuel accepted the ghost grass, and then asked tentatively, "How did you members of the Raven tribe find the ghost grass?" "Master Caesar, we have a minority of people who are favored by the old gods, so they can have a sharper perception than ordinary people." Samuel heard the other party's ambiguity, so he asked, "Is Natalie also considered a person favored by the old gods?" Nara hesitated for a while, but finally nodded and said, "Yes." Samuel probably understood in his heart what the so-called favor of the old gods was all about. Seeing that Nora refused to say more, he didn't continue to ask. Thinking that what really works in silver leaf grass and golden tail shrimp is actually gold and silver, so what is really working in ghost grass? The blessing of the old gods. Samuel suddenly felt that he could try eating weirwood. Of course, this idea is very dangerous. Once it is discovered, it may attract a crazy siege from the believers of the old gods, so even if it is done, it must be done very secretly. Samuel temporarily suppressed this thought in his heart. After sending Nora away, he returned to the hut alone and ate all the ghost grass he got this time. Spiritual attributes have also grown to 2.07 smoothly. After breaking through 2, Samuel clearly felt that the world in front of him seemed to have undergone a slight change. But I can't tell the specific difference. He lay down on the bed, relaxed his mind, and tried to find the feeling of being possessed by a bird in his dream that night. However, the more I tried to find it, the more I couldn't find it. The chaos of thoughts in his head always makes him unable to concentrate. Samuel simply tried to go to sleep, but it was only morning, so he couldn't sleep. While anxious, Samuel suddenly remembered the weirwood tree he saw in his dream last time, especially the old face carved on the trunk. Come to life, as if right in front of you. He concentrated all his energy on this face, and gradually calmed down. A small voice sounded in his ear, seeming to say something, but he couldn't hear anything. In a trance, Samuel's spirit seemed to turn into a meandering river, flowing along the unknown river channel to the distance. Who? Opening his eyes again, Samuel was surprised to find that he was already soaring above the blue sky. White clouds and breeze surrounded him, and the vast blue sea passed quickly under him. Different from the vagueness last time, this time, Samuel clearly felt that everything in front of him was reality. Moreover, he finally knew that what he possessed was actually an eagle. Sharp claws and sharp beak, the whole body is brown and black, only the tail has white feathers, and the wings are 10 feet long. A pair of eagle eyes can even see the prey thousands of miles away. This is an artifact of detection. Samuel was ecstatic in his heart. Moreover, he found that this time he could manipulate the falcon to act according to his will. Samuel seems to have discovered a fun game, manipulating the falcon to fly up and down, skim over the sea, dive between cliffs, and even catch an unlucky mountain mouse. While playing around, he found that he had unknowingly come to the other side of the bay, and he could already see the outline of Starfall City. Curious, he simply flew over, wanting to see the appearance of Starfall City from a high altitude. As it flew closer and closer, the towering tower stood like a sharp sword rising from the ground, standing majestically among the cliffs. Samuel looked at this spectacular scene, his heart was agitated, and he couldn't help thinking about the day when he would be able to build such a magnificent castle. But in the next second, his face changed. Because he noticed that the atmosphere in Starfall City was not right. There are very few pedestrians on the street, and even if there are, they are in a hurry, and their faces are full of tension and chill. What happened? Samuel immediately flew to the Dane family's castle, and found that it had turned into a huge military camp. Banners of different colors, neatly lined up soldiers, knights in bright armor. The Dane family is clearly preparing for a war. As for who is the target of the war? Samuel was startled. Who else but yourself? He manipulated the falcon to circle back and forth over Starfall City, continuing to observe the movements of the Dane family, while thinking about the reason why the other party suddenly came to attack him. It doesn't make sense. Before, he clearly reached a brandy supply agreement with the acting city lord, which is to send money to the other party. Could it be that the other party just pretended to agree to his conditions, and then turned around and secretly prepared to attack Ingzue Island? Is this guy a war freak? Or do you want to be famous and crazy? Samuel couldn't figure out why Yurik was so determined to fight himself desperately, let alone why the vassals and soldiers in Starfall City were willing to follow an illegitimate child to go crazy. Are they really so wary of the Huan people establishing a territory in Ingzue Island? Samuel sighed, and knew that the matter had come to an end, and it was useless to think too much. All he could do now was to return to Ingzue Island quickly and prepare for war. You must know that Star Falling City is not far from Ingzue Island, and it can be reached in half a day by boat with a favorable wind. He roughly estimated the war preparations of the Dane family's army. He felt that it would take 3 days at the fastest, and a week at the slowest. The warship from Starfall City would probably be forced to land on the coast of Ingzue Island. Thinking of this, Samuel withdrew his consciousness and sat up suddenly from the bed. Chapter 70 Preparations. Ingzue Island, the Lord's Cabin. Samuel held another retainer meeting. But this time, everyone clearly felt the stagnation of the atmosphere. Samuel did not follow the process to ask everyone to report the work situation, but went straight to the point. I have some bad news for you. The Dane family in Starfall City is reorganizing their armaments. It looks like they are going to fight a war. As soon as the words were finished, everyone's expressions changed instantly. But there was also a foolish man asking, "My lord, where are the Dane family going to fight?" Samuel didn't even want to answer this stupid question. Fortunately, after seeing the strange gazes cast by everyone, the man finally reacted, "The Dane family is coming to beat us. It should be." Samuel's face was heavy. Our territory is so close to Starfall City. It is inevitable that the Dane family will be hostile to us. This battle will come sooner or later. Therefore, we must be prepared for war. As soon as this remark came out, everyone had different expressions. Some were scared, some were nervous, some were serious, and some were excited. How come some people are still excited? Oh, it turned out to be the lunatic Chiman. That's all right. Samuel tapped the table with his fingers, attracting everyone's attention, and comforted. Don't panic too much, I have already sent a letter to High Court, and I believe the Duke of Metz will send reinforcements over soon. Hearing this, everyone's expressions improved a lot. Only Todd Buddha frowned. He is not those savages, or Gavin from the lower class. Of course, knowing this situation, the Duke of Metz may not necessarily send reinforcements. After all, the castle has not yet been built. From a legal point of view, Ingzue Island is not considered the territory of the River Bend, but a disputed place. In this case, the Duke of Metz may not be willing to send troops. As for Mrs. Olenna, if Samwell had accepted the old lady's arrangement from the beginning, then she would definitely persuade the Duke to send troops, but now, it's hard to say. Moreover, even if the Duke does send troops, it must be that Ingzue Island can hold out until the reinforcements arrive. Of course, no matter what he thinks in his heart, Todd will definitely not be so stupid as to say these words in public, otherwise, wouldn't it ruin the Lord's plan to appease people? At this time, Samwell has already started deploying preparation tasks. He first asked Gavin to evacuate the staff, and transferred all the old, weak, women and children in the orphanage to the villages outside the valley for temporary resettlement, leaving only soldiers and young adults in Ingzue Island to assist in the battle. Then, he ordered Vito to organize artisans and laborers to urgently build defense facilities. He plans to set up 2 lines of defense. The outer line of defense is composed of ditches and fences, including the small half of Ingzue Island, including the existing important buildings and the valley entrance. As for the second line of defense, it is not yet completed. The castle is gone. Although the construction has not yet been completed, the city wall is nearly 10 feet high and has a fairly good defense. In fact, Samwell really doesn't want to use the second line of defense, because it will not only mean that his hard work in the past 6 months will be trampled by the enemy, but also lead to the loss of the only land passage in and out of Ingzue Island into the hands of the enemy. In this case, even if the Duke of Metz did send reinforcements, he might be easily blocked by the enemy army from entering the valley. So unless it is absolutely necessary, he will not give up the first line of defense. Subsequently, Samwell ordered Todd Flowers to urgently recruit 300 soldiers immediately. Half were selected from the wildlings, and half were selected from the River Bend refugees. In this way, the strength of Ingzue Island will be close to 600. Of course, the first 200 soldiers who can really rely on it are the first 200 soldiers. In addition, there are 100 soldiers who have received 2 or 3 months of training. It can be used. As for the 300 people that Todd has urgently recruited, it is obvious that there is not much hope. As for weapons and food, Ingzue Island has no shortage for the time being. Because Samwell had already replaced all the golden dragons he got from the Lannister family with weapons and equipment, as well as food and supplies, in case of emergencies. Now he is very grateful that he didn't spend all these golden dragons on improving his strength attribute. No matter how strong he is alone, it is impossible to defeat 100 with 1. What's more, he actually has a huge weakness: the agility attribute is too low. Until now, Samwell has not found any food or that can improve agility. So although his strength has far surpassed that of ordinary people, his weakness is still obvious. Moreover, no matter how strong he is not invulnerable. If he is cut to the body by a sword, he will still be injured and bleed. So, he has to find another way. After explaining the task of preparing for the battle, Samwell asked everyone to split up and prepare immediately. However, he left Bachelor Coben alone. Qyburn, can you make wildfire? When watching the TV series, Samwell was shocked by the terrifying power of this magical alchemy product. It is an extremely flammable liquid. Once ignited by wildfire, it cannot be extinguished until the objects contaminated by it are completely burned. Even wildfire can burn on water. In the famous Battle of the Blackwater River that happened later, the Little Devil, Tyrion, it was the Lannisters who destroyed Stannis' naval fleet with wildfire. With a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, Cobain nodded and said, "My lord, those tricks of the alchemist certainly won't trouble me. However, if you plan to use them in the upcoming war, I'm afraid there will be some problems." Samwell was a little happy when he heard the first half of the sentence, but then frowned again. What is the problem? First of all, building wildfires requires a lot of expensive materials, most of which are not available here and need to be shipped in from other places. I'm afraid it's too late. Yes, and even if there are materials, the manufacture of wildfires will take a long time. If the war breaks out in the near future, it will be too late. Sam Wilton was a little disappointed. Okay, I see. Before he could finish the conversation, Cobain said again, "Sir, if you need a flammable liquid, I can make it for you." "Oh. Samuel immediately became energetic again. Is the effect similar to wildfire? Qyburn shook his head. Of course it can't be compared with wildfire. It can't burn in water, and its power is much lower. However, it burns at one point, and it's not easy to extinguish. More importantly, you have the main materials here. What material? Brandy. Brandy. Samuel actually knew that the alcohol could indeed be ignited when it reached 40 to 50 degrees, but it was quite easy to extinguish it, and it might be difficult to meet his requirements. And the distiller in his hand couldn't produce a higher concentration of alcohol. Seems to see Samuel's suspicion, Cobain explained. Of course, it's not pure brandy. I'll add a little something to it. In this way, its flammability will be greatly improved, and it will not be easily extinguished. Samuel's eyes lit up, and said, "You make a copy now and show me. We are happy to help." Chapter 71 Confidence. Madam Nora, do you have anything to do with me? Just finished lecturing the recruits, Samuel asked while drinking the wine handed by his attendants. Nara put her wind-blown hair behind her ears and asked softly, "Master Caesar, I heard that the Dane family of Starfall City is about to attack Ingzue Island." "Yes." Samuel nodded. "The Crow tribe is not my territory, so if you want to leave, I will not stop you." After speaking, he turned around and walked forward. Time is urgent. He really doesn't have the heart to deal with these people from the Yuya tribe. Anyway, they are not many in number, so they can't be regarded as a big help. Unexpectedly, Nora followed Samuel's footsteps and said, "My lord, you misunderstood. You have always taken good care of the Yuya tribe. We will never forget this kindness. If Ingzue Island is in trouble, we will not sit idly by." Samuel looked at the woman beside him in surprise, and his tone became solemn. "Thanks to the Raven Crow tribe for extending a helping hand in times of crisis, I will remember it in my heart. This is what we should do. However, the old and weak women and children of the tribe will be evacuated to the village outside the valley along with the orphanage. 185 warriors in the tribe and I will stay to help you guard the territory." "Okay." Samuel nodded, but saw that Nora seemed hesitant to speak. He waited patiently for a while, but Nora still didn't say anything after all, turned around and left after bowing. Samuel stopped on the spot, stared at Nora's back for a while, and guessed in his heart what the other party was hesitating just now. But since Nora didn't speak in the end, Samuel didn't intend to force her to ask. Because he knew very well that even if Nora revealed her true identity now, it would be impossible to stop this war. The illegitimate son of Starfall City will not give up his ambition for a woman who has been dead for more than 10 years. It is impossible for the soldiers of the Dane family to lay down their swords because of an unidentified Ashara Dane. Of course, this is not to say that Ashara's identity is useless. Just like Robert Baratheon was able to sit on the Iron Throne, certainly not because there was a trace of true dragon blood in his body, but because he won the War of the Snatchers. But you can't deny the usefulness of this blood of the real dragon, because it greatly reduces the will of the nobles loyal to the Targaryen royal family to resist, allowing them to deceive themselves that they didn't betray their oath. Robert is also a Targaryen, although strictly speaking it is only a quarter. Similarly, although the current Ashara Dane is useless, if Samuel wins this war, it will be different. The vassals and subjects of the Dane family would certainly not surrender easily to a Riverbend nobleman, but it would be different if it was Ashara. They will swear allegiance to her with peace of mind. As for whether there is a guy named Caesar standing behind her, most of them will choose to turn a blind eye. But the premise of everything is that he must win this war. Picking up his mood, Samuel continued on his way. Along the way, he met the leaders who were busy preparing for the battle and saluted him one after another. Samuel also nodded to them with a smile. While observing the state of mind of the citizens, he found that there was not much panic on their faces. It's right to think about it, these savages don't have much idea of the power of the Dane family, but are full of awe and confidence in their lord. Perhaps in their view, the invincible Lord Caesar will definitely lead them to victory again. Unfortunately, what they don't know is that their lord is not as calm as he appears in his heart. Because Samuel knew very well that the army of the Dane family was not the savages he had bullied before, and the weapons and equipment and the quality of the soldiers were completely different. What's more, the opponent still has an advantage in numbers. This kind of absolute headwind battle, in addition to praying that the gadgets of the Bachelor of Science and Technology will have the expected effect, otherwise, if it is fought normally, with Ingzue's current strength, there is a high probability that it will not be able to defend. Of course, on the surface he still has to put on a confident look, otherwise people will be confused. All the way to Bachelor Coburn's hut, just as Samuel opened the door, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol. "How's it going?" He tried to keep his tone calm. "It's better than I expected." Bachelor Qyburn had a confident smile on his lips. As he spoke, he threw a typical Dorne armor on the ground. The desert's hot climate and harsh sunlight allowed the Dornishmen to reduce the amount of metal they wore on their bodies as much as possible to avoid being scalded, so this armor is actually a pair of leather armor, with steel on only a few key points and hooks. Qyburn took out another bottle and poured the liquid inside on the leather armor. "Take a few steps back and throw the candle over." Boom. The leather armor was instantly covered in blue flames. Samuel's eyes lit up. He immediately took off his coat, stepped forward and slapped the burning leather armor continuously. The fire was much smaller than the naked eye, but it was not completely extinguished. And the coat in Samuel's hand was gradually covered with flames and started to burn, so he had to throw it away. After the beating stopped, the fire on the leather armor became vigorous again. Samuel nodded with satisfaction, and asked again. "What about the water?" Qyburn did not speak, but picked up a basin of water prepared on the table, and poured it towards the leather armor. Puff chi. Sparks splattered, and the fire became smaller, but soon, it reappeared. Samuel piled up the sand again, and soon the fire really went out. Bachelor Qyburn said on the side, "As long as it is covered with sand or immersed in water, the fire will be extinguished." This is indeed not as good as a real wildfire. In fact, Samuel is already very satisfied. The degree of brandy is only 40 to 50 degrees, so it is definitely no problem to ignite it, but it is not difficult to extinguish the fire. It is too difficult to use it on the battlefield to fight against the enemy. And after Maester Qyburn added some gadgets to it, although this thing is not as good as the real wildfire, it has already made Samuel overjoyed. This thing is not impossible to crack, but the Dornish people will definitely not know how to crack it for the first time, and even these soil turtles who have only seen low-alcohol wine will not associate wine with fire at all. This gap in knowledge is enough to secure a victory. Very good. Bachelor Qyburn, I need you to turn all the brandy in the territory into this kind of thing as quickly as possible. All. Qyburn couldn't hide his surprise. He knows exactly how much brandy is currently in the territory. That was the production in the past 3 months, and it was originally intended to be delivered to Qingting Island, Old Town, and the first batch of brandy sold in High Court. Can be called priceless. All. Samuel gritted his teeth. Although he felt sorry for the drinks, he didn't dare to hold anything back in the face of a strong enemy. Otherwise, once he loses, he will have nothing. How long will it take you to finish? Qyburn pondered for a moment, about 3 or 4 days. Okay. I need someone to tell me that your task is now the first priority. Yes, my lord. Walking out of the hut, Samuel let out a long breath. With the castrated version of Wildfire produced by Bachelor Qyburn, he finally has confidence in the upcoming battle. Of course, he also knew that his battle plan had to be changed accordingly. Gavin. Samuel walked a few steps quickly, calling out to the busy young housekeeper. Chapter 72 War Start. As soon as it was daylight, Yurikshed boarded the ship. Looking back, various flags fluttered in the wind on the shore, and groups of soldiers trotted to board the hundreds of longships lined up on the pier. Even under such circumstances, the army still maintained basic order. Huddled together in a mess. The dark brown leather armor, the dark scimitar, and the dark yellow shield exude a chilling and bloodthirsty atmosphere. This is the elite army of the Dane family. Yurik took a deep breath. His mouth and nose seemed to be filled with the smell of rust, which made him full of ambition. The only thing that made him dissatisfied was that Gawyn City did not send anyone to join the battle. And bewitched by that hateful, dark star, Jello Dane, many vassal knights of the Dane family also rejected his call. Of course, this is expected. As the most powerful branch of the Dane family, those guys in Gawyn City naturally cannot have the same heart as him. Perhaps they are still eager to see themselves fail, so that Dane of Gawyn City will have a chance to enter the Starfall City. But how could he fail? Yurik smiled dismissively. Although this battle is very hasty, it is definitely not a decision he made on a whim and in a feverish mind. He is deliberate. He had inquired about the situation on Ingzue Island a long time ago. There were no more than 200 soldiers who were truly worthy of a battle, but on his side, he had summoned nearly 2,000 elite soldiers. Moreover, the opponent's castle has not yet been built, and it is the weakest time. If you don't take this opportunity to defeat it and wait for the opponent to gain a firm foothold, then Starfall City will have a headache and have nothing to do. My lord, the soldiers have boarded the ship. Okay. Yurik nodded, turned to face the direction of Ingzue Island, waved his hand vigorously, and said loudly, "Let's go." Yes. With an order, hundreds of white sails were unfolded one after another, like a crescent moon under the blowing of the sea breeze. The sharp blade-like bow split the waves and headed towards Ingzue Island. This movement startled countless seabirds, circling and singing over the fleet. No one noticed that among these seabirds, a huge falcon with a pure white tail also swooped past the fleet. There seemed to be a touch of human emotion in its sharp eagle eyes. The next moment, the falcon flapped its wings violently, and shot straight into the sky like a sharp arrow, never to be seen again. In a blink of an eye, the falcon came to Ingzue Island and circled over the Lord's cabin. This scene quickly attracted the attention of many citizens. At this moment, the wooden door of the hut opened, Samuel came out, and the falcon swooped down immediately, and finally landed on his shoulder. My people. The enemy is coming, are you ready to fight? Willing to kill the enemy for Lord Caesar? Master Caesar is invincible. Amidst the cheers, Nora stared at Samuel and the falcon on his shoulder, her eyes were a little straight. Mother. Natalie leaned into her ear, Master Caesar, has he also been favored by the old gods? Nara is still staring at Samuel. Yes. Natalie tilted her head in doubt, but, isn't he a knight of the 7 gods? I don't know. Nora shook her head lightly, her tone was a little erratic, but since God arranged it like this, there must be his reasons. Just after noon, it is the time when the sun is at its most vicious. Yurik stood at the bow of the boat and could already see the outline of Ingzue Island from a distance. As the ship continued to move forward, the situation on the shore became more and more clear, but his brows were slightly frowned. Ah. Lord Yurik, the people of Huon seem to know that we are coming. The attendants behind him obviously also saw the situation on Ingzue Island clearly. Yurik snorted softly, and said, it seems that there are still a lot of Riverbend spies in Starfall City who slipped through the net. But it doesn't matter, so what if we let them prepare in advance? After so few days, don't they can you repair a castle? These words immediately made everyone behind him burst into laughter. Obviously, none of them took Ingzue Island's resistance seriously. After laughing for a while, Yurik's face gradually became serious. Seeing that he was getting closer to the beach, he ordered in a deep voice. Blow the horn and prepare to land. Yes. Woo. Kill. Amidst the low-pitched horns and loud shouts of killing, one after another of the long ships rushed to the beach headed by the wind and waves. Before the boat stopped, the soldiers of Dorne jumped out and rushed towards the shore stepping on knee-high sea water. But after rushing for a while, they were stunned. Because the expected enemy did not appear at all. There is no one on the shore. Of course, it's not really that there are no people at all, but they are all hiding far behind the fortifications composed of ditches and wooden fences. What to do? Do you want to keep going? The Dorne fighters were all at a loss. After all, the Shangguan's order was only to let them land on the beach, and did not let them continue to charge the enemy's position. At this time, Yurik also discovered the abnormality on the shore. Don't these Huon people have the guts? He sneered. You must know that facing the enemy from the sea, it is the best choice for the defender to line up on the beach, because those soldiers who have endured the waves all the way are very tired, not to mention that there is no formation to speak of when they get off the ship, which is when the attacker is most vulnerable. Unexpectedly, the people in Huon would rather hide behind the fortifications than block them on the beach while they were not firmly established. What a bunch of cowards. Yurik suddenly felt a little uninterested, as if the victory came too easily, but it made him feel boring. He was on a large boat with a deep draft, unable to rush to the beach like those dexterous long boats, so he docked at the pier. That's right, the Riverbend people didn't even destroy the pier. This made Yurik feel that he was not here to fight, but to visit. My lord, do you want to continue to attack? As soon as he disembarked, a knight came to inquire. Yurik smiled faintly, and said, don't worry yet. Let the soldiers go ashore to recuperate, eat something, and recover their strength. Yes. Thus, the opening of this battle kicked off in this slightly weird atmosphere. Both sides seemed to be in no hurry. One side hid behind the fortifications and could not come out, while the other side went ashore leisurely and ate dry food. If someone who didn't know the details saw it, they would think it was a well-discussed exercise. But obviously, this is not a drill. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, following Urik's order, the Dornish people finally launched the first wave of attack on the position of the people of the Riverbend. With more than 300 vanguard warriors, armed with scimitars, wearing leather armor, and shouting loud slogans to charge, the chapter of this war finally opened. Chapter 73 is weird. Kill. A Dornish soldier rushing in the front row had just slipped into the deep and wide trench when he saw the Riverbendman behind the wooden fence throw a wooden barrel at him. Barrel. The Dorne soldier was stunned for a moment, then turned sideways, and deftly avoided the barrel. But this wooden barrel was very weak, and it was smashed to the ground, and the liquid inside splashed him all over. He panicked for a moment, thinking it was some kind of poison, but after waiting for a while, he didn't find any physical discomfort. Instead, there was a strong aroma of wine. At the same time, he also noticed that not only him, but others also received the same treatment, barrel attack. But what damage can it do? The weird scene made the Dornish people a little dazed. Of course, they quickly came to their senses and attacked the crude fortification in front of them while avoiding the barrel that was thrown at them. The trench is slightly deeper than the height of a normal person, and the inclination of the is not large. Since it is urgently repaired, protruding rocks can be seen everywhere on the slope, so it is not difficult to climb. Just be careful to avoid the barrels, it's really not a big deal to get hit. Soon, Dornish warriors climbed out of the trench. But at this time, they encountered strong resistance. Behind the wooden fence, stood a row of soldiers holding long guns. Among them were human people and dark-skinned savages, but amidst the sound of unified orders, they stabbed out their long guns one after another. For a moment, it was as if a forest of iron and steel rushed towards us. The Dornish fighters who reacted quickly either rolled to avoid, or raised their shields to block, but there were also those who reacted slowly, or those who did not believe in evil and wanted to fight recklessly with their knives. Basically, there were a few blood holes on their bodies. The Dornishmen were not intimidated by the dense array of guns. They were not savages, and their combat literacy was much higher. After a few rounds of gun stabbing, few Dornishmen who were familiar with the tricks of the people of the Riverbend were stabbed. On the contrary, several Dornishmen jumped over the wooden fence and entered the gun formation of the people of the Riverbend. Of course, the sporadic Dornishmen couldn't cause damage to the formation of the people from the Riverbend at all. However, the Dornishmen did not give up. They are still launching attacks. As more and more Dornishmen climb over the wooden fence, the formation of the people in the Riverbend is already showing signs of instability. But at this moment, the people of Huon actually chose to retreat, giving up the first line of defense extremely decisively. A Dornish knight wearing a dark yellow cloak climbed over the fence and chopped down a Riverbend soldier, but seeing the Riverbend people retreating in an orderly manner, he still didn't take the risk of catching up. Behind him, more and more Dornish fighters jumped over the wooden fence to completely occupy this line of defense. "My lord, do we want to chase?" The knight looked at the two similar fences in front of him, as well as the innermost half-built castle, shook his head, and said, "Stay where you are, go, and tell Lord Yurik about the situation here." "Yes." Yurik in the rear was a little confused when he heard the report from the front line. This is probably the weirdest battle he has ever fought in his military career. It's weird from the start. He didn't know whether it was the Sir Caesar who didn't understand military affairs and messed up, or the enemy had some conspiracy. Yurik felt that the latter possibility was the most likely. After all, that Sir Caesar was able to gain a firm foothold in a place like the Crimson Mountains, and he could make tens of thousands of wildlings surrender, so he didn't look like a fool. "Where's the wooden barrel they threw? Show me one." Yurik decided to be more cautious. "Yes." Soon, the soldier ran back with a wooden barrel. This is the Riverbendman abandoned behind the first line of defense, and he hasn't had time to throw it out yet, so it's intact. Yurik took a closer look and found that it was an ordinary oak barrel, but the iron hoops around the barrel were deliberately damaged, so the whole barrel would fall apart whenever it was bumped. He carefully opened the cork of the wooden barrel again, and then he smelled the rich aroma of wine. Is brandy. Of course Yurik was very impressed with this wine. Originally, he planned to cooperate with that Sir Caesar to sell this wine. But why did the other party throw all the wine out? This thing can't kill people. Limited to technical reasons, the nobles of Westeros know very little about high-concentration spirits, let alone that alcohol can be ignited when the concentration is high. Therefore, Yurik couldn't associate wine with fire. Is it poisonous? This is the only possibility Yurik can think of. He was startled, put down the barrel quickly, and said to the soldiers, "Tell the soldiers not to touch these drinks, keep their mouths and noses closed, and don't let the drinks enter their bodies." Yes. Afterwards, Yurik let the vanguard rest at the first line of defense, and replaced it with a second batch of 300 soldiers to attack the second line of defense of the people in the river bay. The offensive and defensive battle of the second line of defense was lackluster, almost a replica of the offensive and defensive battle of the first line of defense. Inexplicable wooden barrels, trenches dug out in a hurry, the only threats are the wooden fence and the gun array behind, but because the defense line is too long, and there are not enough people in the river bend, it is easy for the Dornishmen to find a gap and turn over. However, it was the same this time. More and more Dornishmen climbed over the fence in front of them. The Dornishmen did not rush to pursue, but methodically occupied the second line of defense, and then continued to attack the third line. Still the same script. However, with previous experience, the Dornishmen occupied the third line of defense without even paying many casualties this time. At this time, in front of them, there is only the last line of defense. That unfinished castle. At this time, even the most cautious Dornish warriors could not help feeling complacent. Haha, when did the people of Huon become so timid? They dare not even confront each other head-on. Yes. However, the line is quite neat. It's especially neat when retreating. Ha ha ha. There was a cheerful atmosphere on the battlefield, and the Dornish soldiers talked and laughed relaxedly, as if they were on an outing. Yurik still frowned. He personally came to the last line of defense and looked at the half-finished castle. Compared with the previous 3 shoddy wooden fences, the walls of this castle are decent. The outer wall is very smooth, with almost no footholds, and it is difficult to climb without tools. There are 2 layers inside and outside, and there are no large siege equipment. If it is impossible to forcibly destroy it. But unfortunately, the city wall has not yet been built, and it is only a dozen feet high, so it is not difficult to attack it by force. If the people in the riverbend were still as cowardly as before, Yurik even thought he could have dinner in this unfinished castle. So, he decided to try it out first. "Knight Eris, bring 300 people and take this so-called castle for me." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 74 Agni, adding updates to the leader who rewarded, Miracle_Hughes. Kill. The sound of shouting and killing sounded again. Facing the last line of defense of Ingzue Island, the Dornishmen attacked again. But this time, the difficulty is not comparable to the previous 3 times. The smooth outer wall has nowhere to stay, and it must be climbed with the help of siege equipment such as hooks and bamboo ladders. Moreover, the resistance of the people in Huon was obviously more tenacious than before. Countless sharp spears were thrown down and fell on the siege team like a torrential rain, splashing bright red blood flowers. On the top of the city, the riverbend warriors brandished their swords, cut off the bamboo ladders and ropes, and at the same time smashed down stones and rolling logs to prevent the Dornishmen from climbing. But until this time, the riverbend people did not forget to smash those wooden barrels full of wine into the Dornish team. It seems that this is also an essential link. The amber wine quickly soaked the surface of the city wall and the ground, mixed with the dark red blood, forming a terrifying and dazzling color. Yurik watched all this indifferently, and his heart was calm. A battle of this intensity really met his expectations. The behavior of the people in Huon was so abnormal before, which made him suspicious, but now, seeing that the casualties of the Dornish soldiers under him began to surge, he felt relieved. This level of casualties is nothing at all. What is needed most in siege warfare is patience and a ruthless heart that is not afraid of casualties. The only thing that makes him doubtful now is the wooden barrels that keep falling from the top of the city. He really couldn't understand why the enemy did this. However, since the start of the war, the enemy's strange operations are not limited to this one. Yurik even thinks that Sir Caesar deliberately came up with some new tricks, so that he would be suspicious and dare not go all out. If this is the case, it can only be said that the other party made a wrong calculation. Yurik's determination in this battle is extremely firm, not only to win, but also to win a big victory. Only in this way can he win the favor of Prince Doran, and everyone can believe that he is qualified to inherit Starfall City. Seeing that the first wave of offensive slowed down, Yurik dispatched another batch of fresh troops, not giving the defenders any chance to breathe. The shouts of killing became fierce again, and the Dornishmen successfully climbed to the top of the city several times, but they were all stubbornly driven down by the defenders. The corpses around the bottom of the city wall piled up more and more, and the soil under the city became soft and muddy, exuding the smell of blood and strong wine. The sun is gradually sinking to the west, and the brilliant sunlight renders Ingzue Island at this moment like an oil painting. Yurik listened to his subordinates report the casualties with a blank face, and already knew that the castle might not be captured today. The soldier under Sir Caesar really had some tricks. But that's all. Several times just now, the Dornishmen were about to rush into the city. He believes that if there are a few more rounds of attacks tomorrow, the defenders of this castle will inevitably collapse. Yurik looked at the setting sun that was about to sink to the sea level, and gave the order to withdraw the troops. But at the moment when the horn sounded, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the top of the city. He carried a huge torch. No, not a torch. It was a two-handed warhammer, and a raging flame was burning on the huge hammer head. Yurik immediately recognized that the man was the Lord of Eagle-Mouth Island, Samuel Caesar. The next moment, a scene appeared that he, and all the Dornish people present, would never forget. The Riverbend Knight swung his warhammer, drew a brilliant line of fire in the air, and smashed heavily on a Dorne warrior who rushed to the top of the wall. Boom. Amid the sound of bombardment resounding across the battlefield, the Dornish warrior exploded like a broken watermelon. Blood, broken bones, residual limbs, were also instantly ignited, blooming like fireworks, bringing brilliant colors to this extremely terrifying scene. The entire battlefield seemed to be paused. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the tall figure standing proudly above the city with a flaming hammer in hand. Until the splashing sparks fell to the ground, on the outer walls, on the wine-soaked leather armor of the Dornishman. Boom. Blossoming flames rose instantly, like flowers blooming. Before the Dornishman could react, countless burning torches fell from the top of the city, instantly adding countless blooming flowers of flame to the battlefield. What happened? Yurik hadn't even recovered from the shock of the terrible knight smashing people to pieces with a single hammer. At this time, seeing the rapidly spreading flames, he was even more at a loss. However, the knights around him were equally confused, not knowing how to answer their commander's question. Quick! Bring them back quickly! Withdraw the troops! Order the withdrawal! Yurik grabbed the herald beside him and shouted in his ear. Yes, yes, my lord. However, it was too late to withdraw troops at this time. The fire spread faster than anyone expected. In the blink of an eye, the outer wall of the castle was completely covered in flames, and the Dornish warriors climbing on it also turned into little firemen, screaming and rolling down. Below, the city has become a sea of flames. As long as the ground soaked in wine touches a spark, raging fire will ignite, mercilessly devouring the Dorne warriors standing on it. The extremely tragic roar resounded across the battlefield. Unfortunately, no matter how much the Dornishmen rolled and fought, they couldn't extinguish the flames on their bodies. Even if they took off their burning leather armor, they couldn't escape from the sea of flames. Moreover, this sea of flames is still spreading outward at an extremely fast speed. The Dornish fighters in the rear were frightened out of their wits when they saw this, and ran out like crazy without waiting for the commander's order. But how can people run too far? In the previous battle, almost all the land within the 3 lines of defense was soaked with this special wine, and raging fires were ignited soon one after another. Desperate screams were heard endlessly, and the original rich aroma of wine was replaced by the smell of barbecue. My lord, run! Yurik was stunned by the purgatory-like scene in front of him, and even the servants yelling in his ear could not wake him up. Finally, 2 personal guards set him up and ran out. On the castle, Samuel held a burning sledgehammer and looked at everything in front of him expressionlessly. Behind him, there are countless soldiers who have fallen into madness. They roared excitedly, roared, and celebrated. All the voices finally converged into a name. Caesar. 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 Mother, mother. We won. We won. Lord Caesar is too powerful. Nara stared fixedly at Samuel's back, as if she had become a sculpture. The sea of flames outside the city and the fire hammer in the knight's hand complement each other. The rising smoke coils and gathers in front of him. Amidst the sound of the waves beating, the afterglow of the setting sun is reflected, all of which are solidified into a meaningful picture. The stars cry blood, the long night is coming. Nara spoke slowly, recalling the ancient prophecy passed down from Ashai. Azor Ahai shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt. He will awaken the dragon in the stone, with a flaming sword in his hand. Leading the world to defeat the demons in the dark, ushering in the never-ending long summer. Chapter 75 Kill. I do not go. We haven't lost yet. The Dane family will never give up easily. Yurik stared at his blood-red eyes and roared hoarsely. But when he looked around, there was no one answering his call. There were about 200 Dornishmen who escaped from the Sea of Fire by chance. At this time, they were either sitting on the ground as if they were stupid, or they were crying with their heads in their arms as if they were unwilling to face the truth, or they were looking towards the sea as if they were ready to leave this horror. The place. No one has the courage to look into Yurik's eyes, and no one is willing to go crazy with this commander who is obviously mentally abnormal. My lord. We have already lost this battle, let's withdraw. Failure. Yurik grabbed the men who spoke by the collar and roared, you are also a knight of the 7 gods. How can you talk about failure so easily? What about your honor? What about your belief? Yours persevere. The Dorne knight was also angry, pushed Yurik away, and retorted. Yurik Shad, this battle is what you want to fight, and you are also in command. Open your eyes and see for yourself how many warriors of the Dane family have paid with their lives for your stupidity. You are also worthy. What honor do you give me? I will not let their sacrifice be in vain. Yurik pulled out his long sword violently and waved it wildly in the air, as if he had fallen into madness. We haven't lost yet. How could we lose? We are the descendants of the king of the rapid river. We are knights following in the footsteps of the stars. We are the inheritors of the Sword of Dawn. Hey! A figure stepped out of the gradually extinguished sea of flames and interrupted in a playful tone. I said, Dawn Excalibur, it's getting dark now, and you still plan to show me your sword skills. Yurik suddenly turned his head to look at the person who came, and used all his strength to spit out a name from between his teeth. Samwell Caesar. Yurik Shad. Samwell held the warhammer in one hand and hooked his finger at Yurik with the other. Come on, didn't you say you still have the courage to fight again? Come. As soon as the words fell, Yurik rushed out desperately. Full of fear and anger, as well as unwillingness, all turned into the driving force for this fearless charge. Fight. Samwell waited until the opponent rushed forward, and then calmly held the handle of the warhammer with both hands. The next moment, he exerted a sudden force, and the ground on which his left foot stepped exploded, countless fine stones and soil splashed backwards. Using this countershock force, Samwell's body turned rightward suddenly, and pierced the air with a flaming hammer, drawing an extremely sharp arc. Facing the flaming hammer, Yurik, who fell into madness, made the most stupid choice. Recklessly. The sharp night sword slashed on the giant hammer, but Yurik felt as if he was slashing on a big mountain. Boom. The fine steel long sword instantly shattered into countless fragments, and blood spattered from Yurik's hands. Before he could scream, the flaming hammer hit his chest with unstoppable power. Puff Chi. The horror scene that happened at the top of the city before appeared again. Yurik's chest exploded completely, and his whole body was like a rag doll. He flew upside down and fell heavily to the ground. All this happened so quickly that Yurik's intact mind could even flash the last thought. I was too restless just now, I should avoid the sharp edge first, and then. Unfortunately, there is no chance to start over in life. The illegitimate son of Starfall City finally paid the price for his ambition. After Samwell knocked Yurik into the air, he turned around a little longer under the drive of inertia before stopping. Hey, the agility is not enough, the backswing is too long. He secretly complained. If Yurik hadn't lost his mind just now, he might not have dared to fight the opponent easily. Although his strength is superb, his weakness is also obvious. It seems that we must pay attention to those assassin opponents with high agility in the future. Just as Samwell was self-reflecting, strange howls suddenly erupted from the Dornishmen on the opposite side. Then a group of Dornish soldiers who were completely frightened rushed towards the longboat on the beach like crazy. It seems that he is determined to escape from this nightmarish and terrifying place. Of course, not all the Dornish people ran away. Still, nearly 100 Dornishmen stayed where they were. Some of them were too frightened to run away, but some were unwilling to abandon their companions. As for the brightly armored knights in the front row, they did not want to run away for the sake of honor. It wasn't until Samwell came up close that a Dornish youth who looked to be 16 or 17 stood up and said, Sir Caesar. I am Hughes Dane, Lord Yurik Shad's squire, and I am willing to surrender to you on behalf of all the Dornish warriors here, and ask you to allow us to redeem our lives with money. Samwell looked at the young boy in front of him, and had several thoughts in his mind. This man's surname is Dane, but he is an attendant of Shad. It seems that his status in the Dane family may not be high, and he belongs to a remote branch with a distant blood relationship. However, the status of such a person is beneficial to him. Samwell put the warhammer on the ground, turned back and ordered Todd. Go and catch the fleeing Dornishmen. Waiting for Todd to lead people to capture the Dornishmen who were trying to escape by boat, he looked back at Hughes and asked. I can accept your surrender, but I have to ask a question first. Excuse me. I have no grievances with the Dane family, and even sent Yurikshad a profitable business, but why does he insist on coming against me? And you, why do you follow this illegitimate child, come against me? Hughes sighed and said. Lord Caesar, I'm afraid you don't know that Earl Edric, the Lord of Starfall City, unfortunately passed away half a month ago. Samwell was slightly taken aback, as if thinking of something. Hughes continued, in addition, Miss Alilia is also dead. Yurik told us that their death was your conspiracy. Hearing this, Samwell suddenly realized. He finally understood the real reason why Yurikshad insisted on making life difficult for him. I also understand why an illegitimate child can mobilize the army of Starfall City to attack him. But the next moment, he smelled a strong smell of conspiracy. Littlefinger. Samwell immediately identified the suspect as the Minister of Finance, Peter Baelish. It turned out that this was his real plan. Samwell had to lament that the biggest conspirator in Game of Thrones was really ruthless and sinister. This account, sooner or later he has to settle it with this guy. The deaths of Edric and Alilia have nothing to do with me. Samwell said frankly, I swear in the name of the 7 gods. Hughes hesitated for a while, but asked. My lord, Yurik said, the last time you went to Starfall City, you showed a portrait of Miss Alilia. You have been deceived. That is not the portrait of Miss Alilia. Samwell thought that he could take this opportunity to bring Ashara back to Starfall City, and said, that is the portrait of Miss Ashara Dane. Miss Ashara. But she didn't. Before Hughes finished speaking, Samwell found a woman wearing a veil from the crowd behind. Actually, when Samwell found Mrs. Nora, he prepared some speeches, but before he could speak, Nora, oh no, it should be Ashara, she nodded with a smile and said. Master Caesar, it turns out that you already know my true identity. So you didn't really lose your memory. Samwell smiled slightly, I don't want to be an enemy of Starfall City. You don't need to say more. Ashara bowed her knees and bowed, Starfall City will not be your enemy anymore. Chapter 76 Surrender. Mother. Where are you going? Watching her mother walk towards the Dornish people, Natalie panicked. The little girl doesn't know what happened yet, but she has a bad premonition. As if my mother suddenly became very strange, and even left me forever. Samwell pulled her back and comforted her, don't worry, your mother just returned to where she came from. Where did you come from? What do you mean? Your mother is from Starfall City. She is the young lady of the Dane family. Samwell rubbed Natalie's soft hair, and you too. Natalie's purple eyes widened, completely stunned by the news. Countless thoughts whirled in her mind, making her completely at a loss for what to say, and she just stood there for a while without moving. On the other side, Ashara had already walked up to the Dornishman, and asked an elderly knight, Sir Muta, do you still remember me? Miss Ashara, it's really you. The old knight couldn't believe his eyes, but haven't you already? Back then I did jump into the Sea of Summer and tried to commit suicide because of some things, but the gods obviously had arrangements for me and didn't let me die in the sea. Praise the 7 gods. The old knight excitedly drew a 7-pointed star on his chest. He immediately realized that Ashara's return also meant that the title of Starfall City would no longer be an unresolved problem, let alone attract the coveted eyes of ambitious people. Because Ashara Dane is the undisputed first heir to the Earl of Starfall City at this time. Ashara smiled slightly, then turned to look at the rest of the Dane family knights, called out their names one by one, and greeted them. Even some veterans of the Dane family, Ashara, can name them. This made everyone no longer doubt her identity. And at such a delicate time now, the appearance of Ashara seemed to be a ray of light, giving these Dornish people in the dark great hope. So, led by several knights, the Dornishman knelt down in front of Ashara, raised his sword above his head with both hands, and said loudly, Dear Miss Ashara Dane, we swear allegiance to you, from now on. But facing this scene, Ashara shook her head lightly, interrupting the allegiance of the Dornish people. Everyone became anxious immediately, Miss Ashara, why do you refuse to accept our allegiance? Do you know that the blood of the Dane family in Starfall City is withered, and you need to go back to inherit the title? No. When I jumped down from the White Stone Sword Tower, Ashara Dane was already dead. Now I am serving the old Nora and the patriarch of the Raven tribe, so I cannot go back and inherit Starfall City. After finishing speaking, without waiting for the Dornishman to persuade, Ashara said again, however, my daughter can go back with you. Yes. Ashara turned her head and waved to her daughter. Natalie trotted over quickly. Samwell watched this scene thoughtfully. Mother. Natalie hugged her mother's hand, standing behind her a little timidly. Ashara pushed her daughter in front of her, and said to Dorne. She is my daughter, Natalie Dane. I don't know Miss Natalie's father is. Of course it's my husband, the previous patriarch of the Roaring Crow tribe, Lone. The Dorne knights frowned. Although Ashara emphasized the husband, she wanted to clearly tell everyone that Natalie was born out of wedlock and was Dane, not the lowly Shad. But it is undeniable that the blood of wildlings does flow in her body. In a sense, she may not be as noble as some illegitimate children in Starfall City. Facing the silence of the crowd, Natalie seemed a little flustered, and her petite body began to tremble. At this time, Samwell stepped forward and said to the young attendant just now. Hughes, your original master has died in battle. Now, the gods have given you a chance to choose again. You should take good care of it. Hughes came to his senses, and quickly knelt down in front of Natalie, saying loudly, Dear Miss Natalie Dane, I, Hughes Dane, hereby swear allegiance to you. From now on, my long sword will only be brandished for you. Natalie was a little overwhelmed, until Samwell pushed her. She woke up like a dream, said, I accept your allegiance. Hughes stood up, then turned to his companions behind him, and said loudly, What's the matter with you? Why don't you want to be loyal to the heir of Starfall City? Did you forget your previous oath? The Dornishmen looked at each other in blank dismay, but they finally knelt down one by one and swore allegiance to Natalie after seeing Samwell and a group of Riverbend soldiers staring at them. After all, the situation is stronger than others. If Natalie still clings to the flaws in Natalie's identity at this time, it is estimated that the war hammer of the Knight of Eaglemouth Islet is about to hit. Actually, Samwell was a little surprised that Ashara rejected Starfall City and pushed her daughter out. However, this is a good thing for him. Because Ashara is mature and experienced after all, after inheriting Starfall City, although she will not be an enemy of Ingzue Island, Samwell will certainly not be able to take too much advantage, and she must discuss everything with her. But Natalie is different. Facing such an immature little girl, Samwell has a conscience not to empty out Starfall City. Moreover, Natalie has a flawed background after all, so she has to rely on external forces like Samwell to suppress those forces in Starfall City who do not accept her. In short, the current arrangement is actually more convenient for Samwell to secretly control Starfall City. He didn't know if Ashara had thought of this, or if she thought of it, but still chose to trust Samwell. Very good. Samwell applauded with a smile, Miss Natalie, now you are the owner of Starfall City, so we must talk about war compensation. Natalie froze for a moment, then looked at her mother as if asking for help, but her mother just smiled at her and said, You will have to make up your own mind about this kind of thing in the future. Natalie had no choice but to turn her head to look at Hughes and the others behind her. But Samwell just coughed lightly, and the Dornishmen immediately lowered their heads, as if they suddenly became very interested in the rocks on the ground. Natalie pouted and said, Okay, Lord Caesar, Sir Caesar, what kind of compensation do you want? Samwell grinned, showing 8 white teeth, and said, Don't worry, Natalie, I will not take advantage of you, I will only ask for reasonable compensation. You see, those soldiers under my command who were injured or even died in the war, you should compensate them. How much compensation? 10 copper coins for a minor injury, 5 silver stags for a serious injury, and 3 golden dragons for a death. Samwell quickly reported a series of numbers, and then immediately added without waiting for Natalie to think about it, there is also a reason you must compensate for the houses. Destroyed by the war, right? And those brandies, you know how expensive they are, and now they are all ruined in this war, and my heart is bleeding. However, I won't raise the price with you, 20 silver stags a gallon, very reasonable bar. And my castle. As you can see, the entire outer wall is on fire, and now I don't know how much it will cost to repair it, especially since it has seriously delayed the construction period. I think Starfall City will not only have to lose money, but also send out craftsmen come to help me build. Isn't that too much to ask? There are also those old people and children in the orphanage. They have spent a lot of time migrating because of this war. They can't eat well, can't sleep well, and are frightened. Is it reasonable for me to ask for some mental damage for them? Natalie was dizzy from these incomprehensible terms, couldn't help rubbing her head, and said helplessly. Okay, Sir Caesar, just give me the final number when the time comes. However, I don't know if I can afford it. Besides, is Starfall City really mine? Of course it belongs to you. You are now the #1 heir to the title of the Dane family. Samuel said with a smile, as for whether you can afford it or not, you don't have to worry about it. I am a benevolent lord and I am willing to accept payment in installments. What is installment payment? It means that you owe me money, and you can't pay it back temporarily, but you can pay it back slowly in the future. Well, thank you so much, Sir Caesar. You're welcome, this is what a gentleman should do. Ashara watched all this from the sidelines, and suddenly began to suspect that it seemed that it was not a wise decision for her to push her daughter to the position of Lord of Starfall City. Chapter 77 Olena's Vigilance. The twilight of the morning sun shines on the garden full of golden roses, and the dewdrops on the petals are shining with crystal luster, like pure crystals, embellishing this elegant garden like a fairyland. Several beautiful larks walked among the treetops, flew over the vibrant flowers, and sang moving melodies. However, such a beautiful morning scene was broken by a rude voice. Damn Samuel. He can't stop, he's causing me trouble. Governor of the Reach, Warden of the South, Duke of Highgarden, Mace Tyrell has a big belly, waving a letter with his thick arms, and his fat face is full of anger. Before I recruited hundreds of laborers from my dock without saying hello, I didn't bother with him. Last time he wanted the refugees from Gouting, I didn't make things difficult for him for the sake of my precious daughter. This time, he actually provoked Starfall City. He still wants me to send troops to support him. He treats me as... Father, drink tea. Marjorie Tyrell brought the silver teacup to Duke Mace's mouth, just enough to keep his remaining complaints in his stomach. The Duke of Metz took the teacup, and couldn't lose his temper when faced with his daughter's bright smiling face, so he had to be pulled by her to sit down on the chair. After taking a sip of tea, Duke Metz said to Mrs. Olena in front of him again. Mother, have you read the letter? Do you think this Samuel is a troublemaker? Mrs. Olena folded her hands in her sleeves, staring at the lark outside the pavilion, and said calmly. Samuel is indeed a kid who can make a fuss. But this time, I really don't blame him. Don't blame him. The old lady nodded, and said, a few days ago, I just received a message from Black Harbor City that Edric Dane and Alilia Dane were unfortunately killed in a hunting accident. The Duke of Metz was stunned for a moment, and asked in doubt, Mother, what does this have to do with that kid from Ingzue Island? Marjorie said at the right time, these are the last two heirs of the main branch of the Dane family, right? No wonder Starfall City went crazy. Duke Mace finally came to his senses and shouted, it couldn't be Samuel who did it. Olena rolled her eyes, she no longer wanted to talk to her stupid son. Marjorie poured a cup of tea for her father, and said softly, someone must have provoked it on purpose, right? Mrs. Olena smiled at her granddaughter, as if she had finally found some comfort, then turned to her son, and said in a bad mood. Master Inflatable Fish, your vassal has sent a letter asking for help, do you think we should send troops to support? The Duke of Mace didn't care about the ridicule in his mother's tone. Anyway, this is not the first time, but he was even more annoyed by Samuel who made himself a fool, and said. His castle hasn't been built yet, so according to the Lord's law, Ingzue Island is not an official River Bay territory. What reason do I have to start a war? Which vassal would be willing to fight for such a disputed land? Dornish people desperately. Mrs. Olena spat out a name, Rando Tarley. Lando. Duke of Mace frowned, although Samuel is his son, he was also the son who was deprived of his inheritance rights and kicked out of the house. Do you think he will send troops for Ingzue Island? I don't know. Mrs. Olena smiled slightly, and said leisurely, but I really want to know. Huh. Duke Mace was stunned again. Marjorie spoke again at the right time, Father, Grandmother has never believed that Earl Landau really gave up on his son Samuel, so I want to take this opportunity to test it out. Oh. Duke Mace nodded, okay, then I'll write a letter to tell Landau about it. However, I won't give him any orders, he decides whether to send troops or not. After speaking, Dukmet stepped forward and kissed the foreheads of his mother and daughter, and then left in a hurry. Although he loves them very much, Duke of Mace feels uncomfortable every time he is alone with them, especially his mother, Mrs. Olenna. In front of her, Duke of Mace feels like a fool. Margaret sent her father out of the garden, then returned to the gazebo, poured a cup of scented tea for Mrs. Olenna, and asked, "Grandmother, what if Earl Randall really doesn't send troops?" After finishing speaking, she put down the teacup, reached out and fiddled with the sapphire necklace on the chest of her granddaughter in front of her, and said with a smile, "What? Are you reluctant to part with your first knight?" "It's a little bit. Sam is actually a very capable pioneering knight." Marjorie pressed her clean face against the back of her grandmother's wrinkled hands, and gently stroked, "And we have invested so much in this period of time. Many. Todd Flower Knight, 100 elite soldiers, and thousands of golden dragons. Now that Ingzue Island is about to become a real River Bay territory, and it can still produce brandy and silver, I just gave up. What a pity." Mrs. Olenna gently caressed her granddaughter's cheek, but the words she said were extremely cold. "A rose in the garden is infected with insects, no matter how beautiful it is, and no matter how much time and energy you have spent on taking care of it before, when it is time to remove it, it must be removed, otherwise the insect disease will spread and destroy it. Your whole garden." Margaret was a little unwilling, then try to cure it first. "This is not a simple bug disease." Madame Olenna shook her head and sighed. "You also know that the 2 heirs of the Dane family have died. And the timing of the death is so coincidental, it is obvious that someone has spotted us. The plan in Ingzue Island is to provoke a war. Although we originally built the territory on Ingzue Island to deal with Dorne, the timing of the war must not be in the hands of others. Otherwise, we will only be passive everywhere, and even the flowers planted in other places will be affected. Eagle's Mouth Islet is already a rotten sore exposed to the vulture's eyes, so let's take this opportunity to let the Dornish people gug it out for us. Brandy can be brewed elsewhere, silver, how can we be short of this money?" Hearing what her grandmother said, Marjorie had no choice but to give up. She thought for a while, and then asked, "Grandma, have you seen who is behind the scenes this time? There are a few suspicious targets. However, that person is very careful, so I'm not sure." Mrs. Olenna pressed her granddaughter's frown, as if trying to smooth it out, and comforted her with a smile. "You also don't worry too much. The illegitimate son of Starfall City just wants to gain attention and honor, and won't offend us easily, so even if Samuel loses, he won't have to worry about his life. At that time, we will pay to redeem him, appease him, and use it elsewhere. Besides, it's time for the kid to suffer a bit. Otherwise, I feel that he is about to float into the sky. You don't know, Paxter once wanted him to marry Desmara, but the kid actually refused." Marjorie's eyes widened. "He doesn't even like the eldest daughter of Qingting Island. Then who else does he want to marry?" "Who knows?" Mrs. Olenna snorted lightly. "Grandmother, what if Earl Randall really sent troops to support Ingzue Island and help Sam hold it? That means Lando Tully didn't really give up on this son. He might have other plans to kick him out of the house. Before we see his real purpose, we should stop rashly intervening. The mess of Eagle Mouth Island, just leave it to the Tully family, and don't give any more support to Samwell." Marjorie nodded, understanding what her grandmother meant, but then she thought of the last possible development of this matter. Samwell defended Eagle Mouth Island by himself without anyone's help. But this result is too unbelievable. The army of the Dane family is not comparable to the wildlings. No matter how powerful Samwell is, it is impossible for him to be his opponent. Margaret immediately put this absurd idea behind her, and secretly prayed to the 7 gods, asking them to protect her knight from this war. Chapter 78 Encounter. What? Yurik lost? Yes, it is. So possible. How did you lose? Fire. They used fire everywhere. Our brothers, Wu, all burned. There is also a warhammer, a flaming warhammer, that Lord of the Bay wields a flaming warhammer, smashing people into countless sparks at once. It's horrible, they are demons from hell. It's horrible. In the castle hall of the Dane family, several soldiers who had escaped from Ingzue Island by chance recounted their defeat incoherently. The castle master Alf listened with a gloomy face, trying to restore the truth of the matter from the chaotic and exaggerated narratives of several deserters. But this truth made him really unbelievable. The battle that I thought was foolproof, actually failed. The elite army of the Dane family lost to a pioneer knight who didn't even build a castle. Although Yurik did not mobilize all the troops of the Dane family due to insufficient prestige, even so, Alf never thought that they would be defeated in a place like Ingzue Island. Gods of the Seven, this world is too crazy. The deserters were still gesticulating and yelling, telling about all the terrible experiences they had experienced in Ingzue Island. But Alf is no longer in the mood to listen. He only thinks about how to end it now. Yurik Shed died as soon as his son died, but Starfall City can no longer be leaderless like this. It is necessary to determine an heir to the title, otherwise the hearts of the people will be scattered, and it is very likely that the enemy will take advantage of it. Yes. Alf stood up suddenly, and he immediately ordered the guards on the side. Immediately mobilize people to the pier to prevent the people from hewing from attacking. Before he finished speaking, he saw a servant trotting in and reported. Princess. Alf froze for a moment. Which princess? Princess Ariane. How did she come to Starfall City? Alf didn't have time to think about it, so he ran out to greet him. When I came to the gate of the castle, I saw that the princess and her party had already entered the Iron Gate, drinking water and washing their faces under the service of the servants. Alf hurried forward to salute, His Royal Highness, welcome to Starfall City. Ariane was returning the silk scarf after wiping her face to the maid. When she heard this she smiled and said, I came in a hurry and didn't inform you in advance. I hope you don't mind. Of course not, Your Highness. The gate of Starfall City is always open for you. Where's Ser Ulrich? Alf's face suddenly changed slightly, and he looked unspeakable. Damon Shad frowned when he saw this. Could it be that he has already gone to attack Ingzue Island? Lord Yurik has indeed gone. Alf felt extremely embarrassed. When did you go? Daimon asked unwillingly. I went there early yesterday morning. Then he may not have captured Ingzue Island. Damon said anxiously, maybe we can rush there in time. Alf coughed twice, and finally decided to tell the truth. Your Royal Highness, Sir Damon, Lord Yurik has been defeated. We won so quickly. Damon was halfway through speaking, before suddenly reacting. He suddenly turned his head to look at Manager Alf. What did you say? Yurik lost. Ariane also stared back at Alf, her obsidian eyes unblinking. Yes, Your Highness, how dare I deceive you? Soldiers have already escaped from Ingzue Island. They are in the hall, and you can interrogate them yourself. Yurik is a disgrace to the Dornish people. Damon cursed viciously. Ariane's complexion remained unchanged. She took off the turban that protected her from the wind and sand, let her silky hair hang down naturally, and said calmly, I want to personally interrogate those deserters. Chief Alf, please lead the way. Your Highness, this way please. A group of people came to the castle hall, and Ariane interrogated the deserters who were already somewhat delirious. In the end, there was only one unbelievable fact: Yurik really lost. And it was a big defeat. Does that Riverbend knight know fire magic? Damon felt that there was only one explanation. Moreover, in words, the illegitimate son of God's Grey City could hardly hide his fear. Ariane remained calm. She first asked Alf to take all the deserters away, and then said, the words of the deserters should not be trusted. In order to avoid punishment, or to make themselves appear less incompetent, they will always deliberately exaggerate the strength of the enemy. Damon nodded, but still reminded, Your Highness, but Yurik should indeed be defeated. I know. Ariane took out a pomegranate from the plate on the table, peeled it, and said, Master Alf, how many soldiers did Yurik bring to attack Ingzue Island? About 2,000 people. Alf replied respectfully. Where's the knight? 12 knights went out with the army. Ariane put a few pomegranate seeds into her mouth, and asked again, there are far more vassal knights in the Dane family, right? Alf glanced at the princess carefully, and said, yes, Your Highness. Including the branch of Gawain City, there are 35 knights in the Dane family. Less than half. It seems that the illegitimate child's appeal is very limited. However, even if the Dane family didn't do their best, it still feels unbelievable to lose to a pioneer knight who didn't even build a castle. Ariane had some calculations in her heart, so she told the housekeeper. Please send someone to notify all the knights of the Dane family who have not set out, tell them that I have arrived in Starfall City, and let them come to pay a visit immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Alf hesitated, and then asked, Your Highness, do you want to tell them the news of Yurik's defeat? Tell them. Yes. After the steward left, Demon couldn't help asking, "Your Highness, why are you summoning the Knights of the Dane family? Are you planning to attack Ingzue Island again?" "Exactly. But are you scared?" Ariane raised her eyebrows and interrupted. Facing the gaze cast by the beautiful Dorne princess, Demon immediately puffed up his chest and said loudly, "Of course not. There's really nothing to be afraid of." Samuel supported Natalie and jumped off the boat, and said with a smile, "With me here, no one in Starfall City will dare to bully you." "Yeah." Natalie nodded, but her little hand was holding Samuel's sleeve tightly and refused to let go. The Dornishmen on the pier looked at this group of riverbenders and savages who suddenly appeared with curious and vigilant eyes. Fortunately, there are familiar faces like Hughes Dane. Otherwise, even if there is no conflict on the pier, I am afraid that someone will go to Starfall City to report. Samuel waved for Hughes and ordered, "Take some people to Starfall City first, tell the Dane family that Miss Natalie has returned, and ask them to come to the pier to welcome them. Remember, if they don't want to, you should immediately control the gate of the castle and send someone back to notify me, understand?" "Yes, my lord." After Hughes left with his people, Samuel continued to stay on the pier, waiting for his soldiers to land one after another. Although Natalie is now the first heir of the Dane family, Samuel will not be so foolish as to think that he can conquer Starfall City with such a little girl. No matter when, strength is always the support of everything. If the Dane family refused to give in, he was ready to fight another battle. After the previous defeat, the Dane family must not be able to organize too many troops to resist stubbornly. What's more, in such a short time, they have no time to mobilize the army. After waiting for about half an hour, Hughes finally returned, but his face was a little weird. "Lord Caesar, Miss Natalie, and Princess Ariane are in Starfall City right now." "Who?" Samuel froze for a moment. "Princess Ariane Martell." Hughes took a careful look at Samuel and continued, "His Royal Highness wants you and Miss Natalie to pay a visit." Chapter 79 Meeting. Of course Samuel will not go to see some princess. He is in a very bad mood right now. He never thought that a Dorne princess would appear here. In this way, I am afraid that the original Starfall City will not be so easy to obtain. Ariane Martell would not allow the Dane family to be in the hands of a girl who was clearly inclined to the people of the River Bend, even if she was indeed the first heir to Starfall City. What's more, if Natalie's inheritance rights are to be true, there are indeed flaws. What to do? Storming Starfall City. Samuel felt that he was not crazy yet. Even though Starfall City's troops are indeed empty at this time, with Princess Dorne, the people inside will definitely not surrender easily. With just a few hundred people under him, if he wants to conquer the Dane family before the arrival of Dorne's reinforcements, a strong castle is just a dream come true. Retreat. Samuel was not reconciled. Although he won the previous battle, his territory was also destroyed, and his accumulation for more than half a year was burned. If he can't get compensation from Starfall City, he is really not reconciled. What's more, if he retreats this time, will Starfall City let it go? Especially the ambitious woman Ariane Martell is still here, she will most likely gather the army of the Dane family, or even the army of the nearby lords, and then attack Ingzue Island. When the time comes, how will he guard? So, instead of letting the flames of war spread to your own territory again, it is better to stick to this pier. It can not only block the way of the Dornish people's attack, but also take the opportunity to ask for help from High Court. The Tyrell family might not be willing to send troops to defend Eaglemouth Island before, but now, he has gained a foothold in the west of Dorne, a pier that can continuously transport troops, and holds Natalie Dane in his hand. With the key that could open the west of Dorne, he didn't believe the Tyrells would be unmoved. Since he made up his mind to stick to it and wait for help, Samuel ordered his soldiers to take over the entire pier, drive out all the civilians on the pier, and began to build fortifications to prepare for battle. After observing the terrain of the pier, Samuel found that if he wanted to stick to this place, he couldn't just guard the pier. The terrain of the pier is too low, and there is not enough strategic depth. If you only defend the pier, you will easily be pushed into the sea by the Dornishmen to feed the fish. So, he decisively expanded the defense line to the outside by 2 or 3 miles. This section is full of rugged rocks, and there is only one road to enter and exit, but then turn east and turn over a ridge to a flat sandy plain. So it is relatively simple to fortify, just block the only road leading to the pier west of the ridge. After his men dug trenches on the main road, erected earth barriers, demolished the wooden houses on the pier, and built several fences on the ridge, Samwell asked Hughes to reply to Princess Arianne. If you want to see him, yes, then come here by yourself. Hughes took the order to go, and soon came back, saying, My lord, Her Royal Highness said that she has come and wants to see you. Samwell frowned, a little surprised at the courage of the Dorne princess. However, since the other party is really here, of course he wants to meet. If we can reach an agreement, then this battle can be avoided, and it is better not to fight. When he came to the first line of defense, Samwell saw a group of Dornishmen gathered on the opposite side from a distance. After he appeared, 2 figures on horseback came out of the Dornish people towards the ridge, and one of them should be a woman from the looks of her clothes. Seeing this, Samwell brought his attendant, K2, and went up to meet him. The 2 sides met in the middle, separated by more than 10 steps. Princess Arianne looked curiously at the Knight of the Reach, and found that he was completely different from what she had heard before. Of course, she had long felt that the rumors about Samwell Tarly she had heard before were all deliberately fabricated false news. How could a cowardly fat man abandoned by his father open up a territory in a place like the Crimson Mountains? Not to mention defeating the Dane family army led by Uric Shad. The young man in front of her is exactly what she imagined. Tall and handsome, exuding a high-spirited temperament all over his body, his gray eyes shone with confidence. Of course, if he looked carefully, he could find a hint of cunning. This is a difficult man to deal with. Arianne made a judgment immediately. Samwell is also looking at Princess Dorne in front of him. She is indeed as beautiful as described in the book, her graceful figure is looming under the translucent silk dress, her olive-colored smooth skin glistens with health and vitality, and the smile on her charming face is as hot as the sunshine of Dorne, although it's not absolutely beautiful, but it has an inexplicable and strong attraction to men. Knight of the River Bend, do you know that you are standing on the land of the Dornish people? Arianne spoke with a lazy tone as if she was coquettish with her lover. This is a woman who is very good at using her charm to achieve her goals. Samwell was secretly vigilant, and said with a smile. If I remember correctly, you Dornishmen attacked my territory first. Your territory? Princess Arianne chuckled, how did I hear that you haven't even built the castle yet? Samwell also smiled, Your Royal Highness, we don't need to play this kind of jurisprudence game. Ingzue Island is the territory I developed, and it is full of my subjects and property. Now it is being ruined by Uric Shad now, it's not too much for me to come to Starfall City to ask for some compensation, right? Princess Arianne stretched out her slender finger and pointed behind Samwell, saying, Since you are here to ask for compensation, you have occupied the pier and built so many fortifications. What are you doing? Of course it's to guard against you. Samwell didn't bother to waste time with this person, and simply said bluntly, I have already negotiated with the Dane family on the matter of war compensation, but your appearance seems to have reignited the flames of war danger. How could I not be on guard? Have you negotiated war compensation? Who did you talk to from the Dane family? Of course it is Miss Natalie Dane, daughter of Ashara Dane, the first heir of the Dane family. Princess Arianne giggled when she heard the words, and her proud chest also surged. Sir Caesar, are you mistaken? Miss Ashara of the Dane family committed suicide by jumping into the sea more than 10 years ago. Samwell said in his heart that sure enough, the Martell family would not easily admit Natalie, but he still made the last effort. She did jump into the sea, but she didn't die, and she left behind a daughter. If you don't believe it, you can ask some old people from the Dane family to identify it. How about this? Princess Arianne suggested with a smile, you ask that Miss Natalie to come back to Sunspear with me, and let my father confirm her identity. If it is true, then she can naturally inherit Starfall, and swear allegiance to my father. It seems that our differences are a bit big. Samwell shrugged. Of course, he couldn't hand Natalie over to the Martell family. And he also understood that the woman in front of him would not bow her head easily. In the original book, Arianne was so ambitious that she wanted to support a queen to sit on the Iron Throne, so her father had to send someone to arrest her to prevent her from causing trouble outside. Prince Doran had to resort to coercive means if he wanted her to be obedient. How could Samwell, a man from the River Bay, use words to impress this woman? So, Samwell didn't bother to talk nonsense, and said directly, then speak with a sword. You are very confident, Sir Caesar. Arianne stared into Samwell's eyes with burning eyes. I hope you can always maintain it. Thank you for your blessing. Samwell saluted very gentlemanly. I also hope that you can always maintain your current beauty. You must know that swords have no eyes on the battlefield, and beautiful things are as fragile as porcelain bottles. Princess Ariane suddenly withdrew her smile, and her voice was no longer charming, it was as hard as gravel in the mountains. Then take a good look. Is the one standing in front of you a porcelain vase that will shatter when you touch it, or martel who will never bend, destroy, or yield? After saying this, Ariane turned and left. Demon Sand. Princess Ariane ordered as soon as she returned. Immediately send a letter to High Hidden City, Bremen City, Tianji City, Sandstone City, King's Tomb City, Hellgate Castle, to all the lords in the west of Dorne, telling them that the people of the Reach have set foot on our land. I, Ialin Martell, in the name of the Fiery Sun's Halberd, demands that they immediately send troops to support Starfall City. Chapter 80 Support. Todd Flowers. On the other side, as soon as Samwell returned to the pier, he also started to shake people. You immediately wrote to Madame Olenna, telling her that I have defeated the Dane family army and occupied Starfall City, but was. Ahem. Todd couldn't hold back when he heard this. Samwell glared at the other party, and said confidently. What are you doing? The pier is not considered Starfall City. And don't tell me you don't know what we are about to face this time. Although it is extremely dangerous, it is also a good opportunity to become famous all over the world. Todd Butterflower, if you want to get rid of the surname of the illegitimate child, just do as I tell you. Sure enough, there was a flash of struggle in Todd's eyes. After a while, the illegitimate child of Qingting Island sighed, nodded and said. I will tell Mrs. Olenna as you said. Very good. Samwell patted the other person on the shoulder heavily. Don't forget to write down Natalie Dane's life experience as well. Believe me, Mrs. Olenna will definitely not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Good. Watching Todd's leaving back, Samwell sighed. He knew that a big war was inevitable. With the personality of that Princess Ariane Martell, she will never stop until they are driven into the sea. Even if he withdrew to Ingzue Island, the ambitious Dorne princess would lead his troops to chase after him. On the river bend, Mrs. Olenna should not miss this excellent opportunity to control the western part of Dorne, and there is a high probability that she will send troops to support it. So, this is no longer just a grievance between Ingzue Island and Starfall City, but an upcoming war between Huan and Dorne. The situation has inevitably slipped out of control. Samwell suddenly realized that this was probably what Littlefinger, Peter Baelish really wanted to see. Chaos is the ladder. From then on, after the men personally visited Ingzue Island for a silver mine, things began to escape from Samwell's control. Pretended to be greedy for the benefits of silver mining, but in fact, concealed evil intentions to expose Ingzue Island to the sight of the Dornish people, and quietly assassinated the last blood of the main branch of the Dane family, completely provoking the conflict between Starfall City and Ingzue Island. There is also the arrival of Ariane. Samwell believes that Peter may have planned it secretly, otherwise there would be no chance of such a coincidence. Although he had long been on guard against this notorious conspirator in Game of Thrones, he never expected to fall into the trap he wove. Recalling that day at the Tower of Sky, he secretly laughed at Duke Renly as a marionette in the hands of Lady Olenna, but now, he himself cannot escape a similar fate. Even sadder, Samwell found himself with no choice. Unless he betrayed his position and interests, he could only start the war in the way Peter designed. Is this the strength of the top players in this Game of Thrones? The corners of Samwell's mouth turned up slightly. After realizing this, he wasn't too upset. The conspirator tried his best to plan this drama, but he couldn't control the direction of the plot after all. He can decide how to start the scene, but he cannot decide how to end the scene, let alone know that a puppet controlled by him has found the figure hiding behind the scene along the silk thread. Peter Baelish. Samwell gritted his teeth and said, just wait, one day, I will repay your care. Horned Hill is located at the northern foot of the Crimson Mountains, and is the most important barrier in the south of Highgarden. Whether it is the savages in the Crimson Mountains or the more elite and powerful Dornishmen, if they want to invade the most fertile core area of the River Bend, they cannot bypass the war fortress of Horn Hill. Today, this terrifying war machine located on the border of the River Bend finally started to operate again. Flags of various colors are flying in the air, directing the soldiers to line up to enter the city. The knights in bright armor are ready to go, as if they can't wait to fight for honor. Father. What are you calling the army for? Is there going to be a war? Dickon Tarley ran to the top of the wall excitedly. At only 14 years old, he already has the height of an adult, with a strong physique and a handsome appearance. It is no wonder that Earl Randall was determined to support him as the heir of Hornhill. Yes. Randall Tarley said words like gold. Who are you fighting with? Hearing that there was going to be a war, Dickon not only showed no fear on his face, but was more excited. The Tully family has always had martial blood, except for a certain disinherited eldest son. Dorne. Fight Dorne. It's great. I've long since disliked those guys covered in sand. Dickon blushed. Is it the war order issued by the Duke? Apart from us, there are still people in the River Bend which families participated in the war. The Duke didn't give the order. Earl Landau saw a vassal knight under the castle take off his helmet and salute to himself, so he also waved. We are the only ones in the River Bay to participate in the battle. Huh. Dickon was dumbfounded. Earl Randall took out a letter from his arms and handed it to his son. This is a letter from the Duke of Mace 3 days ago, read it yourself. Dickon scanned it quickly, and then exclaimed, it's my brother. The Dornishmen are going to attack his territory. It's disgusting. Father, please let me go too. No. Earl Landau refused without hesitation. Dickon's face suddenly collapsed. Although he knew that his father's decision would not be changed, he still asked unwillingly. Why can't I go? Because you have more important tasks. Earl Randall said, took out another unopened letter, handed it to Dickon, and said, take this letter to Brightwater City, and give it to AI Lord Lister. Dickon was a little displeased. To deliver a letter to my grandfather, do I need to go there myself? Can't I use a raven? Or let my mother go? She told me a few days ago that she missed the lake in her hometown, which just happened to let her go back and have a look. Earl Randall squinted his eyes and looked at his son, and said coldly. Can the raven represent the Tully family? Or can your mother represent the Tully family? It was only then that Dickon realized that this letter might be of great importance, and when he thought about the military operation in Hornhill, he suddenly realized. Father, you don't want Liangshui City to send troops to support brother, do you? That's right. Earl Randall's face softened a little. I wrote the reasons and conditions for sending troops in the letter, and you hand it to your grandfather, and tell him that the Tully family will not forget the Florent family. Help. Dickon hid the letter next to his body, and asked again. Father, the Duke's letter only said that people from Starfall City are going to attack my brother's territory. Is it necessary to mobilize so many people? Earl Randall sighed quietly, and said, once the footsteps of war sound, it is up to certain people when to stop. Dickon scratched his head, half understanding. You mean the Dornish people will mobilize an army to attack Ingzue Island? Then why is the Duke of Metz ignoring it and only us and Brightwater City going to fight? Have you not seen it yet? Your brother has become an abandoned son. Earl Landau had a mocking smile on his lips, but he didn't know who it was aimed at. Huh. Dickon was taken aback. He wanted to say, Father, you were the first to abandon your brother. Of course, he would definitely not dare to say this in person. Sometimes, Dickon felt that he couldn't understand the world of adults, it was too complicated and confusing. He suppressed his messy thoughts and asked again. Father, if my grandfather agrees to send troops, can I go with the army? Earl Randall shook his head again, no. After delivering the letter, you have to go to Highgarden. The Duke of Mace's 50th name day banquet is coming soon, and you will attend on behalf of the Tully family. Oh. Dickon looked reluctant, but he had no choice but to agree. Okay, go to your mother. If she also wants to go to Brightwater City, you can take her with you. Okay, Father. Chapter 81 War Start. The sun is hot and the heat is overwhelming. A long and winding army is gathering towards Starfall City. Looking down from a high altitude, it looks like countless ants returning to their nests. The falcon hovered over the towering castle for a long time, and finally flapped its wings to the west, skimming over the barren sand plains and rugged mountains, and swooped down towards the seaside pier. In the wooden house, Samuel opened his eyes, rubbed his slightly sore brows, and walked out. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Natalie staring curiously and timidly at the falcon parked on the roof. Hey! Samuel said suddenly, causing Natalie to tremble in fright. She turned her head, stared wide-eyed, and said angrily, You scared me. Samuel asked with a smile, What are you doing sneakily? Natalie glanced at the falcon on the roof again, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, So you also have a bird. Why does this sound so strange? Yes. Tell you a secret. Natalie took a few steps closer and said mysteriously, I have one too. Samuel suppressed a smile, really? You also have birds? Yes. Natalie nodded, but my bird is not as big as yours. Puffed. Samuel finally couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Natalie was a little puzzled. Do you want to see my bird? Okay. Samuel laughed even more. Natalie pouted, seemed a little unhappy, and turned her head. Humph. I won't show it to you. Samuel put away his smile, stepped forward to ruffle the little girl's hair, and ran away decisively before she got angry. There are several supply ships docking at the pier. Ucha. Samuel beckoned to the young savage who had just disembarked. Come here. Ucha quickly trotted over and saluted. Lord Caesar, what orders do you have? I haven't been back these days. How is Ingzue Islet doing now? Everything is fine. My brother-in-law is leading everyone to rebuild the wooden house. He said that it will take another month for the territory to return to its previous appearance. Where's the castle? The castle is being renovated by Lord Vito. I don't know the specific situation. Samuel nodded, but did not embarrass him, and asked instead, is there enough food and supplies? Enough. We have stored a lot before, and my brother-in-law has sent people to Yangwu City, and a batch of new supplies should be delivered soon. Have you received a letter or seen anyone in the territory recently? Not really. Okay, go get busy. Yes, my lord. Samuel looked at the back of Ucha leaving, and sighed secretly. The expected support has not been available, which inevitably makes him a little anxious. The Dornishmen on the opposite side are gathering more and more, and Samuel has already seen the banners of other families besides the Dane family. Obviously, Arianne can mobilize far more power than he imagined. Although the opponent has not yet launched an attack, Samuel feels that this day may not be far away. If Huon didn't send reinforcements, it would be impossible for him to hold the pier. Not only the pier, but Ingzue Island should not be defended either. Arianne Martel, an ambitious woman, will not give up easily. The previous fire attack tactics against Urikshad will definitely not work anymore, because all the brandy is exhausted. Moreover, this tactical weakness is very obvious. The effect was so good last time, mainly because the enemy was unprepared, and there will be no such good thing in the future. Unless he can create a real wildfire. But according to Maester Coburn, the creation of a real wildfire is not only extremely time-consuming, but also expensive. No wonder only the royal family has the ability to mass-produce in the original book. Lord Caesar, Lord Caesar. A voice interrupted Samuel's contemplation. What's the matter? Samuel recognized that the other party was Todd's new servant, who seemed to be called Hal. Hal trotted to Samuel, took a breath, and said, Master Todd asked me to tell you that the vanguard of the Dornishmen has arrived and may attack at any time. Samuel was shocked, and hurriedly followed Hal to the front line. Coming to the ridge where the first line of defense was, Samuel looked down through the wooden fence. Sure enough, a group of Dornish soldiers gathered on the wasteland below, estimated to be 600 or 700. This should only be the vanguard. Samuel looked up and could vaguely see follow-up troops coming from the direction of Starfall City. It seems that the Dornish people are indeed preparing to attack on a large scale. Actually, with the help of Falcon's eyes, he had already seen a large number of troops gathering in Starfall City, so he was not surprised by this. Through Hawkeye, it is known that the number of Dorne troops in Starfall City is probably almost 15,000 to 6,000 at this time. After all, Dorne and Huon have a 1,000-year feud, and now he, a knight of the Riverbend, actually leads an army to the land of Dorne. It is no wonder that the Dornish people, who have always been xenophobic, are furious. Even so, Samuel was a little surprised by the charisma of the Princess of Dorne. Familiar with the plot, he certainly knew that Prince Doran did not actually intend to pass on the position to Arianne, but had other arrangements for her. But the lords of Dorne were of course unaware of this. In their eyes, Arianne was still the first heir to Prince Doran, the future Queen of Dorne. But nearly 20,000 people, just to seize a pier is too exaggerated. Obviously, the Dorne princess's ambition is far more than just a pier. This crazy woman is probably trying to take this opportunity to invade the River Bay. Samuel has more headaches. Seeing that Dorne's army is gathering more and more, and his side has a total of 600 troops, and most of them are recruits. Fortunately, he had decisively occupied the dominant terrain and built fortifications, otherwise Samwell would have already escaped by boat. But even if he occupies a favorable location, the situation is not optimistic, and his soldiers are not Spartans, so it is impossible to fight 100 with 1. So, Samwell can only look forward to the reinforcements in the river bend. If the reinforcements do not come for a long time, then no matter how unwilling he is, he can only run away. At that time, Huon probably would have no face to go back. If he went, he would have to obediently be a dog to the Tyrell family. If this is the case, Samwell felt that he might as well go to the other side of the narrow sea to join Longma. The Dornish did not launch an attack immediately, but waited patiently for the arrival of follow-up troops. As evening approached, nearly 20,000 Dornish troops had densely covered the wasteland, and they couldn't see the edge at a glance, which made one's scalp tingle. Princess Arianne seems to deliberately want to show her full strength to the enemy, so as to break the fighting spirit of the people in the river bay. However, the effect is not very obvious. After a series of miraculous victories before, the soldiers of Ingzue Island have already had a kind of blind trust and worship for Samwell. In their view, there is no enemy in the world that their lord cannot defeat. However, what they don't know is that the invincible Lord Caesar is also panicking now. But in order to stabilize the morale of the army, Samwell still put on a confident look. It's just a group of farmers who just put down their hoes. Samwell pointed to the Dornishmen at the foot of the mountain, and was about to taunt and boost morale, but was interrupted by a dull sound of a horn. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, they saw a small team of 400 to 500 people from the Dornish army formation, approaching the defense line of the Huon people. The Dornish soldiers in the front row are holding huge oaken shields, followed by spearmen and machetes, and the last row is archers. They all wore leather armor uniformly, marching neatly and orderly, with high fighting spirit, like an elite soldier. So the word farmer that Samwell was about to ridicule could only be held back in embarrassment. He took a deep breath, suppressed all distracting thoughts in his heart, and ordered in a calm tone. Blow the horn. Meet the enemy. Chapter 82 Reinforcements. The battle broke out suddenly. It was the Dornish people who attacked first, because there were archers among them, and the attack distance was far. On the other hand, the people of Huon, as the defender, have no archers. No way, the establishment of Ingzue Island's army is still too short, and high-end arms such as archers, which are expensive and have a long training period, are still vacant. Fortunately, the Huon people's position is on the ridge, and the Dornish arrows have lost most of their strength when they shoot up. Coupled with the barrier of the fence, the power is greatly reduced, and it is basically difficult to cause effective damage. However, it also played a suppressive effect, preventing the people in Huon from showing their heads easily. After the Dornishmen advanced a little further, the riverbend began to formally counterattack. The way to counterattack is to throw spears. Although the attack distance of the spear is not as good as that of the bow and arrow, its lethality is actually stronger. The scene of hundreds of spears falling on the Dorne army formation like a torrential rain is indeed awe-inspiring. Especially the riverbend people are condescending, and their spears are extremely powerful with the help of gravity. Unless there is a shield to protect them, once they are attacked, they will either die or be injured. The leather armor on the Dornishmen is not very effective in protecting against such attacks. This round of spear throwing down immediately suppressed the arrow rain of the Dornishmen. Amidst the sound of war drums, the Dornishmen continued to move forward. But they soon encountered a bigger problem, the trench. The Reachmen dug a deep and wide trench in front of the fence, and the Dornishmen had to slide into it and climb up, but then the Reachmen's spears would come out from behind the fence and stab them. Blood soon stained the land red, and there were more and more Dornish corpses in the trenches. When attacking Ingzue Island before, the people of Huon put up similar fortifications, but the effect was mediocre at that time, because the area to be protected was too large and there were not enough soldiers in Huon, so it was easy for the Dornish people to find loopholes. But the situation is different now. The Dornish people are facing a rugged mountainous terrain, and this is the only mountain road that can be passed by large troops. The area that the Huon people need to defend is greatly reduced. Under such circumstances, the defenders have a natural suppression of the attackers. The battle continued until it was getting dark, and the first wave of the Dornishmen's attack finally came to an end. After dropping hundreds of corpses, they failed to shake the first line of defense of the Huon people, so they retreated in embarrassment. When the soldiers of Huon saw this, they immediately cheered and celebrated. However, Samwell was not too happy. The first wave of attack just now was obviously tentative, and the Dornish people just wanted to find out the situation. The real test will start tomorrow. Sure enough, after resting overnight, the Dornishmen launched an attack again. This time, they were obviously well prepared. Not only did they carry earth and rocks for filling the trenches, but they also prepared ladders for climbing the fences. Amidst the sound of the rumbling war drums, the Dornish people, densely packed like ants, charged towards the ridge again. Compared to yesterday's tentative attack, today's Dornish people are obviously much crazier. They launched an attack regardless of casualties, filled the trench with earth, rocks, and even the corpses of their companions, and then set up ladders on the wooden fence. However, even so, it is extremely difficult to cross this fence. Because it is impossible to raise the shield to climb the ladder, so the climbing Dornishmen will become a target for the spears of the soldiers of the Reach. Even if a lucky few make it through, jumping into the Riverbend army formation without the support of your companions is basically tantamount to suicide. But even so, the Dornishmen's attack did not stop. The siege battle is supposed to be filled with human lives, and the Dorne commander on the opposite side will certainly not be lenient. The line of defense on the ridge also turned into a meat grinder under the crazy impact of the Dornish people. Most of what was devoured was the flesh and blood of the Dornish people, but the casualties of the people in the river bay gradually began to increase. The corpses piled up in front of the fence, which not only filled the trench long ago, but also formed a corpse mound in front of the fence. In this way, the Dornishmen would not need to use wooden ladders to jump over the fence and rush into the position of the people of the Riverbend. Fortunately, Samwell was already behind the first line of defense, and set up a second line of defense based on another high slope. Seeing that the defense was about to fall, he took advantage of the gap between the Dornish attack and asked the soldiers to abandon the first line of defense and retreat behind the second line of defense. As soon as the people from the Riverbend withdrew, the Dornishmen occupied the first line of defense. They howled and vented like crazy, and then pushed down the fence. After a short rest, they continued to attack the second line of defense. The battle continues. It was like this until the sun went down, and the Dornish people retreated to camp. The people of Huon can finally catch their breath. However, this offensive and defensive battle is far from over. Early on the third day, the Dornishmen made another comeback. Blood and death cannot stop the progress of the Dornish people, let alone shake their determination to regain their territory. Seeing that the situation was not good, Samwell had no choice but to join the battle with his warhammer in hand. But personal strength is really of little use in such a big battle. No matter how fierce and invincible he is, the enemies he can kill are limited, and his physical strength is not unlimited. After fighting for a while, he must rest. However, the addition of Samwell did slow down the progress of the Dornish people. It was not until the fourth day that they pulled down the second fence. However, on the mountain road from the ridge to the pier, the people of Huon erected a total of 8 lines of defense. After a short rest, the Dornishmen launched an attack again. At this time, both sides are already red-eyed. On this not-so-long mountain road, both sides paid countless blood and lives for every inch of land. But this is far from the end. The resilience and toughness of the Dornish people far exceeded Samwell's expectations. Seeing the line of defense receding and getting closer to the pier, he became more and more anxious. Fortunately, the 7 gods took care of him after all. When the battle lasted to the 7th day, Samwell's long-awaited reinforcements finally arrived. Looking at the very familiar flag of the Stridehunter on the troop carrier sailing into the pier, even though he had no affection for the original owner's family, Samwell couldn't help but feel agitated at this moment. At critical times, my family is still reliable. Huon reinforcements are here. When the observation post on the hill on one side of the battlefield told Daemon Shed the news, he felt dizzy for a while. They have fought so far regardless of casualties. They have finally advanced so far and consumed so many Huon defenders, but they did not expect that the support of the Huon people actually arrived. He hurried to the command camp and told Princess Arianne the news. "How many people are here?" Princess Arianne was quite calm. "It is estimated that there are 2,000 or 3,000 people." Princess Arianne glanced at the pale Daemon and asked, "What? Does this scare you?" "Of course not." Daemon immediately replied loudly, but then he muttered, "Your Highness, I'm just worried that the morale of the army will be dampened because of this, and besides, some knights who came to support have already complained about the heavy casualties of their soldiers." Princess Arianne stood up, walked out of the tent, and looked at the river bend position in the distance. There are bursts of cheers erupting at the moment. On the other hand, on Dawn's side, the soldiers were a little downcast. Daemon chased after him, just in time to hear the princess's voice as hard as iron. 300 years ago, Aegon Targaryen the Conqueror brought 3 giant dragons and failed to make Dorne succumb. Now that there are only a few thousand people in the river bend, will they make us retreat? No. I will not give in. Dawn will not give in either. We will fight until the last moment, until all the invaders are driven out of Dorne. She turned around abruptly, her dark eyes flashed with firm and even crazy light. Daimon. Go and call the knights from every family to my camp. I want to see who is complaining. Chapter 83 Witness of the Seven Gods. In the not-so-spacious camp, Dorne knights in armor walked in one after another, making the place look a bit crowded. As dusk approached and the light was dim, Princess Arianne asked the soldiers to light candles. And other desert lizard oil smell permeated, and there were already hundreds of knights in the camp. Princess Arianne's eyes slowly swept over these people, recalling their surnames, forces they belonged to, and habits and preferences in her mind. This is a skill that superiors must master. Standing first on her left was a man with a huge hooked nose, silver and black hair, and lavender eyes. Arianne knew that this man was the Dark Star Jello from High Hidden City. Dane. Dine of Gawain City is the most powerful branch of the Dane family in Starfall City. With the main bloodline withered, it is obvious that he has the ambition to become the main branch of Starfall City. Therefore, among the reinforcements conscripted this time, Gawain City had the largest number of troops, with 3,000 people, so it can be said that they came out in full force. It's just that Geraldine, the eldest son of Gawain City, doesn't seem to have a good reputation, and Arianne doesn't like the way this person looks at her. But she will not alienate him because of this. On the contrary, she thinks that Geraldine is indeed a suitable candidate to inherit Starfall City. At least better than that Natalie Dean who came out of nowhere. So, she met the other party's fiery gaze, and returned a charming smile. Sure enough, Geraldine's breathing quickened instantly, and his waist straightened even more. Sir Gerald, your surname is also Dane, and now the people of Huon are standing on the territory of the Dane family. What do you think should be done? Drive them into the sea. Jia Luo slapped his chest heavily and roared loudly. Very good. This is the real Dane. Arianne said meaningfully. Then, her gaze turned to another young knight beside him. On the armor on the chest of that person was a black vulture, holding a pink baby in its claws. This was the coat of arms of the Bremont family. Arianne recognized the young knight as Penrose Bremont, the eldest son of the Bremont family. She remembered that this person had once served as her uncle's attendant, and it was also his uncle who made him a knight. Seeing the princess' eyes, Penrose quickly bowed his head and saluted. This is a reliable knight. Arianne nodded secretly, and asked. Sir Penrose, what's your opinion? The Bremont family will always follow in the footsteps of the son's halberd. The young knight blushed slightly, as if he didn't dare to meet Arianne's gaze. Very good. The Bremont family is always as reliable as a mountain. Arianne praised, and continued to look down. Beside the team of the Bremont family, there stood 5 knights with a golden crown and skull coat of arms on their armor, but Arianne didn't know any of them, and could only tell from the coat of arms that these were the Manhwa family of King's Grave City. Knight. King's Tomb City is located at the Prince's Pass, guarding the northern gate of Dorne. Its position is very important. The Martell family has been trying to win over them, but this time, none of their family's direct descendants came. Lienon's heart sank slightly. But she still said, the Manhwa family has always been at the forefront of fighting against the River Bend. If I remember correctly, the golden crown on the coat of arms of your family was released after killing an ancient River Bend king. Come on. Yes, your highness. A knight of the Manhwa family stepped forward and said, we have a deep hatred with the people of Huon, and we will never give in and compromise. Arianne nodded in satisfaction, and turned her gaze to the right, where a dozen or so knights with red and yellow flame emblems printed on their chests were particularly eye-catching. They all came from the Euler family of Hellgate Castle. The illegitimate daughter of Earl Harmon Euler is Uncle Arianne's lover, and she gave birth to 4 illegitimate daughters for him. These sand snakes were all Arianne's childhood playmates, so she looked at the knights of the Euler family very kindly. Earl Harmon Euler also responded positively to Princess Arianne's call. This time, he sent his younger brother Sir Uric Euler to lead an army of 2,000 families to support him. Before Arianne could speak, Sir Uric took the initiative to step forward and saluted. Your Highness, the long sword of the Woola family will always be brandishing for you. The loyalty of the Euler family will never be questioned. Arianne responded with a smile. Her eyes continued to turn, greeting every family that came to support. The Kogel family in Sandstone City, the Fowler family in Tianji City, Ironwood. Until she saw the last blue-eyed blonde knight standing at the door of the tent, Ariane's pupils shrank slightly. The badge on the man's chest was a black gate in the sand, the coat of arms of House Ironwood. The Ironwood family has many titles: Earl of Ironwood City, Noble Blood, Guardian of the Bone Road, Lord of Green Hill. But they once had a more prominent title, High King of Dorne. As one of the most powerful families in Dorne, the Ironwood family was once the biggest obstacle on the way for the Martell family to conquer the whole of Dorne. Although they have bowed their heads to the Sun's pair now, the relationship between the two families, the room is always undercurrent. Ariane's uncle was suspected of poisoning an Earl of Ironwood, and in order to appease the anger of the Ironwood family, Prince Doran gave his eldest son, Quentin Martell, to the Ironwood family as an adopted son. It is said to be an adopted son, but it is actually a proton. Ariane did not expect the Ironwood family to send someone to call for reinforcements this time. After all, the relationship between the two families is not good, and Ironwood City is located in the middle of Dorne, far from Starfall City. Send troops. But unexpectedly, the other party actually sent troops. But only one knight was sent, plus more than 30 cavalry. It is said to be support, but it is more like coming to watch the battle. But Ariane still treats this person equally. I am grateful that the city of Ironwood has come to support from thousands of miles away. The blue-eyed and blonde knight bowed and said, Your Highness, you are welcome, this is our duty. Is my brother okay now? Ariane asked suddenly. His Royal Highness Quentin is fine. The Earl is planning to marry Miss Gwenys to him. Really? Thanks to the Ironwood family for taking care of my brother. Ariane suppressed the churning thoughts in her heart, and asked in a deep voice, I wonder if you are still willing to follow Martell's footsteps. Of course. The Ironwood family will always be the most loyal subordinates of the Martell family. Very good. Ariane smiled and clapped her hands. The curtain of the camp tent was lifted, and a camel was brought in. Ariane drew out her long sword, and walked up to the camel amidst everyone's doubtful eyes. Chi! The long sword thrust out suddenly, and went straight into the camel's front belly, leaving only the hilt outside. Blood spurted out, drenching Ariane all over. But she didn't dodge or dodge. After the camel fell to the ground with a wail, she drew out her long sword, took a few steps back and stood still, watching everyone quietly. Damon Shed reacted first, drew out his long sword, and stabbed the fallen camel. When the rest of the knights saw this, they immediately understood and followed suit. After everyone's swords were stained with blood, Ariane showed a satisfied smile. I saw her holding the long sword high above her head, and her voice was as hard as iron. Before the invading enemy is completely wiped out, if anyone dares to disturb the morale of the army and retreat lightly, he will surely die under the swords like a camel. May the 7 gods bear witness for us. All the knights also raised their blood-stained swords and shouted. 7 gods witness. Chapter 84 Counterattack. Presumably that's the case. On the pier, Earl Randall Tarley quietly listened to Samwell's narration, and stood motionless under the setting sun for a long while. Although in the past 6 months, he has heard many rumors about this son who was abandoned by him, every time he will feel surprised and relieved. But this time, his mood could no longer be described as surprise. If it weren't for the fact that the fleet arrived at Ingzue Islet yesterday, saw the scorched earth there with his own eyes, and asked those who witnessed the battle, Earl Landau would have felt that his son was lying to him. However, it is true. My own son actually defeated the elite army of the Dane family, and even led the army to the land of Dorne. What an honor. This made Earl Randall even more convinced that he had made the right decision to expel the eldest son. If not, how could he stimulate the hunter blood hidden in him and force him to become a real Tully? Of course, his surname is no longer Tully. But it doesn't matter. In the eyes of Earl Landau, a Caesar who can expand his territory is far better than a cowardly and incompetent Tully. What's more, the Caesar family is after all a branch branched off from the Tully family. Even if this blood connection will become weaker in the future, it cannot be completely eliminated after all. You did very well. After a long time, Earl Landau finally spoke, with an extremely sad tone. Samwell was stunned upon hearing this. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be hearing his father's praise for the first time. Searching through the memory of the original owner, he has never heard similar words. There has never been. I don't know if it was affected by the remaining emotions of the original owner, but Samuel was a little excited for a while. But soon, he calmed down and told himself not to forget the cold-blooded side of the cheap father in front of him. Of course, the grievances must be clear. Now Samuel has also seen that the Tyrell family may not support him. That Mrs. Olenna must have other plans, or she doesn't want to have a conflict with Dorne at this time, and she is probably ready to give up. Ingzue Island is gone. Without the support of the Tully family, he would definitely suffer heavy losses this time, and even return to the state of having nothing. Therefore, Earl Landau's kindness for coming to support, he will definitely repay in the future. While pondering, Earl Randall said again, there is also that Bachelor of Coburn, who is a capable person. I didn't expect the Hightower family to value you so much. Remember to make good use of him. Bachelor Coburn is indeed a capable person. Samuel explained with a smile. However, he was not sent by the Hightower family, but he just happened to be expelled from the Academy City, and I ran into him. Really? Earl Randall had a mocking smile on his lips. Is there such a coincidence? Samuel froze. He suddenly realized that the timing of the appearance of Bachelor Qyburn was really too coincidental. Although in the original book, this person would indeed be expelled from the Academy City for conducting immoral experiments, how could he be expelled just when he needed a bachelor? He was still expelled when he went to the crazy girl, Maroya, to consult about silver mining, as if he was afraid that he would not meet this person. Leighton Hightower. Samuel was taken aback, and finally realized that this was probably the arrangement of the old Earl of the Towering Tower. He thought he was very careful, but he didn't expect to fall into the schemes of one big boss after another. Don't worry too much. Earl Landau comforted, the Hightower family may not have any malice towards you. I see, father. Samuel put away his thoughts and nodded. At the same time, he also put away some of the pride he had always had as a time traveler, not daring to despise any big boss in this world anymore. Well, the person in front of him is also a big boss, especially on the battlefield. Samuel realized that this is really a rare and good opportunity to learn from the famous Riverbend general. The set of military theories he created by himself is fine for bullying savages, and sometimes a flash of inspiration can defeat a powerful enemy, but he also knows that he still lacks a lot, let alone commanding thousands or even tens of thousands of people have experience in large-scale combat. The one in front of him is the top military general in Huon, and even the entire Westeros continent. How should we fight next? What's your opinion? Earl Landau asked after observing the battlefield. It seems that he wants to personally test this son who has undergone earth-shaking changes. Father, I've been thinking about ways to break the situation these days. Samuel tried hard to clear his mind, and wanted his father to point out whether his plan was feasible. Princess Arianne summoned nearly 20,000 troops to block us in this on the pier, although it was difficult for them to attack in, we could not fight out. The narrow mountain road ahead not only restricted the Dornish people, but also became a cage for us people of the Reach. Therefore, we must open up a new battlefield. Earl Randall's eyes flashed brightly, and he asked, how to open up a new battlefield? Through observation in the past few days, I found that among the Dorne army that came to support, Goween City has the strongest troops. There are actually 3,000 people, and all of them are elite. Are you sure? Earl Landau seemed to have understood Samuel's intentions, and immediately asked. Sure. Samuel nodded seriously. Earl Randall stared into his son's eyes, as if he wanted to confirm the accuracy of the information in this way. And Samuel naturally looked at him without fear. This is what he saw through the eyes of the falcon, clearly and clearly. After a while, Earl Landau spoke again. You want to go upstream along the turbulent river to attack Goween City? That's right. Samuel looked at Earl Randall in surprise. As expected of a famous general in Huon, the opponent immediately guessed his real purpose as soon as he started. Samuel can only be thankful that Earl Randall is on his side, otherwise, this kind of opponent who can always predict the enemy's opportunity is the most troublesome. This is indeed a good idea. Earl Randall nodded approvingly. The limit of the number of troops that can be mobilized in Goween City is almost the same, so the city must be extremely empty now. Samuel smiled and said, the blood of the Dane family in Starfall City is withered. As a branch, Goween City can't sit still. It must be mobilized to fight for success, so that we can inherit Starfall City in the future. Not bad. It seems that you have made great progress these days. Earl Randall looked at his son with softer eyes. Father, you are flattering me. Samwell said modestly, and then said, "Since you agree with this plan, shall we divide our troops to attack Gawain City tomorrow?" Earl Randall shook his head slowly. "No hurry. Wait a few more days." Samwell suddenly didn't understand. Why? "When we set off, I had already sent your brother to Liangshui City for help. If the Florence family is willing to send troops, they should arrive in a few days." Samwell immediately beamed with joy when he heard the words. His mother is the daughter of Earl Alistair Florent. With this blood relationship, Brightwater City may indeed send troops to support him. It seems that my family is still reliable. Samwell made the same exclamation again. This also gave him a deeper understanding of why the nobles of this world value marriage so much. This kind of blood connection is indeed the best way to form an alliance. Think about the Tyrell family in Highgarden. Their strength does not actually occupy an absolute advantage in the Reach, but after marrying the Redwine family and the Hightower family, the Duke of Mace, the inflatable fish lord, they can all sit firmly on the throne of the Governor of the River Bend and the Guardian of the Southern Border. Okay, let's wait a few more days. Father, you must be very tired after traveling all the way. Why don't you go to bed early tonight? No. Earl Randall shook his head again, raised his finger and pointed to the mountain road ahead. The ridge up to the front is your lost line of defense, right? Yes. Since I'm here, of course I have to take them back, otherwise this place is too crowded. Samwell was stunned for a moment, and then asked in doubt, "Then there is no need to be in a hurry. Besides, your soldiers must be tired after traveling all the way." The corners of Earl Randall's mouth turned up slightly. "No need. We arrived at Ingzue Island yesterday and rested there for a day and a night. The soldiers have almost recovered. Moreover, the Dornish people certainly did not expect us to launch a counterattack at this time." Samwell finally understood now. It was almost dusk now, and the Dornish people were usually ready to withdraw their troops and return to camp by this time, which was the most relaxed time, and they really didn't expect that the reinforcements from the River Bend had just arrived, and they would launch a counterattack without taking any rest. The most important ability on the battlefield. Earl Landau taught his son earnestly, it is to discover and grasp the opportunity of battle. Camp Dorne. Princess Arianne has just appeased the hearts of the people, and is entertaining the knights with the meat of the poor camel. Laughing and laughing in the tent, the atmosphere is relaxed. The morale, which had been slightly lowered by the news of the arrival of the reinforcements at the River Bend, recovered again. After all, the Dornish army still has the upper hand in terms of numbers. Princess Arianne frowned, and asked with some displeasure, "What's the matter?" "Your Highness, it's not good, the people of Huon suddenly launched a counterattack." "What?" Arianne jumped up, and the camel meat on the plate was knocked over. Chapter 85 River Bend Princes. Old Town. Under the light of the towering tower that never goes out day and night, a huge fleet sailed down the upper reaches of the Mead River and entered the harbor. The flag on the ship is uniformly embroidered with a dazzling red and gold fox, surrounded by a circle of lapis lazuli flowers. This is the coat of arms of the Florence family, the lords of Brightwater City. The fleet docked at the port to replenish supplies and fresh water, and then continue to sail to the summer sea. Master Alekan, supplies and fresh water have been replenished. It's just... But what? Alekan Florent asked absent-mindedly, looking at the Whispering Bay ahead. As the eldest son of Earl Florens, Alekan led the army to support Ingzue Island under his father's order this time. Alekan actually supports his father's decision. After all, that child is his nephew, and Earl Randall still offered such a condition. However, the Dornishmen are not easy to deal with. And I heard that Princess Arianne has already arrived at the front line. On the other hand, on the River Bend, the Tyrell family has been silent for a long time. Alekan was a little worried, could he really win this war with the troops from Horn Hill and Liangshui City alone? With such anxiety, he was not in a good mood along the way. The attendant seemed to see that the master was in a bad mood, and whispered, "But there is a mercenary group who also wants to go with us. They want a free ride. No, turn them down." "No, my lord. They said they are willing to fight for us, and the price is only 1 golden dragon." Alekan finally turned around and frowned. "Which mercenary group are they?" "Oak Shield Mercenary Group." Oak Shield. Alekan was a little surprised. He originally thought it was a group of poor and hungry guys who came to find him, but he didn't expect it to be the well-known Oak Shield Mercenary Group in this area. He knows that this mercenary group is quite strong, with nearly 700 members. Such a mercenary group, how could it be possible to hire them to work on the battlefield with only one golden dragon? Are you sure they only want one golden dragon? Yes. Do they know what we're up to? You should know, I tried it out, and their leader directly said that he would go with us to kill the Dornish people. Where is he? Take me there. Yes, my lord. Walking on the way, Alikin already had a guess in his mind. The mercenaries are a group of guys who only accept money. It is impossible for them to be willing to work for the Florence family for a golden dragon. The only possibility is that someone has already paid the money. As for the person who pays, I am afraid it is the owner of this place, the Hightower family, the lords of the old town. In fact, the Hightower family and the Florence family are also related by marriage. Earl Leighton Hightower married Alicon's sister Leia Florence. Yes, old couple and young wife, and this is the fourth wife that Earl Leighton married. The Hightower family has always been very keen on marriage. But even if they are in-laws, there is no need for the Hightower family to help the Florence family hire such a mercenary group. You know, this price is not a small amount. When he saw the people from the mercenary group, Alikin knew that his guess was right, because he saw a familiar figure. Little sister. Alikin quickened his pace, opened his arms and gave his sister a hug. Humph, brother, you didn't even say hello to me when you came to Old Town. Leia complained to her brother angrily. I sincerely apologize to you, Mrs. Leia. Alikin said pretentiously, but after being thumped by his sister, he put away the joke and sighed, it's not that I don't want to see you, but that I want to see you. It's inconvenient to come to visit because of business. What's important? Before Alikin could answer, another man came over. Sir Baelor. Sir Alarcon. Baelor Hightower said with a smile, I heard that the Florence family was about to go to the battlefield, so I took it upon myself to invite a group of helpers for you. The Hightower family is so kind, I really don't know how to thank them. Baelor smiled and waved his hands. Actually, you don't have to pay too much attention. Because this gift is not only for the Florence family, but also for Sir Caesar. Alikin frowned. I didn't expect the Hightower family to have such a good relationship with Sir Caesar. Of course. Sir Caesar is one of the best partners of the Hightower family. You should have heard about the new brandy we just launched recently. It is produced in Ingzue Island. Unfortunately, the war interrupted all this. So, in order to obtain a continuous supply of brandy, we, Hightower, are willing to provide you with some help within our capacity. Since this is the case, then I will accept this great gift. You're welcome. It is the consistent aim of the Hightower family to illuminate the way forward for you all. After finishing speaking, he stepped back a few steps to let the siblings catch up. Due to the urgency of the war, Alikin did not stay too long. After a brief chat with his sister, he waved goodbye. After the new companions joined, the fleet also set sail again and sailed to the distance. Highland City. Mark Mullendall strode into the study and said loudly, Father, are you looking for me? Viscount Martin was sitting behind the desk, holding a letterhead in his hand. His brows were furrowed. After seeing his son coming in, he put away his thoughts and ordered. You take 200 soldiers and go to Ingzue Island. Eagle Island. Mark was stunned for a moment, then seemed to think of something, and said, I heard that Sir Caesar of Eagle Island is fighting with the Dornish people. You don't want me to support him, do you? Yes. Viscount Martin nodded, but his expression was a bit gritted. We lent more than 200 craftsmen to that kid, and we can't let these people be lost in the hands of the Dornish people. Moreover, he still owes us a large sum of money. Oh. Mark scratched his head, but was a little worried, but father, isn't 200 soldiers a bit small? Viscount Martin rolled his eyes, and said angrily, you still want to take all the belongings of the Mullendall family to fight for that kid. I'm just worried that there will be fewer people and I won't be able to beat. Don't worry. Viscount Martin raised the letter in his hand and comforted him. Vito has sent a letter. He said that the reinforcements from the Tully family have arrived at Ingzue Island, and that it was Earl Landau himself. War shouldn't be much of a problem. Mark was also relieved when he heard the words. Rando Tarley's name still holds a lot of weight in the Reach. Okay, father, I'm going to gather soldiers and set off as soon as possible. Yeah. Viscount Martin nodded, and in the end he still worriedly warned, if the situation is really bad, don't rush forward foolishly, remember to protect our craftsmen and withdraw, understand? I see, father. Qingting Island Wharf. A fleet of 10 warships slowly entered the Red Wine Strait and headed southeast. Hopper stood at the bow of the flagship, and couldn't help whispering to his brother. Horus, the Dornishmen don't have a strong navy. We don't need to bring so many warships. We should bring more soldiers. Horus shook his head and said, "It was decided by my father. He told me that we are not going to work for Samwell, but to ensure that the brewing technology will not fall into the hands of the Dornish people. Therefore, once the war is unfavorable, we won't go ashore to fight the Dornish people on land, we just need to transfer all the winemakers from Eagle's Mouth Island to the ship and evacuate." Okay. Hobo nodded, and then he was relieved. After a while, he asked his brother again, "Horus, do you think that boy Samwell can defeat the Dornish people?" He wins a fart. Horus curled his lips in disdain. A guy who can't even poke his opponent in a joust, how can he win this war? Young Wu City. The same as the dock. Viscount Brandon Q patted his younger brother Sir Aemon on the shoulder, saying, "I'll leave it to you this time. I understand. That kid still owes our family a lot of money, so we can't just let him be slaughtered by the Dornishmen. It's good that you understand." Viscount Blanton hesitated and sighed. "Also, you can test that kid and tell him that if he is willing to marry my daughter Alice, I will send more people to help him." "I see. If that kid still doesn't know what to do, so he loses the battle, then I will tie him back and make him my niece's husband." Viscount Brandon stared. "That won't work. That kid is worthy of Alice without Yingzuyu. I really thought my daughter wouldn't be able to get married."